The first thing Lu Ruyan did after being reborn was to form a contract with you, this inconspicuous little snake. In the previous life, as spiritual energy revived, countless animals and plants began to evolve rapidly, and ancient relics emerged one after another, bringing countless opportunities. In the previous life, Lu Ruyan obtained the inheritance of the ancient strongman Gu Jinwen in the relics, but fell in battle against the strong demons because the Gu King did not reach the peak. Now reborn, as long as a life Gu King is cultivated before the mutation arrives, powerful strength can be obtained, surpassing everyone. In your past life, you were a 996 laborer, but now you have been reborn as a silver ring snake with a system that awakens the ability to evolve by devouring. However, you have been captured by Lu Ruyan and brought into a cave to fight with other poisons. Looking around, you see a dense mass of snakes, insects, rats, and ants engaged in a frenzy of battle, with a hint of blood in the air, making you eager to join the fight. Suddenly, a voice rings in your mind, bringing you back to a state of clarity. The detection of the revival of spiritual energy is about to begin, and the devouring evolution system is officially activated. In the cave, in just a short moment, nearly a tenth of the poison was consumed. The surviving poison became even more bloodthirsty, emitting a terrifying aura all over its body, making other poisons reluctant to approach. Meanwhile, you seized the opportunity, quickly biting a poisonous spider and swiftly running out of the battlefield. By using this method, you continuously accumulate evolution points. At the same time, outside the cave, Lu Ruyan took out a bamboo tube from her waist, and inside it was a large poisonous spider. Although the Spider King Gu is not comparable to the Gu King, if cultivated, it can still be a good help. Listening to the sound of poisonous creatures fighting in her ears, Lu Ruyan whispered softly to herself, after 3 days, no matter what the situation is, this time the Gu cultivation should be over. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, all the poisons in the cave have been devoured by you. After 3 days of fighting, not only have all your skills been upgraded to advanced levels, but even your body has evolved longer and thicker. Taking a look around the cave, you find that besides the sealed iron door, there is only the skylight that Lu Ruyan used to throw you down. But at this moment, the iron door emits a friction sound, and a figure emerges from the darkness. Lu Ruyan looks at you with surprise. You are quite powerful, little one. Now that the Poison King has been born, I don't need to consider these things anymore. With that in mind, she takes out a jade bottle, and a bloody smell emanates from it. Little one, drink this and immediately become my lifeblood Gu. Looking at the jade bottle in Lu Ruyan's hand, you forcibly restrain the desire in your heart and move closer to Lu Ruyan. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan's smile on her face became even more intense. Come here, my little darling. Just then, you swiftly swept out a huge snake tail. Who is your darling? Lu Ruyan's face instantly changed, cleverly dodging the attack. This Poison King has already formed a blood contract with me. Why would he attack me? This woman indeed has a big problem. You sneered. Instantly, several sharp attacks continued to erupt. Lu Ruyan exclaimed, then took out the Spider King Gu. I have to say, you have a lot of character. I really like it. However, you should first defeat the Spider King Gu. In an instant, a red light flashed in the eyes of the poisonous spider, and it jumped towards you. But the next second, you opened your mouth wide and directly swallowed the poisonous spider. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 1 point of evolution value. Seeing the scene, Lu Ruyan showed an incredulous expression. Her painstakingly refined Spider King Gu was eaten like this. You little guy, daring to devour my Spider King Gu like this. I will make you taste my power today. Lu Ruyan lightly tapped her toes and attacked you extremely agilely. If it were an ordinary poison, she would have taken it down with one move. But you just slightly moved your body and dodged directly. One person and one snake quickly fought in the forest, with movements reaching the extreme speed. With a burst of air, you dived into the nearby jungle and disappeared immediately. Little guy, you can't escape from my palm. Lu Ruyan shouted lowly and directly displayed an extremely mysterious body technique to chase after you. But the figure of the silver ring snake in her eyes became farther and farther away. Damn it, Lu Ruyan shouted. I swear, one day I will subdue you. Not far away in a river, you successfully escaped from Lu Ruyan's pursuit by using your advanced disguise and stealth skills. This woman is definitely not ordinary. However, if she wants to subdue me, let's wait and see. Now that you have the devouring evolution system in your hands, you will only become stronger and stronger. And even transforming into a true dragon is not impossible. Half a month later, with a flash of light, your level advanced to the late stage of the mortal stage, and your body length reached an astonishing 15 meters. At the same time, Lu Ruyan stood on the top floor rooftop, took out her phone to check, then looked up at the sky, murmuring softly, half an hour left. Moments later, a dazzling aurora suddenly appeared in the sky, attracting the attention of many people. And you also discovered this wonder in the mountains. How could there be an aurora here? What is happening? In the next moment, a rainbow light rain suddenly falls from the sky. The spiritual energy revival has begun. Please undergo the spiritual baptism. Host, immediately, a dense light rain falls on you. Congratulations, host. You have gained 0.1 evolution points. Can I gain evolution points just by getting rained on? Immediately, you expose your entire body to the rainbow light rain. As the rainbow light rain descends, the plants in the forest grow visibly at a rapid speed, and the surrounding fierce beasts, after bathing in the light rain, feel invigorated, emitting roars. After some time, the momentum of the light rain diminishes, and your evolution points have accumulated to 110. Immediately, you allocate all these evolution points to your level. Source, https://bkage365/newbook/935312/. This article was downloaded using the Slack novel downloader. Download all content. In the deep and quiet forest, the sunlight filtered through the dense branches and leaves, and the dappled light and shadow were like mysterious runes, jumping on the ground full of moss and rotting leaves. Outside the forest, a black limousine was parked quietly. The car door slowly opened, and a woman wearing sunglasses and a strong suit with a cold temperament walked down. Her posture was long and athletic, and each step carried an undeniable firmness. Behind her, she was followed by two well-built bodyguards with sharp eyes and tense muscles, as if they were ready to deal with any sudden danger. Just then, a poacher stepped out from behind a large tree, carrying a large traveling bag and looking nervous and eager. Seeing the power suit woman coming over, the poacher rushed forward and lowered his voice. "Miss, what you want is here." With that, he opened a corner of his traveling bag, revealing a black and white silver-ringed snake. The snake's ringed body looked eerie and dangerous in the dim light. The woman indifferently took off her sunglasses. A pair of cold eyes swept a glance, and said coldly, "Good goods, make a price." The poacher held up 5 fingers and quoted a high price. The rich lady was silent for a moment. Then she hummed softly and signaled the bodyguard behind her to take the money. "Miss is really a fastidious person. Next time there are good goods, immediately inform you." With a greedy grin on his face, the poacher took the money and hurriedly disappeared into the depths of the forest. The rich lady glanced at the goods that had arrived and turned around with an expressionless face, following by the bodyguards towards the limousine. The cool back gradually disappeared at the edge of the forest. "Miss, what are you buying so many poisonous insects, snakes and ants for?" In the car, a bodyguard looked at the trunk several backpacks, all of which contained some poison, and couldn't help but ask. Jiang Luoli coldly glanced at the bodyguard and indifferently said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Drive your car." The bodyguard immediately shut his mouth and concentrated on driving, but in his heart, he wondered how the original gentle nature of the young lady could have become so cold during this period of time. Jiang Luoli looked at the scenery outside the window and muttered in her heart, "There's not much time left for me. I must raise a poison king within half a month." No one knew that the current Jiang Luoli was reborn back from 50 years later. In a previous life, a mysterious aurora borealis swept across the globe shortly after. At that time, this world began to enter the era of aura recovery. Plants and animals begin to enter a phase of rapid evolution. A number of ancient relics had appeared, bringing with them countless opportunities. Countless terrifying monsters, transcendent humans fought for the opportunity. The world is in a state of chaos and panic. In his previous life, Jiang Luoli occasionally obtained the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse, the compassionate true man in an ancient relic. Relying on her strange methods of compulsion, she has become one of the world's top powerhouses, and is honored as the Compulsion Immortal. A month ago, when Jiang Luoli returned from her rebirth, she immediately purchased a large number of highly poisonous creatures. She is going to perform the ancient art of raising parasites and use these poisons to raise a poison king. As long as the poison king is refined into its own life compulsion before the change comes, then Jiang Luoli could quickly gain great power and be above everyone else. Where is this taking me? His grandma, it's not going to take me to stew, is it? Meanwhile, the silver-ringed serpent in the trunk that had just been traded was a little agitated as he listened to the car go quiet. His name is Chuan and he is a traveler. 2.5 years ago, he was reborn as a freshly fledged silver-ringed snake, and after 2.5 years of growth, he is now a full-fledged silver-ringed snake. Just yesterday, while out foraging for food, he was accidentally captured by a poacher. Then it was resold again. Chuan was worried about his next fate. "I'm not going to be taken to stew," he roared inwardly. An hour later, Jiang Luoli carried the backpack with the silver-ringed snake and arrived at the top of a remote cave. The entrance to the cave was sealed, leaving a skylight above. Jiang Luoli opened the skylight and glanced inside, vaguely seeing dense snakes, insects, rats and ants scurrying around inside, and a fishy odor coming out. Frowning, Jiang Luoli's hand appeared in a small knife, a cut on the wrist. Strands of blood from the skylight fell down. The art of raising parasites must use the parasite's own blood as a guide to set up a blood spirit formation, so that these poisonous creatures lose their minds and devour them frantically in order to be effective. And, after swallowing the blood of the companions, the Poison King raised in this way will have a blood contract with the Compassion Master, and will be refined into a life compass without any resistance. Jiang Luoli then took out another medicine bottle and poured some mysterious medicinal powder into the cave. This is Jiang Luoli's specially made compulsion powder. Can make these poisonous creatures crazy fight, devour. Only after doing this did Jiang Luoli open the back basket. Before Lu Chuan could react, he was thrown directly into the cave. Hiss, swish swish. As soon as he landed, Lu Chuan heard a strange sound. As he gazed, he was shocked and subconsciously twisted his body, only to see that not far from him, densely packed snakes, insects, rats and ants were surrounding a group, frantically fighting and gnawing on the corpses. There are spiders, scorpions and centipedes. It's actually all highly toxic. Vaguely, Lu Chuan also smelled a smell of blood, making him actually feel a little excited, itching to immediately join the battle of these poisonous creatures. Something's not right. Lu Chuan forced himself to resist the urge in his heart. If you rush up to kill, you'll be crippled if you don't die. But why? Just smell the blood. He just couldn't help but want to get in the fight and fight together. Ding! Detecting that aura recovery is about to begin, the devouring evolution system is officially activated. Just when Lu Chuan was in a daze of consciousness and was about to rush over to kill, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, causing him to immediately regain his waking state. Then a curtain of light suddenly appeared in Lu Chuan's mind. Name, Lu Chuan. Age, 2. 5 years old. Race, Silver Ring Serpent. Level, Early Mortal Order, 10-0. Skills, Climbing, Intermediate, plus Camouflage, Intermediate, plus Sneaking, Intermediate, plus Poison, Intermediate, plus Swimming, Intermediate, plus Nightwalking, Intermediate, plus Quick Digestion, Intermediate, plus Perception, Intermediate, plus Agility, Intermediate. Consume 2 evolution points to advance intermediate skills. Evolution points, 0. Devouring evolution system? This is my gold finger. After reacting, Lu Chuan was instantly ecstatic. Devouring evolution. As the name suggests, as long as you devour other living beings, you will be able to gain evolution points, allowing Lu Chuan to evolve. Devouring living creatures earns you evolution points. Lu Chuan murmured in his heart, then turned his gaze to the various poisonous creatures that were fighting. In the center of the dark and deep cave, all sorts of rustling sounds rang out, and densely packed poisonous creatures could be seen tearing and gnawing at each other. In just a few moments, the poison was consumed by nearly 1/10. The poisonous creature that managed to survive became more and more bloodthirsty, and his strikes became more and more vicious. Even his body exuded an appalling aura, making the rest of the poisonous creatures not dare to come too close. Apparently, these poisonous creatures vaguely had the omen of becoming the new generation of Poison Kings, and were now accumulating strength. Lu Chuan watched from the sidelines, seeing that a poisonous creature was unprepared. He violently bit a poisonous spider in a swift manner, and then quickly ran outside of the battlefield, with a stream of crystals constantly spraying from his 2 sharp teeth. As the venom was injected, this poisonous spider's body quickly convulsed, and soon stopped struggling and didn't move at all. Lu Chuan immediately devoured it with a big mouthful, and the excitement in his heart drove him to keep speeding up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 0.5 points of evolutionary value. Now, under the stimulation of the blood spirit formation and the compulsion powder, these poisonous creatures had lost their minds and only cared about devouring each other to become the final winner. Killing is the only thing on their minds. Only Lu Chuan, still preserving his sanity, didn't forget to defend himself against the rest of the poisons during the devouring period. And Lu Chuan, after each shot, regardless of whether it is successful or not, is the first time, quickly away from the core of the battlefield, to avoid being affected by the rest of the poison, so as to maximize to ensure their own safety. Compared to spiders, scorpions, and small venomous creatures like centipedes, in a one-on-one situation, Lu Chuan had a natural advantage and was able to override these venomous creatures right from the start. And he was even less likely to go head-to-head with the rest of the poisons. So every time he struck, he gained something. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 0.5 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 0.5 points of evolutionary value. He didn't know how long had passed, but Lu Chuan, relying on the sneak attack, a tactic that didn't speak of martial virtues, had already devoured nearly a dozen poisonous creatures, accumulating 4 points of evolutionary value. This evolutionary value may seem small, but it is very critical today. It's time to distribute it. Looking at these evolutionary values, Lu Chuan's mind moved, and he added 2 points of evolutionary values to agility, intermediate, and rapid digestion, intermediate, respectively, upgrading these 2 skills to advanced. For a moment, Lu Chuan only felt a trace of warmth flowing through his body. A slight movement was a feeling that his speed had increased a lot. More noticeable improvement in digestion. If before, he could consume 1 prey at the same time, now after the upgrade, he could devour at least 2.5, so it was easier for him to hunt and digest, and his efficiency increased a lot. This allowed him to devour and evolve and grow faster. For the rest of the day, Lu Chuan continued to hunt and kill, and from time to time, voices rang in his head, seemingly signaling the birth of a new king. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 0.5 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 0.5 points of evolutionary value. Meanwhile, outside the cave entrance was blocked by an iron door as the poisonous creatures inside the cave fought each other. It was a little quieter here. Jiang Luoli was sitting outside the cave entrance, but the rhythm of his breathing was very strange. Sometimes coarse and heavy, sometimes weak and silent, as if he was caught in a marvelous realm. A few moments later, she slowly opened her eyes, and a touch of demonic color flashed in her beautiful eyes. She took out a bamboo tube from her waist, only to see a large-sized poisonous spider inside. This poisonous spider was covered in variegated and dangerous colors, and the moment it locked eyes with Jiang Luoli, its eyes seemed to flicker for a moment, and an extremely strong meaning of wantonness emanated from it. Jiang Luoli only looked at it, then cut her finger and dripped a drop of blood into it, and the poisonous spider instantly sucked it up, a strange aura continuously diffusing out. This one poisonous spider that fed on blood was one of Jiang Luoli's parasites, but it had yet to grow up now. Staring at the feeding poisonous spider, Jiang Luoli secretly said, although the Spider King compulsion is not comparable to the compulsion king made by the Poison King, if it is cultivated, it can be considered a good aid. Before the compulsion king is successfully refined, it's still a good help. After doing this, Jiang Luoli got up and looked up to the iron door of the cave. Beside his ears were the roars or mournful cries of those poisonous creatures as they fought each other. The great battle was still going on. Seeing this, she was slightly silent for a moment and then whispered to herself, wait for 3 more days. After 3 days, no matter what the situation is, it's time to end this compulsion raising. It's finally over. After fighting for so long, I actually don't feel any fatigue. 3 days passed in a flash, but it was hell for the poisons. After all poisonous creatures want to survive. They can only fight until the last moment to become the only winner. At this time, inside the cave, Lu Chuan had already devoured an unknown number of poisonous creatures, and no other poisonous creatures could be seen in the surroundings. But the curtain had already fallen on this battle of life and death, because he was the only one left inside the cave, and the endless killing had caused a mysterious layer of bloodlight to shine on his body, which seemed to be the victor's battle medal, flaunting his might. All the remaining poisons were actually devoured by him alone. Lu Chuan's mind moved slightly, and a curtain of light surfaced in his mind, and information about him in all aspects was quickly unfolded. Name, Lu Chuan. Age, 2. 5 years old. Race, Silver Ringed Serpent. Level, Early Mortal Order, 10-0. Skills, Climbing, Advanced, plus Camouflage, Advanced, plus Sneaking, Advanced, plus Poison, Advanced, plus Swimming, Advanced, plus Nocturnal, Advanced, plus Rapid Digestion, Advanced, plus Perception, Advanced, plus Dexterity, Advanced. Consume 30 evolution points to advance advanced skills. Evolution points, 10. All the existing skills, all of them have been upgraded to advanced levels. I didn't realize that there were still evolution points left over. Lu Chuan looked at his remaining evolution points and felt quite emotional inside, but it also simultaneously showed how many poisonous creatures he had killed in these 3 days to get such a harvest. In this short period of time, he was almost tireless and unaware of his opponents, and was in a constant cycle of killing, devouring and digesting. At first, although he was using evolution points to upgrade his skills to facilitate the kills, but soon after, out of all the poisonous creatures, none of them were his opponents anymore, thus directly letting go of the kills, regardless of anything else. Now under the inventory, Chuan had actually accumulated 10 evolution points, which was not a small harvest. These evolution points, there's no need to keep them. Use them all. With this in mind, Chuan made a mental movement, and then all 10 evolution points were added to the level. In an instant, he could feel a mysterious force that surged directly into his body, and his aura around him was rapidly changing. In the dark cave, Chuan was quietly going through an amazing evolution, and the power that flowed into his body was working as time passed. His originally slender body began to undergo subtle changes, only to see his body gradually being elongated and thickened. A mysterious light flickered faintly on its body. Chuan's original body, which was only as thick as a finger, didn't look very eye-catching, but with the addition of the evolutionary value, it was now the size of a baby's arm, and the silver ring on its body was even more eye-catching. At this moment, his entire body was emitting an ethereal light, as if telling of his extraordinary nature. Chuan felt the changes in his body and instantly became elated. Then he muttered, "Let's first see how effective this enchantment is." With a thought, he opened the attribute panel to check, and then he saw his level, which had come to the middle of the mortal realm, and was 30 evolution points away from the next upgrade, but needed 30 points of evolution value. He was quite satisfied with this. At this rate, it's not too far away from the next upgrade. Chuan surveyed the situation in the cave, and thought that he could not stay here forever, or else he could only be controlled by others, and immediately gave birth to a wave of thoughts about escaping. He saw that it appeared to be a man-made cave, the entrance of which had been blocked off by an iron gate, leaving only a skylight above the cave that allowed one to see inside. Seeing this, Chuan suddenly thought that he was thrown down from the skylight by that woman in the first place, and immediately climbed towards the skylight. That should be the only exit over there. It has to be up there. After saying that, he began to climb the crag. Only after making contact, he realized that the wall of the cave was so steep that he fell straight down before he could climb the entire length of his body. Try again. Chuan was not discouraged and continued to adjust his posture for the climb. After winning from that group of poisonous creatures, his climbing ability had risen to advanced. But even so, he couldn't climb to the top after several attempts. The light that shone in from that skylight was like a glimmer of visible hope that he could never reach. Could I really be trapped here? For a while, Chuan was a bit deflated. He couldn't even think of any way out of the dimly lit cave right now. Although he hadn't encountered any accidents until now, he knew in his heart that if he stayed trapped in this dimly lit cave, sooner or later that mysterious woman would do something to herself. After all, the other party had spent a lot of money to buy himself and threw himself into this cave, so he must have a purpose. Try something else. After Chuan's eyes glanced at the other exit in the cave, he pondered for a moment, but still leaned towards the iron door, but very carefully, keeping an eye on the movements over there, because for some reason, he vaguely felt that the mysterious woman was behind this iron door, and once he was discovered, he still couldn't escape. But what he didn't realize was that just as he was trying to escape, above his head, there was a blood-colored mark that loomed large. Time's up. Outside the iron door, Jiang Luoli seemed to be able to tell how long had passed without the use of tools, and now slowly got up and pressed a switch. Whoa! At once, after a scuffling sound, the iron door was slowly opened, while there was an unpleasant and ferocious scent that came to his nose. After she opened the iron door, she stepped back slightly, and even more so, with a cautious look on her face, she stared at the movements behind the iron door. Soon, the figure of a giant snake revealed itself from the darkness. This giant snake was none other than Chuan. He looked at Jiang Luoli, who appeared at the entrance of the cave, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. Actually, somehow, he actually felt a cordiality in this woman, as if the woman was born as if she owned it. What's going on? Chuan was instantly puzzled, and now he even stopped and glanced at Jiang Luoli in a strange mood. Why does it feel that way? Sure enough, there's definitely something odd about this woman. She must be plotting something by throwing me here. This is that silver-ringed snake? At the same time, Jiang Luoli recognized Chuan, or rather recognized this silver-ringed snake, and a look of surprise could not help but show in her good-looking eyes. This little guy is pretty good. She really didn't think that the silver-ringed snake that was thrown in at the end had become the king of poison? This little fellow, just how lucky is it? Or is it inherently powerful? No, it can't be called a little one anymore. Seeing the silver-ringed snake as thick as a baby's arm, Jiang Luoli hurriedly changed can address, but the color of surprise in her eyes also grew thicker. What the hell happened? However, since the Poison King has already been born, there's no need for me to think about these things. Thinking about this, Jiang Luoli's eyes suddenly erupted with a blazing look. After all, the stronger the Poison King was, the more favorable it would be for him, and now the silver-ringed serpent had already satisfied her. Immediately, she took out a jade bottle, and a bloody odor came out from it. Jiang Luoli placed the jade bottle on the ground with a big smile. Good boy, little baby, drink this and become my native parasite. For some reason, Chuan looked at the jade bottle in Jiang Luoli's hand, and in his heart, he was actually extremely eager for the blood in that bottle. But reason told him that once he devoured the blood inside, the consequences would be unimaginable, so he forcibly restrained the desire in his heart and approached towards Jiang Luoli. Seeing this, the smile on Jiang Luoli's face grew stronger. Come here, my little baby. And just then, Chuan launched his attack, lightning-like sweeping out the huge snake tail, and his heart was roaring. Who the hell is your little baby? Jiang Luoli instantly changed her face, but her reaction was also exceptionally sharp. Just as Chuan was about to hit her, he only saw her dodge to the side, very skillfully dodging without causing too much commotion, and now he was even more somber in thought. This Poison King has clearly concluded a blood contract with me. Why would he still attack me? What the hell is going on here? At the same time, Chuan was also surprised at the woman's stance as well as her reaction speed, but quickly sneered. There really is something very wrong with this woman. Shoo, shoo, shoo. In an instant, several powerful attacks kept erupting, but Jiang Luoli was like a martial arts master. His stance was extraordinarily skillful, and these attacks were all dodged by him. Chuan was even a bit unbelieving and continued to attack, but until his power was about to run out, he still couldn't hurt the other party and was not surprised. On the opposite side, Jiang Luoli's heart was equally shocked, and both sides almost at the same time. The same thought was born within their hearts. How can this poisonous thing, woman, be so strong? After Jiang Luoli's heart exclaimed in shock, a ray of light erupted between her eyebrows. She was very fond of this silver-ringed serpent, not only because it was very strong and met her requirements, but also because the other party's aggressiveness was powerful, and would definitely be a great help to her in the future. Only, after several attempts, Jiang Luoli was unable to make Chuan drink the blood in the jade bottle, and for a while, she was unable to help the other party. The more this happened, the more she wanted to subdue Chuan, and then she even took out the Spider King compass, ready to let Chuan have a good lesson. What a silver-ringed snake! I must say you have a lot of character. I like it very much. However, you should still defeat the Spider King compass first. Instantly, a burst of red light flashed in the eyes of the poisonous spider, and the first time he saw Chuan, without thinking, he directly made a jump and rushed over. It looked like this Spider King compass was extremely aggressive. Ka-chow! But in the next second, directly Chuan opened his mouth wide and directly bit down on this poisonous spider, and then devoured it in one bite and began to rapidly digest it. This uncontested battle, from start to finish, was only a matter of seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 1 point of evolution value. In the next second, in Chuan's mind, the voice rang out, and he couldn't help but spit out his letter. Still a little bit unfulfilled. When Jiang Luoli saw this, she immediately revealed a wave of disbelief. The Spider King compass that I worked so hard to refine was eaten just like that? She had thought that this new Poison King and the Spider King compass would have fought for at least a few rounds before the Spider King was taken down. But things were moving so fast that it all felt surreal to her. After reacting, Jiang Luoli was instantly furious. Could you dare to devour my Spider King compass like this and still refuse to use it for me? You are really bold too. In that case, I'll make sure to give you a taste of power today. She gently pointed her toes and did not see any exaggerated movements, but she attacked towards Chuan extremely gently and swiftly. If it was an ordinary poison, it would have been taken down by her in one move, but Chuan's speed was equally amazing, and with just a slight twist of his body, he directly dodged it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One person and one snake. It was here that they quickly exchanged blows. Their movements were fast to the extreme. As time passed, Jiang Luoli's heart became more and more surprised that this tiny silver-ringed snake in front of her was actually able to maneuver around herself for so long without losing the upper hand. It was really not bad, worthy of being a poison king who had fought his way out of countless poisonous creatures. Chuan is not polite with this woman. The body is very agile, and almost every time straight to Jiang Luoli vitals, but after a few strokes, he found that he could not help Jiang Luoli. Is hard to pump the snake tail, swept across the past. Whoosh! In a burst of air-breaking sound, Jiang Luoli vacated and moved away to avoid being hit by this Poison King Gong. Just at the same time, Chuan unexpectedly also took this opportunity to directly escape. He moved extremely fast, drilling into the nearby jungle in a few moments and disappearing in a whirlwind. Trying to run? No way. Jiang Luoli was shocked and uncertain, and when she reacted, a burst of anger came over her. She had spent a great deal of energy and effort to cultivate such a poison king this time, but even if this poison king was unwilling to be subdued by herself, it actually wanted to escape? Then wouldn't all her previous efforts be in vain? Little one, you can't escape my palm. Jiang Luoli let out a low cry. His body was agile, and he directly performed a mysterious and incomparable body technique and chased after him, but in his gaze, the silvery ringed serpent's figure was getting farther and farther away, and also getting fainter and fainter. Chuan was like a dragon entering the sea. With the help of his advanced camouflage and sneaking skills, he dashed left and right in the mountains and forests, constantly using the surrounding vegetation and terrain to hide his tracks. And sometimes he even became one with the illusion. Soon, he disappeared into the lush forest, out of sight. Where did it go? Jiang Luoli is searching in the forest at this time, with a unique means, to find Chuan left some traces. At first there are still traces, but with the tracking, she gradually cannot grasp its traces, and ultimately the search is fruitless. For a moment, she showed a hint of resignation on her face. How do you run so fast? For the sake of this heart-poison king, Jiang Luoli had long been well prepared, and even looked for an environment she was very familiar with, deliberately waiting for the other party to be born. But under these circumstances, she actually ended up losing him. It gave her a feeling of losing face, and she felt only a little bashful. Asterisk. Not long after, Jiang Luoli shouted and directly blasted the surrounding forest trees to pieces, her expression filled with indignation and unwillingness. I swear, one day I will take you under my wing. You wait. Just in a river not far from Jiang Luoli, Chuan had been holding his breath and carefully paying attention to the surrounding movements. He watched with his own eyes as Jiang Luoli was incapacitated and furious for quite a while not far away, almost lifting the neighborhood to the ground, and really couldn't find himself before quietly leaving. At this moment, he drilled out of the river, breathing a huge sigh of relief, and looked at the direction Jiang Luoli left in. A burst of emotion. This woman. She's definitely not an ordinary person. When you run into her in the future, you still need to be more careful, or you're likely to fall into her path. Chuan also did not expect that he was almost going to become someone else's pet, but fortunately God seems to have a feeling in his heart and sent him the system, so that he has the ability to use it to regain his freedom. However, he was able to escape from the hands of the other party, and restraint and improvisation were essential, or else he would have been in the other party's cage by now. At this moment, Chuan thought of the woman's words when she was leaving and couldn't help but laugh coldly in his heart. Take me in? Oh, we'll see then. He is now very confident. After all, with this devouring evolution system in hand, in the future we'll be able to grow infinitely. Then it is not just a silver-ringed snake that can be held by everyone. Perhaps even if it is to metamorphose into a true dragon, it is not impossible. Chuan climbed on the shore, a flicker in his eyes. This woman's stance, it's really good, and it's impossible to stay in place, but I'm not growing too slowly. What's more, in this wilderness, I don't know how many poisonous things are available for me to devour, and at that time, it's not certain who will take over who. Since he got the golden finger, Chuan felt that he couldn't waste such a good opportunity and must make a name for himself with the help of the devouring evolution system. At least, can't be turned into a minion to be held at arm's length. In this matter, he noticed that there were reasonably a few flashes of light, and when he saw that they were a few swimming fish, his eyes burst into a sizzling eye. What's the point of picking if you can evolve just by devouring it? All living things can be my dish. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 0.1 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 0.3 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 0.5 points of evolutionary value. In the river in the mountains, a giant snake was seen frantically devouring the fish and shrimp in the river. This giant snake was so fast that no fish or shrimp could escape, and even some of the fish and shrimp were swallowed and eaten by the giant snake before they could react. This giant snake was Chuan. As time passed, with his powerful ability to digest quickly, he devoured all the fish and shrimp in this river in just half a day. Now it was hard to spot the rest of the prey even if they searched carefully, so they swung slowly and swam towards the shore. At this moment, Chuan's mind moved slightly and scanned the information panel. he saw that he had accumulated 10 points of evolution value. I still need 20 more evolution points before I can level up again, so it looks like the speed needs to be accelerated a bit. And this river, having run out of prey, had to go elsewhere to continue hunting and devouring. With that in mind, Chuan had already reached the shore. The successive devouring of the party had caused him to consume a portion of his power, so he rested here briefly for a few moments before his body once again flickered and directly entered the mountain forest. He knew that with his current state, although he could deal with ordinary people, if he were to encounter an expert like that woman, he must take it seriously in order not to be captured again. Thus he needed to find other prey to devour and grow in power. 3 days passed in a flash of time. At this moment, a wild rabbit was hopping in the middle of the mountain forest, occasionally stopping and after shrugging its nose a few times. It seemed to have discovered something, so it changed its direction slightly and continued hopping forward. The hare looked very relaxed and was looking for food as usual. Rustling. Suddenly, there was a strange noise from the jungle, and the nearby weed shook a few times. The hare had just shifted its gaze over, when it saw a giant snake fiercely scurry out, and without waiting for it to reflect, this giant snake quickly opened its mouth and bit down on the hare's body. Then, the thick body of the giant snake quickly wrapped up, and in just a few seconds, it made the hare unable to move. Immediately afterward, a drop of crystal liquid was sprayed out from the two sharp teeth in the giant snake's mouth, causing the hare to struggle violently for a few moments, and then its legs stumped, completely unable to move. The hare was poisoned by the snake, and in a few moments it was poisoned to death, and the giant snake had no qualms about devouring it directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 0.7 points of evolutionary value. Chuan was satisfied when he heard the beep in his head, and immediately opened the system panel to check. Name, Chuan. Age, 2. 5 years old. Race, Silver Ring Serpent. Level, Mid-Mortal Order, 30 to 0. Skills, Climbing, Advanced, plus Camouflage, Advanced, plus Sneaking, Advanced, plus Poison, Advanced, plus Swimming, Advanced, plus Nightwalking, Advanced, plus Quick Digestion, Advanced, plus Perception, Advanced, plus Agility, Advanced. Consume 30 evolution points to upgrade your advanced skills. Evolution points, 30. 30 evolution points. Enough for me to upgrade. Seeing the information on it, Chuan wasn't surprised, and then even more so, he directly added the 30 points of evolution value, on top of the level. He had been hunting in the forest all these days for this moment. Buzz. In an instant, Chuan felt a hot power surging through his body, and these powers seemed to possess magical magic, constantly changing his physical condition. Moreover, this sizzling power brought him even more bursts of pleasant sensations as time passed. Chuan quietly enjoyed this, and shortly afterward only felt a distinct sense of growth in his body. He himself also noticed that the place where he was entrenched at this time seemed to be a bit narrow, and with just a little twisting of his body, he pushed away the nearby rocks, and the trees and weeds were all overpowered. He didn't know how long had passed, but he suddenly felt that the scorching power was slowly fading, and his own body was gradually quieting down, so he slowly opened his eyes and curiously checked his own state. At this time, Chuan's body had changed greatly, and his length alone had reached a staggering 15 meters, which was a behemoth-like existence among all snakes, not to mention his snake body, which was as thick as an adult's thigh. Nowadays, I'm already in the late mortal stage. Chuan swept the information panel, and the relevant aspects were immediately revealed. Level, Late Mortal Order, 100 to 0. Can't help but be completely relieved. After working so hard for so long, I've finally managed to upgrade, and it's brought a bit more benefits than I thought. He looked at his current body, very satisfied. At least this size can already be called a python, and in nature, are that group of top predators? Basically there are not many beasts will be stronger than him. What's more, he's a silver ring snake that carries a lot of venom. No, now it should be able to be called the silver ring python, and with this dual means, it could pretty much do whatever it wanted. 100 points of evolutionary value. Looking at the evolution points needed until the next upgrade, Chuan couldn't help but smack his lips. TSK. TSK, TSK, it's true that the higher the level, the more evolution points it takes, but it's still worth it. Looks like I'll have to work harder in the future as well. With this in mind, Chuan set his eyes on the mountain forest, on some slightly larger animals, and an excited gleam appeared in his eyes. With the passage of time, from Chuan escaped from the hands of Jiang Luoli, has been the past almost half a month. During this period of time Jiang Luoli did not give up on the tracking of Chuan. but also did not personally look for. Jianghai City, on the top rooftop of the Eternal Life Group, a woman stood here with a calm expression. Her eyes fell on the gorgeous and charming night scene below, and after a long time, she took out her cell phone and looked at it, and then looked up into the air, as if she was waiting for something. Now, Jiang Luoli murmured in a low voice, there is still half an hour. A few moments later, the hours, minutes and seconds all went to zero, and it came to 12 a.m. In the morning, by the way. It was at this moment that an incomparably splendid aurora borealis suddenly appeared above the sky dome, and shortly afterward it attracted the attention of many people, all of whom were astonished. After all, places like Jianghai City cannot appear aurora borealis coming. On the rooftop of the Everlasting Group's building, Jiang Luoli was trying her best to suppress her inner excitement, but the hand holding the cell phone was still trembling, and her eyes were even staring at the aurora borealis with a brilliant gaze. The aura recovery has begun. That one gorgeous aurora, which seemed to stretch endlessly, was now flickering above the dome of the sky, bringing forth a slice of beautiful colors, and the place where this aurora stretched out was so vast that it seemed to be enveloping the entire world. Many people tilted their heads at the sight of the aurora borealis and were dazzled within moments. It's beautiful. The Great Departure Mountain Range. Lu Chuan, as usual, hunted fierce beasts day and night. A hunted boar had just been swallowed into his stomach at this point and was being digested. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and jerked his head up to the sky. After his eyes were filled with flickering aurora borealis, he immediately revealed a shocked expression. Aurora? How can an aurora appear in this place? In this season? What's going on here? Although Lu Chuan didn't really know much about this area, but some common sense, he was still clear and knew that what was happening now was not normal. A few moments later, a rain of 7 colored lights suddenly fell from above the dome of the sky, which seemed to be the aurora borealis transformed into drops of rain, wanting to sprinkle down and add even more brilliant colors to the earth. Moreover, now it was early morning. These light rains were extremely eye-catching in the darkness of the night, and even in just a dozen seconds or so, many people's eyes were attracted to them. Lu Chuan stared blankly at all of this, bewildered by it, but he didn't panic much as he didn't have a natural sense of danger coming from within either. Ding! Aura revival has begun. Please baptize the host with aura. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his head, nearly startling him, and when he came back to his senses, Lu Chuan froze. Aura baptism? He was a little confused as to what that meant, and that rain of light looked more like it was due to being tainted with the splendor of the aurora borealis, not its own color. It was only in the next second that Lu Chuan suddenly noticed that some light rained down on him. The rain of light was indeed like ordinary rain, with a slight striking sensation, and it did not take long to wet the place where it fell. And in this instant, Lu Chuan felt a special energy from it and realized that the aura baptism that the system was talking about should be this. Just, what are the benefits of aura baptism? Even before crossing over, he had only seen depictions related to auras from some novels, but those were all fictionalized. He could actually encounter an aura himself? So these auras, are they the same as depicted in the novels? Ding! Congratulations host, gain 0.1 points of evolution value. Soon after the rain of light fell on his body, Lu Chuan heard the system's response and couldn't help but be more and more surprised. Can you gain evolutionary value just by getting wet? So what's the difference between that and whoring? Immediately, Lu Chuan was overjoyed and hurriedly exposed all of his body to the rain of 7-colored light. And even because of the nearby trees and weeds, when they covered the rain of light, he would personally step in and push these weeds down to facilitate his bathing in the rain of light. Ding! Congratulations host, gain 0.1 points of evolution value. Ding! Congratulations host, gain 0.1 points of evolution value. Ding! Congratulations host, gain 0.1 points of evolution value. As the light rain fell, Lu Chuan's mind also had densely packed beeps ringing out, and he didn't know how many light rains he had bathed in a second, even making him think maliciously that if he continued to get drenched like this, would the system die? Still a little slow, but after a few moments, Lu Chuan even feel a little not too much, then directly open the mouth, to meet the rain of light, seems to be to see the naked eye light rain, all absorb. As the rain of 7-colored light descended, the plants in the forest grew at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and under the illumination of the aurora borealis, the forest was filled with ghostly shadows, and these shadows were growing in size. Roar! Unlike the quiet growth of the plants, the surrounding beasts, after bathing in the rain of light, felt free and happy, and then let out a roar of the beasts, as if they were venting their heart's pleasure. These beasts roar, continuous, and the voice is full of primitive wildness, as if this rain of light has exposed the tyranny and excitement in their genes. Aurora was a representation of a beast's excitement and mania. Getting evolutionary values is the thing. This rain of light can be considered a chance, or a heavenly chance. It has to be cherished. In the forest, Chuan constantly adjusted his posture, even hating to completely flatten and unfold his body, taking this time to absorb the light rain and receive the baptism of aura. After all, it's good to get something for nothing. I don't know how long had passed, but Chuan muttered when he sensed that the momentum of the light rain had somewhat decreased. It's good to see how many evolution points have been harvested today. With a slight movement of his mind, the attribute panel was opened, only to see the evolution points on it, which had accumulated to 110. Immediately, Chuan didn't hesitate and directly added all these evolution points on top of his level. Boom! Instantly, Chuan could only feel an even hotter and terrifying energy explode within him, filling his entire body almost instantly. The sizzling energies were fast and savage, but they didn't hurt his body one bit. As a burst of light flickered and wavered on Chuan's body surface, his body began to grow, becoming longer and thicker, seemingly with no intention of stopping. Moreover, as time passed, he was surprised to find that this scorching power was not only affecting his body, but even a strand of it, rushing inside his head, was clearly felt to be going straight past his eyes on both sides. Chuan quietly enjoyed this, and gradually had a look of anticipation in his heart. I wonder, after the upgrade, how much bigger I can get, or if that ray of power that entered my eyes just now can make me see more clearly? Right in the middle of his speculations, the sizzling energy subsided, and after he moved his body a little, he understood that his length had reached more than 20 meters, and now his body size was as thick as a bucket. At this moment, he was more like a huge dragon that was about to take flight, hovering over the ground. My eyes. Chuan suddenly realized that his snake pupils seemed to be mutating, and when he came to the water's edge, he saw his eyes flashing an icy blue color. And then, he had some more relevant information in his mind. Talented bloodline, soul regenerating pupil. Pupil of soul regeneration, can emit soul regenerating light to enslave the souls of other living beings. Good man, that's a good skill. After Chuan read it, he let out a surprised cry, and then he hurriedly opened the attribute panel to check the status of the strength improvement. Name, Chuan. Age, 2. 5 years old. Race, Silver Ring Serpent. Level, Early Awakening Realm, 500 to 0. Skills, Climbing, Advanced, plus Camouflage, Advanced, plus Sneaking, Advanced, plus Poison, Advanced, plus Swimming, Advanced, plus Nightwalking, Advanced, plus Quick Digestion, Advanced, plus Perception, Advanced, plus Agility, Advanced. Consume 30 evolution points to upgrade your advanced skills. Talent ability, Pupil of Soul Regeneration, Elementary. Consume 100 evolution points to upgrade the elementary talent ability. Evolution points, 12. After obtaining the natural ability, Soul Regenerating Pupil, it made Chuan more and more interested in this skyfall light rain. At this moment, he couldn't wait for himself to turn into a behemoth and pocket all the rain of 7-colored light, so that he could quickly become stronger. Of course, now he's not getting much. Boo! In the forest, Chuan's snake tail swept through. It will be next to a thick tree, directly swept off, and soon cleared out a clearing. But he still did not stop the action. Continue to move towards other trees, because he had just upgraded. His body had grown again, and while familiarizing himself with the changes, he was able to avoid the trees around him blocking the rain of 7-colored light and disturbing his absorption. At this moment, Chuan only felt that his body was full of power, and it seemed that he had inexhaustible strength, and then he thus made his heart incomparably excited. Not bad, not bad. This upgrade is what will be considered a shedding, truly differentiating itself from ordinary beasts. Earlier, he was still only about 15 meters in body length, and in today's world, there were so many 2 types of giant pythons that could reach this level, so he didn't feel too excited. But now, with a body of more than 20 meters, it had far surpassed all the pythons, and its body was incomparably thick, so it was certain that among the snakes, there was no longer an existence that could compete with it. Ha ha ha, it feels so good to have this kind of power. In the excitement, Chuan's huge snake body, constantly swimming on the ground, wherever he passes by, all the trees fall down. This place has completely become a playground for him alone. Rustling. At this moment, the rain of 7-colored light was still falling, and it was unknown when it would end. Chuan knew that this rain was a great chance to help him get stronger quickly, so after feeling the growth of his power properly, He spread his body out while raising his head and opening his mouth, swallowing the rain with a scorching look. He absolutely could not miss this chance. Ding! Congratulations, host. Gain 0.1 points of evolution value. Ding! Congratulations, host. Gain 0.1 points of evolution value. As time passed, the voice in Lu Chuan's head was reminding him that the evolution value was still accumulating. This time he also didn't specifically focus on exactly how much evolutionary value he had gained. He just kept swallowing and accepting the rain of 7-colored light. It was not until early morning that the rain of 7-colored light finally stopped, and the air in the forest seemed to have become a lot more sweet-smelling, with exuberant vitality flowing everywhere. Even the weeds that had been overwhelmed by Lu Chuan last night were thriving at this time, and seemed not only to be undamaged, but also to be growing better. Let's see how much was harvested this time. Lu Chuan had been excited for most of the night, and now that the rain of 7-colored light had ended, he stopped and opened the information panel to check his harvest, and instantly found that he had actually accumulated 40 points of evolution value once again, and immediately showed a hint of joy on his face. It's already enough for me to upgrade one of the skills. In that case, pick one. Next, without hesitation, Lu Chuan directly increased 30 of those evolution points on top of the advanced poisoning skill. Instantly, a system alert accompanied by a burst of light flashed by. He hastened to check the relevant skills. Natural ability, corrosive mist, elementary can spew out a large amount of poisonous mist with strong corrosive power. Good fellow. The venom is actually able to be directly ejected and transformed into a poisonous mist, so the range that can be enveloped becomes much larger, and there's no need to personally inject the venom for the prey. Lu Chuan was overjoyed when he saw this one skill. Previously, when settling his prey, he had personally injected them in order to devour and digest or absorb them as quickly as possible, but now he could easily settle them with the help of the poisonous mist. When his mind moved, the next moment Lu Chuan's mouth was spraying out a large amount of black mist, and with the surrounding airflow surging, slowly dispersed, he stared at the black mist with interest, only to see that after they stained the grass and trees, they actually directly corroded each other, and in just a few moments, they let these grasses and trees directly turn into sap, which looked particularly horrible. The power is really good. Seeing this, Lu Chuan nodded with great satisfaction. Then with a whip of his tail, he dispersed these poisonous mists. He was also curious to know if he could poison himself, but now was not the time to test the waters. Moreover, currently, he didn't have any particularly strong attacking skills, and now the arrival of this corrosive poison mist had aptly solved this drawback, allowing his overall strength to become even stronger. At this moment, Lu Chuan was in an extremely good mood and couldn't help but think with a smile as he looked up into the sky. This rain of 7-colored light, but it came in time in the future and then encountered that odd woman. I am absolutely no need to be afraid of, but with my current appearance, the other party is afraid that I will not be able to recognize to come, right? It's really thanks to this rain of 7-colored light that my strength has increased greatly. It wasn't that his appearance had changed drastically, it was really that there hadn't been any silver-ringed serpent that had been able to grow to his size. Lu Chuan concluded that even if that woman saw him he would never believe it. Roar! Right at this moment, there was a provocative beast roar that suddenly rang out. Lu Chuan looked in the direction where the voice came from, and saw a giant wolf, appearing not far away, now looking at him intently, with bloodlust and greed showing in its eyes, seemingly treating him as prey and wanting to have a full meal. This rain of 7-colored light could not just bring changes to him, the other beasts were similarly mutated, and this giant wolf dared to turn on him because it had suddenly become stronger and was confident in its own strength. Good coming! After seeing the visitor clearly, there was a flash of coldness in Lu Chuan's eyes and his heart was overjoyed. It's your own fault for sending me here. This giant wolf, in addition to wanting to hunt, probably also had the intention of testing its strength and redrawing its territory. After all, having gotten so much stronger, it's impossible to just hold on to your former territory for dear life. But Lu Chuan, why not test his own strength? Only to see that he directly rushed towards the giant wolf, and when he got close, his huge snake tail suddenly swept across, instantly erupting into a whistling sound. At this moment, there seemed to be a large amount of muscles shaking on the huge snake's tail, and a sense of power was present under a wobble. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, that giant wolf whimpered, and even directly accompanied by the sound of several bones breaking, flew horizontally to the side, and rolled in a bone-crunching manner. In just a single glance, Lu Chuan had actually beaten the giant wolf half to death, and when he looked at him again at this moment, the giant wolf's eyes were filled with fear. But how could Lu Chuan let it go? only to see his huge snake body, wrapping the giant wolf tightly. Its screams instantly erupted, but as the snake body continued to tighten, the giant wolf gradually lost its breath. Chuan then opened his bloody mouth and directly swallowed the giant wolf little by little, quickly digesting it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 4 points of evolutionary value. The rain of 7-colored light was definitely a major event that changed the world. As the rain stopped, everyone was amazed to find all kinds of plants growing wildly. Even some of the withered plants that had half a foot in the dead ground began to come back to life after bathing in the rain of 7-colored light, and grew better than before. Not to mention the otherwise verdant plants. In addition to the various plants, the animals had mutated. Though it wasn't obvious in the city, most of the animals, after all, were pets kept by humans. And in the wild, even animals such as rabbits and birds, which have always been docile, have begun to become manic and bloodthirsty and are attacking towards other animals. At the same time, the rain of 7-colored light caused a global debate. Early in the morning, in the major forums and social software on the internet, there was overwhelming discussion about the rain of 7-colored light last night, and there were even quite a few videos that were shot and uploaded, and once they were released, they were frantically commented on and forwarded by the rest of the netizens. Nowadays, the most widely circulated on the internet is a video of a rain of 7-colored light. Only these rain of 7-colored light, as if they were aurora borealis, rained down, drawing out brilliant colors in the night sky, seemingly like fireworks blooming, but even more clear and beautiful than fireworks. This dreamlike scene has mesmerized countless netizens, who have expressed their own exclamations. I'll go. This rain of 7-colored light is too beautiful, isn't it? A netizen named Blue and Silver Winding couldn't help but exclaim. If I hadn't actually seen the rain of 7-colored light with my own eyes, I would have even thought this was a synthesized video. This could be 1,000 million years. No, this is definitely the most beautiful rain ever. Under the comments of this netizen, a lot of people have liked to express their approval and reprinted it with great enthusiasm, just to let more people enjoy this beautiful scenery. Gentlemen, when things go wrong, there must be a demon. Shortly afterward, a netizen named Xiancheng, in a screen-hogging manner, commented, "You only saw the stunning beauty of this rain of light, but you didn't consider the consequences it brought. And I have a premonition in my heart that there may be a change coming soon." He seems to be right. Originally, this noise should have been quickly covered up, but as time passes, more and more netizens have joined in, most of whom, almost exclusively, are present and accounted for. I happened to come out of the bar last night when it was raining and got a little wet on the way home. Following my original experience, every time I went back from the bar, I would fall asleep. But until now, I've been sleepless and full of energy. Me too. Another netizen, whose avatar is a muscular hunk with a gym in the background, couldn't agree more. I'm the last one to leave the gym every day. And yesterday I didn't have an umbrella and got caught in the rain either. First thing in the morning, I realized that I had gained a lot of strength and was able to bench press 50 kilograms. Yeah. Amidst the countless choruses, netizen Xiancheng once again dominated the screen. If it's just the occasional 1 or 2 people who have had a noticeable change, then it can only be considered a coincidence. But now that so many things have appeared, it can only be said that it's all due to that rain of 7-colored light. Guys, remember what I said. Maybe a change has happened and you just didn't realize it. Actually, it's not just people, it's animals too. The heated discussion attracted many people to the area, and some people made their discovery public. That dog in my house, he likes to run outside every day and doesn't come home. Last night I went out to look for it, as usual, but just as I got to the door, I saw the dog come bumbling back, dripping wet, and baring his teeth in aggression at the sight of me. I'll go. Your family pets do that too? Soon, another user threw out a direct video. I usually have him trained, so I keep handguards on hand. This morning, I was training the dog as usual, only he suddenly bit down on the handguard and wouldn't let go no matter how much I yelled at him, and finally tried to bite me. Scared me so much I thought it was sick. In the video, the pet dog, which looks strong and has muscle lines all over its body, is going on a biting spree that almost injures its owner. Someone started the ball rolling, and videos of pets going berserk and hurting people kept popping up like a tidal wave. The crowd of netizens were frowning as they watched the videos, and one by one, they didn't know what to say. In these videos, there are pets that suddenly mutated and went crazy and directly turned against their owners. And there are also wild beasts that broke into people's homes and hurt people without saying a word, no matter what their previous temperaments really were. For a moment, The crowd was silent. After all, it's a video that makes people's heads spin. And more than a few of them are afraid that their own pets will turn out like this. Look, you guys. Just then, one user sent out a video while saying, even though pigs are omnivores, they would never attack people. But in the video, there was a farm where the pigs, being free range, all mutated after being drenched in a rain of 7-colored light. They actually broke right through the fence in the middle of the livestock and human settlements, biting and devouring humans on sight and in a dignified manner. All of them extraordinarily spirited. For a while, all kinds of strange things, as well as tragedies, emerged all over the globe, and the people of many countries had even begun to request local officials to investigate the causes. All sorts of videos circulated on the network, but also led to panic. It seems that the whole world has begun to be a big mess. An unprecedented storm seems to be coming. Eternal Life Group, top floor rooftop. Even though the rain of 7-colored light had stopped long ago, Jiang Luoli was still sitting here, and it was as if a layer of purple aura was flickering all over her body. She was cultivating at the moment, and it was still the same technique that she had obtained from the relics of the ancient immortal mountain in her previous life, the purple Qi Qian Kuan technique. The origins of this technique were mysterious, but Jiang Luoli knew that this was an emperor-level technique, and even after 50 years, it was the topmost technique in the world and would not be outdated. Last night, taking advantage of the baptism of spiritual Qi, Jiang Luoli, while bathing in the realm, also simultaneously cultivated the purple Qi Qian Kuan technique, and in one fell swoop, cultivated it to the entry level, the strength of his body soared, and he was already at the peak of the mortal realm. Not knowing how long had passed, Jiang Luoli exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from his mouth, his gaze deep into the distance as he kept looking out. If someone could understand what happened between her and Lu Chuan, they would definitely be able to realize that the direction she was looking into was exactly where Lu Chuan had escaped from in the first place. At this moment, Jiang Luoli narrowed her eyes, her expression icy cold. Poison King, you wait. It won't be long before I get to you. I didn't realize that just one night had passed, and the changes here were so great. Lu Chuan looked at the primitive forest in front of him and couldn't help but sigh out with emotion. Before the revival of spiritual Qi, a remote forest like this was definitely a place where people were rare. It was unusual to not see a single person for half a year or even several years, and the only people who would patronize it were some medicine pickers or poachers. At that time, for ordinary people, the grass and trees in the forest were already extraordinarily lush, making it difficult to walk in them. Now with a rain of 7-colored light falling, this primitive forest has changed greatly. Originally there are tens of meters high giant trees, more and more tall and strong, enough to change several times, and their leaves have also become much wider, each as a bushel fan, covering the sun from the top of the head. Lu Chuan glanced at his side, only to see that the original half-a-person high weeds and vines could actually submerge an adult at this time, even if he burrowed into the grass and didn't move a muscle. It was generally very difficult to discover his existence. With such drastic changes in the plants, I am afraid that those insects and beasts, big and small, that live in the primeval forests are no less important. Lu Chuan could even hear the sound of some giant things passing by. Looking at this scene, Lu Chuan thought of the aura recovery that the system had mentioned. If my guess is correct, the outside world must have changed just as dramatically. This baptism of aura has an effect on animals and plants. Then humans can take advantage of this to change. At the very least, after an ordinary person bathed in the rain of 7-colored light, their physical qualities would definitely become better than before. People are all dissatisfied with the status quo. If a number of people who have received aura baptism appear, then I am afraid that this world is going to be in a big mess. Lu Chuan could even speculate that some originally ordinary humans, after becoming stronger in all aspects of their physical qualities such as strength, would definitely stir up disputes by virtue of such changes. If it's just one or two people doing this, it's at best a disturbance of the social order. If it's a group of people, or even a whole country, people all over the world do that, and that's bound to erupt into endless conflict. Whatever. After thinking for a while, Lu Chuan suddenly reacted that he was now a snake, and the human world was no longer relevant to him. Even if mankind's thermal weapons can still deal with me now, as long as I become stronger, I can suppress everything. It's totally unnecessary to think about it so much now. Huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. Just then, there was a strange noise that seemed to be the panting of some kind of animal. Lu Chuan looked in the direction where the sound came from, and saw a huge boar appearing in the line of sight. Now the boar's eyes were red, especially after seeing him. It was bursting out with a strong berserker intent, and was almost ready to attack in the next second. Just in time. When Lu Chuan saw this, a smile could not help but appear in his heart, and then he opened his mouth and sprayed out a black poisonous mist. Let's take you to see how powerful this corrosive poison fog of mine really is. Ow 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 ow. In an instant, the huge boar issued a miserable scream, and turned his head to run, but the black poisonous fog is attached to the bones of gangrene. How can not shake off its vitality more and more weak? Jianghai City, Ginkgo Hills. It was a huge manor standing in the center of the city, in which exotic flowers and rare species of trees were everywhere, even more than the average botanical garden. At this moment, Jiang Luoli was leading a few strong bodyguards, passing through the center of 2 ancient stone lions, then stepping over the thick gate and entering the mountain villa. The first thing that hits you is a fresh, natural scent. On the opposite side, a shadow wall carved with flowers, birds, fish and insects stood on the central axis that was the main gate, blocking outsiders who wanted to peek at the interior view of the mountain villa. Jiang Luoli bypassed the shadow wall and truly entered the interior of the Ginkgo mountain villa, and at this moment turned to the bodyguards and said, "Order that no one come in without my order." Yes, the bodyguards were all over 1 meter 8 strong men with gnarled muscles, wearing black suits and sunglasses at the moment, respectfully saluting towards Jiang Luoli before turning to leave. At this moment, Jiang Luoli stood here, her gaze flowing, eventually landing on the huge ginkgo tree in front of her, her sight slowly moving upwards, as if she was pondering something. After the rain of 7-colored light, this ginkgo tree grew taller and bigger, with lush branches and leaves, bringing a large amount of shade to this manor, seemingly a guardian god. At this moment, the ginkgo tree was right at the time of blooming, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance, which was very attractive. But the most attractive thing was that in the middle of these flowers, there were fluorescent flashes. Jiang Luoli was just staring at these fluorescent lights, and there was a trace of an arc showing at the corner of her mouth, seemingly happy. In fact, this ginkgo villa, this is not the property of the Eternal Life Group, originally belonged to a private, unusual time by the former owner to peddle tickets, used as a place to visit. The ginkgo tree, in particular, brings in a decent amount of revenue to the lodge, and a large number of people come by daily to take photos or have their picture taken with it. After Jiang Luoli returned from her rebirth, she directly spent a huge amount of money and bought the entire ginkgo villa, and since then ginkgo villa became her private territory, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. If I remember correctly, this ginkgo tree has lived for a full 1,000 years. Jiang Luoli stared at the giant tree, an expectant look slowly flowing in her eyes. In a previous life, this ginkgo tree bore an extraordinary exotic fruit that could be considered a rare heavenly treasure. Someone who was lucky enough to take this kind of exotic fruit saw his strength soar and used it to soar to the sky, becoming a resounding powerhouse. In this life, this foreign fruit is mine. As he spoke, Jiang Luoli's gaze flickered, and there was an unhidden ambition in his eyes. It was by virtue of her experience in her previous life that she had returned from rebirth and laid out her plans in advance, wanting to pocket all the chances she knew of so that she would not repeat the mistakes she had made in her previous life. This ginkgo tree is the chance for her to intercept. Ginkgo, ginkgo, from now on I won't let anyone bother you. Not long after, Jiang Luoli came to the side of the ginkgo tree, patted its thick trunk and said softly, "From now on, you'll grow well, and I'll get you the best nutrients so that you can try your best to nurture the exotic fruits. When the time comes, don't let me down." The ginkgo tree seemed to understand human speech, and as a breeze blew through it, the leaves clattered and crashed, emitting a beautiful note. At least as far as Jiang Luoli was concerned. After she talked to herself for a while with the ginkgo tree, her gaze went to the location where she lost Lu Chuan in the first place, and her expression gradually became firm. With this ginkgo tree and with the technique, I can definitely quickly close the gap with the others. Poison King, it won't be long before I personally go to subdue you. The Great Departure Mountain Range. Lu Chuan easily, with the help of corrosive poison mist, killed that incoming huge boar, and then twisted his body, little by little, swallowed the huge boar whole in one gulp, and in a short while, his dropsy body was seen. Now, he lamented in his heart that the power of corrosive poison mist was really not bad. Just a single glance made the giant boar lose most of its fighting strength. All Lu Chuan needed to do was to follow him and he would be able to kill him without any effort. This will make hunting easier in the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 5 points of evolution value. Listening to the beeps coming from the system, Lu Chuan was in a good mood, but after twisting a little, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss! What a hold up! The boar was very large, and he swallowed it whole, which caused the boar to hold his belly open so hard that from a distance it looked like a huge ball of skin, lying on the ground, just not being able to roll over at will. Luckily, though, I have the ability to digest it quickly, so I can absorb it as soon as possible. Lu Chuan smiled faintly, not really caring about it. In the case of an ordinary python, if it devoured such a large prey, it wouldn't need to eat for at least 10 days and half a month, and it was very dangerous in this state. After all, it's hard to move freely when you're dragging around such a big ball of leather, but then he wouldn't have to worry. As the skill, rapid digestion, came into play, Lu Chuan felt that his sense of fullness was rapidly disappearing, and his belly was drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if he was deflating a leather ball. Still, the boar was so large that some of it was not digested. Sigh. Just as he was quietly digesting, a long whistle suddenly came from above his head. Lu Chuan raised his head, and saw a giant eagle with a body length of about 5 meters, and a wingspan of more than 10 meters, circling above his head, his sharp gaze staring at himself with killing intent. In an instant, a cold aura erupted from Lu Chuan's eyes. Seek death. After the aura baptism, it's really true that all cats and dogs have jumped out. Even the head bird dares to disregard me. He's definitely qualified to say those things. After all, under the fall of the rain of 7-colored light, Lu Chuan became one of the top predators in the world, and it was unusual for any ungrateful beast to dare to mess with himself. That giant eagle was merely relying on the spiritual chi baptism to make its body a lot bigger, causing its appetite to become bigger as well, actually wanting to eat itself. Shoo! In an instant, the corrosive poison mist skill was unleashed, and a black poisonous mist shot towards the sky at an extremely fast speed. In the sky, the giant eagle was still curious about how this silver-ringed serpent spewed out a cloud of black stuff, and when it got a little closer, it realized that an instinct made it feel the aura of danger, and immediately flapped its wings, ready to dodge. But the speed at which the poisonous mist flew was very fast, and it was already too late for him to remember to dodge it at this time. Pust! With a soft sound, the giant eagle was immediately wrapped in the poisonous mist. It screamed a few strange cries and flapped its wings randomly, but found that the power it could exert was getting smaller and smaller. After only a few moments of stalemate, it stumbled and fell, then fell straight out of the sky and hit the ground with a thud. Coming! Seeing this, Lu Chuan twisted his body with difficulty and swam towards the giant eagle, who endured the pain caused by the corrosion of the poison and stood up with difficulty with his wings on the ground. Seeing the dangerous light in his gaze, the giant eagle cried out, while flapping its wings vigorously, trying to use this opportunity to force back its enemy. But how could Lu Chuan do what it wanted? This time, in order to kill the giant eagle as soon as possible, Lu Chuan directly utilized the advanced skill of agility, and his speed was indeed much faster. Bang! Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, the giant eagle violently pecked down with its sharp beak, instantly splashing a large amount of dirt and grass debris. To no ordinary eagles, that sharp beak can break open the hard shell of the turtle, now bathed in the rain of 7-colored light. Its beak, I do not know how much stronger. Said that it is a sword that cuts iron like mud is not too much. Therefore, Lu Chuan hurriedly twisted his body, using it to dodge the blow before jerking his tail. Boom! The giant eagle couldn't dodge and took the blow hard, flying out backwards while only feeling a surge of chi and blood in his body. His body seemed to be falling apart. It even heard clearly that the moment it touched Lu Chuan's tail, it broke several bones of its own. At this moment, the giant eagle inwardly regretted. What's the point of provoking this guy for nothing? If I had known it was so powerful, I wouldn't have made a move. It's over. It's over. What's going to happen now? Lu Chuan didn't know what was in the heart of the giant eagle, and was swimming towards it a little bit, but was in no hurry to go forward. Just now, the giant eagle attacked with its beak. It was obvious that it still had a certain amount of combat power, and the other party's claws were also very sharp. If one wasn't careful, it was entirely possible that he or she would be disemboweled by it. Therefore, Lu Chuan's eyes flowed as he stared dead center at the giant eagle to observe it. As time passed, the toxin in the giant eagle's body became more and more difficult to suppress, and in the end, it had to let out a long whine, put together its last ounce of strength, flapped its wings, and swooped towards Lu Chuan. Self-importance. Sure enough, Lu Chuan knew his guess was right. This giant eagle had quietly stretched out the sharp claws under its belly, and that one claw shaped like a curved hook seemed to be able to seduce the soul. Lu Chuan's figure flashed, easily dodging the giant eagle's attack, and drew his tail again while the other party was still on the ground. Boom! This time, the giant eagle couldn't hold on and broke before it hit the ground. Well, there's dinner. Seeing this scene, Chuan directly plopped down and rested in place, not worrying that his prey would be snatched away, nor did he directly start devouring it. After all, the wild boar hadn't been digested yet. About 2 hours later, with the help of rapid digestion, Chuan finally completely digested the wild boar, and at that moment, staring at the huge body of the giant eagle, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Ugh, just digested and have to eat again. This laborious life, ah. He was in pain and happy, and opened his bloody mouth toward the giant eagle corpse, not realizing that many beasts, often hungry, where there is a chance to eat until they are ready. Soon, he finished devouring the giant eagle, and the system's voice came immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 5 points of evolutionary value. Upon hearing this, Chuan's mind moved and the attribute panel appeared in front of him. For once, he took a good look at all the information about his body and the skills he was harboring. Name, Chuan. Age, 2. 5 years old. Race, Silver Ring Serpent. Level, Early Awakening Realm, 500 to 0. Skills, Climbing, Advanced, plus Camouflage, Advanced, plus Sneaking, Advanced, plus Swimming, Advanced, plus Nocturnal, Advanced, plus Quick Digestion, Advanced, plus Perception, Advanced, plus Agility, Advanced. Consume 30 evolution points to upgrade the advanced skills. Talent ability, Corrosive Poison Mist, Elementary. Soul Regenerating Pupil, Elementary. Consume 100 evolution points to upgrade the elementary talent ability. Evolution points, 35. Well, it's time to upgrade another skill. Seeing this, Chuan glanced at his skill bar and then added 30 evolution points to advanced agility. A new hint appeared in an instant. The Spirit Snake Hurdy Gate, Elementary. After casting it, you can rapidly increase your swimming speed by 3 times. This natural ability, it looks pretty good too. Looking at the introduction of the skill, Spirit Snake Step, Chuan's eyes gradually showed a satisfied look, and then he seriously tried his best to understand and learn it. Previously, his speed was already not bad, and could even be compared to normal speed beasts, and now with the Spirit Snake Blast Steps, Chuan felt that he could be as fast as a stump, becoming even more outrageous. Let's try its power first. Not long after, Chuan's mind moved slightly and he executed the Spirit Snake Dash. At that moment, Chuan's body, just like a ghost, quickly swam in the forest. His body transformed into an illusory shadow, which was hard to catch. Rustling. In the primitive forest, there was suddenly a behemoth that thundered through, like a small mountain constantly moving, frightening many forest beasts with fear. Crunch! Crunch! Suddenly, Chuan's body twisted rapidly, and in no time at all, circle after circle, twisting together, deadlocking a beast. It was an elk that had grown considerably larger due to the rain of 7-colored light, and a few seconds later the sound of a fawn's bones breaking was heard. He kept locking up the enclosure, his powerful body squeezing inward as if no one could stop him. But, a few seconds later, the fawn's limbs stumped, and after a few vicious convulsions, its vitality quickly dissipated and it died. Without hesitation, Chuan opened his mouth and wriggled, swallowing this prey into his stomach, then devouring it with his rapid digestive ability and turning it into his own power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 3 points of evolutionary value. Before the system beeps in his head stopped, Chuan rushed out once again and continued to hunt down his prey in the middle of the primitive forest. He was so powerful nowadays that he could be said to be the absolute king of the primitive forest in this area, and any wild beasts would have to retreat when they saw him. Therefore, some of the prey that had not been looked at by Chuan, after escaping by chance, immediately told the rest of the fierce beasts about this news. We've got a scary guy in our area. Have you ever seen a silver-ringed snake thicker than a big tree? That guy is scarier than even a python. Really? How did the silver-ringed snake get so big? Squeaking. A monkey head. They cross each other through the special call of the species. As I remember, this snake is only small in size. That was before. The other monkey head bristled. Have you forgotten our boss? When it rained that night, he was out there getting wet the most, and when he got up in the morning he was much bigger and more powerful. So it's not surprising that a silver-ringed snake can grow so big. I came back, just to tell you guys, in the future, when you see that silver-ringed snake, you must be far away, and you must never mess with it. Chuan did not yet know that some of the weaker beasts, to him as this view, at this time has been wandering in the forest for a long time. The belly has long had a few prey, but the size of the body are relatively small, did not bring much satiety. At this moment, he glimpsed a huge lizard hibernating not far in front of him, and was immediately startled. This aura baptism has simply changed the fate of all living beings. Even a lizard has turned into this kind of behemoth, and I wonder if ants will become taller than adults. But they will be my prey in the end. With this in mind, Chuan quietly swam his body towards the lizard. But when the two sides were still 5 or 6 meters apart, the lizard sensed it and instantly turned around, vigilantly spitting its tongue at him. "Humph, out of your depth." Chuan snorted coldly, and his body instantly turned into lightning, running towards the giant lizard. The giant lizard hadn't reacted yet, and suddenly felt its body tighten, and its tail had been wrapped around it, so it rolled violently and used the momentum to rip off its tail and frantically escape. Good guy, still understands the broken tail. Chuan was stunned by this scene, and when he ran at the giant lizard again, the other party had already run out 30 to 40 meters away. With just a slight movement of his mind, he directly shot out, rebiting the giant lizard's body while quickly winding it up. "You slick. You won't get away this time." Put. In an instant, a stream of venom was injected into the giant lizard's body by him, and the latter finger struggled for a few moments before dying. Behind him, Chuan encountered one or two more prey that were good at escaping, such as giant lizards, but he was able to swim through them all, and it didn't take him a moment to catch them. In the next few hours, Chuan continuously hunted a few more prey, accumulating a dozen points of evolutionary value in the process. Suddenly, a strange fragrance entered his nose, making Chuan wonder for a good while. This special fragrance, could it be that there is such a chance as a heavenly treasure? Go over there first. With this thought, Chuan followed the direction where the strange fragrance came from. After all, snakes have a very sensitive sense of smell and would not lose them. A moment later, a green-colored giant snake appeared in sight. Looking at its size, it was no less than Chuan. In the lush forest, Chuan carefully observed and realized that this should be a bamboo leaf green, which was mutated after the baptism of light rain, and was a highly poisonous snake like him. Hiss! The giant green snake spotted him and spat out its letters with a hissing sound, warning him away. Chuan didn't pay too much attention to the other party's warning. Instead, he gazed around and realized that behind the green-colored giant snake, there was a fruit tree. A single fruit from that tree, crystalline, full, and now still in the dimmer forest, shimmered with a faint luminescence, as if starlight had fallen and illuminated the dark place beneath the tree. With just a glance, Chuan sensed the extraordinary nature of these exotic fruits and was even more reluctant to leave. Could this be some kind of heavenly treasure? Chuan's eyes were suddenly filled with excitement, and as he watched the green-colored giant snake's warning grow louder and louder, he suddenly scurried out and charged directly across the room. Bang! The two giant snakes collided together fiercely, and a huge sound rang out at the same time as the sound of trees snapping. They tumbled to the side, during which time they also kept hitting each other's bodies with their heads, and even more so, as if they were treating their prey, they were entangled with each other. After taking the opportunity to separate, Chuan let out a cold snort in his heart and suddenly turned on the spirit snake dash, rushing to the side of the green-colored giant snake in a lightning-like manner, before violently pulling out his tail. Rumble! Instantly, a huge force caused the green-colored giant snake to fly out horizontally, and as it watched Chuan chasing after it, it hurriedly lowered its head and pressed its body tightly against the ground to show its submission. Seeing this, a smile appeared in Chuan's eyes, and then as a gust of demonic light flashed by, the soul-regenerating pupil was instantly cast out. He then asked in a condensed voice, "Will you submit, big brother?" "I do." "Hey, this soul-regenerating pupil, it really works." Chuan heard a very delicate voice ringing in his head, and with that voice, the green-colored giant snake in front of him made corresponding submissive movements, making him very happy. The soul-regenerating pupil can make the weak submit while retaining their own thoughts. It's really a divine technique to recruit minions. Moreover, the minions taken in through the soul-regenerating pupil can actually communicate directly in their hearts. After the voice of that green-colored giant snake resounded directly in his mind, Chuan was extraordinarily elated, thinking that this was really great, and in the future, when communicating with his little brothers, he would be able to give direct orders instead of having to emit all sorts of strange cries, like a group of demons. He didn't know that the regent's pupil communicated directly with both souls, not internally. Not bad, not bad, you kid knows what you're doing. Chuan accepted the submission of the green-colored giant snake and now nodded slightly, a faint smile spreading from his eyes. A highly venomous snake like the bamboo leaf green is simply unrivaled in the forest. It can be completely hidden among the trees and weeds as long as it wants to be, and no one can find it. It's a good thing I was staring at the exotic fruit when I found it, or else I would have likely been sneaked up on as well. With this in mind, Chuan was about to command the giant green snake when he heard the other party's voice ringing in his head. Big brother, it seems like there are other guys coming. They are also after this fruit, but they don't dare to come over. Upon hearing this, Chuan raised his head and scanned around with a calm expression, and he really detected some sense, but it seemed that they were in the way of the giant green snake and him both being here, and they didn't dare to come over. He asked curiously as he nodded slightly toward the giant green snake. In this neighborhood, are there still strong enemies? Now that he had the soul regenerating pupil, which was a divine skill to recruit minions, Chuan felt that he could collect a few more minions in the future. After all, the world outside, I'm afraid that it was already in a big mess. When the humans stabilized the situation and resolved their internal conflicts, then they would definitely strike out at them, the beasts, and at that time, he didn't want to be alone, so he had the idea of establishing his own forces. It's never good to be alone. Now, while the rest of the beasts haven't reacted much, I'll be able to speed up my devouring and try to build up my strength, but I'll need to have a group of men I can use. With this in mind, Chuan communicated with the giant green snake in his mind. You elaborate. Big brother, they are all here. Seeing the giant green snake looking in the direction of the fruit tree, he also looked over in the same direction, only to see that on this exotic fruit tree, 5 fruits were born. Each fruit was round and crystalline, and it was definitely not a mortal object when it grew up. So far, though, only one of them was of a different color and had an enticing aroma, so it was obviously ripe. Big brother, you're looking in the wrong direction. Hearing the giant green snake's reminder, Chuan shifted his gaze downward and instantly narrowed his eyes. Next to this exotic fruit tree, there were actually a few corpses of wild beasts. Obviously they were killed by the green snake because they coveted the exotic fruit. Well, Chuan looked for a few moments and realized that the strength of these beast corpses was quite good when they were alive, but they could only lose their lives when they encountered the giant green snake. Apparently, the giant green snake didn't have his terrifyingly fast digestive ability either, so after killing them, they could only be discarded aside. This invariably made the rest of the beasts that coveted the exotic fruits to be born with scruples, and no other beasts had disturbed them until now. Big brother. At this moment, the giant green snake raised its head and nodded in the direction of the foreign fruits, and then rubbed against Chuan, which meant that the foreign fruits had ripened by 1. So you should go and eat it. That's what I ate to get bigger. Hearing the voice in his head, Chuan froze. He had originally thought that the giant green snake had only experienced the rain of 7-colored light, but it turned out that it had also eaten 2 ripe exotic fruits, which gave it its current strength. Are you saying that this foreign fruit is very powerful? What function? Seeing a burst of doubtful feedback from the giant green snake, Chuan laughed and did not say anything more. He had been a man in his previous life, so naturally he would occasionally express something that the beasts couldn't understand. Hearing the end of the giant green snake, Chuan slowly swam forward, and when he reached the exotic fruit next to it, he immediately opened his mouth and bit it down. Immediately, a hot current quickly surged through the body, similar to the time of upgrading, but just as hot, as if this hot current could bring about infinite power. That hot current swept through the entire body, seemingly transforming it and making it stronger without even realizing it, and at the same time, the system's prompt sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 30 points of evolutionary value. For a moment, Chuan was overjoyed in his heart, not expecting that just swallowing the foreign fruit would directly increase so much evolutionary value. This is faster than my hard hunting. But it's no wonder this bamboo leaf green can become so strong. It ate 2 of them. After coming back to his senses, he looked at the remaining few foreign fruits, and there was clearly a sizzling look in his gaze. If I can swallow all of the foreign fruits here, then will I be able to upgrade again? Alas, it's a pity that none of these exotic fruits ripened at the same time, or else we would have known the results by now. As Chuan pondered these, he glanced at the holding green snake. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to beat this guy, and right now it's just fine. Anyway, stand guard here and just be patient. Sooner or later it's mine. With this thought, Chuan directly wandered towards the corpses of the beasts on the ground and didn't mind them, directly opening his bloody mouth to devour them. After a short while, his stomach became round again, as if it was about to be burst, but after turning on this ability of rapid digestion, the ball of skin deflated again. The giant green snake was dumbfounded by this scene and quickly realized that the reason why Lu Chuan was also so strong was because of this bamboo leaf. After swallowing these beast corpses, Lu Chuan wanted to find a place to quietly consume food, but he felt that it was a bit awkward to keep calling bamboo leaf green, so he directly said, "I'll call you Xiao Cheng from now on. It's smooth. Little green. Keep a good eye on this fruit tree and don't let the other guys eat the exotic fruits." "Yes, big brother," Xiao Cheng exclaimed excitedly. The voice was extraordinarily delicate and seemed to have the posture of a young daughter. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Lu Chuan re-entered next to the exotic fruit tree, and behind him, followed by 2 huge-sized bears, Lu Chuan mentally sent a message with the giant green snake. "Little green. These 2 guys, called Xiongde and Xiong'er respectively, will be our brothers from now on as well, so we have to work together well." These were the 2 giant bears that he had subdued with his soul regenerating pupil. And thinking that the exotic fruits were about to ripen, he had brought them back with him. At this moment, Lu Chuan looked up and saw that the foreign fruit had finally matured. As soon as the foreign fruit ripened, the peculiar fragrance couldn't help but spread out, continuously spreading in all directions. At this moment, Lu Chuan, Xiao Cheng, as well as the 4 beasts, Xiongde and Xiong'er, were all staring straight at the ripe foreign fruit, unable to take their eyes off it. Lu Chuan, in particular, craved for it, and the tantalizing fruity aroma seemed to be a feather that ruffled his heartstrings, constantly picking at his nerves. In the next second, a figure shot towards the foreign fruit, extremely fast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 35 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 34 points of evolutionary value. With the system's beeps ringing in his head, Lu Chuan directly swallowed all the ripe foreign fruits, and in an instant his lips and teeth smelled good, and the foreign fruits were like a stream of honey, flowing down his throat and into his abdomen, but without the stickiness of honey. At this moment, Lu Chuan's mouth was filled with a strange fruity aroma, and a fresh flavor filled it, making him feel very comfortable. Moreover, this time he devoured it. He had accumulated a full 150 points of evolution value, which could be considered a great harvest. Exotic fruits are worthy of being exotic fruits. They come much faster than hunting. Gaining so much evolutionary value at once is really good, Lu Chuan thought happily, and as his gaze fell on Xiao Qing, he felt more and more that the other party had brought him good luck. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to upgrade the skill, Soul Regenerating Pupil, and with a slight movement of his mind, these evolutionary values were immediately distributed. One must know that the primary, Soul Regenerating Pupil, can only enslave a maximum of 3 minions, and that is already his limit. But who would have too many minions? What's more, after tasting the sweetness of the exotic fruits this time, he felt that hunting and whatnot was weak, and it would be better to search for this kind of chance naturally generated by heaven and earth and use it to get strong quickly. Thus he wanted to get more exotic fruits, and if he were to rely on him alone to search, the efficiency of doing so would be too low, and perhaps without waiting for himself to find it, some other beast would devour what could very well be his chance. As a result, Lu Chuan needed to take in more minions to help him expand his search, and all he had to do was sit in the center and wait patiently. Buzz. With a slight movement of his mind, Lu Chuan had 100 points in the evolution value he had just gained, which was added on top of the primary soul regenerating pupil, and in a flash, he felt a scorching aura, which grew on top of his pupils, a feeling that made him very comfortable, and in no time at all, he immersed himself in it. As time passed, it could be seen that Lu Chuan's pupils were emitting azure-colored light that flickered and flashed, extremely demonic, and seemed to have undergone some sort of great change. He hunkered down where he was, letting the wave of burning heat enhance the power of his twin pupils. Okay. I don't know how long had passed. Lu Chuan noticed that the burning sensation dissipated and the azure-colored light in his eyes gradually faded away, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, he hurriedly checked the information panel, and suddenly realized that this upgraded soul regenerating pupil could actually enslave 10 beasts below the awakening stage at the same time. Surely this is the quickest way. Now I don't have to worry. Big brother, what are you? Xiao Cheng and Xiongde couldn't help but ask curiously when they saw that Lu Chuan had suddenly become extremely excited, and even looked a bit like a maniac. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Chuan also took a moment before he smiled and said towards their 3 beasts, "It's nothing." How could he tell his little brother such a secret? Therefore, Lu Chuan put off a few sentences, and then raised his head to look ahead with a stirring mood. That way, I can take in more minions to help myself. When the time comes, An army of wild beasts will come roaring out at the command. It's very exciting to think about it. With this in mind, he was glowing and looked towards Xiao Chang and the other 3 beasts. Come on, let's continue searching the area and try to find the rest of the beasts as soon as possible. Since Lu Chuan had made the decision to take in more minions, he would not change his mind. After resting briefly in the same spot for a moment, he led Little Green, Bear Big, as well as Bear 2 to go out and look for more powerful beasts. As he walked forward, Lu Chuan curiously asked, Little Green, do you know if there are any other neighbors around here? It's those neighbors that are likely to beat you, or are going to catch up with you. Show me now if you have. And Beardy, you too. He knew that the 3 beasts originally had their own territories, especially the bear, who practically roamed around the forest, and whose territories were extensive. Although in this way, there was nothing strong within their own territory, there were many other beast territories that they came into contact with, and they basically met them all. Well, it should at least be a late mortal rank existence like Little Green as well as Xiongde and Xiong'er. Any lower strength would be of little use and could only become our rations. Lu Chuan walked while sizing up the 3 minions around him, thinking thus, in this world, it has always been the strongest that survives. Especially in this kind of primitive forest, whoever has the biggest fist has the right to be justified. There's no need to pity those who are weak in order to recruit juniors. There used to be, but not anymore. Hearing these questions, Xiao Chang looked back at the place where the foreign fruits were growing with a strange expression. Big brother, you just ate all the more powerful neighbors. At least, there shouldn't be much that exists around here that's similar to me. At those words, Lu Chuan was a little embarrassed. However, eyeing Xiao Chang and the 3 guys, Xiongde and Xiong'er, with indifferent faces, he also quickly adjusted, and then said, let's set off then, and look for the powerful beasts here as soon as possible. Roar! As soon as the words fell, a provocative roar erupted from the front. Lu Chuan and Xiao Qing raised their heads slightly, and they saw a goat with a body length of more than 10 feet and red eyes staring at them. Seeing this, he gave an order. Little Green, Bear Big Bear 2, kill it. Yes, big brother. The 3 beasts were suddenly like a gust of wind, rushing straight out. This goat that suddenly appeared, although it was affected by the rain of 7-colored light and turned into a behemoth and became more aggressive, it was still weak compared to Lu Chuan and the others. Bang bang, only a few dull clashes were heard, and with a single slap, Bear Big and Bear 2 blindsided the goat and stumbled back a few steps, without waiting for it to stand still. Little Green rushed forward and directly entangled it fiercely, strangling it in no time. Big brother, nice. Lu Chuan devoured the goat corpse while thinking with great satisfaction. In the future, if you need food, you don't even have to go out on your own. It's just great to have a little brother. The only sound in the quiet forest was the sound of swallowing. Lu Chuan nonchalantly swallowed the goat that Xiao Chang and the 3 of them had hunted into his stomach, and when he had absorbed it by utilizing rapid digestion, he immediately looked at them. Go, keep looking. Since we're already out, it's only natural to come back with a full load. And you all think hard about whether there are any powerful beasts around here worth striking out for. Big brother. Xiongda's eyes rolled and flashed a wry look. I remember. There is a wolf pack in front of us. They have been moving around this area. Very arrogant. The beasts that live in this neighborhood are constantly being bullied by wolves and starved. After it finished saying this, it lowered its gaze a bit, staring closely at the position of Lu Chuan's neck with great anticipation in its heart. In fact, it had clashed with the wolves mentioned just now before, when it had picked up the carcass of an elk, and had wanted to save a meal beautifully, but the wolves that were active in the area smelled the scent, and one by one, they ran over in packs. Although one-on-one, Xiongde did not fear any of the wolves, but the number of the other party was just too much. After trying, he could only leave the elk carcasses and flee, but he also kept this hazing in his heart. Now, with the backing of Lu Chuan, a powerful boss, Xiongde wanted to take revenge. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan nodded without question. In that case, let's go find this one wolf pack and give them a little color. Yes, I'll dash. Lu Chuan and the 4 of them had been traveling forward for a short while when the sound of wolves howling continuously came out from the forest, a while nearer and a while farther away, as if they were passing on a message. Soon, several gray wolves appeared here and there in the grass, and upon seeing the 4 of them behemoths, they backed away warily and gradually ran out of sight. Lu Chuan had thought that the wolves were afraid of them, but soon after, there was a tense atmosphere in the forest that suddenly struck. At this moment, just opposite Lu Chuan's 4, not far away in a dense forest, a behemoth lowered its body. In a hunting stance, following the shadows of the trees. Little by little, moving forward, this behemoth was huge. Its shoulders alone were more than 3 meters high, and its gray hair was like a steel needle, slowly fluttering with the breeze in the forest. A hint of intelligence radiated from its crafty eyes, which seemed to be sizing up Chuan, the 4 uninvited guests. As it appeared, the low growls of the gray wolves around it gradually increased. 1, 2. In just 10 seconds or so, there were dozens of gray wolves, appearing from all sides of Chuan and the others, firmly surrounding them. Splat! When a sound of trees being trampled off rang out, the behemoth finally appeared in sight. Chuan gazed at him, but he saw that the Wolf King slightly bared his teeth and stared at himself with a wary expression, his limbs slowly moving as if he could not help but strike. Moreover, the Wolf King seemed to be able to see that of the 4 beasts, he was the most powerful. Yes, I was just about to find you guys. Chuan sensed the other party's ambition and couldn't help but snort coldly. If you want to eat me, why wouldn't I want to eat you? Wolf King, your good days are over. With this in mind, he used his soul-regenerating pupil ability to command Shaoqing and Xiong de Xiong Air. You guys pay attention to the waves going around, and leave this Wolf King to me. Yes, big brother, please don't worry big brother, we will never let any coyote near you. Soon, Shaoqing, Xiong de and Xiong Air began to form a triangle, firmly protecting Chuan in the center, gazing at the other wolves with killing intent. At this moment, Chuan stared at the Wolf King in the gap between Shaoqing and Xiongde. Late mortal realm, the strength is not bad, but I'm already in the awakening realm. You're not enough to look at. It was the strength of this Wolf King that he knew clearly in his heart, and that was why he had the confidence to take care of it. At this moment, without saying a word, Chuan directly executed Spirit Snake Dash and rushed towards the Wolf King. The latter's heart jumped and he subconsciously dodged, but there was a cracking sound that suddenly came over. Boom! The Wolf King twisted his head to look, and saw a giant tail, lashing towards him. It made an instant decision, and after a few prostrations avoided the huge tail sweep, but a fishy wind suddenly rushed out in front of its eyes, which seemed to hide a horrible danger. Corrosive poison fog. Chuan gave a low shout in his heart, and a large mass of black poisonous mist shot out, almost in the blink of an eye, wrapping the Wolf King in it. In an instant, the Wolf King's heart beat furiously, realizing that this poisonous mist was extremely terrifying, so he hastily drew back. Rustling. Due to the black mist blocking his vision, the Wolf King could only hear a rustling sound, and when he felt that the sound had already reached his nearness, Chuan had already rushed out, opened his bloody mouth, and bit down towards it. Hey, you can't get away. Soon, Chuan wrapped the Wolf King tightly around him, and the latter's heartbeat became more and more violent, but he was unable to break free. I submit. I'm willing to submit, please spare my life. Big brother, wouldn't that have been nice? Chuan hadn't intended to eat it, and after getting the Wolf King's plea for mercy, he immediately cast soul-regenerating pupil to turn it into his little brother, and then immediately commanded towards Shaoqing and the other beasts. Stop fighting, we're all on our own. Grey Wolf, it is not good to call you Little Grey, and you don't have any other Wolf King brothers. From now on, just call you Grey Wolf. Thank you, big brother, for the name. The Grey Wolf's heart was tense for a moment, and seeing that the hostility of Chuan and Little Green and the other beasts towards him disappeared, he hastened to express his sincerity. Big brother, what is it that you need me to do? You only have to command. Well, count your blessings. Chuan nodded, and after some thought, he instructed towards it. Find all the beasts in the neighborhood. Yes, with the addition of the wolves, Chuan's power grew further, and the wolves were all good at searching and tracking, and directly under his orders, they went around conquering and devouring wild beasts. In just 3 days, Chuan had 2 more late mortal realm fey beasts under his command, a giant tiger, and a giant leopard. In particular, this giant leopard was covered in black fur, and its eyes were as shiny as jewels. Well, from now on, you'll be called Tiger Vigor and Panther. Looking at the 2 new little brothers in front of him, Chuan gave them their names as usual, and the latter naturally burst into a burst of 1,000 thanks and was in an excited mood. During this period, Chuan also obtained a few exotic fruits, and when he devoured them, he directly accumulated more than 80 points of evolutionary value, which could be considered a great harvest. With joining the command, Tiger Dolly learned of Chuan's idea and reported directly. Boss, now in this area, there is only the old ape left in the north that hasn't submitted. I think we can go over and take a look. Old Northside ape. Hearing this, Chuan looked at the jungle to the north, his eyes showing a morose color. Good old ape. I know. It's, at night, the northern part of the Great Li mountain range, a large peach source. In the mountains and forests in the fragrance, large and small peach trees, full of either full or green peaches, with the rain of 7-colored light after the peach trees here blossom and fruit. Bursts of fluorescent light flashes in the middle of the peaches, like that fireflies dance. A different style. The fluorescent light wanders among the peach trees, and every time it passes by, it seems like a mischievous child caressing the peaches of different sizes and spreading their rich and fruity scent. Rustling. Even though the night was already late, there was still a group of giant apes traveling back and forth among the peach forests, one after another as if they were old farmers tending to their crops, and when they passed by the peach trees, they moved with extra caution for fear of shaking the peaches above them down. The group of great apes' eyes were filled with a look of joy and satisfaction as they looked at the peaches. Suddenly, the great apes looked beyond the peach forest with some caution, and all stopped, their eyes glaring ferociously. It seemed as if there were some uninvited guest who might disturb the tranquility of the place. This peach forest has actually produced so many exotic fruits. Chuan and a group of juniors rushed to this side of the peach orchard, and as soon as they showed up, they saw those peaches in plenty numbers, especially these peaches. Almost every one of them were exotic fruits, and they immediately became ecstatic. If I can swallow them all, I'm afraid that I will instantly raise my strength to a terrifying height. TSK. The old ape is actually guarding such a huge mountain of treasure. No wonder he is qualified to be the strongest of this generation. When he was secretly thinking, Chuan's eyes were filled with a hot look, and he couldn't wait to take all the peaches here in one breath and include them in his mouth. Even Xiao Chang, Xiongde, and the other little brothers were also greedy. Big brother, the old ape is too unkind. Xiongde fanned the flames beside his ear. This guy is obviously guarding so many delicious flavors, and even if he doesn't allow others to pick them, he actually wants to take all the rest of the exotic fruits for himself. It doesn't even want us to have soup. Big brother, this time when you come over, you must give the old ape a hard lesson, or else it will surely become even more arrogant in the future. I just want to eat the peaches here. Although the gray wolf is a newcomer, but by virtue of its 3 words, also with the small green, Xiongde they mixed well. At this time the eyes are fixed on a peach on the tree, even if you can only eat on one. I am also willing. Rumble. At this moment, a dozen or so great apes rushed out in great numbers, and their huge size caused the ground to vibrate, as if thousands of horses and armies had come running. When Chuan and other beasts were near, these great apes, one by two, were showing their teeth, full of warning between their looks, and seemed to be very worried about them entering the peach orchard. Nice one. Chuan was good and calm, sizing up the group of giant apes, and when he saw their condition, he couldn't help but be shocked. This group of behemoths, 5 of them have actually reached the late stage of the mortal realm, and they are the strongest at this stage, but they still feel unusual and are still very united. It appears that, in the middle of his thoughts, his gaze fell behind the group of giant apes, and his gaze became even more fiery. It must be because he ate these mutated peaches. This is a real treasure. At this moment, Chuan did not hide his desire, and even more so, he secretly thought, if he can get this piece of peach forest, his strength will definitely increase greatly. Green, bears, gray wolf. After calling out the names of these individual minions in one breath, Chuan hissed and immediately gave the order to attack. In an instant, the group of beasts seemed like a torrent of steel, charging straight into the colony of giant apes. Little Green, with its huge and flexible body, came up and wrapped around a giant ape, the body under the force of the tighter and tighter, in just a dozen seconds or so that the giant ape blanched and couldn't catch his breath. The giant ape therefore struggled more and more fiercely, but how could it not escape from Shao Qing's restraints, and did not know how long had passed. Both legs stirred, and directly fainted to death. Not far away, the movements of Bear and Bear 2 were a lot simpler and rougher. Their 2 big guys, after rushing in front of the giant ape, stood up as humanly as the other, and then violently fanned out those bushel-like palms. Boom! In an instant, Xiongda's entire body rippled with a power-sensitive wave, and under its huge palm, a giant ape on the opposite side staggered back, already bleary-eyed. The giant ape retreated several steps in succession before he managed to stabilize his mind. It shook its head violently, trying to drive away the discomfort, but before it could succeed, it saw a huge thing, charging over again, and the familiar jolting sensation made it only feel that the sky was spinning. That said, among the many minions, it was still the gray wolf who was somewhat brazen. At this moment, only to see it entangled 4 or 5 gray wolves around a giant ape, constantly harassing. He himself is on the side of the lowered body hibernation, ready to wait for the little brothers consumed almost after. He then pounced on the other side to give the other side a fatal blow. Therefore, Tiger Dolly, who had always been charging left and right in the group of giant apes, looked at it with disdain. Grey Wolf, you're too much of a wimp, aren't you? You're still a wolf king, at least, and you're hiding behind this? What do you know? I'm saving my strength. The Grey Wolf bristled, no longer paying attention to Tiger Vigor and Black Panther, and continued to command his minions, charging the giant ape. As the big brother of this group of beasts, Chuan was not idle himself while they were fighting, only to see him perform the spirit snake dashing steps. His movements were as fast as lightning in an instant, making it difficult for people to catch his tracks. Hey, it's you guys. When he saw the 2 giant apes of the late mortal realm, he immediately twitched his snake tail, and a cracking sound wrapped with a huge force poured out crazily. Now that he was in the awakening realm, his powerful physique was simply not very trustworthy to fight hard against the giant ape. Rumble! Instantly, those 2 great apes that were in the same straight line spat out blood furiously, and after landing on the ground and struggling several times, they were unable to stand up. With just one blow, they were seriously injured. Kiki dash. Hoo. The great apes didn't expect that this group of fierce beasts that suddenly appeared. The species is different even if, actually also so able to fight. Now there are already half of the great apes have fallen. Even can't get up to fight again. If this continues sooner or later we'll all fall. So, they chirped and groaned. Roar. Suddenly, a furious roar came out from the peach forest, and the earth began to shake uncontrollably along with a burst of dull footsteps. Chuan looked along the place where the sound erupted, only to see an even taller giant ape walking out from the peach forest. This giant ape was born with a formidable appearance, and with just one glance, one could conclude its identity as a king, especially with that body size that was a circle larger and looked full of power. What's more, in the eyes of the giant ape, there was also a flashing golden light, which seemed to have infinite power. Seeing this scene, Chuan immediately stared. What an ape king! To think that he has already reached the awakening realm. This kind of strength can't be achieved with just a few exotic fruits. At this moment, Chuan stared at the ape king in death, his heart shocked. Since the reign of 7-colored light had descended, it was the first time he had encountered a powerful beast of equal rank. But you have to know that in the beginning, he had devoured countless living beings and accumulated little by little to reach the awakening realm. Unexpectedly, this ape king had actually reached it as well, and it didn't look like it was at too great a cost. How can this bizarre rate of evolution not be alarming? It seems that there are extraordinary heavenly treasures in this peach forest. Chuan came back to his senses. The hot color in his gaze became more and more intense. After all, those peaches he also looked at, even if he ate them every day as a meal. Although it is possible to reach the awakening realm, but there will never still be so much left, while creating more late-stage mortal realm giant apes. Given the current situation, it seemed that this ape king must have reached the awakening realm because of some other chance. Knock knock. The ape king's gaze was sharp as he took large steps out. It was like an unshakable hill just standing there, especially its burly body with a sense of power, which seemed to have a terrifying destructive power in every move, leading to its oppressive feeling. Roar! The ape king was not to be denied, and roared towards Chuan's separation. The horrible sound shook the beasts for a while headache. Some timid grey wolves even clamped their tails, lying on the ground and shivering. This to the roar was full of shocking implications, as if whoever dared to hit its peach orchard would die. It seems that a hard battle cannot be avoided today. Chuan faced the ape king's roar. His gaze condensed, and as the cold aura in his eyes flickered in bursts, he similarly released the beastly might belonging to the awakening realm powerhouses, as if he wanted to compare himself with the ape king. For a moment, the ape king revealed a flash of surprise, and then the color of that reddened face became more and more vivid, and its eyes were filled with monstrous rage. Stomp! In the next second, the ape king took 3 steps and rushed directly towards Chuan, while grabbing a rotten wood with his hand, as if he wanted to hit his head. Corrosive poison fog. Chuan didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly spewed out a black poisonous mist that swept towards the ape king, while quickly flashing his body. He knew that this ape king must be of immense strength, and if he were to compete with it in a contest of strength, there might be accidents. Buzz. The ape king was still charging forward, but after seeing that the black poisonous mist actually corroded the surrounding weeds in the blink of an eye and turned into a mass of venom that crashed to the ground, a burst of golden light suddenly surfaced around him. In this golden light under the support, the Ape King hair even turned directly into a golden color. At the moment from the body is with the forward rush, constantly dropsy, once again soared a circle. Those powerful and strong arms, their muscles were tight at the moment, as if they were 1,000 pounds of heavy hammers, ready to fall at any time. Pust. The Ape King was like a gust of wind, and collided with the poisonous mist, and in a loud sound, the poisonous mist was actually directly washed away, and it itself was unharmed. Roar! At this moment, the Ape King pounded his chest and roared out once again, showing off his power. Seeing this, the giant apes that had gathered around them cried out strangely, each one of them excited beyond measure. Bloodline talent. Chuan just took a glance and came up with the reason for such a change in the other party, and could not help but be shocked. This Ape King's luck is really too good. Not only does he have such a chance as the Peach Forest, but he actually awakened his bloodline talent. In that case, it's even tougher. Boom! While he was pondering, the Ape King's movements were unceasing, and that pair of mighty and powerful hands smashed down crazily. Luckily, Chuan executed Spirit Snake Dash and skillfully dodged this attack. As he looked back, a large crater had appeared where he had been hit by the Ape King earlier, in which dirt and weeds had mixed together and turned into a delicate powder. Nice one! Seeing this, Chuan cried out in alarm, and seeing that the Ape King had rechased him, he hurriedly utilized his haste to dodge. Two behemoths, a chase through this forest. Ape King saw Chuan avoided not fighting, once again beat his chest for a long time, to be traveled to a huge tree next to, suddenly arms force. Roar will be a need to be 3 or 5 people embrace a huge tree uprooted. At the moment it is used as a weapon. Swung up tiger winds. Boom boom boom. Only 3 or 2 times in the past, the giant tree was smashed into several sections by the Ape King, and all the surrounding forests had different degrees of damage. Looking a mess. Roar! Ape King's heart is getting more and more rage. After all, that python actually dodged, by virtue of the surrounding forest to hide the figure. Several times have avoided a fatal blow. Pop, pop, snap. Seeing this, the Ape King's heart, directly and brutally will all the surrounding trees overturned, to be cleared out a large area of open space, directly ran out wildly, straight to Chuan. What a reckless man! Chuan secretly sighed in his heart. At this moment, he saw that the Ape King had arrived close to him, and made a gesture of fighting with it, raising his head to mount it head-on. Rumble! A loud noise erupted, but Chuan very nimbly dodged to the side. That Ape King now one-handed pestle ground, the huge impact of its body, flesh and blood a tremor, to look down, where on the fist there is Chuan figure. At this moment, he actually blasted on the ground again as he did earlier. Roar! The Ape King was furious and came running in a frenzy. It looks like we can't solve this guy without taking some skill. Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that if he continued to wander like this, he still couldn't help the Ape King, and in the end, he would only exhaust his power. Thus, with a slight movement of his mind, he instantly added 30 evolution points to Advanced Night Walk. Buzz! In a flash, a mysterious light suddenly filled out, and Chuan only felt that there was a big difference around him, so he hastily glanced at the introduction of the skill about Advanced Night Walking. At this time, Advanced Night Walk had received an upgrade and had morphed into a natural ability, Dark Ghost. When you are in the darkness, your strength increases dramatically. Come on, let me try your effect. In the next second, Chuan's mind moved slightly, and he performed Dark Night Ghost, and at that moment, there was an even more powerful aura that permeated around him, and that horrifying change caused the surrounding beasts to be stunned for a while. Ha ha ha, it really didn't disappoint me. After feeling the changes in himself, Chuan was overjoyed because this Dark Night Ghost was actually raising his strength by a full 3 times. It's the strength and speed aspects that have improved dramatically. Again! In the next instant, Chuan continued to perform Corrosive Poison Mist, spraying out a large mass of black mist from his mouth, heading straight for the Ape King. As that familiar golden light erupted, he had already rushed over. Soon after, the Ape King was beaten back, and even his movements slowed down. Chuan looked in his eyes and raised his eyebrows. Ape King, it turns out that you are not invulnerable to all poisons either. Roar! The Ape King was unconvinced, and now that his feet were staggering due to the poisoning, he also raised his arms high in an attempt to force back his enemy with great force. As a king, it had its own pride, but Chuan's Corrosive Poison Mist had increased the pressure under the Dark Spectre's suppression, and it was constantly affecting its sanity and reaction. Here's your chance. Taking advantage of the Ape King's poisoning, Chuan was as fast as lightning and ran straight at the Ape King. Bang! Instantly, a loud bang erupted. Lu Chuan almost used brute force to knock the Ape King to the ground, and that powerful tail swept across, almost shattering the bones of the Ape King's body. With only the last bit of strength, the latter staggered and tumbled towards the side, while not forgetting to pull up a giant tree to fend it off. Only it tried several times without success. Boom! 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 After the successive attacks fell, the Ape King was already pumped. Lu Chuan took advantage of the fact that the Ape King looked confused and moved extraordinarily slowly, and pressed forward violently, and in those icy eyes, there was a burst of bizarre blue light flashing, pupils of dementia, fast acting. However, in more than 10 seconds of effort, the Ape King stopped all struggles and was now lying on the ground, communicating with Lu Chuan with his soul. I'm willing to submit. Big brother, spare my life. Oh, count on you to know what you're doing. Lu Chuan smiled slightly when he heard this voice, and then opened his mouth to dispel the remaining poisonous mist from the Ape King's body and detoxified it again. Ape King, in the future, just follow me well, and I'll make sure that you won't be treated badly. Yes, thank you, big brother. However, it is said that one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Now that the Ape King had become his own little brother, he couldn't continue to use this title. Otherwise, even if he didn't mind, some misunderstanding would arise. With this in mind, Lu Chuan pondered well for a while, combining the strength of the Ape King with the characteristics of his bloodline talent, and said softly, in that case, from now on, you'll take the name King Kong. King Kong, will you? All but at the command of Big Brother, the Ape King, or rather the Ape King who changed his name to King Kong, agreed to the matter without saying a word. At this moment, he only had reverence for Lu Chuan in his heart, as well as the idea of following the other party with his heart and soul in the future. And no more distractions. Very well, keep your disciples, all of them, quiet. Seeing that the rest of the great apes were still fighting with Shao Chang and the other minions, Lu Chuan hissed a few times and gave Vajra his first order after taking him in. Ho ho ho! At once, when Vajra let out a few strange cries, those giant apes stopped one by one. Although they had doubts in their hearts, now that even the boss had said so, they wouldn't not go against it. In this way, Lu Chuan's subjugation of the Ape King also meant that he had subjugated the entire giant ape colony. Good lord, there are quite a few strong people. A few moments later, after counting, Lu Chuan realized that among the Great Ape Clan, there were a total of 6 late mortal realm great apes in addition to King Kong, the awakening realm, and was immediately overjoyed. Together with Little Green, Bear de Xiong'er, and other foreign beasts, I already have a dozen or so late mortal realm minions under my command. Not to mention, there's also Vajra, the awakening realm, who is considered a powerful force wherever he goes nowadays. However, Lu Chuan realized that since he had taken in King Kong, the number of minions that Pupil of Soul Regeneration, Intermediate, can enslave is also at its limit. Unless Lu Chuan was able to continue to make a breakthrough, it would be impossible for him to continue to enslave other beasts as well. But for a short time, Lu Chuan didn't have to worry about that. At this moment, Lu Chuan held his head high and looked at the dozens of powerful minions in front of him, his heart bursting with excitement. At this point, I've also considered the Great Li Mountain Range to be completely unified. This feeling, it's still good. Vajra, how did you become so strong? When Lu Chuan came back to his senses, he began to wonder about this matter. He firmly believed that Vajra was able to ascend so quickly and had definitely received an extraordinary chance. As expected, the latter smiled nervously upon hearing this. Boss, truth be told, I only got my current strength after encountering other strange encounters in the Peach Forest. Boss, I'll take you there now. Lead the way. Afterwards, Lu Chuan and Shao Chang, along with a group of other juniors, went to the deepest part of the Peach Forest under the leadership of King Kong. At this moment, King Kong was also very excited and said, Boss, it's right in front. He looked in the direction that Vajra raised his hand to point to, and immediately saw a golden peach tree, which was of a long vintage, covered in peach gum and with gnarled branches, and he could smell a special fragrance of peach wood even before he got completely close. In this golden peach tree around, but also by the King Kong with stones piled up a circle of low wall. One side of the low wall also put a lot of fruits and melons. Looks like King Kong weekdays did not less worship. When he walked up, Lu Chuan found that there was still a lone, unripe fruit hanging on the golden peach tree, which was now transforming from green to gold. And next to this fruit, there was a relatively fresh break. Just as he was surveying, he only heard King Kong say slightly uneasily, Boss, there were originally 2 fruits here, but the ripe one has already been eaten by me. There's just this one left that hasn't ripened yet. No harm done. Lu Chuan sensed its uneasiness and waved his hand to indicate that Vidra didn't need to care, but his gaze was fixed on the unripe fruit, and a sizzle went through his eyes. Although he wanted to eat the foreign fruit now, it was useless if it wasn't ripe, so he waited patiently. Vidra, there are still quite a few ripe exotic fruits in the forest, right? Upon hearing this, the Ape King nodded and said as much as he could. When there were fruits ripening, I had the other children put them away, ready to be eaten by the children in need. Then bring it all here. I'm afraid it'll rot if you leave it too long. It's a shame to waste it. Yes. With a command, all the ripe exotic fruits in the peach forest were sent over, and the ones that hadn't been picked yet left the branches one by one as the giant apes picked them. Not long after, a large number of mutated peaches were delivered to Lu Chuan. He carefully counted them and realized that there were actually 20 of them. It was nice to have these. Tastes good. Lu Chuan was nonchalant, devouring the mutated peach in front of him with a big mouthful, and couldn't help but let out a cry of appreciation. I hope that these exotic fruits will increase my strength greatly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 25 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 30 points of evolutionary value. Dense system beeps rang out in Lu Chuan's mind, until the final beep disappeared. Lu Chuan finally devoured all of these mutant peaches. Afterward, Lu Chuan somewhat impatiently opened the system panel to check the attributes in all aspects. Name, Lu Chuan. Age, 2. 5 years old. Race, Silver Ring Serpent. Level, Early Awakening Realm, 500 to 0. Skills, Climbing, Advanced, plus Camouflage, Advanced, plus Sneaking, Advanced, plus Swimming, Advanced, plus Rapid Digestion, Advanced, plus Perception, Advanced. Consume 30 evolution points to upgrade the advanced skills. Talent abilities, Corrosive Poison Mist, Beginner. Soul Regenerating Pupil, Intermediate. Dark Spectre, Beginner. Spirit Snake Hurdy-Gate, Beginner. Consume 100 evolution points to upgrade the beginner talent ability. Consume 500 evolution values to upgrade the intermediate talent ability. Evolution points, 600. Looking at the accumulated evolution values, Lu Chuan was very satisfied in his heart. After a moment of slight contemplation, he made a mental movement and added all 500 of those evolution points to the level. Buzz. In the next instant, a huge amount of energy surged into Lu Chuan's body, and the familiar feeling made him unable to stop himself from softly chanting out. At this moment, Lu Chuan was able to perceive that the wave of energy rushing across his body began to constantly help him change his body. At first, this huge energy was a bit obscure when it was running, and it seemed to be unable to find its target. But as time passed, after the energy flowed through its body, its speed obviously accelerated a lot. In the midst of this change, bursts of slight rattling came from the bones around Lu Chuan's body, and his body continued to twist with it. Boss, this is. King Kong and a group of other newly acquired minions were not yet aware of such changes. After all, they were in a different condition when they were upgraded. Instead, it was Little Green who smiled faintly. Big Brother is raising his strength here, so it's better if we don't make any noise to disturb him. When Big Brother is over, everyone will understand what happened. Lu Chuan was completely immersed in the euphoria of his breakthrough and didn't hear the exchanges between these minions. In fact, to the extent that they do, despite the difference in their calls, they can still learn the meaning expressed in them from the changes in each other's intonation in calls, so it is not difficult to communicate. Not knowing how long had passed, Lu Chuan let out a long breath. He felt the huge energy in his body slowly dissipating, signaling that this breakthrough was coming to an end, so he grasped the time and carefully felt the changes in it. It's done! Shortly after, Lu Chuan inwardly exclaimed in shock and casually swung his body a few times, only to realize that he seemed to be blocked by something. In his curiosity, he craned his head to watch and exclaimed, after this breakthrough, Lu Chuan's body length has reached 50 meters. If not looking forward to it, almost all at a glance. After all, closer to the tail of the body, are covered by the forest or weeds. In addition to the body length, his body also skyrocketed from the thickness of a bucket to the thickness of a water tank, and the black and white scales became clearer and clearer, and the sharpness of the edges of the scales could even be seen. It could be said that at this time, Lu Chuan's scales were basically similar to daggers. Very sharp. You can try the change in strength after the upgrade. Thinking like this, Lu Chuan's body followed his heart, and when that powerful body swept out, it immediately swept a huge peach tree off its back, and the cracking and snapping sound of breakage was unceasing. As Lu Chuan's breakthrough ended, the performance of the beasts present varied. The other great apes that had not been enslaved by the soul-regenerating pupil, after seeing this immense body, easily destroying the peach tree, each one of them showed a look of horror, and even subconsciously avoided it, not daring to get too close to Lu Chuan. After all, they had just witnessed this silver ring python defeat the Ape King and make the Ape King bow down. For a while, the crowd of great apes shivered, and the more timid ones directly buried their heads and covered their ears, not daring to pay attention to any changes around them. Congratulations, big brother. As for a burst of minions such as Green, the performance was again different. Xiao Qing was the first to swim to Lu Chuan's side and sincerely congratulated him. I am really happy in my heart that Big Brother was able to make breakthroughs one after another. It seems that following Big Brother in the first place was a very good choice. Big Brother, but you have to be careful too, lest you crush the great apes here to death. I'll keep an eye out. Lu Chuan sniffed and looked, and realized that his body had squeezed a giant ape to the edge, and the latter didn't dare to move, and was on the verge of being crushed. He was so focused on being happy just now that he didn't notice this. Upon realizing this, Lu Chuan immediately gathered his body. Grey Wolf squeezed out Xiongde and Xiong'er, and in the midst of the two beasts cursing and grimacing, he arrived in front of Lu Chuan. First of all, congratulations to Boss for his successful breakthrough. We're all happy in our hearts that you've been able to become stronger. However, Boss, you shouldn't just move around, or it won't be good if you crush the tree growing the exotic fruit. Everyone is following you with all their hearts, Boss. At that, Lu Chuan looked at Grey Wolf with a wry smile. He knew that this guy was hitting on the foreign fruit, but using this euphemistic way of reminding him had to be said to be cunning. There was nothing he cared about that. Little brothers such as Xiongde, Xiong'er, and Tiger Vigor just shouted excitedly, Boss is mighty. Looking at the frenzied looks of all the juniors, Lu Chuan raised his head and communicated with them with his soul power. Juniors, come here. At Lu Chuan's command, all the minions gathered around. From now on, everyone searched the forest for exotic fruits with all their might, but all the exotic fruits in sight, snatch them all for me. Anyone who stands in the way, kill without pardon. Yes, the crowd of minions burst into excitement and, without hesitation, turned around and began to move off. Seeing that all the minions had gone in search of the exotic fruits, Lu Chuan was perched next to this golden peach tree, pondering, now, the remaining evolutionary value is not enough to continue upgrading, but there's no need to keep it. The only way to get the most bang for your buck is to keep getting stronger. With that in mind, he loaded all of his remaining 100 evolution points on top of the skill, Corrosive Poison Mist, Elementary. Nowadays, Lu Chuan lacked a powerful attack ability, and among the many skills available, Corrosive Poison Mist was great. Buzz. With a metaphysical light full flashing around his body, Lu Chuan got the feedback of the skill upgrade and couldn't help but rush to look over. Corrosive Poison, Intermediate Corrosive Toxicity is even stronger. It can easily corrode hard items such as stones and also has a strong neurotoxin that can make the poisoner delirious. Yes, looking at the introduction about the corrosive poison, Lu Chuan couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, his heart overjoyed. He upgraded Corrosive Poison Mist. This time, not only did it metamorphose quite a bit and become powerful, but it also turned it into a group attack skill. In this way, it will come in handy when facing opponents that are swarming in nature like pack wolves or giant apes. While Lu Chuan was busy scavenging for exotic fruits, a piece of news from the outside world caused an uproar. Ever since the Reign of Seven-Colored Light incident, people have been making more and more discoveries about the mutations of animals and plants around them, and a large amount of news about mutations of animals and plants spreads out almost every day. This hotspot has also made a lot of anchors earn a lot of money. Xiao Wang is one of them. She woke up, and before she could wash up, she turned on her computer in her hazy sleepy eyes and cloak, and stared at the computer screen while muttering, what mutant species is playing a role today? It's early in the day and the hot events haven't emerged yet, so it's better to check it out. Thinking like this, Wang Xiao opened the network forum, suddenly found that the members inside Crazy Wild Brush pop-ups. A video below the reply is wonderful to hundreds, thousands of speed growth. Immediately froze, so early in the explosion? Let me see. She opened the fiery video, waited a few seconds, realized the screen was still dark, and was wondering if someone was deliberately messing with it. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, followed by a ruddy glow emanating from the entire screen, almost blinding her. Wang Xiao hurriedly covered her eyebrows and squinted her eyes. The video shows a man standing in a darkened room with his palm raised. In the center of this man's palm, a ball of flame emerged, and after he made the action of waving his hand and tossing it, the flame transformed into a fireball. instantly piercing through a piece of iron plate next to him. There were still traces of melting around the edges of that hole. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this for real? I actually saw flaming Superman? It looks fake. The pop-ups in the video, also from this moment onward, surged wildly, almost taking up the entire screen. Wang Xiaoqiao looked at it for a few moments and realized that it mostly expressed these words. It looks fake. That fireball looked flat. How come it pierced through the iron plate all of a sudden? This guy's clowning around? Not necessarily. If some people didn't believe it, naturally others did, and strongly refuted it. Remember the reign of 7 colored lights some time ago? Realize that the world is not the same as it was before. In addition to these two kinds of people, there are many more netizens who are excited. If only I had this kind of ability, it wouldn't be invincible. I've had a dream of being Superman since I was a kid. Maybe I'll get a chance to realize it in this life? Seeing him makes me feel like I can do it again. Even this kind of terrifying power has come out. Won't the world be in chaos? Of course, there are many others who say that this inhuman power can cause social unrest and heartbreak. What's new? #FlameSuperman has joined the Eldritch group. As time passed and more people online watched the video of the Flaming Man, a news story about him, which quickly went viral, attracted as much attention as that video. The Everlasting group is a large consortium. It seems that this Flame Superman is indeed able to control flames. If you don't believe me, you guys can check out the video. There's no PS marks on it. Right. Who does not know the strength of the Eternal Life group? But how the Eternal Life group did not have no movement. Seemingly hearing these netizens' comments, just as the news of the Flaming Man joining the Everlasting group exploded in popularity, the Everlasting group simultaneously issued a proclamation. But any strong person who has taken the exotic fruit and awakened extraordinary abilities can join the Eternal Life group. At the same time, the Eternal Life group has the means to help transcendentalists improve their strength. All transcendentalists are welcome to join. This announcement of the fall. Is the contact information of the Changxing group responsible for this matter? Some netizens cannot wait to call the past, to seek confirmation of the authenticity. Unexpectedly, the attitude of the Changxing group is very enthusiastic, and patiently explained to the netizens. You guessed right. The matter of the transcendentals has been confirmed. If you can find the exotic fruits, my Eternal Life group will pay a high price for them. This news has once again aroused heated discussions among netizens. After all, both sides have admitted the authenticity of the news. Then the focus of many netizens also began to shift. A foreign fruit? What is this again? So that's how transcendence came to be? I'd like to find some exotic fruits to eat too. This is rich. Soon after, several videos appeared on the internet, and all of them were about transcendentalists, such as those who grew bull's horns and became immensely powerful, those who had an athletic body with incredible flexibility, and transcendentalists who could turn their entire body into sand at the drop of a hat. For a while, all the netizens were wondering and fantasizing about becoming a transcendent too. Ginkgo Hills. On the rooftop, Jiang Luoli sat down on her knees, and a golden fruit appeared in her hand. This fruit is round and full, on which there is a faint ginkgo leaf pattern appears. In the light of the light emits light silver light. The whole fruit is only the size of a pigeon's egg, but it looks extremely extraordinary. This fruit was borne by none other than the ginkgo tree in the lodge. After looking at it for a few moments, Jiang Luoli swallowed the fruit in one gulp, and immediately there was a rich energy that slipped through her body. Without any delay, she ran the breathing method, and she saw one subtle breath after another around her body, constantly rising and falling, echoing the energy in her body. Between one exhale and one inhale, Jiang Luoli's breath was visible growing. The breathing method seemed to have a strange ability, and in no time found the energy in the fruit and separated a strand that carried the energy around the body, seemingly leading the way. As time passed, the energy in Jiang Luoli's body was basically refined to almost the same extent, and the aura around her body was getting thicker and thicker. Boom! When all the energy was refined, Jiang Luoli's aura suddenly soared, and when the surrounding gradually calmed down, she even showed a hint of joy, mid-awakening realm. This foreign fruit, it really didn't live up to my expectations. It was worth it to buy this mountain villa at all costs in the first place. Miss. At this time, someone came over, and after receiving Jiang Luoli's permission, the visitor hurriedly bowed and reported. Zhao, who is already outside. Do you want to go and see him once? This is a transcendentalist who may be of use to you. My lady. Xiao Hu, the very same flame man who was a big hit on the internet, was now really coming to the Everlasting group according to the news. Transcendent? Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoli slowly got up, now in a good mood due to the great increase in strength, but still couldn't look away from this guy. The corners of her mouth revealed a look of disdain as she said in a cold voice, "It's just some trash that relies on foreign fruits to forcefully stimulate their bloodline." Ginkgo Hills. In the courtyard, next to the huge ginkgo tree, there was a tall and stout young man, his gaze glancing every now and then at the gorgeous decorations inside the mountain villa, as if he was eager to go in and take a seat, but concealed it very well. He casually stretched out his foot to sweep a few fallen ginkgo leaves out of the way and looked up again. "When the hell is your lady coming out? This is the flaming man, Zhao Hu." As he spoke, he had an arrogant look on his face, and now throwing out a wisp of flame to burn up the fallen leaves under his feet was as simple as crushing an ant. "This is a proclamation issued by your everlasting group itself. How come I'm here and I still can't see anyone who can talk?" Since Zhao Hu had awakened his transcendent abilities and had become a big hit on the internet, he had considered himself superior, and nowadays it was still not a good idea to look at people through their nostrils because of the reputation of the everlasting group. Otherwise, just by leaving him out to dry, he would have shrugged it off and left long ago. At this time to see the Changxing group of words people have not yet come. Zhao Hu color gradually have impatient color. "I hope you do not lie to me. Otherwise." Before he was awakened, Zhao Hu saw the everlasting group as a behemoth in his eyes, and he was definitely not qualified to go in. But since he had the ability to manipulate the flames, he felt like he could hold everything together again. What is the Eternal Life Group? As long as you have the strength, you can bring everything from the Eternal Life Group. However, after learning that the Everlasting Group possessed a method to allow transcendence to evolve, and after admitting the authenticity of the news that he had joined the Everlasting Group, Zhao Hu ran his ass over. Just moments ago, he had asked the people who entertained him to reimburse him for the cost of the journey. Or what do you want? Before Zhao Hu could say the words behind the word or else, an icy voice suddenly rang out, followed by a burst of unhurried footsteps. When Zhao Hu turned to look, the steward of the Everlasting Group beside him bowed slightly and proudly. "This is our Everlasting Group's eldest lady, Jiang Luoli. Missy, this is Zhao Hu." At this moment, Zhao Hu's eyes flashed with a flash of divine luster. His gaze fell on Jiang Luoli, his expression gradually blazing up, a strong possessive desire, like a mountain fire starting a prairie fire, growing stronger and stronger. What a beauty! The eldest miss of the Everlasting Group actually has this kind of posture. It's really wonderful. Seeing the attitude of the Everlasting Group, as long as I, Zhao Hu, show a little bit of strength, this Miss Jiang will definitely obey me and treat me as an honored guest. When the time comes, hey, Zhao Hu thought beautifully and didn't think that at the current stage, there were still transcendents appearing and stealing his prowess. At that moment, he slightly coughed a few times, pretending to be positive. "Miss Jiang, to be a person, we should talk about credibility, not to mention that the Changxing group is a large family. This matter spreads out. In the future, who will still come to your Changxing group?" As he spoke, Zhao Hu casually picked a ginkgo leaf and rubbed his hands together slightly, and a ball of flame burst out. He stared at the flaming mass of burning ginkgo biloba, and it seemed as if a beast was about to rush out of his eyes, appearing to have a deep expression on his face. "Just like this leaf, when it grows on the tree, how bright is it? But when it comes to me, isn't it still being torched?" Ms. Jiang, seeing that the ginkgo biloba was burned out, greeting snapped his fingers, fading the ashes on his hands, and his words were full of bravado. "Even if your Everlasting Group is a big family, if you dare to tease me, I will definitely let you know that transcendents aren't that easy to mess with." This sudden appearance of transcendent power did grow the confidence and ambition of many. Zhao Hu was obviously one of them. Only, the transcendent. Ha! At that moment, there was a touch of sarcasm showing at the corner of Jiang Luoli's mouth, as if in her eyes, any transcendent was nothing more than dirt, and this person had actually taken this as a dependency, and even threatened himself. It made her want to take a shot. Pop! In the next moment, Jiang Luoli executed a bizarre stance, causing Zhao Hu to only feel a breeze blowing in front of his eyes, and her figure disappeared. In the line of sight, Jiang Luoli's figure was like a ghost, and without waiting for Zhao Hu to react, he slapped him and sent him flying, directly causing serious injuries. "Give him the blood poison pill." Jiang Luoli didn't even look at Zhao Hu as she wiped her hands while ordering. This silenced the butler. "Yes, miss." Over the next few days, there were transcendents joining the Eternal Life Group from time to time, but they were all lost when they went in, and all over the globe, news of transcendence began to spread everywhere. A transcendent with unique abilities, spreading rapidly amidst the marvel and envy of the people. Even some of the plutocrats, following the example of the Eternal Life Group, began to recruit transcendents, but because the Eternal Life Group claimed to be able to enhance the strength of transcendents, quite a few transcendents chose to join them, ignoring the other olive branches. Early this morning, in the Ginkgo villa, a dozen transcendents were sitting cross-legged in the courtyard. They had settled around the huge ginkgo tree, and were now cultivating with their eyes closed, following a special breathing rhythm, without making a sound at all. Their breathing rhythms, however, seemed to have synchronized. Not far away upstairs, Jiang Luoli was picking up a bamboo tube and opening the lid, only to see that inside was a silver-colored scorpion. Perhaps due to the fact that it was stained with a large amount of killing, this scorpion exuded a shocking aura of fury. If one continued to look deeper, one would be able to find out that it had heatedly reached the awakening realm, and had already left the ranks of ordinary poisons. Tic-tac. Jiang Luoli admired it for a few moments before dropping a drop of blood from her fingertip, and the silver scorpion was instantly excited, devouring it with a big mouthful. Beside Jiang Luoli, the butler was silent for a moment, waiting for her to wipe her hands clean before stepping forward and carefully saying, "Miss, you just taught the method of becoming strong to these transcendents. In the future, in case these people leave the everlasting group." The butler was worried that the transcendents cultivated by the Eternal Life Group might end up betraying the Eternal Life Group. However, Jiang Luoli had extreme confidence, and did not care about this and other possibilities. She stared at the silver scorpion and said faintly, "No harm done. They have taken the blood poison pill. If they want the antidote, they must stay in the everlasting group. In this life, they won't be able to escape me." In fact, the gong methods she passed on to these transcendents were nothing more than the lowest level, which contained means to control them without them realizing it. Seeing this, the butler nodded without saying anything more and turned to leave. At this time, Jiang Luoli gently stroked the bamboo tube in her hand, but her gaze was looking at the direction of the Great Li mountain range, and a stream of essence gradually revealed itself. "It's time to go and find that poison king. This time, I'll make sure you can't escape with your wings." The Great Li mountains. Only a black and white figure with one sharp scale and a long and thick form was seen hovering in the middle of the peach forest. This figure, naturally, was none other than Lu Chuan. Every time he swims, the scales around his body are like breathing, like opening and closing. Scaring the surrounding great apes do not dare to move. Even Xiongdi and other beasts see this. All showed a touch of awe. Soon after, Lu Chuan slightly shrunk, and his body coiled up, surrounding a mutated old peach tree in the center, and he even raised his head, his gaze sizzling as he looked over. In his line of sight, the exotic fruit that was full-bodied, with fine fluffy hairs, and turned from white to gold, was emitting a tantalizing fragrance. That foreign fruit is like having a life, with the passage of time constantly shrinking and expanding, but also with the gold color above more and more. This movement and gradually become lighter. It's finally maturing. Lu Chuan scrutinized for a while, his mouth holding a smile. "It's not in vain that I've been waiting for you specifically for so long. You don't let me down, big brother." The exotic fruits in this area have almost all been scavenged. At this moment, Xiaoqing came to Lu Chuan's side and spat out a few exotic fruits and put them in front of Lu Chuan. "We can only find so many exotic fruits today." Lu Chuan twisted his head slightly, but his gaze did not look at these exotic fruits, but instead landed on Xiaoqiang, this huge snake with a turquoise body. The breath around it appeared and disappeared. It seemed to be somewhat uncontrollable, and the occasional wisp of breath that was emitted actually had the power of the awakening realm. Since Lu Chuan gave the order to scavenge for exotic fruits, Xiaoqiang and a cadre of other beasts are diligent and conscientious to complete this order. I do not know how much to scavenge. It is also in the meantime. Was Lu Chuan given a few exotic fruits? All swallowed finally to quantitative change caused qualitative change. The strength of a great increase, and now is about to break through. "Well, you can leave it here for now." Lu Chuan came back to his senses and commanded Xiaoqing with his soul, and the latter didn't dare to be careless and quietly stepped back a bit. At this moment, Xiaoqing was excited inside. After all, according to its thoughts, if it did not submit to Lu Chuan, it might be able to reign supreme in its original territory, but it should not be able to last long. And just in such a short period of time, Lu Chuan had given it the chance to break through, a speed that was greatly unexpected. After Lu Chuan got the exotic fruits scavenged by his minions, he did not swallow them all, especially when the harvest was plentiful. He would also bestow exotic fruits to his juniors who had performed well, and nowadays, all of his juniors' strengths had increased. This simple means of collecting people's hearts, but let Xiaoqiang and other little brothers, more loyal and grateful, cannot wait to scavenge more good things to offer to Lu Chuan. At this moment, Lu Chuan was piling up a dozen or so exotic fruits in front of him. His eyes were flowing, staring at these exotic fruits for quite a while, and inwardly, he was actually secretly thinking, it seems that if you want to continue to get stronger, you can't use to stay in this mountain range all the time. While his little brothers were scavenging for exotic fruits, he also ordered them to keep an eye on the situation in the mountain range, and most of the fierce beasts, nowadays, were under his command. There were still some beasts on the loose out there, but those were the ones he couldn't see. Moreover, nowadays, the exotic fruits that grew out of this mountain range due to the rain of 7-colored light were all pretty much eaten, naturally affecting the speed of strength increase. Thus Lu Chuan had the idea of leaving this place and plundering other mountain ranges, and was just considering when to leave. Ka chow. In the midst of his thoughts, Lu Chuan opened his big mouth and devoured all the foreign fruits in one gulp. As the sweet juice exploded in his mouth and traveled down his throat into his abdomen, the system's voice also sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 30 points of evolutionary value. Ding! After all these exotic fruits were turned into food in his stomach, and the voice in Lu Chuan's head gradually dissipated, he then moved his mind and began to check the attribute panel. Name, Lu Chuan. Age, 2. 5 years old. Race, Silver Ringed Serpent. Level, Middle Awakening Realm, 1000 to 0. Skills, Climbing, Advanced, plus Camouflage, Advanced, plus Sneaking, Advanced, plus Swimming, Advanced, plus Rapid Digestion, Advanced, plus Perception, Advanced. Consume 30 evolution points to upgrade the advanced skills. Talent abilities, Corrosive Poison Mist, Intermediate. Soul Regenerating Pupil, Intermediate. Dark Night Ghost, Elementary. Spirit Snake Hurdy-Gate, Elementary. Consume 100 evolution points to upgrade the primary talent ability, and consume 500 evolution values to upgrade the intermediate talent ability. Evolution points, 700. Looking at the information on it, Lu Chuan felt some emotions in his heart. A week had passed since he had taken in Vajra and his people. He had reaccumulated 700 evolution points after the help of his minions looting and killing, waiting for the prey to be brought to his mouth. A pretty good harvest. At this moment, Lu Chuan looked again at the golden mutant peach that was about to mature, and a look of anticipation gradually rose up in his heart. It's only 300 short, but if I swallow this foreign fruit, I should be able to meet the requirements, right? In the peach forest, as the mutated golden peaches were about to ripen, the tantalizing fragrance was spreading towards the surroundings, and the closer to the peach trees, the more intense this fragrance became. If Lu Chuan had not been here, King Kong, Little Green and other fierce beasts, I am afraid that they would have fought over the golden peaches. Sigh. Right at this moment, several giant birds suddenly appeared above the sky dome, each one emitting an impatient sound. Their sharp eyes, dead set on Xiaofan, their gaze constantly crossing over the golden peaches. They could not wait to fly down now and feast on them, but when they saw Lu Chuan with a group of fierce beasts, they still did not dare to come forward because of scruples. Out of your depth. Seeing this, Lu Chuan sneered in his heart, but he didn't care about them. Snap! Soon after, the golden peach suddenly issued a burst of strange sounds. The strange fragrance quickly contracted, and eventually converged into the golden peach like a tidal wave, while a silver-white pattern appeared on the golden peach. The golden peaches are thoroughly ripe. Whoosh! 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 In a flash, several extremely fast sounds erupted in the sky. It was actually those giant birds that were too fast and broke through the air. Boom! In the next second, a black, poisonous mist shot up into the sky, hitting a giant bird squarely, only to hear it scream a few times, its body falling involuntarily. After leaving the black fog cover, Shao Chang and other beasts saw that on that giant bird, there were several wounds that corroded out. Snap! At the same time, Lu Chuan rushed out like lightning, biting into the giant bird and directly snapping its body. The sound of the other party's bones breaking was crunchy. Seeing this, the rest of the giant birds, relying on the fact that they could fly, still refused to give up and swarmed up. Lu Chuan directly repeated his old trick and took the lead after spraying out a cloud of corrosive poison. In mid-air, only miserable screams and collision sounds continued to come out. A large number of feathers rustling down, but no giant bird figure. Eat up again. Lu Chuan swallowed the last giant bird into his stomach at this time, only to feel a gust of satiety coming out continuously. He hurriedly used his rapid digestion ability to devour these giant birds, and the voices in his head continued one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 8 points of evolution value. Ding! Congratulations to the host. At this moment, Lu Chuan re-swam to the peach tree and only looked at the ripe golden peach before swallowing it in one gulp. There was a majestic energy that swam within its body, and a voice once again came out of its mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 250 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening a new bloodline talent, Vajra transformation. Lu Chuan was almost stunned by the prompts that came one after another, and after regaining his senses he immediately checked the introduction of this new bloodline talent, and couldn't help but glance at Vajra. A bloodline talent that enhances battle power is not bad. He read over the introduction about the Vajra transformation, and nodded slightly. Vajra transformation shrouds a layer of protective golden aura over the body's surface, boosting the strength of the body when activated. Hey, try it. Lu Chuan's mind moved slightly, and a layer of golden aura enveloped his entire body. But this golden aura was extraordinarily pure, and it was even brighter than the one that King Kong had displayed at the beginning. This layer of golden aura made Lu Chuan look as if he was transformed into a golden light. His whole body was an unseeable radiance, with a deeply noble and unsullied meaning. Crunch! At the same time, Lu Chuan's size had also skyrocketed a lot, and that thick and long body was filled with chunks of fine meat, with very obvious lines. At this moment, he only felt that his body was filled with countless strength, and seeing that there was a huge boulder not far away, which happened to be sandwiched between two peach trees, he immediately made a slight movement, and that huge snake's tail swept across. Rumble! In an instant, the boulder turned into countless broken pieces and shot out, and some of the broken pieces of stone hit the tree trunks, which were even more like bullets, with great impact, but at this point, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Lu Chuan was instantly satisfied. Not bad, not bad, this kind of strong and powerful flesh, as well as great power. Already not afraid of the basic impact, when the time comes to devour other beasts can also let go of their hands to do so. Even though he was just as capable of slapping that boulder without the Vajra transformation's boost, he would always feel some pain, but this time, it was as easy as overpowering a weed. How is Lu Chuan dissatisfied? When the crowd of juniors saw this scene, they were shaken, and when their gazes fell on Lu Chuan, the look in their eyes became more and more fervent. Even some timid great apes and wolves, they all directly fell on the ground and submitted to Lu Chuan. They were not enslaved by Lu Chuan's soul-regenerating pupil, and some of them were still dominated by King Kong or Grey Wolf, and did not want to listen to Lu Chuan's orders at all. However, after seeing this scene, all that was left in their hearts for Lu Chuan was awe. At this moment, King Kong's eyes were wide open, full of incredulity and pride, and in his heart, he even secretly thought, "Boss, this is awakening the same ability as me. Ha 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 ha, my Vajra's ability is actually so useful." It was genuinely happy for Lu Chuan, but this feeling of having the same points as its boss also made it very happy and proud, and seemed to be a great honor for it. Lu Chuan noticed the change in the expression of these juniors, especially King Kong. There was not only fervor, but also reverence in those eyes, and immediately secretly thought, with this King Kong transformation, in the future when I encounter a physical battle again, I will not be false to anyone. He lamented for a long while, his eyes fell back on the attribute panel, and seeing that he was still a few dozen short of reaching 1,000 evolution points, he was immediately in a good mood, and commanded towards the crowd of minions. From now on, you will continue to go and scavenge all the exotic fruits in this mountain range, and not just in this mountain range. If there are exotic fruits in other mountain ranges, you can go just the same. Yes, the crowd of minions cheered and were busy scattering in all directions. They were struggling with the lack of exotic fruits in the Great Li mountain range before, and now that Lu Chuan has routed the restrictions, it is just what they want. Outside, have you heard? As long as you get the exotic fruit, you can become a transcendentalist. That kind of transcendent power. It's so awesome. How great it would be to get it. Really? It was just after dinner, and the talk of some people at tea time had quietly changed. A youth came back from work, and when he heard this, he immediately smiled at his neighbor. Of course it's true. This matter was announced by the Everlasting Life Group and has been confirmed. But how can one go out into the wild to look for exotic fruits when even the pets around them have become manic? It's no different than looking for death. The youth finished, shook his head and laughed bitterly a few times before boarding the door and going upstairs. But these neighbors aren't fazed. A few of them, middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s, thought carefully about what the youth had said, and then got up violently and opened their mouths in surprise. Since Xiao Su said that this matter is true, it's true, and he never talks blindly. But wilderness is dangerous, right? These days, News of some wild beasts getting beastly and frequently injuring people has been reported from time to time, which has made many people afraid to leave the city. Instead, one of the middle-aged men laughed. Wouldn't it be better not to go out into the wilderness? Don't forget, there's still a park nearby. It's loaded with a lot of flowers and plants, and there's a botanical garden in our city, so maybe we can find exotic fruits there. Upon hearing this, the crowd brightened up, not caring that it was about to get dark, and immediately ran off with gusto. In fact, it wasn't just them, it was some of the worldly families and consortiums that were also searching for exotic fruits in a big way. However, their means were better, and these lineages and consortiums had sent their armed forces, as well as the transcendents under their command, into the great mountains to frantically plunder the exotic fruits. After all, their eyes and heritage told them that there would never be any exotic fruits in the city, and even if there were, they would be eaten by lucky people like Zhao Hu. Although, the lineages and consortiums managed to get quite a few exotic fruits by utilizing their armed forces, they also suffered heavy losses due to the powerful exotic beasts that attacked them during the period. On this day, the #1 consortium in Jianhai City, the Chongshen Group, suddenly released a proclamation. #3 days later, the Eternal Life Group will lead people into the Great Li Mountain Range to search for exotic fruits, this time led by the group's eldest Miss Jiang Luoli herself. What? Even the eldest lady of the Everlasting Group is going to make a personal appearance? Netizens have been shocked to learn this news, and there have been waves of pleased comments about this matter. So, Isogo is really valuable? No, I have to find a way to get the exotic fruits as well. Or what if everyone has transcendent powers by then? Guys, it's time to put together a group. The exotic fruit search team is one short. Come on, Ginkgo Hills. More than 20 transcendents stood in the courtyard with solemn expressions. At this moment, Jiang Luoli stood in front of the crowd, her expression cold, her words carrying the implication that she didn't need to be questioned. For this operation, our main target is a giant silver ring snake. If someone can capture him alive, not only will I grant an antidote to the blood poison pill, I will also teach even more subtle techniques. At those words, the crowd of transcendents' expressions shook. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about escaping during this time, but they were tortured by the blood poison pill and had to stay. Now that there was a chance to obtain the antidote, the transcendents felt that they saw hope, and even more so, they secretly vowed in their hearts that they would capture the giant silver ring snake alive. Finally, I've gathered enough 1,000 evolution points. Meanwhile, in the Great Li Mountain Range, after Lu Chuan let out a sigh of emotion, he directly added all of these 1,000 points of evolution value to his level. In an instant, a majestic energy burst out in the body, which was extremely fast and swept through the body like a storm. Lu Chuan could even perceive at this moment that the energy used in this upgrade was more than what had been added up in the past few times. That energy swam around constantly, flushing the flesh, blood, and meridians in his body, transforming and upgrading them, helping him to be able to hold more power in his body. At this time, Lu Chuan's heartbeat also sped up quite a bit, as if he was guiding the energy into the right place, and with every beat, those energies bulged, while quickly integrating into his own flesh and blood. He just subconsciously sprayed out a nasal breath, and saw that this breath was extremely fast, and when it landed, it even struck a crater, causing the beasts to cry out in alarm. With the help of this energy, Lu Chuan's body is also undergoing obvious changes, only to see his body huge. A piece of scale also emits a hazy light. The color on it is rapidly converted. Black and white recede like a tidal wave, and unconsciously a layer of light golden color emerges. Lu Chuan let out a long breath after feeling that the energy in his body completed its task and quickly integrated. He raised his massive head and glanced slightly backward, and realized that the length of his upgraded body had now reached 80 meters. Moreover, his originally thick body was even more massive, and at this moment it was already as thick as a small car, and his scales flickered with a light golden color, setting off his martial prowess. Rustling, Lu Chuan's mind moved slightly. The huge long body coiled up, now actually up to more than 10 meters. Looks like a small mountain. Even the huge size of the King Kong, Xiongdi and other beasts in front of him seemed to be children. I feel a powerful and incomparable force inside me. Lu Chuan only felt that its body was filled with power, and it was especially pleased with the huge change in power after the upgrade. And I wonder, how much has my power increased this day? With this thought, his snake tail was quickly thrown out and smashed right on top of the hill not far away. Rumble. In an instant, the hill broke apart, and countless pieces of dirt, rocks, and other debris mixed together flew in all directions while splattering a large amount of dust. When the dust cleared, he saw that the hill had been completely disfigured, almost completely flattened. After seeing the destruction he had caused, Lu Chuan had a surge of bravado within him. This is the power that being a strong man should have. At this moment, Lu Chuan's gaze was deep, casting into the distance. He could not help but recall the situation after he had just crossed over, and was secretly sighing. Who would have thought that I evolved from a tiny silver-ringed snake to the behemoth I am now? I'm afraid no one will even believe it when I say it. This mutated world is really full of infinite possibilities. While he was feeling emotional, the deepest emotions within him were mobilized quickly, and at this moment, he was looking forward to the strength that he could explode in the future when he became more and more powerful. In the future, I may not be able to evolve into an immortal godlike existence, and that's when I'll truly ascend to the top and look down on the world. Boss is mighty. Lu Chuan's emotions infected the fierce beast's little brother, led by the gray wolf, shouted loudly. A time Lu Chuan surrounded by ghosts and wolves howling sound unceasingly. This group of junior brothers had a look of exuberance on their faces, knowing that their own boss had become stronger, and the awe in their hearts grew deeper and deeper, but they also understood that the stronger the boss was, the faster they would become stronger. Hearing these voices, Lu Chuan withdrew his gaze and looked at them with a calm face, communicating with his soul power. Don't worry, I won't forget to give you guys credit. In the Great Li Mountain Range, there was not just Lu Chuan with his fierce beast minions. Now with his breakthrough, that powerful aura spread out, causing the rest of the beasts to feel it. Now, these beasts are terrified, and all of them are prostrate on the ground, towards the source of the breath, constantly bending their heads, each trembling and not daring to raise their heads, as if they have encountered something extremely horrible. Ginkgo Hills. Under the giant ginkgo tree, a dozen or so transcendents gathered, looking nervous and excited, but all of them were trying their best to suppress such emotions, not daring to make any noise. That is, there are small insects crawling to the neck, face and other sensitive parts. They also let it be, as if there is a big devil king standing in front of them. Jiang Luoli held his hands in the air and walked in front of these transcendents, his gaze indifferently sweeping the room until he was satisfied with the group's performance. Then he slowly opened his mouth. This operation is called Operation Snake Catch. Our main objective is to catch that mutant silver-ringed snake. She suddenly stopped and said with a hint of warning in her tone, I am well aware that most of you feel discontented that you obviously have transcendent power, yet you are still practicing boring cultivation every day, and have wasted the opportunity to become a human being for nothing. But what I'm telling you is that I can help you achieve whatever you want, as long as you complete the operation well. Therefore, I don't want you to fail this operation because of the temptation of the foreign fruit. I have only one request. This operation must succeed, not fail. Got it? Understood. At that moment, the transcendents shouted out in unison, and some of the thoughts in their hearts were gradually dispersed under the mobilization just now, and each one of them showed a high level of wariness, itching to have a big fight right now. Seeing this situation, Jiang Luoli nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand and drank. Depart. Subsequently, Jiang Luoli and these dozen of transcendents have come out in a line, each of them displaying a stern aura, especially this group of transcendents. Their movements were neatly organized, which was very shocking to look at. The news that Miss Eternal Life Group's eldest lady was preparing to personally lead a team into the Great Li Mountain Range had long been rumored and had been attracting the attention of all major media outlets. Therefore, after learning that the Eternal Life Group officially departed today, many journalists and media all rushed to the gate of Ginkgo Villa, wanting to get the first-hand news. When Jiang Luoli led the transcendents and just stepped out of the gate, there were quite a few reporters and media who had heard about the incident and came forward, ready to conduct interviews. In the middle of these reporters, all kinds of long guns and short cannons, clicking and flashing non-stop, seemed to want to record all of them. Ms. Jiang, may I ask if you have confidence in this Eternal Life Group's foray into the Great Li Mountain Range? A female reporter took the opportunity and squeezed in front of Jiang Luoli. The microphone was about to poke Jiang Luoli's mouth. I've heard that you've done a lot of preparation for this operation. Can you give us some specifics? For this operation, is the Eternal Life Group confident that it will return with a full load? Without waiting for Jiang Luoli and the others to react, another reporter hurriedly opened his mouth. Miss Jiang, the value of the exotic fruits has been confirmed. So will the exotic fruits obtained from the Eternal Life Group's foray into the Great Li Mountain Range this time be put up for public auction? Or will your Eternal Life Group digest them internally? If it's a public auction, what are all the requirements of the Eternal Life Group? Some of these reporters Some of them purely wanted to grasp the news at the first time, and then publish it down as soon as possible to bring traffic attention for themselves and the media behind them and gain benefits. And some of them were sent by other families and consortia. The latter type of reporter just wants to know what the next move of the Everlasting Group, after entering the Great Li Mountains, is. So, under the bombardment of words from these two kinds of journalists, there was chaos all around, rather than making it difficult to hear what they were actually saying. Enough! At this moment, a transcendent raised his hand and coalesced a transparent barrier to separate them from the reporters and media, then said in a cold voice, "If you guys go any further, don't blame me for being impolite. Don't be so aggressive. After all, everyone just wants to know firsthand a thing or two." Jiang Luoli signaled this transcendent to slightly retreat, but did not allow him to remove this transparent barrier. She smiled and looked at the crowd in front of her before her gaze landed on the flame man Xiao Hu. "Xiao Hu, you are the first transcendent known to the public. Explain it for them." "Yes." Xiao Hu nodded and stepped forward, facing these people, and said aloud, "Since we, the Everlasting Group, have decided to take action, we naturally have complete certainty, and this time, we will definitely eliminate all the foreign beasts in the Great Li Mountain Range, removing this hidden danger for Zhanghai City." As the words fell, only flames emerged from Zhao Hu's body, a blazing temperature that instantly spread out. He swept a glance with an arrogant expression and then said, "The Everlasting Group holds the method for the evolution of transcendentalists, and a mere alien beast is simply unbeatable." Boom! In a flash, the crowd was in an uproar, and when they regained their senses, they all flocked forward again and kept asking questions. But they are also whispering, "It looks like he's really gotten a lot stronger. I remember the video he posted online before, and his flames looked normal at that time. Today you can see his flames again. I feel the same way." Soon, Zhao Hu finished dealing with all the reporters and media, and immediately returned to Jiang Luoli's side, standing quietly, like a battle-hardened guard. The latter waved his big hand, signaling that transcendent who could release a transparent barrier to open the way in front. A short while later the group boarded the special vehicle prepared by the Eternal Life Group for this operation and headed off. As the interview ended and the Everlasting Group began to move, the news about the Everlasting Group's entry into the Great Li Mountain Range quickly hit the hot search, with one netizen after another discussing it enthusiastically, and the atmosphere was very hot. Hashtag the Eternal Life Group wants to exterminate the foreign beasts in the Great Li Mountain Range. Hashtag. Among all the related reports, this piece of news, high on the top of the hot search list, especially Zhao Hu in his speech, but also proposed that this action, but also in order to kill the hidden danger of Zhanghai City, caused a large number of people in Zhanghai attention. Worthy of being the Everlasting Group, it's still thinking of helping our Zhanghai City with the dangers it's likely to encounter. The netizen people commented highly on this. "I heard that Miss Eternal Life Group has activated a lot of specialized equipment for this operation, so it seems that she has the confidence to take down the foreign beasts in the mountains. In the future, we no longer have to worry that the beasts in the mountains will come out and eat people. There are people in favor of it, and naturally there are people against it. In addition to the Everlasting Life Group, there are still quite a number of transcendents today that have not joined any lineage or consortium. Some of them treat this as a secret and don't dare to publicize it for the time being, and some of them directly display it in front of the people, attracting countless shouts of approval. Among these people, there are people from Zhanghai." At this moment, a transcendent posted on the internet, "Everyone, I see that Miss Eternal Life Group didn't bring many transcendents with her this time, only a dozen or so. I think it's because the Eternal Life Group knows that none of the foreign beasts in the Great Li Mountain Range are very powerful, and they are confident in solving them. However, we are also transcendents, and we didn't have the chance to peek at the changes in the mountains earlier because we were incapable of organizing a large-scale operation. So why not take advantage of this Everlasting Group's operation and go over together to take a look?" Yes. As soon as these words came out, some transcendents responded, "Actually, there's no need for us to move with the Eternal Life Group. We just need to follow them beyond the Great Li Mountain Range and see the strength of the Eternal Life Group with our own eyes. That's right. Maybe we can even save the Everlasting Group and get rich overnight. Ha ha ha, come on, all go over there together." At that moment, many transcendents began to form groups and head towards the Great Li Mountain Range. Jiang Luoli was already on her way when she learned of this news, but she didn't stop the group. At this moment, her eyes looked out of the car window with a deep gaze. This time, in addition to arresting the Poison King, I'm going to make a name for the Everlasting Group. I believe that after this battle, the power of my Everlasting Group will rise once again, and at that time, many things will be more convenient to do. With this in mind, Jiang Luoli touched the several bamboo tubes hanging from her waist, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but show a smirk. Inside these bamboo tubes were poisonous parasites that she had refined through the secret art of the compassion Tao with foreign insects, of which the power was not bad, and could help a great deal. As she gently stroked it, she secretly thought, with my strength in the middle stage of the awakening realm, coupled with these poisonous parasites, I can definitely capture that Poison King and successfully complete the operation. At that time, I only need to refine the Poison King into my own instant compulsion. And with the secret techniques of the compulsion Tao from my previous life, my strength will grow by leaps and bounds in a single day. Poison King, oh Poison King, I hope you're still alive. Don't let me down. The Great Departure Mountain Range. Chuan knew nothing about what was going on in the outside world. After he upgraded and felt the brand new powerful strength, he instructed Little Green, King Kong and the other fierce beasts' little brothers to scatter to search for all kinds of exotic fruits and exotic beasts in this mountain range and make sure to bring them all back. Boss! At this moment, Little Green swam quickly and ran back, and as soon as he put down the foreign fruit in his mouth, he shouted at him. Chuan heard the sound and retrieved his thoughts and looked over, only to see Xiao Cheng, Bear de Xiong'er, Grey Wolf and other beasts, all coming back front and back, and all with their respective harvests. Especially King Kong, actually also used grass to weave a few simple basket, holding exotic fruits back, and other beasts mouth tricky very different. In this contrast, the corpses of the alien beasts carried on the shoulders of Xiong de Xiong'er and Tiger Dali looked extraordinarily bloody. However, Chuan didn't care about this kind of thing and directly commanded with his soul power, sort and put away the exotic fruits and exotic beast carcasses, especially the exotic fruits. Don't step on them. Nowadays, the beasts that had received the baptism of aura were also getting bigger in size, but most of those exotic fruits, most of them were the size of a fist, and some of them were even smaller, so it was easy to overlook them if one was not careful. These days, under Chuan's orders, a group of juniors had already begun to plunder the exotic fruits in the nearby mountain ranges, so the exotic fruits that were almost impossible to find in the Great Li mountain range had reappeared in front of him. Although, there were also powerful foreign beasts born in other mountain ranges, Chuan had dozens of minions under his hand such as King Kong, Xiong de Xiongde, and even minions of minions, directly making up for quality with quantity. But wherever they couldn't beat them, King Kong they began to round up and eventually finished the job successfully. At this moment, Chuan had dozens of exotic fruits in front of him, colorful and appetizing, and all of them were the harvest of the crowd of juniors in the past 2 days. Well done! After Chuan counted the number of these exotic fruits and exotic beasts, he nodded his head with great satisfaction and then instructed them, you all pick 2. When he ordered these minions, he didn't forget to give them some favors, making them fearful of himself while being filled with gratitude. So nowadays his minions had basically broken through to the awakening realm, a huge force. Not only that, Chuan's minions had also awakened their respective bloodline abilities, which boosted his power once again by a large margin. Hearing this, the crowd of juniors were naturally excited. They lined up, and one by one, they went up and picked their favorite exotic fruits, and then bowed their heads solemnly towards Chuan, before joyfully running aside and enjoying themselves. When all the minions had finished picking, Chuan opened his big mouth and devoured all the foreign fruits in one gulp. He seemed to have just eaten the whole thing and brought the fake carcass back into his mouth. As the rapid digestion ability was activated, prompts immediately continued to emanate from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 35 points of evolutionary value. Ding! When the foreign fruits were all digested with the carcasses of the foreign beasts, Chuan checked the information panel and found that the evolution value had accumulated more than 300 points again, and at this moment, his eyes fell on those advanced skills. Nowadays, my corrosive poison is very powerful, together with the spirit serpent blast steps and dark ghost, which give me the power to improve my speed and other comprehensive aspects of power. But with the upgrading, this body is also getting bigger and bigger, and every time I traveled, I made a lot of noise and attracted the trees to fall down and break. Sometimes I've unintentionally missed some exotic fruit or caused some havoc without even realizing it. Chuan's eyes flickered as he pondered over some of the problems he had encountered in recent times. Moreover, my appetite has grown too much after the upgrade, and my digestion time has been extended. I'm afraid that if I don't solve this problem again, I'll have to spend the whole day digesting in the future. This can't go on. After he thought about this, his mind moved slightly, and he instantly added the 30 evolutionary values, respectively, on top of the various advanced skills. With just a buzz, a burst of arcane aura flashed across the surface of Chuan's body, and he quickly saw the changes in these advanced skills. Advanced infiltration, natural ability, stealth, elementary. When activated, you can completely conceal yourself on a physical level, and without launching an attack, the enemy will not be able to detect it with the naked eye. Advanced camouflage, natural ability, shapeshifting, beginner can change shape and size. Advanced swimming, natural ability, water spirit, elementary. When entering water, you can draw on the power of the water spirit to heal injuries. Advanced climbing, natural ability, gravity control, elementary can freely control their own gravity. Advanced rapid digestion, natural ability, swallowing dimensional space, elementary. The stomach's digestive ability is greatly increased, allowing it to absorb and digest most objects, while the stomach gives birth to a subdimensional space in which objects can be stored. Advanced perception, natural ability, blood hunt, elementary can sense the scent of a target within a 10-mile radius by virtue of blood. You can try the effects of these skills first. Chuan saw the crowd of juniors happily eating the exotic fruits and didn't even notice this place. He moved his mind and directly enabled the invisibility ability, and soon the location where he was became empty as if there was nothing. Little Green had just finished eating the foreign fruit when her gaze happened to glance over and suddenly exclaimed, "Boss!" The rest of the Fey beasts looked up and also realized that their boss had disappeared and were all unsure of when they had left. There was no movement at all, and immediately panicked and searched. Chuan quietly watched all of this until after a junior passed by without even noticing. He then showed himself and happily explained, "No need to worry. I'm just trying out my new abilities after the enhancement." After saying that, after casting, transformation technique, and gravity mastery, his body quickly shrunk, and he swam directly to Xiongdae, communicating with his soul. "Am I heavy, boss? When did you get up here?" Chuan's heart became happier and happier. After all, Xiongda's reaction proved that these two skills were also extraordinarily good. At least in the future, if he encountered a narrow space, he wouldn't be unable to get the treasures inside. In the next few moments, Chuan tried out the water elf and elemental swallowing space, the two beginners' natural abilities. With the help of the swallowing yuan space, he digested faster, but because he wasn't injured, he couldn't immediately test the effect of the water elf. But he also felt the strange power in the water, and thought that it must be the power of that water spirit. Let's see how effective this blood chase is, shall we? When Chuan saw that there was only one last ability left to try, and that all the food in his body had been digested and his stomach had become empty once again, he immediately activated blood hunt. It's her. Suddenly, he felt an aura of déjà vu, and when Jiang Luoli's figure flashed through his mind, he immediately turned cold. "Woman, this time you're the one who came to the door of your own accord." Outside the Great Li mountain range, a group of people were appearing at the periphery. All of them had a remarkable aura, and they didn't forget to vigilantly observe the surroundings between their walks. Not only was everyone wearing hot weapons on their belts, but even some of them had begun to use their respective superhuman powers in case something happened. This line was none other than the team of Eternal Life Group Transcendents led by Jiang Luoli. Not far behind them, there were quite a few other Transcendents who were watching, and even reporters who were ordinary people but very bold. As they walked and chatted, they didn't seem to take their surroundings into account. This forest does look different from before. It has a feeling as if it has returned to the primitive era. One of the Transcendents lamented, "Even the air is fresher than in the city. I really want to live in this place forever." "Oh, then don't go back behind you." "Hello, everyone." While the Transcendents were chatting, the reporters were haughtily broadcasting live for the many viewers in front of the screen while there was still a signal at the moment. This is the Great Li mountain range, where the Eternal Life Group is currently leading a team into. In the sight of everyone, this piece of primitive forest seemed like a huge and sleeping prehistoric beast, quiet and vast. Humans were as small as ants when they stood in front of that giant tree in the sky, especially since the flowers, plants, trees, and even some common things like mosquitoes and insects in this place all looked very huge. When you walk into the primitive forest, when people look up, you can hardly see the sunlight, and all you see are dark green leaves. Luckily, the air here was very fresh and the temperature wasn't too high, or else the crowd would probably have been smothered to death here. At this moment, Jiang Luoli turned around and looked at the crowd. "Alright, let's go in. Remember not to take this lightly. The forest has changed drastically, and a single insect, bird, or even a single blade of grass or a single tree is highly likely to put everyone's life in danger. So everyone should always be alert to the surrounding movements. One slip up and it could very well kill you." Upon hearing this, The crowd nodded their heads and showed a solemn look on their faces, especially the transcendence that Jiang Luoli had brought with her. Each one of them was ready to strike, and at this moment, there was even a wisp of killing intent around them. When they reached the middle of the forest, the large group hadn't advanced for too long when suddenly there was a rustling sound. Roar! Suddenly, in the midst of the roar, there was a huge figure that came whistling. This behemoth was the closest to Zhao Wu, who was at the edge of the group, so after he got a good look at it, he chimed out in a low voice, "It's a mutated boar, but it doesn't matter. I can get rid of it." Pust! As Zhao Wu's words fell, a terrifying flame erupted. The boar still maintained its wild running posture, but when it reached him, it suddenly fell straight down, scorched and black, with rolling white smoke. Fixing his eyes, the boar was straight up dead. After Zhao Wu withdrew his hand, he turned back towards Jiang Luoli with a hint of smugness on his face. "Eldest miss, this foreign beast doesn't seem to be that terrifying. If the forest is full of this kind of goods, we could take this forest in one fell swoop with just our own people, let alone with other transcendents present. Ignorant people have no fear." At that moment, Jiang Luoli coldly snorted, and when she saw that Zhao Wu was a bit unconvinced, she said in a condensed voice, "This is just a mortal realm beast, while the ones we really need to pay attention to are awakening realm fey beasts that have awakened the talent of their bloodline. At that time, if you can still easily kill them, say what you just said again." With that, she waved her hand and ordered the party to continue deeper. This vast group of people were traveling not particularly fast, but very smoothly. Moreover, but whenever a beast came over to provoke on its own accord, or met them by chance, they were able to instantly kill them. At this moment, Jiang Luoli stood on one side, letting the team pass through in front of her, showing a hint of puzzlement. "Strange, how come after coming in for so long, not even a single awakening realm foreign beast has appeared? Could it be that a great change has taken place in this mountain range?" In the middle of the peach forest, Grey Wolf hurriedly ran to Lu Chuan's side and reported in a loud voice, "Boss, that group of humans has already come in. There were already a lot of wild wolves under its command. Plus the wolves were very sharp both in terms of their sense of smell and vision, so they were the most suitable for prying for news." When Lu Chuan sent down this mission, the Grey Wolves actively took action and passed the message through the howls between one wild wolf to another. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan communicated with them with his soul. "How strong are they?" "Very strong." The Grey Wolf recalled the news reported up by the various wild wolves and looked rather worried. Any beast that appeared in front of them was basically killed. "Boss, that group of humans seems to have split into two groups, and I don't know why." Lu Chuan gradually revealed a thoughtful look, and as the woman's figure flashed through his mind, a strand of murderous intent surfaced. It seems that the woman came prepared, and must have made enough preparations to want to slaughter this forest. But, for a moment, he laughed coldly. "There is a price to pay for daring to intrude into my territory." After a moment's thought, Lu Chuan knew that, without any surprises, he was going to meet up with that woman and the helpers around her in the near future, and there would definitely be a fierce conflict at that time. His gaze fell on King Kong, Little Green and other foreign beasts, and after some contemplation, the killing intent in his eyes grew thicker. "This time, I will make sure that none of these humans will want to leave here alive." With this in mind, Lu Chuan searched among the crowd of minions for a while, then he looked at the black figure and commanded, "Black Panther, you're the fastest. Now go lure these humans over here." Among the many Fey minions, the Black Panther's speed was very impressive, not to mention the fact that this guy had awakened a speed-type bloodline ability. Lu Chuan could barely catch up with his opponent if he didn't use Spirit Snake Sprint, or Dark Ghost, and other abilities that boosted his speed and strength to add on. Thus, even if Black Panther encountered a strong enemy in the middle stage of the awakening realm, it would be difficult to kill him. There's no better way to send it to spy on the military. "Yes, boss." Panther was instantly excited. After it respectfully bowed its head slightly towards Lu Chuan, it turned around and hurriedly ran out. The speed that was so fast that it almost turned into a black lightning. The rest of the Fey minions saw this and were also eager to try, and King Kong and Little Green even directly inquired, "Boss, what about us? You guys hide first." Lu Chuan already had a plan in his heart, his eyes filled with confidence and laughter. "Remember, no one is allowed to make a move without my order." As the words fell, Lu Chuan directly performed transformation, making his body size quickly become smaller in the blink of an eye, and finally, with the help of invisibility, his entire body directly disappeared. In the dark primitive forest, a beast was frantically fleeing, its eyes filled with fear. At this moment, it glanced back and saw an extremely fast fellow following behind it, in hot pursuit of it. Pust. Suddenly, this transcendent directly raised his hand and threw it, and he saw a sharp and almost transparent wind blade that shot out. The speed of this wind blade was extremely fast, and in a few seconds, it quickly caught up with the beast and directly cut it down. Not long after, one after another, the transcendents followed, only that everyone's face showed a trace of doubt or something. One of the transcendents frowned. Strange, we've been in for so long, how come we haven't even seen a single foreign fruit? This shouldn't be. Were they all eaten by these beasts? Another transcendent looked at the beast carcasses in front of him and pondered non-stop, but was quickly countered by that person. But, these foreign beasts are also too weak. It's not like you and I don't know what the foreign fruit is capable of. If they really ate it, this journey wouldn't have been so easy. Although Jiang Luoli had told them before she came that the key target this time was that Poison King. However, whether it was the transcendents affiliated with the Eternal Life Group or the transcendents who had followed them over to watch the fun, after they entered the Great Li Mountain range, they naturally wanted to get some exotic fruits to boost their strength. But I didn't realize that after all this time, there was still nothing. At this time, Jiang Luoli stood in front of everyone and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly her gaze froze, as if she had sensed something. Shoo! While he was staring at a certain direction, there was a flying dagger that appeared directly in her hand, and the next moment it shot out towards the jungle not far away. The crowd followed the direction of her attack, and they suddenly realized that a black foreign beast, its speed suddenly increased by a rank, its figure quickly disappearing into the forest. This black beast was none other than the Black Panther that had come to spy on the enemy. It had cast its speed-based bloodline talent as soon as it had sensed the dagger shooting at it, and had run in the direction of the peach forest, but had kept a reasonable distance so that the humans behind it couldn't catch up with it, without losing it. It's an awakening realm fey beast. Give chase. Jiang Luoli had thought that the blow had missed. His heart was eager and direct, and he hurriedly shouted out and chased after him. It was so hard to come across a somewhat powerful foreign beast, so she naturally did not want to give up. At that moment, a group of transcendents chased after the Black Panther in the direction it had fled. Not long after, Jiang Luoli arrived at the place where the Black Panther appeared, and when she saw the bright red blood on the ground, she immediately let out a cold smile. So it was indeed hit by me. That's better. It's even easier to track this time. Go after them, don't lose them. In the next second, with a wave of her hand, she led the transcendents, following the blood all the way to the outside of the peach forest in no time. As soon as they showed up, Jiang Luoli and the others saw that on these individual peach trees, there were still quite a few unripe exotic fruits, and the air was filled with a unique fruity fragrance. Gulp! There are actually so many exotic fruits. This is rich. Although it is said that these foreign fruits have not matured yet, we are not in a hurry. As long as we take control of this place, it will all be ours. The gazes of the transcendents were blazing, their complexions filled with greed, and now they could not wait to pocket all the exotic fruits. It was just a shame that they would have swarmed on it if they hadn't known that doing so would surely nullify Isogo's powers. On the contrary, unlike them, Jiang Luoli's brows furrowed as she swept her gaze across the peach forest in front of her, especially surveying a bit more slowly, as if she was trying to see through the area. Because, her intuition told her that in the middle of this peach forest, there was a terrifying existence that seemed to be secretly spying on her. Let's not make light of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Luoli still intended to remind her, but before she could finish her sentence, there was a transcendent who couldn't help but rush into the peach forest. This transcendent shouted excitedly as he ran. Miss, I'll go pick these exotic fruits for you. He knew that unripe exotic fruits were of no use, but he still couldn't help himself, not to mention that there might be ripe ones deep in the peach forest, or else where did that fruity scent come from? I'm going too. As the saying goes, one hair moves the whole body. When the rest of them saw that Jiang Luoli didn't blame this transcendent after he went out, they couldn't help but follow him, each of them looking excited, their gazes already completely attracted by the exotic fruits in the peach forest. Seeing this, Jiang Luoli's face instantly turned one side, but she did not say anything to stop it, and at this moment was secretly thinking in her heart, it's good to let these fools test it out, lest there really be any danger. Roar! Ho ho ho! And just as these transcendents entered the peach forest and prepared to pick the exotic fruits, the roars of various exotic beasts suddenly resounded in all directions. Then only Shao Chang, King Kong and other minions were seen, coming from all around the peach forest, surrounding it, including of course the humans in the peach forest. At this moment, Jiang Luoli raised her eyes and looked around, and saw that in all directions, There were large and small beasts, especially those giant wolves with cold eyes, and huge apes with huge bodies and bad looks, almost ready to attack at any time. As soon as they appeared, they erupted with a ferocious and incomparable aura. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Luoli's face changed, her heart beating furiously. There are actually so many Awakening Realm Fey beasts. Run! Why are there so many foreign beasts here? Did they wait for us to come over on purpose? In the peach forest, the many transcendents screamed strangely as they came back to their senses, pulling their legs up and running towards the neighborhood. Only Little Green and the other foreign beasts also moved at the same time, only to see a burst of light golden color glow around Vidra. As it roared, it charged across the room, directly slapping a human transcendent with one hand, and then left and right, instantly clearing out an open space around it. Beside him, the gray wolf was not willing to show weakness, and the sharp claws suddenly grew rapidly side by side, and when the claws landed on a human, they directly sliced him into several pieces. In just a few moments, the area was bloody and filled with the broken limbs of humans. Roar! At the same time, the Black Panther, in order to take revenge, was actually directly with the tiger vigorously, and sped towards Jiang Luoli. Seek death. Jiang Luoli was instantly furious. After all, she was still fooled by this group of foreign beasts, especially this black leopard in front of her, which was the culprit. In an instant, her Middle Awakening Realm's aura was exposed, and at the same time, there was a ray of light in her palm that continuously flickered and erupted, and in just 3 to 5 seconds time, it was condensed into a large seal by a few of her fingers after she flipped it over. At this moment, Tiger Dolly had already rushed over. Die! Jiang Luoli droned out, raised her hand and slapped it vigorously towards the tiger. The latter instantly let out a muffled grunt, and was actually sent flying directly. After she did this, her movements didn't stop. Her figure was like a ghost, quickly twisting away and dodging the Black Panther's attack, while raising her hand to throw out a flying knife. Pust! The flying dagger was extremely fast, and without waiting for the Black Panther to react, it blinded one of its eyes. The first time they exchanged blows, she actually directly fought 1 against 2, and even gained the upper hand. Jiang Luoli took advantage of the situation to distance herself from the Black Panther and tiger vigorously, and with one hand, she touched the bamboo tube at her waist, preparing to release the poisonous parasites inside to completely obliterate these foreign beasts. Suddenly, a huge shadow suddenly appeared behind her, causing her to instantly feel a piercing chill, and the creepy feeling made her heart jump. Not good, there's a more powerful guy coming. She hurriedly turned around, and saw a huge python of unknown length, with a body as thick as a small car, and glittering with a light golden light, staring at her from above. That giant python had a fierce killing intent in its eyes. At the same time, Jiang Luoli's palm suddenly became hot, and when she looked down, she saw a blood mark floating in her palm, and at the same time, above Lu Chuan's forehead, an identical blood mark also emerged, and there was some kind of marvelous connection between the two sides. Jiang Luoli was naturally the first to recognize the blood mark, and couldn't help but let out a cry of shock, her face filled with disbelief. Blood pact? Could it be that this guy is actually that Poison King from back in the day? How could she not imagine? And even more so, she couldn't believe that this behemoth that suddenly appeared in front of her eyes could actually be the silver-ringed snake that she wanted in the first place. Coming! That feeling again, when the blood-colored mark on his forehead flickered non-stop and gave him an extremely strong and fiery aura. Lu Chuan's heart was viciously beating a few times. He didn't even have to feel it closely to realize that a burning sensation was going on in his head, and the closer he got to the woman, the more pronounced it became. But the blood mark on his forehead, which seemed to be inherently the suppressed half, could hardly even give birth to too strong hostility and resistance in front of that woman. Instead, his heart involuntarily surged with affection. At this moment, Lu Chuan's mind thought of the scene where he had just crossed over and fought his way out of that cave with his own strength, thinking that he would be able to get away with it from now on, only to be chased by the woman in front of him, and he couldn't help but change his expression. Only, this aversion had just risen when the light on the blood seal became even more dazzling, even causing Lu Chuan to have a thought of wanting to submit. For a moment, Lu Chuan was shocked. Damn woman, she even got me this weird trick. What the hell is going on here? Since the escape, Lu Chuan thought, with the passage of time or their own strong, when the woman left their own means, perhaps it will also disappear. But after meeting the other side he realized that it was all just taken for granted. Oh, finally, I see you. And Jiang Luoli, who had reacted, instantly revealed a look of ecstasy when she saw the blood mark on Lu Chuan's forehead and the struggle in Lu Chuan's eyes. After she saw what was going on in the Great Li mountain range, she thought that the silver-ringed serpent that was there in the first place was no longer there, and to her surprise, the silver-ringed serpent was indeed gone, but it had turned into this behemoth in front of her, and the blood seal that had been laid with her own hands was still there. This was equivalent to the fact that she would be able to obtain an even more powerful Poison King without using up any of her chi. How could she not be happy? Thus, Jiang Luoli hurriedly took out a jade bottle from his waist, opened it and made Lu Chuan familiar with the smell of blood, which emanated out again. However, after experiencing this period of killing, Lu Chuan felt that the smell of blood, it seemed to have faded quite a bit. Here, drink it and be a good boy and come with me. Jiang Luoli was all smiles, actually bold and incomparable, came to Lu Chuan's front, and raised the jade bottle high. Little baby. No. Now you should be my big baby. You have no idea what it cost me to find you. Fortunately, this time it was finally possible for you and I to meet again and continue our destiny. She wanted to utilize the blood contract to subjugate Lu Chuan, and now she was just about to drink the stuff in the jade bottle as the final step. So she looked very eager and expectant. Lu Chuan's appearance caused the chaotic battle in the peach forest to come to a brief halt. When the rest of the Transcendents saw this, each one of them showed a look of surprise. And Jiawu even murmured in a low voice beside him. So it turns out that Mrs. March into the Great Li mountain range was for this giant python. Could they have met before? What the hell? In the jade bottle, that emanated the faint smell of blood. Let Lu Chuan feel unusually sweet, and his heart actually extremely eager for that unknown thing. Suddenly inwardly shocked, how could I be eager to drink this stuff? Intuition told him that as long as he drank what was inside this jade bottle, although he wouldn't die, he would definitely be controlled by the woman in front of him, and ultimately do something he couldn't help. At this moment, Lu Chuan's gaze fell on Jiang Luoli, and found that the other party had a smile on his face, but that kind of smile was obviously coaxing the little cutie. It only appeared when for a moment, he was furious inside. It must be this woman's doing. Shoo! Instantly, a strong wind came. Lu Chuan swung his huge snake tail and swept it towards Jiang Luoli, who was instantly startled. Baby, what are you doing? A mysterious aura suddenly shimmered and flickered around her, and her movements were extraordinarily light, and every time she moved, a faint aura seemed to be left behind under her feet, although these auras quickly dissipated. In this situation, Jiang Luoli's stance was extraordinarily ethereal, sometimes like a falling leaf, drifting away, and sometimes like a speeding bird, extremely fast, and between the quiet and the quiet, it actually didn't make too much noise. This surprised Lu Chuan and he couldn't help but secretly think, this woman is getting more and more powerful, otherwise, she must be taken down. Thinking about that odd feeling just now, Lu Chuan was unwilling to encounter similar problems in the future, so he simply eliminated the problem forever. Only his huge and powerful snake tail was seen sweeping out ferociously across the room. Rumble! In an instant, dozens of ancient trees that required 3 or 5 people to hold together in order to form a circle exploded, and a large amount of wood shavings transformed into daggers at this moment, flying out in all directions, with astonishing destructive power. One strike missed. Lu Chuan switched his stance and continued his attack. Rumble! This time, he clearly saw himself pressing Jiang Luoli underneath him, but when he moved his tail, he found that the woman was nowhere to be seen except for a tasting puddle. In just a minute or two, Lu Chuan had made the neighborhood a mess. If he hadn't taken the initiative to save the peach forest, the place might have been destroyed. Seeing that Jiang Luoli was using her stance to constantly dodge, just not confronting herself head-on, Lu Chuan was enraged and simply crossed her heart, directly casting corrosive poison. Put! Only a large cloud of pitch-black mist was spewed out. Jiang Luoli was originally still curious, but after seeing that this black mist actually instantly turned the grass and trees it touched into juice, she instantly changed color. She hurriedly pulled out a pill and took it, and when the medicine kicked in, she actually broke into the corrosive poison directly, and then continued to run towards the front under Lu Chuan's shocked gaze. This woman, she's actually not afraid of the poison? Lu Chuan felt that he had to re-examine his opponent's strength, but still didn't give up his pursuit of Jiang Luoli. I don't know how long it has been. Both sides chased and fought, although Jiang Luoli was not injured, but was in a sorry state. Now look back to see Lu Chuan is still closely followed, but she is more and more anxious in her heart. Even a sense of extreme danger that keeps coming. In desperation, Jiang Luoli sacrificed the poisonous compass. only to see a silver aura shoot out from it, extremely fast, and attacked towards Lu Chuan. Put. After the slight sound, Lu Chuan felt a stabbing pain and couldn't help but look over furiously. He was surprised to see that it was a silver-colored scorpion that actually injured him. This little guy, he can actually break my defense? Buzz. With a slight movement of his mind, Lu Chuan directly executed the Vajra transformation, and a flash of golden aura immediately surfaced on his body before he directly shook the silver scorpion away. This caused Jiang Luoli's face to change. I didn't expect that this Poison King actually has such a powerful bloodline talent. It seems like it will take even more effort and cost to subdue it. But, the more it is, the more it proves to be of great value. In the next instant, Jiang Luoli directly recalled the silver scorpion, backhandedly pulled out a desert eagle, and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang, a dull crash sounded, and there was white smoke passing in front of Jiang Luoli. She waved her hand, dispersing the white smoke and then staring at the place where she had attacked, but she saw that Lu Chuan was still unharmed, and had not been able to break through the other party's defense. So, with a twinkle in her eye, she once again drew out a bamboo tube, from which she poured out a small crystalline worm. In a blink of an eye, the crystalline bug's body grew rapidly, transforming into a jade-white protective shield that firmly protected her. With this layer of protection, Jiang Luoli was quite relieved. Fortunately, there is a jade skin compass such as a compulsion that can transform into a protective shield of white jade light, which can greatly enhance my defense. Otherwise, just the terrifying power of this Poison King, I almost can't even stand it. At this moment, Lu Chuan and Jiang Luoli were still in a state of chasing and escaping. With his extremely fast speed and huge size, Lu Chuan swung his tail again and went straight to the other side. Rumble. In an instant, Jiang Luoli's speed suddenly pulled up by a large margin and shot out towards the front. But when Lu Chuan caught up, he found that the other party was actually not much of a problem, and could not help but be surprised. Just now, she was clearly hit. How could she be fine? What exactly is that crystalline little worm? It actually has such power? In the meantime, the great battle in the middle of the peach forest continued. Dozens of giant beasts led by King Kong were wreaking havoc in a frenzy. The Transcendents who followed Jiang Luoli originally had a high intention to fight, but when facing the wolves and apes, the mere dozen or so Transcendents all seemed extraordinarily powerless, not to mention the fact that there were also Shaoqing, Bear de Xiong'er, and other powerful foreign beasts watching from the side. While Lu Chuan was chasing Jiang Luoli, these Transcendents were letting out miserable screams one after another, each of them becoming extremely nervous and frightened. Asterisk. Labor will fight you. Finally, one of the Transcendents was broken down by the fear in his heart, and now he even directly pulled out a firearm and pulled the trigger towards a giant wolf that was closest to him. Bang! Roar! The moment the gunshot rang out, the giant wolf erupted into an angry growl from the pain. It actually ignored the gunshot wound on its body and forcefully lunged at this Transcendent, directly tearing it apart. In an instant, blood rained down and pieces of flesh and blood flew about. Aha! I'm going to kill you. Zhao Hu was almost driven mad as well, and his body was flickering with a large amount of flames as he struck out at the nearby foreign beasts. Not far away, King Kong saw that many giant apes were seriously injured by this human, and in his anger, like that giant wolf, he hardened himself against the raging flames and rushed forward, and that one sharp and gigantic claw quickly slapped down. Pust! In an instant, the flames collapsed abruptly, and Zhao Wu staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a rumble. His eyes widened as he stared in death at the sky that was almost covered by the trees as the life dissipated. In just a moment's time, but all the Transcendents who entered the peach forest were abused and killed to death, and they couldn't even wait for Jiang Luoli to return. Obviously, this snake hunt ended in failure, and beyond the peach forest, Lu Chuan twitched his huge snake tail, aiming at the jade-white figure in front of him, attacking without stopping. Boom! 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 The loud noise caused horrifying destruction, causing trees to fall and dirt to fly wherever Lu Chuan passed, almost as if it was a cannonball washing the ground. But Jiang Luoli's stance was very subtle, and 8 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10, she was able to avoid these attacks. As a result, Lu Chuan's tactics are like a cannon hitting a mosquito. Let's see where you can run to. Spirit Snake Sprint. Suddenly, Lu Chuan directly accelerated his speed with the help of this one ability, and managed to catch Jiang Luoli off guard as that snake's tail viciously lashed at the other party. Catching dash. In an instant, the white jade shield ruptured, and that snake's tail even sent Jiang Luoli further away. But this time, Jiang Luoli had nowhere to hide, and when he was in mid-air, He spat out blood furiously. His face became pale in an instant, and his heart was even more horrified. Humph. Seeing this, Lu Chuan heart sneers nonstop. At first, it was you who chased me to flee, and now, it is my turn to take revenge. With the enhancement of Spirit Snake Blast steps, Lu Chuan quickly chased after them, and any giant sky-high trees that were in the way were directly crushed by him, thus making a great deal of commotion. He would not let this woman go no matter what, and today, he even wanted to take this opportunity to blast her to death. That way, the bloodstain left on the forehead might be removed. Not far away, Jiang Luoli was seriously injured, breaking countless bones directly inside her body. But after seeing Lu Chuan in hot pursuit, she still forcefully performed that mysterious and incomparable stance, and leapt up to the tree branch. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, only to see the forest there is a petite figure, jumping and speeding between a huge tree, followed by a huge python. That python is even more brutal and overbearing, will be countless trees crushed. Jiang Luoli turned back. Seeing that Lu Chuan's momentum was not decreasing, her heart became more and more anxious. Damn it! How did it become so powerful? What has it encountered in all this time? In order to avoid being caught up by Lu Chuan, she also deliberately knocked down some trees to hinder the other party's footsteps, but now she has never been able to escape, which makes her heart extremely stifled, thinking that Tang Tang, a generation of Compass Immortal Reborn, was chased by a panicked and fled. What a strange shame. Jiang Luoli finally realized this time that she might not even be able to subdue Lu Chuan anymore, so she directly regarded him as a little baby instead of calling him with a mouthful of a little baby. Poison King, today's vengeance, I'll mark it down. After I escape and become stronger, I will definitely come back to take revenge. You wait. But just as she swore, Lu Chuan's body suddenly became smaller, passing directly through the middle of the barrier gap made up of various fallen trees, and his speed became even faster. Jiang Luoli was still puzzled. Did that Poison King give up because he felt he couldn't catch up with himself? However, in the next second, Lu Chuan's huge body reappeared and seemed to have caught up with her in a matter of moments, which caused her heart to be greatly alarmed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How does it still have this kind of trickery? No, if this keeps up, I'm going to get caught up. Thinking about this, Jiang Luoli, a burst of gnashing of teeth, jade hand stroked to the waist of the last bamboo tube. The face of the struggle, but now the situation cannot allow her to hesitate. Finally, she obediently opened the bamboo tube, only to see a small golden insect quickly fly out from it. Before she could see its appearance, it turned into a golden light and enveloped Jiang Luoli. Golden cicada. The moment this low voice sounded, Jiang Luoli actually directly disappeared in place, while only leaving behind the corpse of the golden parasites. The edge of the Great Li Mountains. Ever since Jiang Luoli entered the forest with the Transcendents, some of the journalists who came with them, as well as the team of Transcendents, but stayed behind and didn't go in. When the reporters arrived, they realized that they could no longer search for any signal, and it was intermittent. Fortunately, they found a direction where the signal was more stable and they could see Jiang Luoli and the others entering the forest after some effort, and continue to carry out the live broadcast. They are the ones who eat this food and therefore understand that this is the way to attract more attention and thus fame. As for those Transcendents, they had wanted to go in, but after coming to the edge of the forest, they suddenly subconsciously felt that there might be danger inside, and since they were not united among themselves, they simply stayed. At this moment, the reporters and the Transcendents all looked into the middle of the forest from time to time with curious faces. A reporter, holding a microphone, stood in front of the camera, with his back to the forest, and said aloud, "Hello everyone. Judging by the situation just now, the Everlasting Group should have encountered a powerful beast as there were gunshots erupting one after another. Nowadays, it seems that the beasts inside the Great Li Mountain range have also undergone great mutations after that reign of seven-colored light, and are even able to compete evenly with Transcendents. This time, the Everlasting Group's operation may have encountered a problem, but with their strength, it shouldn't be difficult to solve." Receiving here, the reporter revealed a shallow pear swirl and laughed. "So, let's guess. Will the Everlasting Group be able to successfully conquer the Great Li Mountain range?" At this time, the station has withdrawn from a prize competition waving. As the reporters reported, the rest of the Transcendents practically turned their ears sideways, listening for movement in the forest. At this moment, they only felt that it was quiet inside, and at that moment someone said in surprise, "The gunfire seems to have stopped? Hear ye, is it not so?" The rest of the people had cupped their ears with their hands, and after listening confidently for a while, they realized that this was indeed the case. and they could not help but murmur. The everlasting group has so many transcendents, and I've heard that they've trained those transcendents, and now that this has happened, I really don't know what's going on in there. Could it be that the foreign beasts inside are really hard to deal with? So who knows? The crowd of transcendents murmured, and although they were curious about what was going on in the forest, none of them broke in. After all, they weren't members of the everlasting group, nor did they have the strength and courage of Jiang Luoli and those transcendents who dared to directly intrude into the primitive mountain range where crises abounded. Earlier, they had thought that this time it must be a great victory for the humans, but currently, it seemed that the situation inside was not optimistic either. Just then, one of the transcendents said to the younger transcendent beside him, "Tiger, with your ability, you should be able to see what's going on inside, right? Hurry up and check it out. Everyone's in a hurry." But this transcendent true, who was called Tiger, hesitated for a while, and there was even a look of fear in his eyes. "But my ability can only be maintained for 10 minutes. If I look at it for a long time, my eyes will be ruined. Wouldn't it be better to wait for the everlasting group to come out before asking?" "Cut the crap!" The man instantly glared fiercely at Tiger, his words filled with a meaning that could not be refused. "Go and take a look. You obviously have the power but don't use it, so why keep it?" Upon hearing this, Tiger, despite all his reluctance, and realizing that the rest of the transcendents, too, were looking towards him, with the intention of forcing them, he immediately activated his transcendent power. Only a crimson light flashed in his eyes, and that sight seemed to be able to penetrate all obstacles, looking directly into the depths of the primitive forest. After only a few seconds, Tiger suddenly had a huge change of color. "There's a fight. They're all fighting. It's chaos in there." When the transcendents heard this, they had a change of color with it, but before they could inquire about the situation, they heard Tiger continue to say in horror, "Oh my god, so many powerful alien beasts have appeared in the forest and have surrounded the everlasting group's transcendents. It's over. The everlasting group is finished." For a while, the crowd was in a state of shock. No one expected to see Tiger in such a condition. The man who had told him to look at the situation pondered for a moment, then said in a gruff voice, "Tiger, what exactly did you see? Speak clearly and don't be a jerk about it. Snakes are so big." And right at this moment, Tiger seemed to be seeing something exceptionally horrible. His eyes were filled with a look of fear, especially as time passed. His eyes began to flicker non-stop, and the color of awe became more and more intense. "It's over. Miss Jiang is going to be finished. How could it be so horrible?" After saying that, the tiger actually sat down directly on the ground, breathing extremely roughly. The transcendents wanted to ask what was going on, but they realized that Tiger's gaze was actually a bit blank. "I can't actually sense it." The moment Jiang Luoli disappeared, Chuan immediately activated his blood pursuit ability in an attempt to find the other party's trail in the first place. After obtaining this ability, he took this opportunity to not let any of his prey escape, but now he actually did not sense Jiang Luoli's breath, and his mood was heavy. This woman, her methods are still powerful. In just a second or two or even faster, she actually escaped directly to a place 10 miles away. Indeed, the sensing distance of blood pursuit was around 10 miles, which made him lose his target. The thought of Jiang Luoli having such tactics, Chuan was a bit restless. If this woman is not removed, I can't have peace of mind for a day. In the meantime, more than 10 miles away from Chuan, there was a quiet river flowing through. This place had originally become extremely calm because of Chuan's as well as his little brother's scavenging. Basically, there were not many fierce beasts infested. Even the river didn't have many creatures left, which made this place seem even more calm. Whoa dash! But just at that moment, a wave appeared in the river, and with the sound, a figure climbed up from the river, and then fell to sit on the bank, his face incomparably pale. This person, naturally, was Jiang Luoli. After utilizing the golden cicada shell removal to get out of the trap, Jiang Luoli was severely damaged, and now her breath was even more withered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The thought of this loss brought a meaty look to her face, not to mention the silver scorpion and jade skin compulsion. The golden cicada compulsion alone was the life-preserving compulsion that she had managed to refine with great difficulty, and she had wanted to wait for the future to cope with the huge changes before using it, but she did not expect it to be wasted like this. Humph. I will definitely take this poison king of yours under my wing. With this in mind, Jiang Luoli secretly swore in her heart, her eyes growing more and more determined. As long as this poison king is subdued, all of today's losses can be made up for. On the following day, there were several pieces of news that quickly made their way onto Shanghai City's hot searches. instantly causing an uproar on a large scale. The Eternal Life group has been wiped out. Miss Jiang Luoli is dead or alive. Hashtag. A 100-meter giant snake has appeared in the Dali mountain range. And the end of mankind is coming. Hashtag. The Snake King has appeared. Is there any hope for mankind? Hashtag. One after another. All sorts of news about the Eternal Life group's entry into the Great Li mountain range was reported. There were reporters on the air, but everyone didn't watch the whole thing. And those reporters were outside the forest, so they could only speculate on the actions of the Everlasting group. But they waited and waited. But they couldn't wait for Jiang Luoli to come out. But the movement in the forest had completely subsided, and the only sound was a roar, declaring that there were still a large number of foreign beasts surviving inside. Therefore, the Transcendence forced Tiger to use his transcendent power again to see the movement in the forest and thus gain access to the conditions therein. The end result, too, was pretty much what the Transcendence expected, but shocking nonetheless. So when the incident in the Dali mountain range was exposed, it quickly caused a warm reaction from netizens, one after another. And many even began to worry when they learned that there was still such a big giant snake in the forest. For a time, Zhanghai City was on edge. I've known for a long time that since we humans can gain transcendent power after the reign of seven-colored light, and our pets are greatly affected, everything alive in this world will change drastically, and even become impossible for humans to fight against. Some netizens scoffed at the failure of the Everlasting group. In the beginning, the Everlasting group talked big about being the first time out, to conquer the Grand Li mountain range. But what happened? It's a laughing stock. Soon, the comment drew more approval from people who were there to sneer. On top of that, there are two talking points that have a lot of heat. Our Zhanghai City is not too far away from the Great Li mountain range, and those reporters and also the Transcendents have already proved yesterday that there are a large number of alien beasts living in the forest. In case they all run out, or if they take revenge for the attack of the Everlasting group, won't Zhanghai City be in danger? Yes, the Everlasting group is simply trash. Don't mess around if you don't have the strength. Now you've left all the danger to us. So far, although it is known that the foreign beasts are very powerful, Zhanghai City is still peaceful. So people's worries about the safety and security of Zhanghai City, only a part of the people do not feel at ease, and more people are curious about it. But the foreign beasts, that said, even those transcendentals of the Everlasting group who have undergone training are no match for the alien beasts. So the rest of us, can we still fight against them? When these words came out, many people were shaken. After all, there were transcendents out there, but they couldn't beat the Eldritch groups, and the Eldritch group's transcendents couldn't beat the Fae. Some people were curious about this, even curious to the point where they were ready to invite transcendents to enter the Great Li mountain range to test the waters. It's just that no transcendentalist dares to go in at this time. In the Great Li mountains, Lu Chuan did not know that he had already been called the Snake King in the outside world, and that all the humans in the streets and alleys were talking about him. At this moment, he had already returned to the peach forest, staring at the celebration in front of him, unable to help but think deeply. The previous battle with Jiang Luoli had already made him put away his arrogance, and with the fact that even though his own juniors had won a great victory, they were not completely without losses, he then sighed darkly. After all, there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Even though those humans, basically, are unbeatable, they can still cause damage to us, especially since there must be quite a few more experts like that woman among the humans. All in all, the strength between humans and Fey beasts should be equal now. Thinking about this, the impetuousness in Lu Chuan's heart dissipated even faster. The world is so big that after all, there are many heroes and heroines, and I can't be carefree by virtue of being an authority in the mountain range. In the future, it's better to lay low and keep a low profile, and to increase your speed to raise your strength. Otherwise, when I meet that woman in the future, or even a human who is more powerful than the other, I may be helpless. Boss. Just as Lu Chuan was thinking, King Kong came over with Grey Wolf and seemed to be in a somewhat low mood. He glanced at the other minions cleaning up the battlefield, realizing that it was something he had just instructed, and said in a gruff voice, "Tell me all about it. What's the situation?" Not 5. In Grey Wolf's eyes, even though he couldn't see much sadness, the 5 giant wolves that were gone, 2 of which were his wives and 3 of which were his sons, which would make him feel depressed as he would lose more members behind him. Next to it, King Kong made a direct show of emotion, his eyes red at the moment. "Boss, there's no more 3. They are all my offspring." Hearing these news, Chuan also sighed in his heart and didn't know how to comfort the other party, so he could only signal them to leave. The other minions didn't suffer as much damage, but some of them were seriously injured and needed to recuperate for a while, and some of them were full of light injuries and looked even more horrible than the seriously injured ones. And this great battle had caused the peach forest to lose a lot of exotic fruits, and many of the great apes were trying to find ways to recover, but those peach trees could no longer survive. You take it over to Tiger Power. After Chuan took an inventory, he called the Black Panther who was blinded in one eye and asked it to take away a few exotic fruits. This guy is seriously injured. If he doesn't recover quickly, it's likely to have a serious impact. Eat some too. You'll get a chance to help your eyes later. After waving off the Black Panther, Chuan looked at the dense forest around him, and had the idea of leaving the Great Li mountain range and plundering other mountain ranges. After all, this place couldn't raise too much strength anymore. Coupled with the battle with the Everlasting Group, Jiang Luoli would definitely not rest and would definitely make a comeback in the future. Under this, Chuan thought that if he continued to stay here, he could only be suppressed by the other party. Why are you dead set on me? But after the second time, you and I have already formed a deep and unresolvable hatred. Even if I don't pursue the matter, you won't let me go. Might as well find a way to improve your strength before you beat me. At the Ginkgo Mountain Villa, a very wretched figure appeared at the door and thumped the door. The housekeeper just happened to pass by here, opened the door and saw the visitor. Just wanted to drive away, but after seeing the other party lifted up his face, he was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. Miss, you didn't die? That's great. Miss, come on in. Soon, the news of the Eternal Life Group's eldest young lady's safe return spread throughout Jianghai City and caused a huge sensation. Butler, go and buy these herbs back quickly. Also a heavy collection of exotic fruits. I have a great use for them. Inside the Ginkgo Villa, Jiang Luoli had already washed up and regained the temperament of the Eternal Life Group's eldest lady, and at this moment, she coldly looked at the set of clothes she had put back on and threw them into the fire, and instructed towards the housekeeper beside her. After saying that, she took out a list that she had prepared while bathing and handed it to the housekeeper. Remember, the sooner the better in this matter. Don't delay it because it's too expensive or anything. Yes, ma'am. The butler took the list and looked at it for a few moments, realizing that he did recognize the words on it, but he had absolutely no idea as to what they actually did. However, since it was something that the eldest young lady had ordered, the butler felt that he had to do his best to accomplish it, or else he was failing Jiang Luoli's trust. After the housekeeper left, Jiang Luoli stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with an icy expression, seemingly enjoying the scenery outside, but her eyes did not have the slightest bit of the outside world situation in them. At this moment, Jiang Luoli's complexion became more and more ugly as her mind recalled the failure of this foray into the Great Li mountain range, especially those news circulating online. You Poison King, you've really victimized me. Jiang Luoli thought of her defeat at the hands of Chuan, not to mention how difficult it was, not to mention the fact that this time she had taken a cadre of transcendence with her, going majestically and coming back gray and alone. All of this was watched by the outside world of journalists and transcendentalists. As a result, the reputation of the Everlasting Group was, to say the least, in tatters. Thinking about this, Jiang Luoli couldn't help but clench her fists and secretly swore, "You wait for me. Next time I will definitely redeem this situation and make you look good." 2 days passed in a hurry. The news of the Everlasting Group's setback in the Great Li mountain range had not yet subsided, when the internet suddenly broke a shocking news again. Missy Everlasting Group claims to have discovered the big secret. Hashtag Snake King blood surprisingly prolongs life. Hashtag the Eternal Life Group will publicly auction off the Snake King Dan in 3 days' time. Hashtag. In an instant, the news quickly hit the hot search, drawing heated discussions from countless netizens, especially those old men among the families and consortia, who were excited beyond measure. These old men are powerful and lack nothing, but they lack longevity. Although a portion of the elderly improved their health as a result after the reign of seven-colored light descended on them, this was only a very small number. Many elderly people of status and position just hate that they can't live too long. Snake King Dan? It sounds like it's related to the Snake King. Could it be that the eldest miss of the Everlasting Group has actually gotten her hands on the Snake King's blood? The news that there was a Snake King in the Great Li mountain range had been known for a long time, so after this revelation, many people were shocked. Really? Didn't that Snake King defeat the Everlasting Group's team? How can we still get its blood? Could it be that the Everlasting Group is in a lose-lose situation with the foreign beasts in the Great Li mountain range? Who knows? While the young people were even more curious about this matter, some high-powered elders were even so urgent because of this that they directly and personally participated in the discussion on the internet. Is this an elixir refined with the blood of the Snake King? Although the Snake King is indeed powerful, this Snake King Dan, does it really have a life-extending effect? It couldn't be a rumor that the Everlasting Group has deliberately thrown out in order to make up for the losses of this failure, could it? One after another, the internet exploded, with almost everyone buzzing around the news that had just broken. Just as everyone was discussing whether or not the Snake King pill could really prolong life, someone threw out an ironclad fact: the Everlasting Group's strength is in pharmaceuticals, so this matter is somewhat believable. Yeah, almost forgot about that. Everlast is awesome. As the discussion continues to spread, the Eternal Life Group and the Snake King Dan quickly became the talk of the town after dinner. Some people even try to contact the Eternal Life Group, ready to ask the Snake King Dan exactly what is the meaning of the word, but in the end, cannot directly talk to Jiang Luoli. This made people even more curious. Ginkgo Hills. Jiang Luoli was holding a cup of tea, somewhat lazily lying on the sofa. In her lap there was also a piece of flat panel. On it was exactly the network about this time the news of the explosion of the discussion. After seeing the heat generated online, the corner of Jiang Luoli's mouth hooked up slightly. A touch of laughter surfaced, and in her heart, she thought disdainfully, Snake King Dan or whatever. Of course it's a fake, or else what am I going to do with so many medicinal herbs? It'll just fool you cuties. Now, having said that, the Snake King Dan that is now being wildly rumored on the internet is indeed an elixir that she has refined, and it does have a life-extending effect that is only minimal. The only way to achieve that much life extension is to take it for a long period of time. Just with that alone, it was enough to get everyone moving. Miss, at this moment, the butler had just hung up the phone and hurriedly came to Jiang Luoli, saying, now, there are already 3 high-ranking members of the world families, as well as some of the consortium's power holders, who have already called over to inquire about whether or not the Snake King's Dan can be sold to them in some quantity. If these people just simply strike out one by one, our Eternal Life Group is naturally not afraid, only in case they unite. Hearing the housekeeper's concern, Jiang Luoli waved her hand and laughed. Once they are certain that the Snake King pill can prolong their lives, they can be persuaded to work together to deal with the Poison King in the future, so it can't be sold to them alone. She understood in her heart that with her own strength today, it was really slim that she wanted to take in the Poison King, so she could only gather the strength of others. 3 days later, the Eternal Life Group auction was officially held amidst the expectations of the crowd. The butler, who had presided over this auction at Jiang Luoli's command, was now taking out a beautifully packaged brocade box, opening it up and saying towards the crowd with a smile, gentlemen, this is the Serpent King Dan that was refined by our Everlasting Group after extracting the Serpent King's blood. It has been verified that this Snake King pill does have a life-extending effect, but a portion of it was lost as a result, and now there are only 5 left, and they're all here. As the words fell, 4 maids came forward in unison and presented the remaining Snake King Dan in front of the crowd. The butler watched the crowd's restlessness with a smile until someone asked about the price. Then he raised his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet. As you all know, in order to refine this Snake King Dan, the Everlasting Group has paid a great price. Even my young lady has been damaged quite a bit, and these 5 Snake King pills, when they run out, they're gone. So, for a while, the atmosphere on the auction floor was high. Many families and consortia were involved, and the 2 people who were originally in peace were also red in the face because of the scramble. In the end, these Snake King pills were sold at a high price, and they were all bought by the consortiums and families in Jianghai City, Emerald Manor. This manor located not far from the center of the city, which could be reached in more than 10 minutes, yet quiet in the midst of the bustle, was the property of the second consortium in Jianghai City, the powerful group. The entire manor covers an area of thousands of acres. The garden has large and small, very cherished flowers, plants and trees, in which the pavilions are built in accordance with the ancient rhyme, and the surrounding vegetation is a perfect blend of almost every step. Passing through every moon door, through every window, is a piece of scenery. At this moment, a woman wearing a full black professional outfit with a white lining, revealing her round and full legs, holding a glass of wine in one hand and holding up her glasses with the other, stood in front of the window to admire the tranquility of the courtyard. This woman was Lin Shuier, the eldest miss of the powerful group, now just over 24 years old, possessing a figure that made countless people envious and crazy, especially the little bit of red between her lips, which set off her noble and charming. Not long after, When Lin Shuer heard footsteps behind her, she asked without looking back, "The old master has already eaten the Snake King Dan?" Behind her was a similarly dressed woman who was also Lin Shuer's secretary. But this secretary couldn't compare to this boss in terms of temperament or figure. The secretary walked to Lin Shuer's side and couldn't help but shiver as she felt a chill coming from the other party. When she raised her head to look over, she found that the red wine in Missy's quilt was actually bubbling with the slightest bit of cold. She couldn't help but secretly think, Missy is worthy of being a transcendent with ice attribute ability. Nowadays she can even affect things around her, in an intangible way. Moreover, how is Oniai-chan so beautiful? I like it even as a woman. When she noticed the figure in front of her move out of the corner of her eye, she immediately threw these chaotic thoughts out of her mind and secretly gulped before respectfully saying, "Yes, eldest miss, how does it feel? I'm not sure about this." The secretary thought carefully and made sure that there was nothing missing, but knowing that Lin Shuer wouldn't be satisfied with the answer, she continued, "But the master has already given his word. He said that he would agree to cooperate with the Everlasting Group and work together to seize the Snake King's blood." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer raised an eyebrow and revealed a strange look on her face. It seems that this Snake King pill's effect is indeed good, and even the old man has been moved. Between this move, the secretary was distracted, especially when the other licked the wine stains at the corner of his mouth, and the secretary's face reddened violently, and he didn't know what came to his mind. Lin Shuer pondered for a moment and waved her hand. "You go down first." "Yes." After the secretary left, Lin Shuer picked up a document from the table. It was exactly Jiang Luoli's movements in the recent period of time. It was clearly written on it that Jiang Luoli suddenly had a drastic change in temperament. After that she madly acquired poisonous substances, acquired ginkgo villa, and recruited a lot of transcendents. Until this time, when she lost all of her troops in the Great Li Mountain Range, she got the Snake King's blood, which caused a huge uproar. After she finished reading this information, a flash of light flowed out of her slightly cool eyes. "And where did you get the formula for this Snake King Dan?" "Jiang Luoli." "Ah, Jiang Luoli, this young lady would like to see what kind of trick you are playing." On the following day, a piece of news sensationalized Shanghai City, just as shocking as when people first heard that there were transcendents, as well as the Snake King Dan. And this news, which was released jointly by the Powerful Group as well as other worldly families. Hashtag the Powerful Group and a cadre of other families and consortia will join forces with the Everlasting Group to hang the Snake King and rid Shanghai City of its evils. Hashtag. That very morning, a transcendent ran downstairs to the Power Group with great excitement, and asked the staff in front of him, "I heard that you are recruiting transcendents here, and you are going to gather everyone together to destroy the Snake King?" "Yes, sir." In front of him, the staff member smiled faintly, and after arranging for the person to sit down, he took out 20,000 in cash without saying anything and put it in front of the visitor. "We, the Powerful Group, are willing to spend a lot of money on recruiting transcendents, and we will lay down $5 million as soon as they are hired. Sir, if you are an ordinary person, don't get together here people. Better take this money and go back, as a road fee." "Who says I'm ordinary?" The visitor burst into terse defense, then exerted his superhuman strength and laughed. "Is it okay for me to be like this?" "Sure." The staff's attitude became more and more enthusiastic, guiding the visitor to fill out the information, and then said with a smile, $5 million of funds, within 3 days will be able to arrive. Please pay attention to checking receipt. Sir. Ding. As the words fell, the visitor received a cell phone text message and realized that it was actually an arrival message, and was instantly ecstatic. While the staff was still talking, our Missy has said that those who are meritorious in this strangling of the Snake King operation will be given a portion of the Snake King's blood. Soon the news about the incident spread rapidly and caused a violent reaction. 6. Shanghai City's most powerful Changsheng group has cooperated with the Powerful Group, so it seems that none of the foreign beasts in that Great Li mountain range can escape. Some people scared, but of course others blinked and scoffed even more at all this. Good talk. What kind of bull is ridding Shanghai City of harm? It's just wanting to seize the Snake King's blood. I think nah. It's just that the Everlasting Group felt defeated in the Great Li mountain range and lost face, which is why they wanted to bulldoze the Great Li mountain range in a fit of rage. Hiss. There were also people who noticed the most important point and immediately became nonchalant. This is the blood of the Snake King, a good thing that can prolong life. So the transcendents involved have a part in this? Of course. A Snake King of that size, even if one person has a cup, it's enough for many people to share. In the midst of countless people's murmurs, the major families and consortiums also started recruiting transcendents in large numbers. while at the same time putting out the slogan of vowing to hang the Snake King, making a big fuss for a while, with countless people getting involved. Chuan naturally didn't know about the outside world. After that big battle with Jiang Luoli and the other members of the Everlasting Group, he and his juniors had also gone through a few days of rest and recuperation in the peach forest. Among them, the slightly injured juniors have fully recovered. That is, the seriously injured ones are able to walk. Nothing serious. Therefore, on this day, Chuan gathered all of his juniors, and then singled out Tiger Dolly and Black Panther, and commanded with his soul, "You two, one of you is not yet healed from a serious injury, and one of you is blind and has difficulty moving, so stay in the peach grove, and guard the unripe exotic fruits for all of us." Panther and Tiger Vigor naturally had no complaints and felt it was a difficult and honorable task. After Chuan settled them down, he came to the rest of his minions, raised his head and hissed loudly, then led them towards the nearby mountains. "Oh my god, is this that Snake King?" Shanghai City, Emerald Manor. On a large screen, the image of a team of huge foreign beasts advancing was being played, only to see a huge snake with a body length of nearly 100 meters and an incomparably thick body, swimming with its head held high in front of the team, which was also surrounded by a light golden light, as if it was the reincarnation of a true dragon, and behind the giant snake, large and small, different races of beasts, followed by, for example, the whole body turquoise, only smaller than the giant snake of the bamboo leaf green, and tall, the whole body muscle gnarled, in the ranks of the rapid passage of the great apes, and even more ordered other wolves scattered to guard, but he was in the ranks of the last to put the pressure on the grey wolves. One by one, the foreign beasts, one after another, moved forward, not knowing where they were going under the leadership of the giant snake. When Lin Shuer and the others saw this scene, they revealed a look of surprise. Many of them didn't even believe that this was something that the Fey beasts were able to do. After all, they weren't even of the same race, and some of them were the prey of other Fey beasts, and yet they were able to coexist peacefully at this moment. The images, which were taken in real time by the drones sent out by the power group, meant that at the same time, the beasts were constantly running around. The technology of the powerful group was very advanced, especially the remote controllable range of the drones was extremely far and fast, so it didn't take long to find the traces of the alien beasts in the Great Li Mountain range. Meanwhile, Chuan was leading Shao Chang, Jin Gang, and the other foreign beasts, running towards another mountain range, when he suddenly noticed the little thing that had been following him. This little fellow was a finch-like flying bird-like, but its wings didn't seem to be very flexible, and it didn't flap much, but it was actually able to keep up with the footsteps of this team of foreign beasts. It was important to realize that Chuan's speed as they advanced was not slow. This thing, it's supposed to be a drone. Chuan only stared at the little guy for a few moments before he sensed something fishy and became furious because of it. Humans are actually following me. Hasn't the loss he suffered earlier been big enough? He was not aware that this was all the result of Jiang Luoli's domination. When he came back to his senses, Chuan immediately commanded toward Jingang, "Go knock that little thing down." Yes, these guys, why aren't they moving? These people in the Emerald Manor noticed the scene in front of them. One by one, they all showed a puzzled look, and some of them leaned back, but they were even more surprised to open their mouths. These guys, how come they don't move? Could it be that they've noticed the drones? No way. Another person immediately voiced a rebuttal. How can the intelligence of beasts be? Slap, zip, zip. Before the words fell, the adamantine great ape in the video suddenly copied a huge stone and threw it at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, these people realized that the video on the big screen had directly disappeared, and the only sound made by a snowflake was extraordinarily harsh. No good. The drone is destroyed. It was uncertain if the beasts had actually spotted the drone, but it was clear that the boulder that had been thrown out by the adamantine great ape was headed for the drone. Moreover, the adamantine great ape was so strong and fast that it didn't wait for the drone to make any response before it tackled it, completely disconnecting the surveillance. At the thought, someone exclaimed in shock. After all, he was blocked from view by the flurry of people who had risen to their feet. What? This group of foreign beasts actually possesses such intelligence? How is this possible? Anyway, the video footage is gone, and there was a boulder flying toward the drone just before the footage disappeared. As the situation in the second before the picture disappeared was explained clearly, the crowd perceived that the foreign beasts possessed intelligence. Perhaps it was still true, and were immediately shocked beyond words. Most of them stuttered and couldn't speak. After all, compared to the abilities of the Fae, Humans are actually more seafaring fae would be full of intelligence. In front of them, the body and strength of the beasts inherently dominate the advantage. The good thing is that humans can make up for this with wisdom. But now the other side are going to make up for the shortcomings in this aspect of wisdom. Who can still sit still? A creeping fear quickly spread through the crowd. Missy, what should we do next? It took a while before someone asked Lin Shuer for her opinion. The latter stared dead at the snowy screen in front of him for a long time before looking at the crowd and said in a condensed voice, "As you all saw, there was still a video left before the image disappeared. The footage of the Snake King pausing before the drone was destroyed also happened to be recorded. And it's more like the giant ape took orders from the Snake King to throw boulders at the drone. So we have reason to suspect that the Snake King is smarter and more powerful than we thought. And this is, after all, the first time the Serpent King has been recorded by humans using technology. So I think it's better to make it public." These words caused many people to freeze. But they quickly realized that Missy was asking everyone to develop a fear of the Snake King, and then pull them down to deal with the Snake King together. Sure enough, the video footage caused an immediate sensation among humans when it was released. After all, the Snake King was huge to a point beyond human imagination, and it just looked so much bigger than the beasts that humans filmed with special effects. The large tree that required several people to hold was almost like chopsticks in front of the Snake King. With this reference, mankind realized that the matter was not false. Furthermore, the humans were horrified to discover that the phase command had actually evolved to a high level as well, and were actually able to recognize the drones and destroy them. All signs indicated that after the reign of seven-colored light, it seemed that all living beings except humans had undergone great changes, which made countless people fearful. Just as the people of Zhanghai were in a state of shock, Chuan was already in another mountain range neighboring the Great Li mountain range with a group of juniors. Just see the original calm edge of the primitive forest. There is ahead, up to dozens of meters of giant snakes. Rapid swimming look up like a real dragon flying in the sky. Behind this giant snake, all the beasts, large and small, also moved quickly and began to emit a burst of aura. This was not a simple team of fey beasts. It was clearly an army of fey beasts. So many of the fey beasts that saw them and survived on the edge of this mountain range fled without even thinking about it. One after another panicked beyond measure. In the blink of an eye, all sorts of terrified and anxious cries continued to emanate from the forest and grew deeper and deeper. Chuan only slightly surveyed the neighborhood, and then gave an order. "Little ones, fight quickly and occupy this place. Roar, ow dash." In a flash, Shao Chang, King Kong, Big Bear and Grey Wolf and the other great generals under their command came out in full force. Zhanghai City, Ginkgo Villa. Jiang Luoli was now wearing a loose practice outfit, sitting cross-legged under the huge and ancient ginkgo tree. In front of her, a large, ancient tripod was placed, with large and small, different kinds of snakes, insects and ants etched on its body. Nowadays, in this grand cauldron, blood mist filled the air, and even the breath in it filled the air with the smell of blood. At this moment, if one were to look down from above, one would definitely be able to find a wriggling blood-colored worm in this cauldron. This insect was no more than the length of a finger, and its entire body was a striking blood-red color, especially at the top of its head. There was a pair of black patterns that seemed to be eyes that were aimed dead center at the sky, as if they were a pair of cold and evil eyes gazing at the surrounding conditions. This blood-colored worm was opening its mouth, one bite at a time, constantly devouring the flesh and blood of other foreign beasts, and in just a few moments, it covered itself in blood, as if it were a demon that had drilled its way out of countless amounts of blood, and its tiny body, which had been devouring the blood and flesh of foreign beasts, seemed that no amount of eating could fill up this body. After a short while, the blood mist that filled the area around the blood-colored bug all disappeared, and all of the alien beast's flesh and blood that was thrown in was devoured by it. Its body, however, remained little changed in any noticeable way. Rustling, with a slight rattle, the blood-colored worm crawled out from inside the cauldron. If an ordinary person were to see such a ghastly thing, they would definitely feel nauseous and run as far away as possible. But at this moment, Jiang Luoli's face showed a hint of a satisfied smile. The blood parasites have finally been refined by me. It turned out that this blood-colored bug in front of her was the blood compass bug. This thing had just devoured a large amount of essence flesh and blood, and thus possessed the strength of the middle stage of the awakening realm as soon as it was born. So don't look at it as small. It's a very powerful presence. The reason why Jiang Luoli had spent so much energy to refine this learning compass was not only because it was powerful, but also because it could help her cultivate. In the next moment, Jiang Luoli stretched out her hand, and the moment the learning companion wiggled and touched her body, it directly entered the body through the veins in her hand. As the learning compulsions wormed and crawled in her veins, it was visible that Jiang Luoli's body surface constantly had bumps swimming around, which looked slightly oozing. But Jiang Luoli didn't care, and was even excited because of it. The realm is loose. After Jiang Luoli noticed this, she hurriedly ran her gong method and was overjoyed. This time, I'll definitely be able to make a breakthrough. Previously, during the battle with Lu Chuan, her realm had originally loosened up, which sort of helped her to improve a bit, and this time with the addition of the blood compulsion and many preparations, she was certain that she could impact to the late stage of awakening realm in one go. At this level, she thought that she could definitely fight with Lu Chuan and contain him, or even subdue him. A few hours later, the aura of Jiang Luoli's body changed tremendously. One aura after another that wasn't very stable, swimming rapidly within her body and on the surface of her body, causing quite a bit of aura to envelop her all around her. Apparently, she had managed to break through to the late awakening realm. Now what Jiang Luoli had to do was to run her gongfu for a while longer to stabilize her realm. However, not long after Jiang Luoli made her breakthrough, the butler walked nearby and said to her, "Take a look. Is this Bao the one you wanted me to find?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoli twisted her head to look over, and saw the butler holding a bronze ancient Bao in his hands. The Bao was about 1.5 meters long, the whole body was made of bronze, and the two ends of the Bao body were then made of a kind of black, extremely flexible material, which was connected to the bowstring. On this bronze ancient Bao, there was an ancient rune inscribed, which seemed to be some sort of text at a glance, but at a closer look, these runes were not related to text, as if they possessed a unique meaning. Yes, that's it. Jiang Luoli only took a few glances and was delighted in her heart. She reached out and took the ancient Bao, her fingers gently tracing over the ancient runes of the ancient Bao as if they had some resonance. This ancient Bao was a great killing weapon that she had known in her previous life in Shanghai City, and had arranged for her housekeeper to search for it after she returned from her rebirth. A month or so passed and she finally found it. "Butler, where did you find this? It's better luck, to say the least." The butler smiled faintly. "According to your orders, I then searched various places in the city such as antique stores and junkyards, and even hit some of the worldly families and syndicates to see if there was someone who collects them, and I didn't expect it to be inside an unimpressive antique store. So much for luck indeed." Jiang Luoli nodded, and the next moment was to tightly pull the bowstring with her jade finger, while focusing a spiritual energy into it. Buzz. In a flash, this spiritual energy filled the runes and after emitting a sparkling light, it made the ancient Bao shine. Until this moment, the ancient Bao seemed to reveal its true colors. Jiang Luoli was very satisfied with this. After all, this ancient Bao hadn't suffered any damage and could be used directly after bringing it. As the spiritual energy filled into each of the runes and brewed for a period of time, only to see an energy arrow, so out of thin air on the bowstring, ready to fire. It's worthy of the Moonwatch Bao. After feeling the energy fluctuation on the arrow, Jiang Luoli was overjoyed in her heart and became more and more fond of this thing. In fact, the only way to use this Bao was to know the existence of the runes on top of it and still imbue it with spiritual power, which was considered a chance she had been planning for a long time since she was reborn. "Congratulations, miss, on this treasure, it's like a godsend." On the side, the butler smiled and congratulated. Jiang Luoli nodded her head while secretly thinking. Her confidence increased. With this Bao, plus I'm now in the late awakening realm. Compulsion King, the next time we meet, you don't think you'll be able to escape my palm. Next, Jiang Luoli browsed through the recent events, and naturally saw the news spread out by the powerful group, and couldn't help but stare. She had personally fought with Lu Chuan and had returned from rebirth, so naturally, she would not be surprised by the size of the ferocious beasts like ordinary people, and sometimes, the size of the ferocious beasts did not mean anything. At this moment, Jiang Luoli frowned slightly, thinking of Lu Chuan's various behaviors. She always felt that underneath this giant snake's appearance, he was actually a cunning human. In particular, Lu Chuan's extremely fast rate of getting stronger made her very worried. It's going to be a quick one. Jiang Luoli's eyes flickered. In her heart she knew it had to be planned this way. If we drag this out any longer, I'm afraid there will be other changes. She knew that now that she had made a breakthrough in her cultivation, and had the blood compass and the Moonwatch ancient Bao, coupled with the previous momentum, there were already a lot of families and syndicates that were planning on rounding up the Snake King, and being her own help, she wouldn't be fighting alone. At this moment, Jiang Luoli took all aspects into consideration and then muttered, with so many arrangements, this time will definitely not fail. Boom! A series of loud movements came from the dense mountain forest, and upon closer inspection it turned out to be a giant snake slithering rapidly through it. Any tall trees that stopped in front of the giant snake were collapsing in pieces. What's more, it caused countless creatures inhabiting the forest to be terrified. Some of these unlucky ones died directly under the snake's body, but the giant snake didn't feel a thing. This giant snake is Lu Chuan. At a certain moment, Lu Chuan suddenly stopped his steps and raised his snake head, his gaze looking towards the water pool not far away, revealing a ray of stern color. In the line of sight, there was a group of rhinoceros on the edge of that waterhole, the leader of which was 7 or 8 meters long. The rough skin was draped over his body like armor, and seemed to be incredibly defensive, especially the sharp rhinoceros horn a little above the end of its snout, which seemed to be able to tear everything to shreds without fail. However, the size of this rhino was still not enough to look at compared to Lu Chuan, especially its cultivation level, which was also far inferior to Lu Chuan's, which was only at the early stage of the awakening realm today. Humph! Lu Chuan moved quickly. His huge body was extremely flexible, so fast that it was nearly impossible to see the trail, only to see him open his mouth and spew out a cloud of black mist, which caused the rhinoceroses to fall in pieces the moment it came into contact with them. The terrifying toxin eroded the defense and sanity of these rhinos, both preventing them from making a single sound. It was only at this moment that Lu Chuan swam over and opened his bloody mouth without mercy, devouring him. This time, when he brought his many juniors to this mountain range near the Great Li, he basically didn't make any subjugation moves, and after meeting these foreign beasts, most of them spoke about them to kill them directly, and he specializes in picking out the sharpest of them, because with him specializing in tackling those slightly more powerful Fey beasts, Little Green, King Kong, and the other Fey beast minions, he was able to kill in all directions, and almost every once in a while there was a steady stream of blood food and spirit fruits that were sent to his mouth. During this period of time, Lu Chuan's strength had grown at a breathtakingly fast rate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it, rewarding 30 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it, rewarding 6 points of evolutionary value. After launching the rapid digestion ability, Lu Chuan devoured very quickly and did not feel satiated in the slightest, and the system's successive prompts came from his mind. When he finished devouring the rhinoceros herd, the system's prompts were still ringing out. Boss, we're back. Not long after, Xiao Chang, King Kong and other Fey minions, one after another, dragged over some Fey corpses and placed them in a pile in front of Lu Chuan. Xiao Chang even put down the exotic fruits wrapped in large leaves and came to Lu Chuan. This is what we found. It's all here. Aha, you guys did a great job. Lu Chuan nodded and appreciated Little Green and King Kong and the other foreign beasts for a few words, and only after they were all elated did he set his eyes on the harvest in front of him. Nowadays, the entire mountain range had basically been ravaged by Lu Chuan's minions, and there was no existence that could block them in this key mountain range, so this group of foreign beasts were all unimpeded and could take whatever they wanted. Ka chow. Lu Chuan lowered his head and opened his mouth to swallow a spirit fruit, and when he felt the sweet juicy flesh of the foreign fruit explode in his mouth, he could not help but reveal a look of enjoyment. Most of the time, Lu Chuan would crush these exotic fruits before swallowing them, instead of just swallowing them whole. With his many little brothers at the side, he was now at ease devouring the food in front of him, and soon made these foreign beast corpses, as well as spirit fruits, disappear at an extremely fast speed, because he didn't have to chew on the farrago, along with devouring it at a relatively fast rate. His stomach felt a little fuller after a short while, despite the fact that rapid digestion was working constantly. There was still more to devour this time, but he did not stop the act of devouring, but instead saved the food that could not be digested in a short period of time into the elemental swallowing space, waiting for leisure time to slowly digest it again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 15 points of evolutionary value. Finally 3,000 evolution points. Soon after, the system prompt in Lu Chuan's mind had just ended, so he looked at the attribute panel and couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation. It's not easy to accumulate for so long. He had invaded this mountain range this time for the evolution points. After all, now that Lu Chuan's whereabouts had been exposed, according to that woman's temperament, he felt that the other party would definitely make a comeback in the near future. So if he didn't improve his strength quickly, he was afraid that he would be in danger. This is what he was scrambling to do during this time. In the middle of his thoughts, Lu Chuan added all of his evolution points on top of his level, only to see that in the next moment, a huge energy impacted his entire body, causing him to tremble. He very much enjoyed letting this huge energy keep roaming around in his body, changing his body a little bit. At the same time, Lu Chuan's size surged once again, and when Xiao Cheng and the other Fey minions noticed it, they all busily backed away, as if they were worried about being unintentionally crushed by their own boss. This time, the upgrade was almost all done in a flash, but Lu Chuan felt that a long time had passed. When he reacted, he realized that although his size was not as obvious as the changes that had occurred during his previous breakthroughs, his scales, as well as the structure of his body, had undergone a drastic change. Nowadays, Lu Chuan's scales had transformed towards a denser golden color, and each scale had thickened and enlarged by a few points. Especially the edge parts of these scales had become sharper. I can see what's going on physically inside me? Fong, Lu Chuan was closing his eyes, feeling the intense comfort brought by the upgrade, and hadn't opened them until now, except that he suddenly realized that he could still see himself, and couldn't help but put some more gazes over, only to see, on various parts of his body, there suddenly appeared an additional yoke of different colors, and he also silently counted under the curiosity. 1, 2, good lord, 9 in all. Lu Chuan was instantly elated. After all, each of these shackles was a small level. After that, he would be able to increase his strength by a large step with every shackle he fought to break. The boss now seems to have become completely different. Not far away, Xiao Cheng, King Kong and the other foreign beast minions, feeling the aura emanating from Lu Chuan's body, couldn't help but reveal a touch of admiration, and it was still from the bottom of their hearts, but they were a little unsure as to why this feeling appeared. This was actually an effect that could only be achieved by Lu Chuan's absolute suppression and deterrence of them in terms of strength. Lu Chuan did not know the thoughts and the minds of these juniors. At this time he stayed in place. All could find out that after breaking through to the early stage of the shackle realm, he seemed to be able to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body to the outside of his body, attacking with an outward release of spiritual chi. Thus, he was in a better mood. This means of being able to attack remotely sort of makes up for the lack of means of attack. Hello, everyone. In Zhanghai City, a reporter stood in an open space, smiling and speaking to the camera, his emotions even excited. Today is the day that the Eternal Life Group, in conjunction with the Powerful Group and other lineages and consortiums, will enter the Great Li Mountain Range once again to capture and kill the Snake King. For this reason, the Everlasting Group and other personnel from various parties have made sufficient preparations. Especially before this, the major groups have recruited a large number of transcendents, ready to give a perfect answer to this operation. As she spoke, the reporter turned slightly sideways, and saw a group of people walking past the camera, and she smiled as she did so. The exalted who have struck this time have clearly doubled in number from the last time, and they have also received different levels of training to utilize even more power. Look this way, viewers. After introducing these basics, the reporter spoke of new information, and the screen turned with the reporter's words. As you can see, this time, with the addition of the power group, many technological products that are advanced at the current time have also been deployed. You see, in the line of sight, the crowd could see a dozen of airplanes appearing in the sky. The belly position of these airplanes, also equipped with the corresponding ammunition. The reporter's voice also sounded at this time. This is the fighter planes developed by the power group. They will be equipped with rocket launchers and other advanced weapons to join this time in the action. On top of that, some drones, which can drop bombs from the air, provide a covering strike on the ground, ensuring that no target is missed. With the reporter's explanations, netizens as well as viewers became more and more concerned about the operation, which soon led to the filling up of all the major broadcasting rooms and a lot of hot debates on the internet. Let's go. Just as the crowd was focusing on this matter, Jiang Luoli and Lin Shuer exchanged glances, and then they each boarded an airplane with solemn expressions. Boom, boom, boom. 10 minutes later, the huge procession set off with an extraordinarily loud voice, guided by the two of them. When they arrived on the Great Li Mountain Range, where the Eternal Life Group had fought the last time, a following reporter pointed his camera at the place, while Jiang Luoli was currently holding a communication device and said to Lin Shuer in the other plane, "That peach forest is the Snake King's lair. If we destroy it, the Snake King will surely come over." Yes, Lin Shuer nodded, not caring in the slightest who was actually leading this matter. Then let's bombard there first. As the order was given, the reporter was very excited to face the camera and reported loudly, "Now, we are close to the Li Mountain Range, but according to the last time the powerful group filmed back with their drones, the Snake King isn't here for the time being. Nonetheless, there should still be the Snake King's subordinates in the Greatly Mountain Range. So this time, we can perhaps easily destroy the Snake King's subordinates and teach those foreign beasts a lesson. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan and a bunch of other foreign beasts had already returned to the edge of the Greatly Mountain Range from the neighboring mountain ranges, each and every one of them majestic and extraordinary. Now that he had broken through to the Shackle Realm, his strength surpassed that of before by several times, and the bottom of his heart was naturally full. Dead woman, as long as you dare to come, I will teach you a hard lesson. Rumble. Just as Lu Chuan was thinking like this, the center of the Greatly Mountain Range suddenly resounded with a roaring sound. This great commotion instantly caused Lu Chuan and Xiao Cheng and the other foreign beasts to be alerted, but when they looked at each other, they could see the look of surprise in each other's eyes. Unable to do anything, Lu Chuan directly coiled his body, and after his sight reached a certain height, he looked into the distance, and suddenly discovered the smoke deep in the mountain range, and couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Humans are here again? The reason why he thought so was that it was clear that the effect caused by this means of attack was obviously the work of human arms. Otherwise no being other than humans would have made such a commotion. Boss, help! Suddenly, in Lu Chuan's soul, he suddenly heard a few blurred voices, and after he felt it carefully, he realized that it was certainly a request for help from Tiger Vigor and Black Panther. For a moment, Lu Chuan was furious. Damn it! How dare you guys come and provoke me? Go! Without saying a word, Lu Chuan immediately accelerated his speed and rushed with a group of Fey minions, only to see that some of the Fey minions were already lagging behind after a few moments. So he performed the Spirit Snake Sprint and commanded towards Xiao Cheng and King Kong and the other minions. You guys take everyone back. I'm going to go first. In the middle of the Peach Forest, Tiger Dolly and Black Panther, the two Fey beasts that had stayed behind, looked extremely uneasy, to the point that they had clung together, shivering because of the horror they had just witnessed. Boss. Although they had already sent a distress signal to Lu Chuan, they simply didn't know when Lu Chuan would be able to make it back. So in the meantime, these two guys had to face it alone. And this time, the human advances were not only more numerous, but especially brought those weapons with extremely impressive killing power. In that bombardment just now, Tiger Dolly and Black Panther both sensed an extremely dangerous aura from it, and neither of them dared to resist these artillery fires. One must know that they were awakening realm Fey beasts, and even they didn't dare to go on them, let alone whether those mortal realm minions could resist. Boss told us to hold on. We can't let him down. Although Black Panther was nervous in his heart, after seeing the pile of mutated peaches he had collected during this period of time, his expression suddenly became determined. I will definitely defend until the end. Even though it was a beastly roar, Vajra still understood the meaning and couldn't help but nod in unison. But at the very next moment, several airplanes hovered directly in the air in front of them, and in one of the airplanes sat none other than Lin Shuer, the eldest miss of the powerful group. After she saw the situation in the woods, she couldn't help but smile smugly. Is the strength of these foreign beasts nothing more than that? But yes, any demons and monsters are all vulnerable to the technological arms bombardment of my power group. After saying that, Lin Shuer was actually personally piloting the airplane, and approached towards the Peach Forest side, and after a short while she spotted the two foreign beasts, Tiger Dolly and Black Panther, and immediately muttered, these two guys, they should be the Snake King's right-hand men who stayed here. Men, destroy them for me. Yes. With a command, the Transcendents on the several airplanes shouldered their rocket launchers and fired 5 or 6 rockets one after another, aiming at Tiger Vigor and Black Panther. Such intensive firepower made Tiger Dolly feel the threat of death from it before he was even locked on. But right at this moment, on the other plane, Jiang Luoli sensed the blood seal movement and immediately her heart jumped. The Snake King is coming. Phew. Shoo. Shoo. The moment the rocket flew out, the crowd saw a huge thing, rushing across, and without hesitation, blocked in front of the Tiger and the Black Panther, to be as decisive as decisive. This made the crowd freeze. Boom. 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 In a flash, the rocket struck the massive body, which, upon closer inspection, was actually the body of a snake. The visitor, naturally, was Lu Chuan. These rockets quickly exploded, and the terrifying power wrapped in them caused a patch of scorched black marks to appear on the surface of his body, and a piece of scale, which fell off as a result, flew to the side along with the aftermath of the explosion. At this moment, Lu Chuan's heart was shocked and angry. Shocked because, if he had not broken through the shackle realm, and just now, in the nick of time, he performed the Vajra change, Fong was afraid that he would be directly blown up to the skin. and angry because this group of human beings really came back, and also sent out an even more huge team. His pair of ice-cold snake eyes were glaring at the several airplanes in the sky, and his eyes were filled with thick killing intent. "Boss! Tiger Vigor and Black Panther," at the same time, exclaimed in shock. Although they had a strong sense of excitement after the robbery at the moment, they were all touched by the sight of this huge snake body in front of them that had blocked all the damage for them. Therefore they were full of excitement in their voices as they cried out, even with a hint of choking, "You can't find this kind of boss even if you hit the lantern. What are you waiting for? Go on." Just as Tiger Dolly and Black Panther were inexplicably thrilled by Lu Chuan's life and death rescue, Lin Shuer met Lu Chuan's gaze and was startled by the emotions in it. She subconsciously scrunched her neck, and once she calmed down, she continued to give orders. "Since the Snake King has returned, then fight for me. If we don't destroy the Snake King today, no one will be able to leave." "Yes." Swoosh. Instantly, more rockets were fired, and all of them were heading towards Lu Chuan. Seeing this, Lu Chuan's snaketail flexibly rolled, jacking up both Tiger Vigor and Black Panther, carrying them away with a force that did not allow them to slip and circle without dying. Buzz. Only a dazzling light flashed around Lu Chuan's body, and he was as fast as lightning under the spirit snake sprint, leaving that bombing zone in an instant. At this moment, Lu Chuan glanced at the airplane in the sky, and thought that if he were to bring the Black Panther and the Tiger vigorously, these two guys would definitely be in danger at all times. But if he didn't bring them with him, just by the power that the humans had sent out this time, it would be enough to divide and conquer them. In the next second, he actually flicked his tail with force, and without waiting for Tiger Vigor and Black Panther to land, he actually swallowed them directly in one bite. Asterisk 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 is worthy of. Ruthless even swallowed his men. When Lin Shuer saw this, she all froze for a moment, and then a deep sense of disgust appeared in her eyes. Only she didn't know that Lu Chuan hadn't devoured these two Fey minions, but rather, he had stored them in the element swallowing space. This piece of space is capable of storing living things. In this way, as long as he didn't die, Tiger Power and Black Panther would be safe and sound. Lu Chuan let out a big sigh of relief as a result. But at this time, Lin Shuer had already developed a trace of scorn within her heart. Even her subordinate said beside her, "Miss, the Snake King is the most difficult one to deal with. And now that it has no constraints around it, I'm afraid that if it launches into madness, it will roll all of us away, and even the airplane won't be able to stop it. It's better to leave this place first and leave the Snake King to others to deal with. I'm the first lady of the powerful group. How could I possibly do such a thing?" Lin Shuer subconsciously is about to refuse. The henchman is anxious. "Missy, this is a that even subordinate swallow. In case it goes crazy and swallows the whole plane, we will be finished." It was only then that she felt a twinge of fear, and finally agreed to her subordinate's persuasion and hurriedly piloted the airplane to turn around and hide at the back of the large group. Trying to run? On the ground, Lu Chuan's eyes were raging with killing intent. Seeing that the airplane Lin Shuer was in had already ducked back, and immediately, with the help of the Spirit Snake Dash enchantment, he quickly approached towards those airplanes, his movements as fast as lightning. Shoot! Shoot! The people were alarmed. After all, according to this situation, the Snake King was likely to pounce and destroy the airplane, so they rushed to instruct their teammates to stop it. Corrosive poison fog. In the midst of the group of humans' attack, Lu Chuan directly opened his mouth and sprayed out a large mass of black poisonous mist, and that airplane was enveloped in it before it could even dodge. Because of this operation, the airplane had its windows open and there were people standing next to the hatch, targeting the alien beasts, and now that they were hit by the poisonous mist, they instantly erupted into mournful and incomparable screams. Those humans standing next to the hatch of the airplane were even thrown straight out of control because of the loss of control of the stricken airplane. And the airplane kept crashing. "Close the hatch. Hurry!" The rest of the humans on the plane were horrified at this, and, believing that this would keep out the pervasive poisonous fog, hurriedly ordered their men to take measures. Only, they may not know the horror of this corrosive poison. The Poison King has indeed returned. At the back of the group, the airplane Jiang Luoli was riding on had unknowingly arrived in this neighborhood. Her originally complacent eyes suddenly narrowed after seeing Lu Chuan, and then they were filled with shock. Actually growing so fast? With just one glance, Jiang Luoli realized that Lu Chuan was now in the shackle realm and couldn't help but once again lament the speed at which this guy was growing. After she was surprised, she actually showed a flash of excitement, worthy of being the Poison King I'd been eyeing since a long time ago. Majestic! The Poison King is growing so fast. It seems that his qualifications are certainly not bad. If I can capture it and allow me to refine this life compulsion. 1. It not be invincible? This crazy woman, at this time of the day, actually still thinking about this matter. The next moment, Jiang Luoli came to the horizontal ladder next to the airplane hatch without hesitation, and without looking around, he took out a bow from his back, and strung the bow and shot the arrows in a single motion. Lu Chuan was attacking the planes of the powerful group at that moment, when he suddenly felt a burst of threat and was startled. There are powerful people? Soon, he had a good burst of gnashing of teeth. This danger, it must be brought by that woman, and only she is very difficult to entangle. Very tricky. After all, he had sensed Jiang Luoli's arrival not long ago and figured it out at once. In the next instant, Lu Chuan immediately performed the transformation technique, and that huge body quickly shrunk as if it had deflated. Almost the instant he had just gotten smaller, an energy arrow suddenly passed through where his original snake's head had been and lodged itself straight into the ground. Rumble. After a roar, Lu Chuan was surprised to find that the arrow was actually several times more powerful than a rocket. It can actually change its body size at will? On the airplane, Jiang Luoli's arrow fell short. Recalling the moment when she shot the energy arrow, the Snake King's huge body flashed extremely quickly, seemingly becoming countless times smaller. Her heart was suddenly surprised, but soon revealed a trace of an indelible smile. Very well, the more powerful you are, the more I'll have to subjugate you, and this is the real Poison King. On the other side of the airplane, Lin Shuer was dumbfounded until the power of that one energy arrow had almost dissipated before she marveled out. It was so big just now, and now it's instantly become so small? How on earth did the Snake King do that? This is too amazing. Having said that, Lin Shuer turned her head back and saw Jiang Luoli over there, who had already stepped out of the cabin and was standing with her bow, revealing a valiant aura all over her body. And then her eyes lit up. Is that the arrow? Obviously, she had thought things out wrong, and this ability to instantly change size was the result of Lu Chuan casting his transformation technique. As the nearby commotion became smaller and smaller, Lin Shuer's attention, too, was attracted by the ancient bronze bow in Jiang Luoli's hand, only to be filled with doubt again after seeing that the bow was different from the unusual ones. What is that thing in her hand? As the same group's eldest young lady, she wouldn't be stupid enough to ask this kind of unanswered question to her face, and could only secretly sigh and speculate in her heart. This guy's power is actually greater than a bazooka, and I've never seen her use it before, and how did she get such a thing? For a while, Lin Shuer transformed into a curious baby, her heart haunted by many questions. Damn women! After Lu Chuan instantly became smaller and avoided that almost fatal arrow, the anger in his heart had been infinitely amplified. After all, just now, he had truly felt the threat of death. He was just trying to survive and fought back for his freedom, but he didn't know that Jiang Luoli was so entangled. As soon as he thought of the threat posed by that arrow, Lu Chuan couldn't help but raise his head and look towards Jiang Luoli, as if he wanted to know that in this woman's hands, there was something else that made him even more fearful. At this moment, both sides were separated by a long distance, but their gazes had already locked, especially in Lu Chuan's line of sight. Jiang Luoli actually strung her bow again, and when an energy arrow had successfully coalesced, she suddenly let go and shot out. There's something odd about that bow. With just a glance, Lu Chuan detected the strange pointing out of that bronze ancient bow, and his heart could not help but be astonished. After all, Jiang Luoli can send out an attack that threatens him, not by his own ability, but with the help of that ancient bow in his hand, so that if, whoosh, not waiting for him to think carefully, the energy arrow arrived almost instantly. That terrifying speed, even Lu Chuan was scared of it. A sense of extreme danger constantly erupted in his heart. Fortunately, now that he had shrunk countless times, the target was not as obvious as it was earlier, so Jiang Luoli only aimed at an approximate location and shot out an arrow. After seeing this scene, Lu Chuan didn't think twice and directly twisted quickly to avoid this energy arrow. Rumble! That familiar popping sound. Once again, although Lu Chuan was not at the center of the explosion, the energy arrows were extremely powerful. He was still affected by the impact of the energy arrows bursting open, and his figure was shaken away by several steps as a result. This time, he marveled at the power of that energy arrow once again. Go! On the other side, Lin Shuer saw that Jiang Luoli was so powerful that she almost stole all the limelight, and immediately, not willing to show weakness, she directly commanded her own people in the group and attacked. Blow up that Snake King for me. Don't conserve your ammo. Whoosh! In an instant, a large number of rockets were fired, the dense firepower of which was enough to cover Lu Chuan, and at this very moment, There were quite a few airplanes flying towards this side, so it could be said that Lu Chuan was already surrounded from all sides, and if he didn't want to find a way to solve the problem, I was afraid that he would not be able to escape. On one of the planes, the reporter looked extremely excited. While pointing at the scene of the great battle and signaling for the camera to be given over there, she excitedly spoke. Look, viewers, that's the main battlefield where several large groups are besieging the Snake King. At this moment the smoke is dense. It seems that the battle is fierce, which also shows that the Snake King's strength is extraordinary. However, in order to hang the Snake King, a lot of power was deployed this time, so how could we let it escape? If nothing else, this time the Snake King is going to be captured by several major groups, and the crisis in our Jianghai city can be completely lifted. Saying that, the reporter also dropped his gaze on that battlefield, but after searching for half a day and not finding any trace of Lu Chuan, he couldn't help but reveal a puzzled look. How could the Snake King be so small? Earlier clearly saw it with my own eyes. In fact, under the shroud of smoke, Lu Chuan's figure was covered, and it was normal that no one could see it at the moment. At this moment, his mind was thinking fast. No, the other side is coming on strong this time, and there are still a number of exalted not yet on board. These modern weapons alone are enough to tire me out. Once we wait for them to get on the field, the situation will become more and more dire. Thinking about this, Lu Chuan thinks, now or temporarily avoid the front line is good. In the case of preserving the strength of the follow-up can also wait for the time to get back to the game. If this moment of hard resistance, perhaps it really planted. Having made his decision, he acted immediately. Just seeing Lu Chuan glancing at the peaches gathered by Tiger Dolly and Black Panther over there, he quickly swam over and swallowed all these exotic fruits in one bite. At this moment, he thought that he had come back one step ahead of Little Green, King Kong, and the other foreign beasts, and immediately communicated with his soul. Little Green, don't come back yet. It's dangerous here. Wait for my message. Dead? Seeing the Snake King disappearing, Lin Shuer's face revealed a touch of suspicion, always feeling that the Snake King could not have fallen so easily. While on the other side, Jiang Luoli looked at the blood mark in her palm that was flickering continuously, and then the sensation rapidly weakened until after it disappeared. Her heart gave a cry of alarm. I was clearly able to sense it just now. It definitely didn't die. Could it be invisible? Jiang Luoli felt more and more that this possibility was extremely high, but now that the other party was out of the sensing range, she knew that she couldn't keep dragging it on, and immediately gave an order. Chase. Obviously. We didn't see anything. Why did Jiang Luoli send people to chase after them? Lin Shuer was all set to collect her energy and go home, but when she saw Jiang Luoli's behavior, she was surprised in her heart. Nonetheless, she sent someone to follow her, trying to figure out what was going on. On another plane, a reporter, obviously not even sure of the situation, excitedly reported, "Good news, folks, great news. The Snake King is dead, his corpse blown up by a bazooka, and now the two major groups are hunting down the remaining alien beasts in the mountains." The Serpent King's corpse is gone? Because the operation was broadcast live. After the reporters reported on it before they could figure out what was going on, the news on the internet about the siege of the Snake King exploded on the ground. Countless netizens were paying attention to this matter, and after hearing the news of the Snake King's death for the first time, they were astonished. Now, aren't the plans of several large consortiums fizzled out? Wouldn't it be a big loss to have deployed so many people, so many helicopters, and yet not even get a single drop of the Snake King's blood? Whatever. There are also netizens who are only concerned about the life and death of the Snake King, and don't care about the idea of those in high positions of power wanting to live a long life. As long as the beast is eradicated, it's always a good thing. Can't you guys see that the face pets are becoming extremely dangerous? If we don't eradicate the Snake King, we might have to be devoured by it for many people. That's right, with the Snake King dead, the hidden threat in the Jianghai region has finally been removed. The mismatch of information, coupled with negligence, has led to most of the netizens believing it. Just as the crowd of netizens were talking, the invisible Lu Chuan, too, had long since fled the Great Li mountain range. Behind them, the pursuers led by Jiang Luoli and Lin Shuer, having lost their direction, could now only scatter in all directions in carpet search. It was just that after a long time had passed, they didn't have any harvest, and everyone's face showed fatigue. Some people even took a step and stopped, obviously out of stamina. Seeing this, Jiang Luoli had no choice but to order everyone rest in place and continue the pursuit tomorrow. Nowadays, this search team was in the plain area in the middle of the Great Li mountain range and another mountain range. although this place was not an excellent place to set up camp. But human beings were not machines, and she couldn't possibly drain everyone's strength, or else it would be a big deal in case the Snake King made a comeback. All rest. After Lin Shuer got this message, she also gave the order to rest in place, only that the camping site she chose was still 7 or 8 miles away from the Changxing group. At this distance, they can defend each other without interfering with each other. And of course if something happens to one side, the other side can support them over it the first time. As time passed, night slowly fell. The people of the power group were tired after a long day, sleeping and standing guard, but all of them were rather lazy and did not look too alert. At this moment, there was an uninvited guest in this temporary camp, and it was Lu Chuan who had come in stealth, although he was able to rely on blood pursuit, a super long-range ability, to sense Jiang Luoli, but then both sides would be too close, and Jiang Luoli would be able to sense him as well. In this case, the previous hiding was all for naught. This was the reason why he didn't go to the location where the Everlasting Group was stationed. With his invisibility, Lu Chuan traveled through this camp, and soon learned from some of the people's murmurs that amongst the power group's arrivals this time, there was also the power group's eldest lady. In that case, Lu Chuan suddenly felt that this was an opportunity for him, and in the middle of his thoughts, he had a plan. Nowadays, he didn't know much about the human world, especially this time. The others had come over with great fanfare, and he still learned about it through the Tiger Dolly and Black Panther who had stayed behind, which was really too passive. If he was able to control a high-ranking human with the help of the soul-regenerating pupil, he would be able to use it to provide a large amount of information to himself in the future, and in this way, a lot of dangers could be avoided in advance. With this in mind, Lu Chuan's body quickly swam and quickly disappeared from beneath the shadows of some people. Miss, I don't know what Jiang Luoli is up to. In the tent where Lin Shuer was, a female secretary endured the mosquitoes and insects here, as well as the rudimentary environment, and spoke in great confusion. Isn't it clear that the Snake King is dead? Although we didn't get the Snake King's blood, it's not like there's nothing we can do about it. There's no need to guard here at all. There must be a reason why he did it. Lin Shuer thought a bit more than the secretary, knowing that Jiang Luoli's ambition was not small, and although he had killed the Snake King this time, but he had come here. How could he justify not taking something away from the Great Li mountain range? Seeing that the secretary looked a bit pushed and shoved, she smiled lightly. On our trip, we also harvested quite a few spirit fruits, so at least it wasn't a trip for nothing. If you're really bored, go count the receipts and we'll give you a bonus when we get back. Miss, that's not what I meant. Okay, I know. Lin Shuer chatted with her secretary for a few moments, and shortly after she yawned, she waved her hand and said, I'm tired. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. Yes. Shortly after the secretary left, Lu Chuan arrived at this place. At this moment, Lu Chuan had already become smaller to more than 3 meters long, and although he was still a big snake, he was already able to hide his movements well. He found Lin Shuer's tent through the exchanges of people in this camp, as well as the in and out of the crowd, and now that he saw that the tent was pitch black, he quietly pushed open the tent's curtains and burrowed in. Who? In an instant, Lin Shuer awoke with a start. She was suspicious and stared around vigilantly, but inside and outside the tent, she could not see any figure, but she always felt that something was staring at her, and immediately her heart became more and more nervous. Get thee out of here, soul-regenerating pupil. In the next moment, Lu Chuan appeared out, but he also exerted this ability to control Lin Shuer in this instant. The latter's movements were stagnant for a moment, and after shaking for a while, he extremely obediently bowed his head slightly towards Lu Chuan, and the whole person sat on his knees on the ground. Master, why have you come here, this time? Lu Chuan was eager to know the reason for this, and Lin Shuer lived up to expectations and said what she had to say. Back to the master. It was organized by Jiang Luoli. Speak clearly. Yes. Lin Shuer didn't see half a ripple in her eyes, but she told the causes and consequences one by one. After her last great defeat in the Great Li mountain range, she claimed after a period of time that using the Snake King's blood, she was able to refine the Snake King's Dan, and that this Snake King's Dan had the effect of longevity. Before this operation, someone bought the Snake King Dan and found that it could indeed prolong life. You mean Jiang Luoli, the one who shoots arrows during the day? Lu Chuan wasn't very interested in the latter, so he directly interrupted, and Lin Shuer nodded slightly after hearing this, saying, well, she's the eldest miss of the Everlasting Group. Tell me more about her. Yes. For the next few moments, Lin Shuer spoke eloquently. Jiang Luoli as. Later, she led the way into the Great Li mountain range, Through Lin Shui's narration, Lu Chuan learned a part of Jiang Luoli's energy, but also felt that this woman is very odd, because she seems to have known that the aura recovery is coming, combined with the matter of Jiang Luoli putting herself into the poisonous pit before the aura recovery. Lu Chuan suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. This woman, is she a reborn? As soon as this thought erupted, Lu Chuan felt that 9 times out of 10, it was like what he had guessed. Lin Shui had already been controlled. It was impossible for her to lie when recounting such a thing, and the more crucial point, that was the period of time before he was put into the poisonous pit by the other party. Suddenly his temperament changed drastically. Up to this point, Jiang Luoli, this person seems to have the ability to foretell many things. If this change in temperament and the ability to see things before they happen was Jiang Luoli's sudden encounter with a miraculous encounter that caused her to soar to the heavens, then even if she was even more of a genius, it would be impossible for her to have grown to the point she was at now. In these several encounters, Lu Chuan had already learned the other party's many strange means, especially Jiang Luoli's cultivation advancement speed. It didn't seem like a person who had just awakened at all. On the contrary, it was more like an old demon reborn and returned, retracing his own path only. This was the only reason why Jiang Luoli grew so rapidly. The more he thought about it, the more Lu Chuan felt that this was the case. After all, in the Blue Star where he was in his previous life, there were quite a number of brainstorming web novels produced, which abounded in this regard. Thus he came to such a judgment. On the side, Lin Shui's eyes gradually diffused a strand of pleasing color, and at this moment was offering up her attentiveness. Master, I see that you are so curious about Jiang Luoli. Why don't I send someone to keep a close watch on that woman? This way, in the future, if she but does anything, I can be the first to tell you. Master. Although, after Lin Shui was controlled by the soul regenerating pupil, she would still have her own mind and understand what she was facing and what she was doing. She would do everything from now on with Lu Chuan in mind and consider Lu Chuan's mind and interests in everything. No need to be too deliberate. Lu Chuan originally wanted to borrow Lin Shui to spy on humans, and now that he had learned of Jiang Luoli's abnormality, he of course agreed with Lin Shui's suggestion. But after he agreed, he still instructed, and don't let her notice. Alright, you powerful group this time, just cancel the operation, and immediately withdraw everyone first thing tomorrow morning. No one will be left behind. He had already seen the terrifying aspects of the power group's technological weapons during the daytime, and without their support, Lu Chuan wasn't too worried about relying on the adepts alone. Okay. Lin Shui on the opposite side nodded heavily, and when Lu Chuan had nothing to command, she immediately arranged to go. Early the next morning, Jiang Luoli sent someone to contact the powerful group, reminding Lin Shui that it is time to prepare. It is time to launch a new round of pursuit of the Snake King. But a few minutes later, the henchman hurriedly rushed back with an unsightly look. Miss, the powerful group's side has withdrawn. Withdrawn? At those words, Jiang Luoli froze, and then her face filled with anger. How could they suddenly make this decision? And all of them quietly withdrew without telling me? Miss, here's the reply from over there. Seeing her anger, her subordinate couldn't help but lower his stance. Yesterday, the reporters reported that the Snake King was dead, and now the powerful group has also proved that the Snake King's corpse is nowhere to be found. So they withdrew. Moreover, nowadays, the major groups, feeling that there are no more benefits and that they cannot utilize the Snake King's blood to refine the Snake King's Dan, have all given up their pursuit and do not intend to continue to dabble in bull ********. Jiang Luoli was furious in his heart, directly interrupting his subordinate's words, and even more so, he didn't hide his anger. The Snake King isn't dead at all. Lin Shui, this stupid thing, spoiled my big event. She couldn't figure out how Lin Shui could make such a stupid decision after one night. If it was Lin Shui who believed that the Snake King was dead, then how come she didn't announce a retreat yesterday when the reporters were reporting on it, but rather waited until the night had passed before making such a decision? Therefore, Jiang Luoli had reason to suspect that Lin Shui was just punking herself. The two of them being the same group's eldest miss, they would naturally fight against each other on weekdays, and it was normal for them to do something like this nowadays. However, she understood in her heart that according to the progress of the current aura recovery and the strength of the evolvers, they could not yet completely defend themselves against artillery, missiles and other modern weapons, of which there were quite a few modern weapons that could threaten the alien beasts and evolvers, or else the giant tiger and the Black Panther at that time wouldn't have been beaten by them to the point that they had no place to run to, shivering and waiting for their deaths. Only when a large number of shackled realms appeared among the evolvers would modern technological weapons become gradually obsolete. And right now she couldn't do without the help of modern weapons. And if she didn't have the support of the powerful group, then there was a high possibility that her operation this time would fail, and all the efforts she had made earlier would be in vain. After all, the Eternal Life Group was second to none in pharmaceuticals, but it didn't possess those advanced weapons. With the growth rate of that Poison King, it might not even be afraid of any modern weapons the next time they met. Thinking about this, Jiang Luoli had a headache, and in her heart, she cursed Lin Shuer non-stop. "Boss, you're back." In the deep mountains, when a group of Fey minions saw Lu Chuan return, they immediately came forward to greet him with excitement. They had previously followed Lu Chuan's instructions and arrived at this place to wait, and thought that this would be their home from now on. But Lu Chuan didn't even bother to take a rest when he came back and told all the Fey Beast minions, "We can't stay here anymore. We have to leave as soon as possible." At this moment, Lu Chuan looked at his cadre of Fey minions with some urgency. After experiencing this battle, he intends to temporarily leave this place in Shanghai. After all, Jiang Luoli's base camp is in Shanghai, and he can come over at any time. And he wasn't sure how to deal with that woman Jiang Luoli now. He didn't know what other deadly cards that woman had in her hands, and it was impossible for his own little brother to resist those weapons. The thought of that bow in Jiang Luoli's hand gave Lu Chuan a headache. Only, I'm not all out of strength and opportunity to fight back. After thinking for a while, Lu Chuan thought to himself that he possessed the devouring evolution system, so the speed on growth would definitely be faster than Jiang Luoli. And at that time, when he was a bit more powerful, he would go to that woman for revenge. This time, Lu Chuan also had a clearer understanding of his body's ability. At least it was not afraid of the human bazooka and a bunch of other means. When the time came, as long as they were careful, there was nothing wrong. "Boss, so where are we going?" Just as he was pondering, Little Green raised his head and inquired on behalf of the other Fey minions, his eyes filled with curiosity. Seeing this, Lu Chuan put his gaze aside and said in a condensed voice, "Go to the Qiling. That place has a treacherous mountainous terrain, and it's not too far from our place, so it won't take long to arrive." What he didn't say was that the number of ferocious beasts as well as spirit fruits inside a large mountain like that must have exceeded the Great Li mountain range. When he went there himself, his strength would rise like a rocket. Da Xia. The afterglow of the evening has not yet completely dissipated. The residents who have eaten dinner, or out of the door, chatting with neighbors, enjoying the leisure time after dinner, or make a cup of tea, in front of the TV, on time to listen to the daily evening news. At that moment, a news item was broadcast on the television sets of the residents of Daxia. News from this station. Recently, because of a rain of 7-colored light, the world has changed drastically. Many pets around people, after bathing in the rain of 7-colored light, their temperament changed drastically, becoming more and more bloodthirsty and violent. Those most affected by the rain of 7-colored light are the wilderness areas. After the relevant staff explored, we found that nowadays a large number of primitive forests have appeared in the wilderness areas, and the animals that used to live in them have changed even more dramatically. These originally cute and gentle animals have mutated into Fey, and among them, some mutated powerhouses have appeared. After the adventures and squatting of the working people, we found 4 of the most famous foreign beasts in it, and now they have been named by the people as the 4 Beast Kings of Daxia. Below, please see the detailed report about the 4 Beast Kings, and if anyone encounters them in the future, they must be extremely careful. As the relevant staff switched the camera, the audience in front of the TV set, Hurricane saw a high and mighty mountain-piercing armor, appeared in the screen. The host's voice also issued at this time. The south of Daxia, appeared such a mountain-piercing armor. This mountain-piercing armor whole body is like a layer of steel armor. This layer of armor has a very strong defensive power. Not only that, but the pangolin digs so fast that it is often able to destroy the foundation of a high-rise building in an extreme amount of time, causing it to collapse. The pangolin, therefore, is called the tyrant. The host couldn't help but take a deep breath as he said this. This tyrant is a god, and tends to burrow out from underneath cities, causing the earth to shake and houses to collapse upon his appearance, and has ravaged several cities through this. Although there is the Daxia military that has stepped in to suppress and drive them away, they are all helpless. After introducing the tyrant pangolin, the host began to introduce the next beast king. In the northwestern region of Daxia, a mutated falcon appeared, which was covered in golden feathers, and thus was called the Golden Eagle King. Golden Eagle King's speed is extremely fast. Once the military dispatched the current fastest fighter jets on its pursuit, but Rao So, The fighter jets still have no way to keep up with the speed of the Golden Eagle King, but also the military is a very headache of a beast king. In addition to this, in the mountains in the north, a black bear, after bathing in the rain of 7-colored light, underwent a great change, and by virtue of its extremely high intelligence, it actually made use of the art of camouflage, and managed to escape from the encirclement of the army. At that time, Black Bear disguised himself as a mountain hunter and even greeted and spoke to the oncoming army without ever being discovered in his true identity. The last one, naturally, was the River Sea Snake King. The host reported here and paused before continuing. Now, according to the on-site news as well as the confirmation from the powerful group, the Snake King has already died under the siege of several great families and consortiums, and the 4 great beast kings are naturally reshuffled. The latest news about the 3 great beast kings of Great Xia will continue to be reported in the aftermath, so please pay attention to the audience and friends. As the news of the 4 beast kings spread, the fear in the hearts of the humans actually dissipated a bit. After all, the death of the Snake King proved that those mutant beast kings were not impossible to kill. Moreover, the remaining 3 major beast kings had all once made a name for themselves by ravaging human territory and creating killings early on, thus attracting the military to come out and thus making a name for themselves. As for the River Sea Snake King, it seemed that there had never been any news of it leaving the Bigli Mountain range to kill, and its death was also because several consortia and families had entered the Bigli Mountain range to capture it for their interests, which allowed the world to learn about the existence of this terrifying serpent. Now, since the Snake King was dead, it was only natural for the military to cancel the snake-catching program after getting the news. Master, the recent big events are basically these. In Lu Chuan's mind, the sound of Lin Shuer's respectful speech came, and it turned out that she was the one who repeated the major news of the human world, one by one. It also made him very aware of the movements on the human side. Since utilizing the soul-regenerating pupil to control Lin Shuer, he was able to communicate with the other party with his soul, and there was no restriction above the distance for this communication, so no matter where he was, he would be able to receive the message. For example, even now, he would be able to learn about the great events in the world by putting all of his men into the element-swallowing space, running to the Qinling Mountains, and piling into the deep forests over there. Concerning the battle records of the other 3 great beast kings, Lu Chuan had also heard about them and made a series of comparisons with them, understanding that he was now in the first echelon of the world's evolved beasts. Speaking of which, I'm somewhat thankful to Jiang Luoli. After learning that the army all nearly entered the Great Li Mountain range to besiege himself, Lu Chuan was instantly a bit thankful that Jiang Luoli pulled the major families and consortia in hot pursuit of him. After all, if not for that, what awaited him would be the direct intervention of the military. My lord, you are right. Lin Shuer followed suit and then said, the lethality of our power group's weapons is naturally not comparable to that of the military's, and even if our power group researches even more deeply into technological weaponry right now, Daxia won't allow us to have those kinds of weapons. In fact, we at Power Group have also turned over most of our technology. Lu Chuan pondered the situation as she spoke. Currently, Zhang Hai's side had lost their news, and Jiang Luoli's everlasting group hadn't made any big moves for the time being, only that they had been frantically recruiting alien powers. In this matter, the Power Group is not shy. Once he came back to his senses, Lu Chuan continued to communicate with Lin Shuer, continue to instill the big things in the human world, especially news about Jiang Luoli and me, and tell me at the first opportunity. Yes. Afterward, he turned toward Xiao Cheng and the other Fey minions and shouted, go to the Qinling. Having said that, he still swallowed these minions into the element-swallowing space. After all, some of them were not fast enough to keep up with him. After 2 days of running, Lu Chuan and finally arrived under the Qinling Mountains. Qinling, located in the center of Daxia. It is said that this mountain range is the demarcation line between the north and south of Daxia, and when you look around, you can see that the mountains in the Qinling are steep, and they are not at all comparable to the Dili mountain range. Lu Chuan only slightly appreciated Qinling's golden color, and then released his little brother from the element-swallowing space. He brought this group of minions with him so that they could re-establish their base here. At this moment, Lu Chuan gave an order. Charge! Shao Qing, King Kong and a cadre of juniors have been excited. An incomparable influx of the Qinling deep mountains soon caused a chain reaction. Bang! Deep in the Qinling mountain range, Xiao Cheng was planning to search for exotic fruits for Lu Chuan, but unexpectedly, a black tiger with a body length of 7 or 8 meters suddenly scurried out from the side, and was now staring at it intently. Xiao Chang stumbled after noticing the opponent's revealed mid-awakening realm aura. It was only at the early stage of the awakening realm, a full small realm lower than the other party, and it wasn't very good at all to deal with it. A few moments later, Xiao Qing made a hissing sound, which fell on the ears of the black tiger but was an obvious meaning. What do you want to do when you stop in front? Roar! The black tiger roared lowly and repeatedly, but answered Xiao Qing's question. It's you who should be asked. It pressed its body extremely low, with one pair of eyes staring deathly at Xiao Chang, walking in circles around it as if it could attack at any time. Rustling. Shortly thereafter, one after another, there was the sound of disorganized footsteps. Xiao Chang twisted her head to look at it and was overjoyed. Come over here you guys. In the line of sight, King Kong pushed away the trees blocking the way and looked towards Xiao Chang with some doubt, but when it saw the black tiger opposite Xiao Chang, it instantly understood what was happening and instantly roared angrily. Trying to block our way? Asterisk 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 off. Jean Gang was already in a comparable realm to the black tiger, and with the addition of a little green, the latter was clearly undefeatable. Thus the pressure on little green plummeted. Only, the black tiger only took a few steps back and did not mean to leave. It stared at Vajra and black tiger for a few moments, then whirled around with a low growl. You're outsiders, aren't you? Humph. Dare to spread wildness here. Aren't you afraid that our great king will be angry? The black tiger seemed to have a great deal of self-confidence, not putting King Kong in his eyes as soon as he came up. You outsiders, you definitely don't know how powerful our great king is. Oh, you're Maharaja? Jean Gang and Xiao Qing glanced at each other, but they didn't wimp out in the slightest, and Jean Gang even let out several disdainful voices. Joke, in front of our boss. It's useless for anyone to come. If you don't get out of the way, then we'll have a fight. After expressing this, King Kong stood up instantly and began to gather his power as well, preparing to strike. But right at this moment, the black tiger suddenly let out a string of special and incomparable sounds, not like a roar, but more like the chirping of some kind of bug. Rumble. Just as Jean Gang and Xiao Chang were puzzled, not far away from the mountains, there suddenly came a strange vibration, causing the birds in the forest to quickly flee. That is, there was an evil wind in the woods that flatly blew, causing the leaves of the trees to rattle. Vajra raised his head and looked around the place where the sound had erupted, and instantly saw a large bear's head that was far higher than the giant tree. Mind you, there's still a long distance between the two of them. It's huge. Jean Gang and Xiao Qing froze in unison, and then saw the huge bear head, getting higher and higher, revealing part of its body. It was a huge brownish yellow bear, and just by looking at its size and the aura it emitted, it was likely to be in the late awakening realm. When King Kong came back to his senses, he immediately let out a low growl. Hurry up and report it to the boss. Aha! The two of them didn't dare to stay for a moment and immediately communicated with Lu Chuan's soul to tell him the news. On the opposite side, when the black tiger saw them in a daze, he thought that he had been shocked by his own boss, and was immediately pleased with himself. And now you won't leave? If you don't leave, our boss will come to deal with you. Hearing its roar, Vajra and Green suddenly laughed. They had just gotten a response that Lu Chuan had set off immediately after learning the news, and it wouldn't take long for him to come over, so he wasn't afraid of this black tiger's threat at all. As expected, Lu Chuan had not only rushed over, but was also using the Spirit Snake Sprint enchantment to boost his speed on the way. Not long after, Lu Chuan arrived next to Jean Gang and Xiao Chang, and under the guidance of the two of them, he looked towards the huge brownish yellow bear. Only the brown giant bear, which was more than 10 meters tall, with a majestic body that looked like a mountain pile, was filled with a sense of power. But after sensing the brown bear's aura, Ho Lu Chuan's heart suddenly snorted disdainfully. Without reaching the shackle realm, they are all weaklings. Roar! The brown bear seemed to sense the taunt, and roared furiously as it ran over, causing the ground to shake. It only saw that it casually uprooted a sky-high tree and smashed it towards Lu Chuan with its roots wrapped in a large amount of dirt. Bang! Suddenly, a dark mist erupted and corroded the trees the moment it came into contact with them. The brown bear was startled and scrambled to drop the giant tree in his hand, turning to avoid the poisonous mist, but suddenly there was a powerful snake's tail that swept across from the side. Rumble! It was instantly toppled by the huge force and tumbled over, knocking down a number of trees. Without waiting for the brown bear to get up, Lu Chuan quickly swam and pounced. Boom! 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 In the sound of violent collision, Lu Chuan directly entangled the brown bear in death, and no matter how much the other party struggled, he could not escape. Ka-ching! Click 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 dash! Accompanied by the sound of bursting bones, the brown bear screamed miserably, his vitality getting weaker and weaker. and eventually died. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan opened his huge mouth and devoured it. With the help of rapid digestion, this brown bear was quickly swallowed down to its bones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 200 points of evolutionary value. Amidst the system's prompts, Lu Chuan was thinking of another issue. Since arriving at Qinling, with my strength, I am still in a top position. Until now there hasn't been another fey beast that has broken through the shackle realm scene. Could this be normal? Lu Chuan saw that he couldn't figure it out, so he just didn't want to. And at this moment he couldn't help but look at the attribute panel. Name, Lu Chuan. Age, 2. 5 years old. Race, Silver Ring Serpent. Level, Shackle Realm 1 stage, 9 stages in total, 3000 over 0. Skills. Talent abilities, Corrosive Poison Mist, Intermediate. Pupil of Soul Regeneration, Intermediate. Ghost of the Night, Elementary. Snake Striding, Elementary. Vajra Transformation, Elementary. Stealth, Elementary. Metamorphosis, Elementary. Water Elf, Elementary. Gravity Mastery, Elementary. Swallowing Space, Elementary. Blood Hunting, Elementary. Consumption of 100 evolution points upgrades the primary talent ability, and consumption of 500 evolution values upgrades the intermediate talent ability. Upgrade. Evolution points, 1200. As he looked at the information, he couldn't help but lament. Breaking through to the second stage of the Shackle Realm requires 3,000 evolution points, so it seems that he has to save some and not go upgrading those talents for the time being. Otherwise there's no telling how long it's going to build up. After digesting this harvest, he commanded toward Jingang and Shaochang. Go, continue searching. In the next period of time, Lu Chuan led his men and fought for a day and a night in the Qinling Mountain without stopping in between. Thus he had made a name for himself in the nearby hundreds of miles. Of course, he wasn't a massacre of one. If there were other alien beasts that came over of their own accord to surrender, or if the forces were pretty good and were willing to submit as well, Lu Chuan would take them under his command. Without realizing it, they have a new base. Enough! Lu Chuan looked at the evolution value that had just reached 3,000 points, and without hesitation, he added all these evolution values to the upgrade. In an instant, a majestic energy rumbled down. Not to mention how that energy transformed his own body. Lu Chuan could clearly feel that there was a shackle in his body that rumbled and broke. The crisp, unmistakable sound of breaking was pleasing to the ear. After this yoke broke, the almost complete power in the body was like a dam opening a gate, pouring out in a swarm, quickly sweeping through the entire body. Boom! As a strong aura spread out in all directions, Lu Chuan officially broke through to the second stage of the Shackle Realm. At this time, he then looked towards the attribute panel and found that to break through to the third stage of the Shackle Realm, he would need 4,000 points of evolutionary value. He immediately sighed in his mind. There's more to come, Great King. Now that you have become so powerful, why don't you kill your way back to Jianhai and take revenge on the humans there? As the breakthrough ended and the surrounding aura gradually smoothed out, the Grey Wolf asked questions curiously while a sly look flickered incessantly in his eyes. Although it was happy to follow Lu Chuan, it had always kept the behavior of Jiang Luoli and the others in its heart, and thought about revenge every day. After all, in the last human siege, it also lost a few offspring. Yes, my lord. When the rest of the Fey beasts heard this, they also began to suggest that Lu Chuan go back to take revenge, and each of them was a bit eager to do so. In the eyes of these minions, they had suffered a loss at the hands of humans and had left behind their hard-earned base, and such hatred could not be avenged enough. If they didn't follow Lu Chuan's orders, some of these beasts would have rushed into Jianhai City to wreak havoc. Listen, don't ever think that. Lu Chuan originally didn't want to say anything, but after seeing that most of his juniors had this idea of revenge, he immediately shook his head and warned the juniors in a very serious tone. Humans aren't as weak as you think. Look at Tiger Vigor and Black Panther. Both suffered losses at the hands of humans, and even narrowly escaped death. There could be more power against you in the city of Jianhai than there was in the last human. Speaking of this, he had to seriously admonish, without my orders, no one is allowed to privately go down the mountain to wreak havoc in the human world. Anyone who dares to do so will leave on their own later and be an enemy when they meet again. For a while, all the juniors were silenced, and then said that they would never sneak down the mountain, and that they would go again when Lu Chuan allowed them to go. In fact, the reason why Lu Chuan was so serious in his warning was because not long ago, he had heard a message from Lin Shuer's side. It is said that in that northwestern land, the Golden Eagle King who plagued the party was because he was too arrogant, and after many roundups in the military region he still got away with it, and even took the initiative to provoke the military region. This led to a great deal of anger from the human military and a very costly bombardment utilizing countless long-range missiles. Under this rainstorm of fire coverage, even if the Golden Eagle King possessed extreme speed, there was nowhere to escape. According to Lin Shuer, in the end, the Golden Eagle King was blown up to the point where only a few bones remained. What made Lu Chuan even more alarmed was that in that battle, the humans still had reservations and did not use the most lethal ultimate killing weapon. Rampant even so, actually so blatant, now dare to rampage under the sight of human beings. If you do not die, who will die? Thinking of the Golden Eagle King's downfall, Lu Chuan smacked his lips for a while in his heart. It's good that I haven't swelled up to the point of entering a human city to wreak havoc, or else maybe one day, I will step into the Golden Eagle King's footsteps, no matter what time of the year. The principle of the gun hitting the head will never go out of fashion. While lamenting, Lu Chuan also understood that nowadays, the aura recovery had just begun not long ago, and perhaps there would be a part of the people who had grasped the great opportunity not to show their faces, but rather, they were silently improving their strength. This kind of guy who knew how to keep a low profile was the most terrifying thing once he struck. Therefore, if one were to force his way out at this time, he would not only expose himself, but would also lead to many unnecessary troubles, which would not be worth the loss. Living in the mountains would be nice. At this moment, Lu Chuan looked at the surrounding scenery, as well as the little brother beside him. A smirk gradually appeared in his eyes. Nowadays, the most peaceful way is to keep devouring and getting stronger in the middle of this Qinling mountain. It's not too late to go out when it really is time to have to face the humans. Well, keep expanding. Seeing that all of his juniors were looking at him with bated breath, Lu Chuan gave an order for them to once again go and break new ground for him. But before these juniors ran off in all directions, he didn't forget to remind, if you encounter any difficult to deal with beasts, don't hesitate to tell me the location directly. Soon, Little Green, King Kong, and the other Fey minions, scattered in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Chuan was the only one left. This kind of life lasted for some time. However, just as Lu Chuan was getting used to it, after dealing with a hardened monkey on this day, his blood pursuit suddenly sensed a familiar aura. For a moment, the alarm bells went off in Lu Chuan's heart. When he noticed the source of that aura, his complexion instantly became grave. It's her, Jiang Luoli. After recognizing the outsider, Lu Chuan's first thought within his heart was to think that Jiang Luoli was still coming to look for himself this time, but he soon realized that Jiang Luoli seemed to be passing by, and, blood pursuit, sensed that the other party was moving away from this place and had not discovered his presence. Could it be that she's not here to find me, but is preparing to do something in this Qinling? Lu Chuan was instantly alert in his heart. Ever since he learned many news related to Jiang Luoli from Lin Shuer, he felt more and more that this woman was extraordinarily difficult to deal with. No matter if he met her or not, he had to be extra careful. Besides, if Jiang Luoli was really a reborn person as he expected, maybe she came to Qinling this time to look for some kind of chance, and he might be able to cross the line, follow her and see what she's up to. With this in mind, Lu Chuan immediately utilized the two abilities of invisibility and morphing to make his body smaller and invisible, and then with the help of blood pursuit, he followed Jiang Luoli all the way. Between him and Jiang Luoli, he always maintained a certain distance that could be felt by the blood hunt. Although it was said that the two sides could spot each other within a certain range because of the blood contract sensing between them, Lu Chuan's blood pursuit was farther away than that blood contract sensing, so he wasn't worried about being spotted by the other side. Without realizing it, Lu Chuan followed Jiang Luoli and entered deeper into the Qinling Mountains. In the dark dense forest, a young girl carrying an ancient bow quickly traveled. The terrain here was complicated, filled with giant trees, gnarled vines, and uneven ground, especially the thick forest trees that shrouded almost the entire forest, not allowing any light to fall. The young girl sped through the dense forest that was stuffy and dark. Sweat had already surfaced on her forehead, but she didn't care at all, even as if she was familiar with the terrain of this generation. Every step she took was without hesitation, and she headed straight in one direction. Sometimes a large pit covered in fallen leaves appeared right next to where she landed just as she walked by, but she just passed through peacefully. This young girl was Jiang Luoli. Roar! Soon after, a 5 or 6 meter long beast scurried out. Jiang Luoli didn't even look at it, waved her hand and threw something. The beast then screamed miserably and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Immediately after that, the beast's body quickly dried up, and the flesh and blood in it actually disappeared quickly. Along the way, Jiang Luoli encountered several fierce beasts that didn't want to die, but they were all easily solved by her. At this moment, she cast her gaze forward, thinking that she was not far from her destination for this trip. She murmured in her mind, when this time, after going to the Qinling's chance, the next time she encounters the Poison King, it will never have a chance of escaping. Zhanghai City, Emerald Manor. Ever since she had participated in the siege of the Snake King with the Everlasting Group and other worldly families and consortia, Lin Shuer seemed to have drawn a line with these people after she came back, and was doing things alone in silence. And she didn't care much about anything else. She was only particularly preoccupied with searching for spirit fruits. On this day, as usual, Lin Shuer stared at the scenery outside the window and asked the secretary beside her without looking back, "Are all the spirit fruits ready?" "Ready and all." The secretary for the past 2 days were helping her to collect exotic fruits. In the past, the exotic fruits collected would be given to the recruited exotics to take, to help them enhance their strength. Just this time, the exotic fruits were just put away, so the secretary couldn't help but raise the doubt in his heart. "Just don't know. Miss, what are you going to do with them? If it needs to be used again after a while, I'd be good to simply deal with it. Don't ask what you shouldn't." Without waiting for the secretary to finish her sentence, Lin Shuer chided in a low voice, immediately shutting the secretary up. She made this move precisely because she wanted to rely on her power to collect exotic fruits and then go to honor Lu Chuan, thus not wanting anyone other than herself to know. Lin Shuer looked at the exotic fruits that she had just collected over to give herself a passing glance. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but show a touch of arc, thinking that she could get some compliments from Lu Chuan when the time came. But at this very moment, she suddenly received Lu Chuan's summons, and after learning of the news therein, she was instantly very surprised. What? Jiang Luoli arrived at the Qinling? When was this? No sooner had she said this than she immediately shut up and fell into a deep self-loathing. This matter, said or should Lin Shuer personally responsible for, but now as after Lu Chuan asked, only learned of this major news, is not to prove that her work is not in place, to say that she was surprised. It should be Lu Chuan who was surprised that she had uttered this news, and now the situation was completely reversed. Even though she was the eldest miss of the powerful group, she was a bit flustered and nervous at the moment. Before, Lu Chuan let her pay attention to Jiang Luoli's whereabouts, basically a movement to report, but did not expect that now Jiang Luoli went to the Qinling, but she is no news to Lu Chuan past, can be said to be her serious dereliction of duty. This made Lin Shuer feel that she had failed Lu Chuan's expectations and trust. What's more, this is something that Lu Chuan has long explained, but he himself did not do it well. Will, just as she was thinking so, Lu Chuan's voice came from her mind. Alright, hurry up and check if Jiang Luoli has any other arrangements. This time she should have entered the Qinling alone, but how the situation really is anyone's guess. You will be the first to give me the news. In the Qinling Mountains, now Lu Chuan was not in the mood to teach Lin Shuer a lesson. His attention was all on Jiang Luoli. Relying on blood pursuit, he followed Jiang Luoli all the way, and never lost him, so he pursued the other party for more than 200 miles, and it was not until this time that Jiang Luoli stopped. He realized that this woman was extremely clear in her actions, and seemed to know what she should do instead, and what she was looking for when she arrived here, but after following her for so long, he hadn't found any other such place in the Qinling that spawned opportunities. At the moment, Lu Chuan's mind was filled with a gratifying curiosity about Jiang Luoli. Therefore, he didn't want to count Lin Shuer's mistake, nor did he want to know what Lin Shuer really thought in her heart. This is it. Jiang Luoli stopped and looked at the surroundings. A look of delight gradually appeared on her face. This time, the time should be just right. I can take things away before anyone else can react. At that point, no one will be able to stop me. This place where she was a canyon area in the shape of a line of sky, and below the canyon, there were a dozen or so wild wolves. And now that they had sensed the scent of the outsiders, each one of them was showing their teeth, looking very ferocious. Ouch! Only to hear these dozen or so wild wolves howl and quickly rush over towards where Jiang Luoli was. Seek death. Seeing this, Jiang Luoli coldly snorted a few times in disdain, and then waved her hand to release the blood parasites. This blood parasite's body instantly grew larger, and when a wild wolf at the very front rushed forward, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed it, and its movements were as fast as lightning. In an instant, the blood parasites devoured the dozen or so wolves in front of them. After settling these wild wolves, Jiang Luoli sat down in this canyon of a line of sky, seemingly waiting for something. She lifted her head now and then, surveying the surroundings and the top of her head, and at other times she meditated and rested, as if she was so chipper because of the strange things that were sure to come out of this place. and she just couldn't fathom the exact time. And a few miles beyond the canyon, Chuan was also waiting patiently. He sensed that Jiang Luoli was not moving, and he could not help but feel curiosity in his heart. That canyon, is there something peculiar about it? At a certain moment, Chuan, despite being separated by a long distance, saw a slight fluctuation in space in the midair of the canyon, as if an abnormality had appeared in the space there. Seeing this scene, he immediately widened his eyes and carefully felt the spatial fluctuation. I think that this spatial fluctuation should be related to Jiang Luoli's goal for this trip, but what exactly is it? As he pondered on this, the spatial fluctuations became more and more intense, capable of changing drastically with almost every breath. As this anomaly became more and more intense, a black crack could be seen appearing, and from afar, it appeared as if a hole had been broken in the dome of the sky, through which, however, one could not see what was going on inside. The dark background within that crack was deep and mysterious, and it seemed to contain infinite possibilities. And in the very next moment, a petite figure directly swept into the air, stepped straight into that crack, and disappeared. The bloodhound's senses are gone. At the same time, Chuan was inwardly shocked, and an unbelievable thought even bubbled up. Could it be that Jiang Luoli had entered that peculiar piece of space? Bloodhunt until now. In addition to exceeding the sensing distance, there was no accident, and he and Jiang Luoli, for a short period of time, did not move their position, but the sensing of the woman suddenly disappeared. There must be some kind of change, spatial isolation, and it does disable Bloodhunt. If there really is a chance inside, we must not let Jiang Luoli get it. Returning to his senses, Chuan's heart tightened and he took large strides towards that peculiar space. After all, that woman was already difficult enough to deal with. And if the other party gained some sort of chance inside, and then turned against themselves, I'm afraid it would be even more terrifying. He would not allow that to happen. Hence, Chuan also intended to enter that crack to explore. After entering the darkened weight of space, Chuan realized that the scene he saw in front of him was again different from what he had seen when he was in the outside world. He surveyed his surroundings and had been deeply shocked inside. Here, a space isolated from the outside world. Unknown factors made this place white. Almost no other colors could be seen, but when he shifted his eyes, he suddenly saw two stone towers, standing silently in midair. Looking further up, there were all sorts of strange artifacts suspended from the tops of these two stone towers, such as one of them being a black flag with all sorts of bold lines etched on it. Chuan couldn't see the full picture of the black flag for the time being because he was a bit far away and because of the special nature of the environment of this place. The other artifact, on the other hand, was a weapon, and a relatively rare one at that, which looked somewhat like an ancient mace, with an overall sword shape, though the mace was split into pieces that seemed to have been put together. This mace was thick and bladeless, and the front part was made into a prismatic row, which looked sharp and incomparable. In fact, its armor-breaking effect was extremely strong, and should never be underestimated. Jiang Luoli hovered in midair, staring at the two artifacts in front of him, overjoyed. In this life, the treasures that came out in the first line of heaven in the Qinling Mountains are going to be all in my hands. With their help, I will be even stronger. She also remembered that in her previous life, when the treasures of this place appeared, it attracted countless strong people to fight for them. Killing that was a dark day, and in the end, these treasures were taken away by two exotic ferocious beasts, while the humans had nothing. In this life, Jiang Luoli took advantage of rebirth and grasped the first opportunity to enter this place when the treasures had just come out, and took over the whole thing. At this moment, Jiang Luoli's heart suddenly had a sense of grandeur that gave up on me. This kind of treasure can only belong to a person with a heavenly destiny like me. In the middle of her thoughts, Jiang Luoli took the lead and came next to the black flag that was closer to her. Now that he looked carefully, he found that outside of this black flag, a layer of transparent energy was shrouded, and when he gently touched it, complex patterns appeared on this layer of transparent energy. This is the sealing power of the black flag. That's not hard enough for me. Jiang Luoli lightly grunted before sitting down on her knees, and quickly made some strange seals in her hands, which all went into that layer of transparent energy. What she had cast was the magic seal that broke the ancient sealing prohibition. In his previous life, it was also because of these ancient sealing prohibitions that no one was able to take these treasures out at first, and then one after another. When some strong people arrived, they attracted disputes. Under Jiang Luoli's manipulation, the energy layer outside that black flag grew dimmer and weaker until it finally seemed to disappear. This delighted her, and she grew more and more excited inside. Buzz. However, right at this time, Jiang Luoli's face changed greatly. and she even couldn't help but raise her head to look around. As she watched the blood mark in her palm light up, and the light grew more and more intense, she understood that there were other creatures in this space besides herself that had intruded, and could not help but let out a cry of surprise. It's the Poison King. How did it get here? In all directions, there was still no sign of any creature to be seen, which made Jiang Luoli's heart very nervous. After all, she could feel that Lu Chuan was continuously approaching this side, but she just couldn't see it. After all, Lu Chuan was in a state of invisibility at this time, and no one could discover it unless he launched an attack. This woman really does know that there is an opportunity descending here. Lu Chuan, with his invisibility advantage, watched clearly from the side as Jiang Luoli made various strange postures, and understood that the woman was collecting treasures, so he was inwardly enlightened for a while. Although she was already in the range of her attack, Lu Chuan did not have the actual battle to corrode the poison. Lu Chuan knew in his heart that this woman herself was an expert at playing with poison, or else she wouldn't have cultivated a poison king like herself before the aura recovery. In the midst of his thoughts, the aura on Lu Chuan's body suddenly surged rapidly. Let's show you the power of the shackle realm. In the next second, he opened his huge snake mouth, and a pillar of energy light was immediately ejected from it, with a very clear target. This was Lu Chuan's mastery of this means of attack, such as the outward release of aura, after he had broken through to the shackle realm, in which the power was also not bad. It's that close. Jiang Luoli knew that there was a second existence in this place besides herself, but seeing that she was about to break through that ancient ceiling prohibition, she didn't stop moving. But just at this time, the guy hidden in the dark suddenly snapped, which made her heart break. Seeing that the energy column was extremely fast and was about to hit, Jiang Luoli directly threw out two parasites in the nick of time, which constructed two light shields in front of her body. Rumble! In the violent collision, the seal of the black flag was broken. Jiang Luoli's heart moved, so without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the black flagpole, and was about to prance to the side to avoid the attack. She knew very well about the compote she had refined, and the light shield they had constructed could not withstand that pillar of energy, and now it had indeed been shattered by Lu Chuan. That energy column, however, did not dissipate and continued to rush forward. By this time, the distance between Jiang Luoli and the energy pillar was so close that she didn't even think of resisting this energy pillar. Thus she directly cast Identity Dodge. Unfortunately, even though her stance was fast, she was still grazed in the back by the pillar of energy. Put! In an instant, Jiang Luoli's mouth furiously sprayed out a cloud of blood, and her breath instantly wilted, obviously suffering great damage. Without thinking, she hurriedly took a pill to ease her injuries, only that the qi and blood in her body was still churning like a river because of this attack. It wasn't until she took several deep breaths that Jiang Luoli felt better. Humph! I don't believe that a Yoke Realm second stage, can't kill you. A guy in the late awakening realm. After launching this attack, Lu Chuan's cloud depths also failed, instantly exposing himself in this space. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they are all red in the eyes. Not to mention that Lu Chuan was very confident at this time and didn't feel that he couldn't deal with Jiang Luoli. The latter had already been injured, especially at such a close distance, and had suffered a huge shock, and thus was not good at casting despite being armed with such a powerful killing aura as the ancient bow. It was even more unlikely that Lu Chuan would give her the chance to pull back the bowstring and gather energy arrows. Hoo! Lu Chuan's size suddenly grew larger at this moment, and then without thinking, he flung his huge snake tail. In an instant, a hurricane swept across, aiming at Jiang Luoli's incomparably weak body. Jiang Luoli retreated again and again, never hard to resist, but now forcibly dodge mobilized too much power, but also involved the body injuries. Cannot help but once again sprayed a mouthful of blood. You've hunted me down many times, and this time, it's finally in my hands. New grudges and old grudges will be settled together in the near future. At this moment, Lu Chuan's gaze towards Jiang Luoli revealed a morose killing intent. Although he hadn't actively messed with humans since he crossed over, it didn't mean that he was on the human side, synonymous with being good to mess with. But this woman was repeatedly, constantly harassing herself, which made him always hold an anger in his heart. In particular, Jiang Luoli, this woman's mysterious origins, mysterious means, and even knows many mysterious things. The threat to him is just too great, which makes Lu Chuan extremely scornful of her. Today, there can only be one of you and me to leave here alive. After gritting his teeth and muttering a few times in his heart, Lu Chuan pounced once again. Now he and Jiang Luoli have already formed a great hatred of life and death. meaning from the possibility of no words and only Jiang Luoli died, or he was suppressed and subdued by Jiang Luoli, only to be considered the end. During the pounce, Chuan felt the blood mark on his forehead. The light became brighter and brighter, and the temperature also became higher and higher, and immediately his anger increased. And this damn thing, what the hell did you do to me? Until now, he couldn't get rid of this sensation between the blood contract. Every time as long as he got too close, this woman Jiang Luoli would immediately sense it, with both sides refusing to admit defeat and give up. Once they sensed each other's presence, it was bound to cause a dispute. Jiang Luoli even used this sense to find him several times and stormed out. If it wasn't for the system as well as the many minions helping to hunt, he was afraid that he would have let the other party have their way. Therefore, Chuan had long wanted to erase this blood mark, and at this moment, he directly opened his bloody mouth and bit over. The golden cicada shell has already been used on the last occasion without refining a second one. In this unique space, Jiang Luoli was suspended in mid-air, thoughts flashing rapidly in her mind. She was actually able to think calmly at such a critical time. It had to be said that she had lived for so long that this kind of small matter was nothing to her, and nowadays she definitely wouldn't be panicked. Fortunately, the treasure obtained this time is the mixed flag, so even if I don't defeat the Poison King, I will still be able to retreat in one piece. Just how good it would be if I were to get hold of these two treasures before encountering the Snake King. She stared at Chuan. Her eyes flickered with unwillingness and indignation, and after a long time, she still clenched her teeth and murmured secretly, "Just as well. I'll let you off the hook this time. I'll come back for you when I have the mixed flag completely under my control." Jiang Luoli looked calm, dodging the attack with the help of his transcendent body technique, and was still in the mood to think about how to respond next. At this time, she faced the rushing Chuan. Heart, this time they cannot be hard to resist. There is no time to hide. Immediately the black flag in the hand up, the other hand quickly pinched out a variety of seals. Not long after there is a way of subtle breath from the outbreak, and this subtle breath more and more exuberant. This thing is, out of fear of the unknown. Chuan saw the huge tail that swept out after the black flag had changed and stalled slightly, vaguely feeling that once he touched it, something very bad might happen. In the next second, the black flag in Jiang Luoli's hand suddenly erupted with a burst of dense black light. This black light breath was extraordinarily subtle and seemed to be higher than any power, which made Chuan more and more alert inwardly, and even his movements were halted for it. 1 second, 2 seconds, only. Chuan waited for the black light to come towards him, and after another few moments, nothing happened, which caused him to have a moment of doubt. He watched as the black light contracted very much, so scornful that he stopped aside. But nothing happened. When the black light in front of her eyes dissipated, Jiang Luoli also disappeared in place. Could it be a spatial exotic treasure? Chuan came back to his senses and inwardly let out a cry of alarm, still very carefully approaching towards the place where the original black light had erupted. Now that Jiang Luoli had obtained this kind of treasure, she could withdraw and leave at any time, so I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult to kill her in the future. Thinking like this, Chuan was still carefully searching for the other party's traces, and even once again cast the blood hunt, to search for the other party with the help of the senses therein, but he still couldn't find them. Whatever. After a moment, Chuan gave up his search for Jiang Luoli and instead landed his gaze on the stone tower on the other side. This woman ran away just like that, so it still shows that she's not my opponent right now, but there seems to be another treasure in here that she didn't get to take, just in time to see how this treasure is. Between thoughts, Chuan came closer to the stone tower. A pair of snake eyes stared at the golden mace on it for a long time, but couldn't see a reason, only felt that this thing was really not bad. After he pondered for a while, he directly swung his tail across, wanting to roll up this golden mace and take it away. Bang! But in the next instant, Chuan suddenly touched a hard barrier, and there was an almost transparent energy layer between himself and the golden mace. After he touched it, a pattern flickered on the energy layer, similar to what he had just seen outside the black flag. And the seals are blocking it? For a moment, Chuan was a little confused. He had grown up to this point, relying on the system and constant devouring, and had not studied this aspect of things either before or after crossing over, so he simply did not know how to break the seal on this. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The treasure is right in front of me, but I can't get it myself. Chuan cursed in his heart and circled around this one golden mace, hoping to discover some breakage in it and take the opportunity to take it away. But after looking at it for half a day he couldn't succeed. Look, what's there? At this moment, outside of the one-line canyon, because of this strange heaven and earth vision, Quite a few foreign beasts were attracted over and gathered in this neighborhood. These individual beasts roared low and loud, exchanging information with the help of their roars. And many more beasts squeezed to the front, only needing to leap out to step into that mid-air crack. But no one was going in now. As time passed, more and more foreign beasts converged, making this place more and more lively. Among them, there are bold beasts, seeing that if it goes on like this, even if there are chances in that crack, I'm afraid that it will level more competitors. Immediately roared and violently jumped into that mid-air crack. No matter what, go in and take a look. Only, just as that foreign beast entered the crack, it seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying, and instantly screamed out miserably. All the foreign beasts look at each other at the same time, but also pay attention to the follow-up within the crack. Just that the foreign beasts no longer issued half a sound, as if disappeared out of thin air in general. What's the situation? The surrounding foreign beasts fell into shock when they saw this scene, and when they regained their senses they unconsciously retreated a distance back, their eyes filled with fear of this unknown thing. This kind of instantaneous and tragic death made the crowd of foreign beasts know that there might be a chance in there, but they were still deterred. Nowadays, the reason why they were still gathered in this vicinity was just hesitation and wandering. Go in. There would be danger and almost certain death, but if they didn't go in, they were afraid that they would miss out on the opportunities therein. And dozens of miles away from this place, in a jungle, there was a flash of black light, and then Jiang Luoli appeared here, looking rather wretched. I only saw that Jiang Luoli's clothes had been dyed red with blood, and her whole body's breath was relatively disordered. But at the moment, she seemed to not be able to feel her body's condition, and worry was written all over that delicate face. The Poison King is becoming more and more uncontrollable, and if it continues like this, it will be hard to control it. It seems that the action must be accelerated a bit, and the Poison King must be used for me, or else. In the midst of her thoughts, a flash of fear appeared on Jiang Luoli's face, but she herself didn't even realize it. After all, this was the first time she hadn't been confident since she was reborn. Jiang Luoli slightly recovered her state, and when she looked back to the location of the one-line canyon, she secretly thought, the current me may have difficulty in defeating any foreign beasts of the same realm. So it seems that the latter treasure at the end of the day is not meant to be with me. Just as well. Anyway, the mixed flag has already gotten its hands on it, not counting it as no gain. She only stayed for a short time before turning away. As time passed, outside of the first line canyon, more and more foreign beasts gathered, and some of them brashly pushed down some trees that were in the way to force an open space because there wasn't enough space. The later beasts, who did not see the first beast break into the spatial rift only to die instantly, were now all attracted by the possibilities inside. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless, so many of the foreign beasts directly entered the rift in pairs after arriving. The foreign beasts that came first were about to watch the show, when they suddenly realized that they did not make any noise after they went in, and not even a single scream came out, so they immediately hissed and rushed forward. To the foreign beasts, this situation naturally meant that the danger inside was lifted. And also red-eyed that the previous batch of foreign beasts went in and possibly took the chances inside away, and immediately ran wildly towards the crack. Anyone who wants to go in and take their chances. The scene was in chaos. After all, that crack was just this big, but the number of foreign beasts was large, and they were so huge that it didn't take a moment for them to block the place, and some of them even fought over who would go in first. What an ignorance! Within the unique space, Chuan and the first batch of foreign beasts that had flooded into this place were staring at each other, and at this moment, his eyes were dripping with a fierce killing intent. He was in a good mood now. After all, originally there was nothing he could do about the sealing prohibition outside that golden mace, and he couldn't think of a way to do it after thinking about it, and he only felt bored, but he didn't think that these foreign beasts were very considerate, and they directly took the initiative to send them to his door. In this way, he could just harvest a wave of evolution points. Bang! Only to see the huge snake tail sweeping out. A foreign beast didn't even see what had attacked it, so it flew madly backwards, and gulped its breath on the spot while still in midair. Bang! 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 In an instant, the beasts flew out one after another, and some of their bodies couldn't even withstand Lu Chuan's powerful attack, and their bodies shattered on the spot, gradually filling this place with a layer of blood mist, and the smell of blood in the air became more and more dense. In just a few moments, the beasts that came in were all mercilessly killed by Lu Chuan, and none of them escaped. After all, the highest strength of the foreign beasts that came in this time was only in the middle stage of the awakening realm. It would be good if they could not tremble in front of him. How could they possibly rise up to resist? To Lu Chuan, There wasn't a single one of these guys who could fight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it, rewarding 5 points of evolutionary value. Ding! As the devouring began, the system's voice rang in Chuan's head. He continued to keep killing as if he hadn't heard. That outside world's beasts were not surprised to see that there was an in and out of the crack, so they kept pouring in, causing Chuan to kill almost infinitely without any pressure. He even stood guard right next to the entrance, killing one of the foreign beasts when he saw one, as if these foreign beasts were sent to the door one by one of their own accord. A full 3 days and 3 nights had passed, and Chuan couldn't even remember how many alien beasts he had killed and devoured. But after casually glancing in front of his attributes, he realized that he had already accumulated 4,000 points of evolutionary value. Enough! At this moment, Chuan revealed a smile, and then without thinking, he added all of these evolution values above the level to upgrade. Buzz! In a flash, a majestic power surged forth, rushing across his body, changing his body at an extremely fast speed. Chuan looked at himself internally and realized that the second shackle in his body was rapidly collapsing under the impact of this force, and the power that had been stored up for a long time then rushed out and spread all over his body, with a powerful fluctuation of breath that spread out in all directions. Chuan's aura around his body soared rapidly, and his entire body became even more divine and extraordinary, obviously breaking through. Third stage of the yoke realm. Not bad, not bad. Chuan couldn't help but secretly nod his head as he felt this even more powerful force. With the help of the system, upgrading was almost instantaneous, but Chuan was able to clearly feel the many changes, so he was still happy about it despite going through it many times. In the meantime, what the hell is going on in there? Some of the fey beasts that were watching from outside finally couldn't help themselves and let out bursts of roars inquiring. It was reasonable to say that the foreign beasts that had entered it, since they hadn't made a sound, meant that there was no danger. But 3 days and 3 nights had passed, so even if there was a mountain of gold and silver inside, they would have been emptied of it, wouldn't they? But until now, not a single fey has actually returned. This caused the foreign beasts watching from outside to feel a chill in their hearts. A giant spider stopped one of the foremost foreign beasts and inquired, but the latter looked odd, like it was looking at a little cutie. Like looking at it, those who went in haven't even come out? How would I know what exactly is going on inside if you ask me? Hearing these voices, an impatient fey beast didn't want to continue waiting, and immediately wanted to rush into the crack, but a shocked and incomparable roar immediately rang out from the side. You still dare to go in? Ha! You don't know. Hundreds of guys went in earlier and haven't come out yet. I say, this is the land of swallowing beasts. There's no going back. It's a real place of death. In an instant, the crowd of foreign beasts all pressed down their inner impatience, not daring to step into that crack. Some of the beasts that were crowded in front of the most crowded beasts also retreated once again, fearing that they couldn't help but rush in. The news spread, and in the end, even the foreign beasts that arrived behind them, after hearing these remarks, did not dare to go in, but they were not willing to leave, so they had to wait near this crack. Perhaps, they still harbored in their hearts the idea of having a foreign beast come out, and then robbing each other of their chances themselves. But who would publicize such a mind? Humph, bunch of rats. Numerous foreign beasts had crowded and waited for a long time in this line of Sky Canyon, and on the 4th day, here finally came a foreign beast that was able to crush them, and at this moment, they even coldly hummed out, their voices full of disdain. They all looked back, and they saw a leopard with flames burning all over its body, majestically striding over. Although the size of this fire leopard is only about 8 meters long and short, but exudes an extremely powerful might. Wherever he passes, let the rest of the beasts do not dare to face each other head-on, but also let a cadre of beasts panic to give way, giving him a road to exit. It is one of the overlords of the Qinling Mountains, and many of the beasts present today are aware of its existence, and therefore do not dare to take its sharp edge. Oh my god, the Fire Leopard King is coming. I don't know which Fae roared out, and the Fae that were huddled at the front backed off. Not long after, the Fire Leopard came to the very front, and at this moment, those eyes stared at the spatial crack for a long time, and in the end, he didn't say anything. With a gentle leap, it scurried straight into that black spatial crack. This move caused countless foreign beasts to cheer, but no one dared to actually go in. After all, in addition to the inexplicable crisis in this spatial crack, it is the Fire Leopard's temper that is not good, and no one dares to compete with it. Might as well wait for the Fire Leopard to come out and they'll go in and pick up a few scraps. Roar! Oh! The Fire Leopard passed through the spatial crack and subconsciously roared out, wanting to use this to test the possible dangers inside. But it was dumbfounded just halfway through the roar. And even that voice came to an abrupt end. Not far from it, only a huge snake body of more than 10 meters thick was seen, stretched across there, and there was no emotion in the huge snake eyes, which were just staring at the moment. This caused the fire leopard to instantly tremble and very naturally clamped its tail, not daring to be reckless. This huge snake body is Lu Chuan. After he saw the fire leopard reveal this stance, he secretly snorted in his heart and then hissed, "Submit, or die." Because of the fear in his heart, the fire leopard did not make a move despite hearing the words, which made Lu Chuan think that the other party was unwilling to submit, and immediately swung his snake tail casually. Boo! In an instant, this fire leopard flew out horizontally, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood in a strange cry, its aura wilting all of a sudden. Lu Chuan swam to the front of the fire leopard and was about to blast it to death and devour it, but after sensing that the other party was emitting an aura of a section of the shackle realm, he immediately moved to take it in. As the soul-regenerating pupil was unleashed, the fire leopard quickly became honest, and now it was even showing submission in front of Lu Chuan. "Boss, well, stay away and leave me alone." Yes, Lu Chuan didn't care what the fire leopard wanted to do, but now he suddenly heard a few crisp ringing sounds. He twisted his head violently and looked towards that stone tower, realizing that the seal outside the golden mace had finally moved, and that transparent energy film was shattering apart as if it were pieces of glass. There! For a moment, Lu Chuan was overjoyed in his heart, and he directly threw out his tail to reel in that golden mace and hold it back towards his side. Whoosh! In an instant, the golden mace was rolled to his side, the raised tail just in front of his eyes, allowing him to see the treasure up close. Lu Chuan's gaze landed on top of this golden mace, scrutinizing it carefully. At this time, under close viewing, he found that the body of the golden mace was engraved with some fine cloud patterns. Although he could not clearly see what these cloud patterns represented, but he always felt that they were very useful. Although this golden mace, falling into the hands of a human, might feel just the right weight, Lu Chuan only felt that it rolled up a piece of paper, even lighter than a piece of paper, and could hardly feel any weight. Before, he separated the transparent energy film, has observed the golden mace for a long time. At that time also thought that with the energy film blocking, cannot see the golden mace use or normal. But now he realized that just surveying this kind of golden mace is obviously still useless. For a while, Lu Chuan was caught up in thought. This thing, how is it going to be used? Before crossing over, it wasn't that he hadn't read books about using the golden mace as a weapon, but in those books, it was just a matter of holding the golden mace and pumping it out, basically using no other methods. But now he was a foreign beast body, and compared to his size, this golden mace was just too small. So small that it wasn't even enough to make a toothpick for him, unless he gets smaller to fit the golden mace at the right size. But then, you can't have him keep coiling the snake's tail or carrying it in his mouth to poke the enemy, can you? Try dropping blood to recognize the owner. Thoughts flying. See, Lu Chuan control itself. A drop of blood fell on the golden mace. He stared wide-eyed at the location where the blood dripped down, expecting the golden mace to suddenly shine brightly, or to burst out with his own heart and soul, so that he could drive it as if it were his arm. But after a long time, there was still no reaction in front of him, not even a blood drop. Lu Chuan was instantly confused. According to the description in those novels, dropping blood to recognize the master is the most convenient, fastest, and most thorough way to use it. After recognizing the master, it will be connected to the master's mind. But when it comes to me, how come it still doesn't work? In his mind, the process of Jiang Luoli's use of that black banner earlier gradually emerged. A single spell mark, constantly flashing past before his eyes. Those spell marks still looked exceptionally profound. Just forget it. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it for a while. Lu Chuan shook his head vigorously, casting away these tedious thoughts. He knew that those spell seals that Jiang Luoli had performed, even if he knew how to do them, it would be very difficult for him to accomplish them with his snake body nowadays. After all, he couldn't just change a pair of hands out of thin air, could he? Gulp. In the next moment, Lu Chuan opened his mouth and directly swallowed the golden mace, temporarily storing it in the yuan swallowing space within his body, intending to wait until he had the opportunity to explore its wonderful uses in the future. And just then, the outside world, a human helicopter is hovering in the sky of the Qinling Mountains. This helicopter was following the nearby alien beasts, originally intending to hunt the beasts. But during the period, it saw a large number of alien beasts peacefully saying that they were still advancing in the same direction. So the people in the cabin were very puzzled. At this time, there was a man in a suit in the cabin, staring at the wildly running beasts below, with a puzzled look on his face. What exactly happened there? Recently, most of the foreign beasts in the Qinling mountain range have been rushing towards the side, and their past natural enemies are even more well off. It's really weird. Could it be that there is a king of foreign beasts being born? But that's not right either. Seeing that no amount of pondering could solve the doubts in his mind, the man in the suit still wanted to know what exactly was going on in it, and immediately decided to take a risk, follow these foreign beasts, and find out where they actually went. Yes, at once, the helicopter flew along with the direction of the beast's advance, and shortly afterward, it finally saw the black rift over the first line canyon. At this moment, when the man in the suit looked down, he saw that the following area was surrounded by watching beasts, all of them gathered together. The scene made his scalp tingle. Boo! At the same time, a bright figure suddenly appeared in that black spatial crack. When the man in the suit fixed his eyes on it, he saw a fire leopard emerge from it, and right behind the fire leopard was a giant snake. Moreover, after this giant snake appeared, the surrounding foreign beasts that surrounded it revealed a look of fear and subconsciously retreated. Wherever the giant snake passed by, there was actually not a single foreign beast blocking the way, and no foreign beast dared to look directly into the giant snake's eyes. Looking at the situation, the crowd of foreign beasts were very afraid of this snake and leopard. This is the River Sea Snake King? On the helicopter, the man in the suit stared at the giant snake for a long time, and then after looking at the other party's very godly and handsome appearance, he suddenly uttered in astonishment, "How did it appear here?" He had already recognized that the giant snake was Chuan, the Snake King of the river and sea, and was horrified for a moment. After all, it was rumored outside that the River Sea Snake King had died in the last siege by the major families and consortia such as the Everlasting Group and the Powerful Group, and it was true that there was no sign of the River Sea Snake King in the Great Li Mountain Range nowadays. But how could it have appeared in the middle of the Qin Ridge? For a moment, the man in the suit was creeped out, and a thought was even more naturally born in his heart. The intelligence of the ferocious beasts was truly unimaginable. I really don't know how the River Sea Serpent King managed to get out of the middle of the siege. The man in the suit thought about this, and even thought that the Snake King of Jianhai might enter Jianhai City to take revenge because of the last siege, and it would definitely cause a huge turmoil at that time. After he figured this out, he immediately had a decision. This matter, the military must be informed as soon as possible. Nowadays, only the military has enough power to deal with a terrifying beast like the River Sea Snake King. What's more, with such a vision appearing in the Qinling, it's obvious that something big is happening, so we must send someone to poke around to find out what's going on. The man in the suit did not dare to stay in this place for a long time, and now that a large number of foreign beasts had gathered in the distance, he was worried that the other party would discover him and come rushing up in a swarm to tear him to pieces, so he immediately patted the driver's shoulder and said in a hurried voice, "Quickly, leave this place at once, run as fast as you can, and be sure to go." It seems to have been exposed. In fact, when Chuan left that unique space, he soon discovered the helicopter hovering like a small black dot in the distant sky, and at that moment, he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. However, Chuan was actually not too worried about this kind of thing. After all, the Qinling Mountains were huge and stretched for thousands of miles. He could completely dive head first into the mountains and come to a halt. What's more, the treasures here had already been taken, so there was no need for him to remain in this place and reveal his whereabouts to the humans. Soon, a video circulated wildly in the human city. "Did you guys see that? I heard that the River Sea Snake King is still alive." Someone pulled a neighbor and talked eloquently. The other party was also very cooperative to show a look of awe. How is this possible? The news of the death of the Snake King of Jianhai, but it has received the double corroboration of the Powerful Group and reporters. How could it not be dead? Here's the video to prove it. The one who was the first to speak smiled smugly and continued while opening the video. As we all know, videos can't be faked by photos, so everything in it is real. You'll see if that's true when you read it. The man half-heartedly took the tablet to view the video, only to see that in the screen, it was displaying the Qinling one-line canyon, and above this canyon, there was a mysterious spatial rift, while surrounded by a large number of foreign beasts. Shortly after, a fire leopard and a giant snake, one after another, came out of that spatial crack. The video footage was gone by this point, but the news was widely publicized in the human city. Only more people pay attention to, is that spatial crack? This kind of broken space vision, is also too amazing, right? That black spatial rift, obviously suspended in mid-air, still looks like a line, but there are still ferocious beasts coming out from it. It can't really be that there are parallel worlds that exist, right? Maybe it's another world full of ferocious beasts. Or something else. Who knows anyway? If we can master this space technology, won't we be able to travel through time and space? Nowadays, countless netizens were discussing things related to such visions as spatial cracks, but instead, the news that the Snake King of the River Sea was still alive wasn't as hot. After all of them were very curious about the spatial rift, and some of the exalts were even more daring. Since the Snake King of the River Sea has already left, do you want to form a team together and go over to the Qinling's one line of sky to explore the situation? The spatial rift there hasn't disappeared yet, so maybe there will be something good inside. Yes, even the River Sea Snake King is going to a place where he can still come out. There must be a great chance. So go or not? Go go go. In the end, there were really a few guys who didn't know how high and mighty they were, ready to team up and head to the Qinling Mountains to explore its secrets. At the same time, in a military region that was relatively close to the Qinling, an officer stared at the more than 20 pilots in front of him and said in a deep voice, "You all saw the video about the visions in the Qinling, although it is not yet clear what this vision represents. It must be investigated. All personnel, board and take off immediately." Yes. Shortly afterward, a dozen warplanes took off quickly with the roar of their engines and ran for the Qinling Mountains. Jianghai City, Ginkgo Manor. Jiang Luoli, wearing a loose, comfortable housecoat, sat on the sofa, but her eyes were fixed on the screen, muttering to herself, "It seems that the venomous was taken by the Poison King." After this period of recovery, the injuries on her body that were struck by Chuan had also recovered. Moreover, Jiang Luoli had already anticipated the question of who the words of the venomous would fall to. Now at this point in time, Chuan's strength could be considered incomparably top-notch, and few foreign beasts were able to deal with him. And even if they were, the communication of information between the foreign beasts was really too slow, and it was impossible for them to know the news of the descent of the foreign treasures so quickly, not to mention rushing to the first line of Heaven Canyon of the Qinling Mountain at the first time to participate in the fight. After watching the video, Jiang Luoli continued to mumble and was analyzing the current situation. Although the Poison King has obtained the venomous, he isn't necessarily able to perform it and bring into play the true power of the venomous. If this time, the military can hit the Poison King hard, it might be a chance. With this in mind, Jiang Luoli got up and explained something to the housekeeper before leaving Jianghai once again, only to see her take out the mixed flag and slap out a few arcane spell seals before disappearing from the spot in an instant. And when she reappeared, the person was already 100 miles away. This kind of terrifying tactic is really amazing. It's just a pity that no one saw it. Qinling, in a valley 200 miles away from the first line canyon, Chuan was leisurely and lazily plopped down on a boulder, while Shaoqing came to his side and communicated with his soul power. "Boss, here are the foreign fruits that we just found. And some food." "Well, hard work guys." Little Green spat out her letter and glanced at the fire leopard not far away before still explaining the matter. Most of the exotic fruits and blood food collected in the past few days were all found by the fire leopard. "Yeah, then he's awesome and good." Chuan glanced at the fire leopard, only to see the other party showing a pleasing expression, and a bit of a leap of faith. Nowadays, he had subdued a foreign beast like the fire leopard, which was in the first stage of the shackle realm, so there were a lot of things that the fire leopard would be able to solve perfectly without him having to intervene. That's one of the main reasons he's so laid back. The military is out? Suddenly, Chuan subconsciously tensed his body, radiating a strand of stern aura. Just now, he had received a soul transmission from Lin Shuer, and his entire being was a bit bad, and he had even begun to think about how to deal with this matter. Even now, Chuan had the strength of the third stage of the yoke realm, but he still didn't dare to fight the military to the end. After all, the military hadn't even utilized an ultimate weapon so far, only using some unusual missiles to annihilate several powerful alien beasts once known as Beast Kings with fire coverage. This terrifying firepower was enough to deter most of the foreign beasts. Although Chuan was stronger than those alien beasts strangled by the military and would not actively provoke humans, he still had to be careful nowadays. He's not arrogant enough, at this stage, to take on humanity, especially the military. They must be rushing towards that alien space? Thinking for a moment, Chuan felt that this possibility was extremely great, and immediately had a decision. It's better to avoid the front for the time being, while I can cloak and shrink to avoid searches by the human military. These minions can't, and I don't have to take on the military. After he thought of this, he immediately summoned King Kong. Little Green, as well as Grey Wolf and other minions, and commanded, immediately contract the battle line, have everyone move in a direction away from the first line of heaven, and for the recent period of time, don't even go over there, and don't make too much noise lately. When the minions left with orders, Chuan even raised the skill, Blood Chase, to intermediate level. After all, Jiang Luoli was still watching from the sidelines, so it was impossible for him not to pay attention. From now on, with the help of Blood Pursuit, Jiang Luoli would be discovered by herself whenever she appeared within a 50-mile radius. In this way, the initiative was completely on Chuan's side. A military helicopter flew over on the side of the Qinling Mountains. On top of this helicopter, a man around 40 years old, wearing a general's attire, with a slightly condensed gaze, was looking at the scene in front of him, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Just then, a voice came from his headset. General Ning, the troops have been assembled and are in combat mode. General, should we launch the attack now? Aha! General Ning nodded, but his gaze remained unchanged. But after his words fell, a dozen airplanes whistled around him and surged into the mountains in front of them, moving extremely fast, and the goal of these airplanes was very obvious. They all flew towards the Qinling Mountains, that line of space cracks in the sky every day. When these military planes flew by, the roar of their engines made a huge commotion, especially where they passed by, immediately bringing thick panic to the beasts below. Some of the weaker foreign beasts were hiding under the trees and shivering. Those wide eyes were full of fear. They also simply didn't understand how these human steel giants could suddenly enter the mountains. After all, the military helicopters were so powerful that the terrifying sound was like a magic voice, constantly blasting in their ears. Go, go, go! These birds of prey are too fast to load up and not shed their skin? In the mountains and forests, the beasts ran about, desperate to make the news of the arrival of these strange flying birds known to all. The humans are coming. They don't know what they're up to. However, there were also some foreign beasts that were not at all afraid of these steel flying birds at this moment, and some of them even wanted to teach this unscrupulous monster a lesson. At this moment, some humanoid beasts, such as monkeys and giant bears, roared towards the military helicopters in the sky, but after seeing that these birds of prey didn't pay any attention to them, they actually screamed strangely and grabbed onto a boulder. When a military helicopter flew overhead, these xenomorphs immediately hurled rocks. Although the tactic didn't cause much harm to the helicopters, it still caused some problems for the humans. General Ning endured for a few moments and finally relented. Clear the barrier. Da 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 da. In an instant, the cannon fire from the plane was like a strung-up crimson necklace, pouring down towards the bottom, for a moment causing loud noises to erupt, causing the alien beasts to frantically flee. Of course, they didn't come to the Qinling Mountains to carry out a massacre. They just wanted to use this means to deter the foreign beasts in the mountains. After a baptism of fire, the beasts in the mountains really fled. Wounded, no beast still dared to provoke the strange birds in the air. This fleet of helicopters eventually made it to the outside of the first-line canyon without incident and with great fanfare. What's the point of rushing over here in a huff at this point? Even if there are treasures, it's not your turn. From a long distance away, Chuan heard the faint sound of cannons coming from over there and couldn't help but let out a related laugh. Now that the spatial cracks in the first line of heaven had all appeared for several days, and the treasures inside had been taken away by him and Jiang Luoli, that one unique space was basically an empty shell. This is how he commented on the late arrival of mankind. Green, King Kong. After listening for a while, Chuan called a group of Fey minions over and commanded in a condensed voice. During this period of time, I'll be honest, don't run to the first line canyon if there's nothing else to do. And even more so, don't take the initiative to attack the humans passing by. Boss, that fight for territory. The Grey Wolf was suspicious. After all, it felt that humans do what humans do. They fight what they fight. Basically well water. Why be so careful? Chuan, however, knew the horror of human thermal weapons nowadays, and immediately shook his head, communicating with his soul power. Humans are not that easy to mess with. At least not at this stage. Nowadays, our territory is not small. It's better to wait for the human army to withdraw before we go to open up the territory. Then you can do whatever you want. How exactly was this wonder of heaven and earth formed? Meanwhile, at the first line canyon, General Ning looked at the black crack in front of him and couldn't help but let out a gasp in his heart. Inside there, is there really another world? Just now, his men fired a few missiles at the black crack, but they all disappeared without a trace after entering, and not even a single sound came back. This made General Ning surprised and curious. In fact, with the most powerful technological means nowadays. It was difficult to explain the existence of such an existence as a spatial rift, so his trial and error would only be a waste of ammunition. General, those foreign beasts haven't left yet. Just as General Ning was fuming, his men's voices came over the headset. Immediate repulsion? Of course. Phew. Shoo. Shoo. With General Ning's order, the dozen or so military helicopters in the vicinity once again fired a shell, continuously compressing the space for the nearby alien beasts to move. At first, the numerous foreign beasts refused to leave, but after seeing some foreign beasts being blasted into pieces by the humans, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, they were ultimately afraid, and one by one, they ran as fast as they could. Soon, all the foreign beasts were banished. General Ning, on the other hand, watched with his own eyes as 10 people, carrying jet-propelled vehicles, left the helicopter and arrived in front of him. He glanced at the crowd with a grave expression, then raised his hand to point at the black crack and shouted, "Everyone, go in and explore the situation. Remember, your mission is to figure out what's in this black rift, and make sure you find a way to send word back." Yes. In an instant, 10 men maneuvered their jet-powered chess pieces and rushed into the black chasm, again without making waves. The military has moved on. Somewhere on the edge of the Qinling mountain, Jiang Luoli, alone, appeared here and was now muttering the thought, "I hope the Snake King is still in this great mountain." Her action this time was to guide the military to deal with Lu Chuan, and subsequently wait until Lu Chuan was injured. Then she would do it herself, refining him with a blood contract and taking him in completely. However, the prerequisite for all of this is that Lu Chuan is still in the Qinling Mountains and has successfully met with the military personnel, or else it is all empty talk. Qinling, outside the first-line canyon, General Ning was waiting in boredom, when suddenly someone came out from the black crack, and before he got close, he shouted in amazement, "General, there's really a piece of space inside. Come on, gear me up." For a moment, General Ning was excited, and was planning to put on his flying machine and go in to find out for himself. Ah, help! But just then, there was a gurgle of terrified, uncontrollable cries from the troops that had landed on the ground. General Ning looked around at the sound, and saw the ground violently explode open, a behemoth with a metallic luster emanating from its body, drilling out from the ground, and looking at its appearance, it looked like a steel monster. He stared intently at the other party for a moment, then suddenly his pupils shrunk violently and he frowned. "Is that Tyrant?" General Ning recognized that the monster that had appeared this time was the Tyrant, a beast king from the south. It made his heart sink to the bottom, but without waiting for General Ning to think more, another terrified and incomparable cry came out. "Ah!" General Ning's gaze followed the Tyrant, only to see the other party rampaging across the ground, slapping the soldiers on the ground to death one by one, and the rest of those who had escaped had already boarded the helicopters and were preparing to ascend to the sky to take cover. Bang! But before these planes could even get started, they were flattened by the Tyrant's slap and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Roar! Tyrant roared. Its huge body straightened up. At the moment it looked like a steel monster, so that all those who saw it had a sense of the end coming. Its heart was even more filled with panic, not knowing what to do. General Ning stood in the helicopter that was constantly changing its position, his mind heavy. The 4 great beast kings evaluated earlier were actually just a general term. The positions of the beast kings among them were all changing, but only the Tyrant and the Black Bear King of the North had always been among the 4 great beast kings and had never disappeared. And these 2 beast kings, both of them survived several sieges by my great Xia army, so it's obvious that they're powerful. He stared at the tyrannical Tyrant wreaking havoc on the ground and instantly felt a deep sense of powerlessness and fear. I didn't expect that the Tyrant actually crossed tens of thousands of miles from the south to the Qinling this time. Could it be that it has gained information on this side of the Qinling? Thinking about this, General Ning's heart grew more and more panicked. After all, when ferocious beasts began to pay attention to such big events that did not belong to their own territories, it meant that they were beginning to have their own minds, and would think about what places and things could make them stronger, compared to the ferocious beasts' ever stronger bodies. What humans were more afraid of was that these mutated ferocious beasts were actually beginning to possess intelligence. At this moment, General Ning thought a lot, and had a growing fear within him. Rumble. It wasn't until another helicopter was flattened by the Tyranids that he snapped out of it and gave a sharp order. "Quick! All helicopters in the air! Take cover from the Tyranids!" Without him having to overcommand, these helicopters had already pulled up an altitude to keep the Tyrant from attacking them, and the other military helicopters that were in the air had even begun to counterattack. Boo! In a flash, Several artillery pieces were launched with a fiery tail flame, hitting the place where the tyrant was, and a large amount of smoke and dust immediately filled the air, and the powerful shockwave even disfigured the surrounding area. But when General Ning and the others wanted to see what would become of the tyrant under such an attack, the latter actually burrowed out of another place, unharmed. Roar! The tyrant roared as a result, only to hear it roar before continuing to charge at the nearby humans and helicopters. This time, it was the first time it had taken the initiative to provoke the human military. General Ning's heart thumped when he saw this. This tyrant's strength is obviously much stronger than before. As a high-ranking member of the military, he had naturally seen the siege operation against the Beast King, and now that he saw the tyrant wreaking havoc, he thought that he was trying to drive out all the humans in this place. For a moment, General Ning had a mind to retreat. What's the situation? Listening to the continuous sound of artillery fire in the distance, Chuan couldn't help but feel a wisp of doubt emerge in his heart. Are these humans from the military trying to cleanse the Qinling? The cannonballs that were fired just now were enough to kill all the foreign beasts that surrounded the vicinity of the first line of heaven. Why don't they stop? In the next moment, Chuan quickly swam and decided to go over there to see the situation. After all, he was gifted with stealth, and now he was even more integrated with his surroundings, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered by humans at all. In another place, Jiang Luoli was equally puzzled and confused, and was now murmuring in a low voice, could it be that the military has already confronted the Snake King? That would be great news. No, I have to go over there and make sure. As the words fell, Jiang Luoli once again waved the black flag in her hand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When she reappeared, she was already only a dozen miles away from the first line canyon. At this moment, Jiang Luoli stood at the top of a large tree, looking out in the direction of the first line canyon, and clearly saw that artillery fire was raging over there, with a large number of forest trees being overturned, and even more fires beginning to form. Suddenly, a golden arc of energy flashed across the ground, instantly hitting a helicopter in the sky, which fell even more uncontrollably, and eventually exploded with a bang. Its spiritual power externalization. Seeing this scene, Jiang Luoli was very curious and also presumed the strength of the other party. This is a means only available in the Yoke realm, only it doesn't seem to be like the Snake King's commonly used means and style of attack, but it seems like I've seen it somewhere. She thought hard for a while, and finally her eyes lit up. Yes, that golden arc of energy is a bit like the tyrant who ruled over a party in his previous life. It's more in line with its attack style. It's just strange how the tyrant got here. For a while, Jiang Luoli realized that things were all a bit off the original track nowadays. After all, in his previous life, the tyrant wasn't involved in this one. A moment later, she suddenly frowned uncontrollably. Could it be that it's because I've been reborn and created a butterfly effect that has led to these changes? In that case, tyrant is too strong. Requesting reinforcements. At the canyon of the first line, General Ning was calling continuously, his expression extraordinarily grave. I need reinforcements on my side. Please answer when you receive it. Please answer when you receive it. After shouting these words, he then roared on the team's public channel. Quick! All fighters retreat immediately. Don't fight the tyrant head-on anymore. This power of ours alone is not enough to deal with it. Under the tyrant's ferocious attack a few times, it had already lost quite a few personnel and a few fighters, so General Ning felt a great deal of pressure. As the order was given, the helicopters quickly pulled back, trying to distance themselves from the Tyranids as much as possible. It was somewhat surprising that the tyrant did not give chase. It only looked deeply at the helicopter, and then it directly disappeared into the top of the one-line canyon, and then with a gentle leap, it entered that spatial rift. Alas! Seeing this scene, General Ning and quite a few others sighed deeply. In that spatial crack, there are several comrades searching, and now that the tyrant has gone in, those comrades are afraid of being fierce. Jiang Luoli. At this time, Chuan rushed to the vicinity of the first-line canyon, and now, separated by a few dozen miles, he sensed Jiang Luoli's presence, and immediately let out a cold snort, his eyes wrapped in intense killing intent. Only, he knew in his heart that the woman had a blood contract induction with himself, and if he got too close, the other party would be able to sense it, especially since the woman was in possession of a treasure that was capable of instantaneous breathing. Thinking about this, Chuan inwardly sighed. Want to kill her? Really is a little difficult. It's not looking good. In the sky outside of the first-line canyon, General Ning stared at the black spatial rift, anxious inwardly but unable to do anything about it. It will take another 20 minutes for reinforcements from headquarters to arrive. By that time, the yellow flowers will be cold. He hadn't taken his eyes off the black crack in space. His heartbeat had sped up quite a bit from the tension, but he was oblivious to it. Suddenly, there was a warrior with a flying machine on his back, flying out of the black spatial rift, and at this moment, there was a burst of panic on his face. This warrior caught a glimpse of General Ning inside the helicopter not far away, and immediately, not caring about anything else, began to shout hysterically, "Dead! All dead! General! It's hopeless!" Ka-ching! However, in the very next moment, a shadow loomed over towards that warrior, then instantly engulfed him. This shadow was the tyrant that came out of the space rift. As if it was still a little too intent, it was roaring at the military helicopters in the air. General Ning's heart ached as he watched his soldiers die, and now that he heard the hissing of the tyrant, he felt that the other party was deliberately provoking and mocking his incompetence and cowardice, and immediately roared and ordered, "Fire! Blast it for me!" Rumble! Instantly, a violent burst of sound rang out, and countless cannonballs trailing a trailing flame headed straight for the tyrant. On the ground, Tyrant looked at the incoming artillery, but was thinking very calmly, as if he wasn't afraid at all. "It's empty in there." And from the previous video, the Snake King came out at the end. I think the treasures inside have already been obtained by the Snake King. With this in mind, the tyrant's claws gently swung a few times, and that huge body then instantly dived into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Attention! Attention! The tyrant has disappeared. Everyone watched the ground for movement. The many soldiers in the helicopters were greatly alarmed by this, especially because of the tyrant's terrifying killing power, which made everyone's hearts scornful, while at the same time, they couldn't help but feel a strong fear. After all, who knows where the tyrant will burrow out next? Therefore, with this cluttered reminder, all the military helicopters adjusted their altitude, trying to avoid appearing in the tyrant's attack range. In the helicopter, General Ning stared at the ground without noticing any movement. He glanced at the nearby helicopters, then immediately said in a sharp voice, "Quick! Spread out! Never crowd together!" General Ning knew very well in his heart that the only way to maximize the detection of the tyrant's location and to prevent any problems before they occurred was to do so. Boo! Soon, a ground more than a dozen miles away cracked open with a loud bang. The tyrant's massive body burrowed out of it and quickly grabbed a panicked Fae around him. This location it chose was on the route the Fae were evacuating. So at this moment it roared out in anger and interrogated, "Say, where exactly is the Snake King? Tell me." The captured Fae had a horrified look on its face. It had all thought that it would die in the tyrant's hands and become the other party's food, but after learning that the other party was only inquiring, it busied itself by yelling, "The Snake King is in that valley over there, less than 200 miles from here." The tyrant looked in the direction indicated by this foreign beast, only to see a hidden depression in the layers of mountains, and immediately let out a low cry. Very good. The alien beast thought that it could escape, but in the next second, it suddenly noticed a tingling pain all over its body, followed by its consciousness falling into darkness. Click, click. Without hesitation, the tyrant devoured the unlucky beast, and then once again exerted his recluse ability and headed straight for that valley. Just shortly after the tyrant left, Chuan appeared next to the mound of dirt it had made, and at that moment was revealing a look of surprise. "This tyrant, is it really rushing at me? Then wouldn't it be a coincidence that it entered the fissure of the first line canyon?" Chuan himself had blood pursuit, which was able to sense movements within a certain range, so tyrant transportation disappeared without a trace in the eyes of others, but it simply couldn't escape his tracking. Moreover, he himself came stealthily, so as long as he didn't get too close, that tyrant wouldn't even notice. Chuan then dared to come over with confidence, leaning so close in order to explore the situation here. Boom! 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 Tyrant over there. Just as Chuan was pondering, there were several military helicopters that also flew over towards the side, and the soldiers on one of the helicopters were exclaiming in shock. With General Ning's orders, as well as watching those comrades being devoured with their own eyes, the remaining soldiers had long since set their sights on the tyrant. They had previously observed that Tyrant Lair had made an appearance here, and when they got closer, they even spotted the other side left here, the iconic mound of dirt, and immediately swarmed over. In the distance, in the treetops, Jiang Luoli only felt that she had watched a big show, and now that she saw the tyrant advancing in a very purposeful direction, she immediately thought, could it be that the tyrant is trying to go to the Snake King? Thinking about this, she felt a burst of joy inside. In this way, Tyrant is considered to have done me a great favor. What a godsend! Looks like that guy is really coming for me. In the mountains and forests, Chuan, with his blood pursuit senses, realized that the tyrant's route of advancement was very straight, heading towards his territory, and immediately sighed darkly. He then immediately swam quickly and rushed back towards the territory. Whoa! Not long after, the tyrant broke through the ground in a valley, and that huge commotion instantly attracted the attention of quite a few foreign beasts. Moreover, right near where it appeared, there were two fey beasts, all of which were now looking over with surprised faces. These two beasts were both minions under Lu Chuan's command. After a short period of shock, one of the junior brothers shouted angrily, "Bold! This is the Snake King's territory. Alien beasts, leave quickly." Humph! A murderous intent flashed in the tyrant's eyes as he dived into the earth with great speed, and when he reappeared, those sharp claws instantly tore the chortling beast apart, splattering blood all over his face. Snake King's territory? Looking for it. What kind of beast is this? Little Green, Vajra, and the other foreign beasts heard the commotion and quickly rushed over. When they saw the tyrant's very different and unfamiliar body, there was a moment of astonishment. It's so bold. It actually dares to come here and cause trouble. Whoosh! Before Shao Qing's voice fell, he saw a red-colored figure rushing out from the side. Fixing his eyes, it was Fire Leopard who took the lead and came in front of Tyrant. It sized up the other party for a few moments, then roared, "You're still a bit strong. Not coming over to my family's boss is no different from looking for death." For a while, the tyrant's face showed a grave expression. He didn't even expect that such a powerful opponent was actually a Snake King subordinate. Looking for death? That's not necessarily true. After the tyrant came back to his senses, he charged towards the Fire Leopard without saying a word, and a gleam of cold light flashed across those sharp claws, heading straight for the Fire Leopard's throat. Shoo! Only to see a half-moon-shaped light blade from the tyrant's claws fly out. Where it passed will be a tree cut off. That break is incomparably smooth, and even did not enter the boulder, are as simple as cutting tofu. No wonder you're so bold. When the Fire Leopard saw the light blade, he understood that the other party was in existence of the first stage of the Shackle realm just like himself, and immediately opened his mouth to roar in rage. "Watch me kill you! Hoo hoo hoo!" Instantly, a large mass of terrifying flames erupted out, immediately causing the surrounding temperature to increase. But the tyrant quickly curled up into a ball. The invincible flames actually only left a burst of scorched black marks on its body surface, and when it unfolded its body again, it was unharmed. This made the Fire Leopard's insides move greatly, and his whole body burned with blazing flames as he ran. "Die for me!" Rumble! The two beasts ferociously collided together, and the terrifying power that erupted from them swept across the west, causing Little Green and the other beasts to continuously retreat. At this moment, the Fire Leopard looked at his paw, a burst of loss, and in his heart, he even secretly thought, "How is this guy so thick?" It had just taken the opportunity to attack the tyrant's neck, but saw that the other party's defense here was also very hard, so it could only pull away from the other party once again, borrowing the flames that were constantly spewing out to fight with it remotely. Bang! 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 In the valley, a series of popping sounds continued to ring out. The flames left behind by the Fire Leopard's attack set the surroundings ablaze, but the tyrant on the opposite side of the room remained unharmed. At that moment, the tyrant once again struck a half-moon-shaped blade of light from his claws and roared in anger. Up until now, both sides had exchanged dozens and hundreds of rounds of fighting, but still had not distinguished a winner from a loser. It was just that the Fire Leopard had gotten a little anxious. It knew that it could still compete with the tyrant in terms of long-range combat, so it always attacked from afar. But the tyrant's attacks were very sharp, and there was a stronger body than it. Just a few times after the close combat, the Fire Leopard will vaguely show signs of defeat. This caused the Fire Leopard a moment of distress. It's not easy for it to kill me, but it's also hard for me to defeat it. What should I do? You're no match for me. Call the Snake King out. Just as Fire Leopard was thinking, Tyrant roared and called out to Snake King once again. At this time, the tyrant's surrounding breath was extraordinarily prevalent. It seemed to have some kind of ability to add to its battle power after a fight, and at this time, it actually became more and more courageous. It was no wonder it was so arrogant, with only the Snake King as its opponent in its eyes. That way. Look over there. There's a huge battle fluctuation. In the distance, the military helicopters searched for a while and eventually discovered the great battle between the tyrant and the Fire Leopard in the valley, and then immediately told the rest of their companions the news. However, General Ning did not let the helicopter get too close. He knew that these alien beasts basically didn't care when they fought, and if they were caught up in it, they could be machine destroyed. This energy fluctuation, it's not the Snake King's? Jiang Luoli immediately rushed towards this valley after sensing the tyrant's true goal. After a battle fluctuation erupted, she was thrilled for a moment when she thought that the tyrant had already faced off with Chuan, but at that moment, under careful sensing, she realized that this was not the case, and thus was a bit disappointed. Rumble. However, just then the situation in the field changed dramatically. When the tyrant saw that the fire leopard refused to listen to his retreat and insisted on fighting, he immediately became furious and directly rushed towards the fire leopard, intending to kill the other party, or at the very least, seriously injure him. But in that instant, it was suddenly struck in the body by a huge object, and thus the tyrant flew uncontrollably backwards for dozens of meters and slammed hard into the ground. It made the tyrant so dizzy that he almost didn't realize what was going on. The one who struck out was none other than Chuan. He relied on his stealth ability to deliver a blow to the tyrant, preventing the fire leopard from being seriously injured. A few dozen meters away, the tyrant became more and more furious when he saw who the striker was. Damn Snake King, actually sneak attacking. You don't speak of martial virtues. As the anger continued to coalesce and explode in his heart, the tyrant actually had a hidden tendency to break through the second stage of the shackle realm, and his aura around him was constantly climbing. At this time, Jiang Luoli was already rapidly approaching the valley, and when a blood seal flashed up in her palm and sensed Chuan's presence, she was instantly overjoyed. Great! If the Snake King shows up, he will definitely fight with the tyrant. Both of them will win or lose, and no matter who wins, I'm afraid that they will all be injured. So I can definitely take this opportunity to suppress the Snake King and refine him into a true Poison King. With this thought, she couldn't help but increase her speed and continue to approach the valley. During this time Jiang Luoli's gaze never moved away from the confronting Snake King and Tyrant, and very much hoped that they would both be defeated and injured, and that by then, with her ability, it would be enough to take these two beasts into her pocket. What's going on? In the sky, General Ning stared at this with wide eyes and an incredulous expression, even forgetting that he was already somewhat close. He had just seen that a behemoth, as if it had appeared out of nowhere, knock that tyrant away. If that behemoth had ambushed this place early on, it was impossible that it hadn't been discovered before. But if it had appeared out of nowhere, how powerful would it be? However, it's really the first time that a three-headed Beast King level Fey Beast mixing it up has appeared. Returning to his senses, General Ning burst with emotion, and couldn't even help but look forward to it. If a few of the three Beast Kings died in the great battle, it could be a great joy for us. Snake King, hand over the treasures in that alien space. Although the tyrant was injured under that blow, it was not convinced and only thought that it was Chuan who relied on mysterious means to sneak close to him and strike out in a sneak attack, causing this consequence when it was defenseless. Therefore, it didn't think that it was not Chuan's opponent. Oh, just you? The disdain in Chuan's eyes flickered, and then there was killing intent gradually permeating his entire body. Goods like you, still want to covet my treasures, simply looking for death. He had long since seen his own minions killed by the other party, but he wasn't there then, and now that he saw the tyrant was still so rampant, he didn't have the slightest desire to take the other party in. Bang! Suddenly, Chuan directly opened his mouth and spewed out a ball of imposing spiritual power, and after the tyrant realized it, he hurriedly waved his claws and sent out a blade of light. Rumble! The two powerful forces collided with each other, and that huge energy fluctuation shook all the surrounding trees to collapse, and even the ground was ruthlessly scraped away a layer of soil. Bang! After these two forces froze in the air for a few moments, the massive power spat out by Chuan was even better and charged straight towards the tyrant. Ah! Instantly, the tyrant screamed miserably, and a hideous wound appeared at the location where he was hit. It looked down at the eye, and immediately its color became incomparably grave. After all, the evolutionary speed of this Snake King is really beyond its imagination. You are actually so strong? The tyrant who is resident on the list of the 4 great beast kings can actually defeat the Snake King? This brilliant battle also shocked the military watching the battle. General Ning had a surprised look on his face at this moment, staring tightly at the battlefield in front of him, waves rising and falling within his heart. This was because he knew very well that the tyrant had this nickname because every time it had its battle power increased after its rage spiked. This time, the tyrant had been enraged to the extreme, and his strength should have reached its peak, yet he was still undefeated. This River Sea Snake King, what exactly is his strength? When General Ning thought about this, he couldn't help but place more eyes on Chuan, pondering, nowadays, There were almost no humans of the shackle realm in this world yet, so they weren't sure how big the gap was, and could only rely on the actual combat situation to judge. Could it be that the Snake King is already at the third stage of the Yoke realm? In another place, Jiang Luoli was also greatly surprised, her open mouth almost able to stuff an egg. Much like General Ning and the other military personnel, she was also very clear in her heart about the tyrant's strength. The latter, in a state of rage, was able to fight a Yoke Realm Stage 1 realm against a Yoke Realm Stage 2 powerhouse, and this ability to fight over the ranks was very terrifying. But despite this, Tyrant was still no match for the Snake King. As I recall, the last time we met, it seems like the Snake King was still at the beginning of the Shackle Realm. Jiang Luoli stared at the massive figure with a complex expression. Only so much time has passed, and the Snake King has actually broken through to the third stage. It's growing, really fast. Not bad for a boss. In the valley, Fire Leopard was watching the battle from the side. At this time, seeing Lu Chuan's great power, he also forgot about the previous situation of being suppressed by Tyrant, and now he only had admiration for Lu Chuan in his heart. This cry of it exited, and the rest of the ferocious beast's little brothers also cheered. Boss is mighty. Boss, teach this guy a good lesson. Let him know how powerful you are. Yes, avenge Xiaozhu. The Xiaozhu that this ferocious beast was talking about was the very same ferocious beast that Tyrant had killed as soon as he showed up, and at this point, there were actually ferocious beasts that remembered it. However, Xiao Chang and other strong, also the first to be accepted by Lu Chuan's little brother, looked at the distant sky hovering in the bird. The heart is a little worried. This time, everyone hard work. It is difficult to fight down this foundation. Is considered to be exposed again. Is it time to start another migration? Although Xiao Chang and the other ferocious beast minions took the human military helicopter as a small bird, they also knew that it had to be related to humans. Moreover, with what the Everlasting Group and other lineages and consortia did within the Great Li Mountain range last time, they were all well aware that the humans would surely organize a large number of people to come over in the near future. At that point, they're going to be hard to recruit. Snake King, you are indeed strong. In the center of the battlefield, the Tyrant gazed at Lu Chuan, and after a moment slightly lowered his head, his gaze a little evasive, apparently admitting defeat. So I won't compete with you for the treasures that appear this time. After saying that, it waved its claws and already had the intention of leaving. But in the cold, he heard Lu Chuan's cold laughter. Here, is it a place where you can come when you want and leave when you want? What do you think this place is anymore? He never intended to spare the Tyrant. As soon as these words came out, the Grey Wolf and other ferocious beast minions also showed their excitement, and even some of the ferocious beast minions started to lean towards the Tyrant. After all, this guy took out a few of Lu Chuan's minions, a few of their friends and partners. The fierce beast minions under Lu Chuan's hand all wanted to take revenge. Humph, Tyrant didn't put Grey Wolf and other ferocious beasts in its eyes at all. Even after hearing Lu Chuan's words, it wasn't the least bit intimidated. If I want to run, you still can't stay. It had suffered great crises many times before, even to the extent of life and death crises. At that time, human artillery fire poured down like a torrential downpour, almost blocking it in all directions, but the Tyrant dug in and escaped with its sharp claws, leaving the humans to stare in disbelief. This time, the Tyrant was no different, still trying to leave utilizing the same method. After saying this, the Tyrant began to swing his claws and dig quickly, making a mound of dirt in place in just a few seconds. It's just that it's so big that it's going to take some more digging to get out of there. Only, Lu Chuan's movements were faster. Only a mysterious light flashed around Lu Chuan, and with the Spirit Snake Blast Steps enhancement, he was fast to the extreme. Seeing that the Tyrant was about to disappear into the ground, the surrounding ferocious beasts all revealed anxious looks, and Lu Chuan's huge snake head, at the same time, reached into the huge pit. Ah! In the next second, an agonizing scream came out from the pit. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd of ferocious beast minions, as well as the distant military personnel and Jiang Luoli, Lu Chuan actually bit the Tyrant's tail and shook it out of the pit in a hard way. What surprised them even more was that the Tyrant that was flung out looked extraordinarily shriveled and did not make a move to resist, only paddling through the air uncontrollably with Lu Chuan's power. Rumble! After a loud thud, the Tyrant was thrown heavily to the ground with a muffled grunt. What speed! Even an existence like Jiang Luoli, who was reborn as a Compass Immortal, was deeply shocked inwardly after seeing this scene. Fighting the Snake King, if you're within a distance of 1,000 meters, it can get to you in an instant. It's horrible. As for the other place, The military personnel on top of the helicopter also revealed incomparably shocked looks. They had always had a headache with Tyrant, but they didn't expect that this time, Tyrant had actually planted himself, and in the hands of the Snake King. We, all of us, still underestimated the Snake King. General Ning mused for a long time, but in the end, he only let out this sigh of relief. I'm willing to submit. Don't kill me. In the valley, Tyrant was trying his best to suppress the toxins in his body. The reason why it didn't put up half a fight in the air just now was that it was distracted from suppressing the poison. And now that it saw Lu Chuan pressing over, it hurriedly begged for mercy. Unfortunately, Lu Chuan didn't agree and just spat out a ball of spiritual energy and blasted it. Rumble. With a loud noise, the Tyrant couldn't care about the toxins in his body, and rolled aside as hard as he could. But the toxins in his body were erupting more and more. Put. In an instant, it screamed out once again, which turned out to be Lu Chuan's powerful and forceful giant tail that fiercely lashed over, almost breaking all of its bones. A few rounds down, until the Tyrant is dying, no longer able to give birth to any resistance. Lu Chuan, only a pump tail, will be cut off its vitality. The Tyrant who wreaked havoc on the party died just like that. Boom boom boom. However, just at this time, a large number of black dots appeared in the distant sky, and that loud roaring sound came one after another, all of which drew sideways glances from Lu Chuan and the crowd of fierce beast minions. Reinforcements have arrived. Seeing the 20-odd warplanes whistling in the distance, General Ning's heart breathed a long sigh of relief. And now when he looked at the large group of ferocious beasts in the valley again, his eyes had more than a few different thoughts in them. It's just that he hasn't acted on it yet. He needs time. Coming. In another place, Jiang Luoli's expression was relieved and she also showed a look of anticipation. This time, with the military personally taking action. It must be more useful than last time. The last time she was talking about was the time when she had gone to great lengths to gather the power group and other worldly families and consortia to advance into the Great Li mountain range and strangle the Snake King. Jiang Luoli was also eager to see how many tactics the Snake King would show when facing the military. Boss, the humans are coming. What should we do? Even though the 20-odd human warplanes had not yet arrived, Shao Chang and the other ferocious beast minions, all of them understood that the humans were rushing towards them, and all of a sudden, one by one, they ran to Lu Chuan and asked for his advice. Even some of the ferocious beast minions, who were already fighting with their two strands, revealed a look of fear. Panic. Lu Chuan sniffed and turned back with a low gulp. There was still a trace of crimson blood at the corner of his mouth. The worst outcome. Isn't it just another place to develop? But if I'm pushed this time, then I'll make the human military pay for it. You guys just watch from the sidelines. After saying that, he continued to devour the body left behind by the Tyrant and enabled his natural ability to digest it. It didn't take much time for the Tyrant's huge body to be devoured, and there were only some traces of blood in the field, proving that it had once existed. Last time, Lu Chuan had encountered a fire leopard that was also in the shackle realm, but left the fire leopard alive and took it in as a little brother. And this time was the first time he had devoured a ferocious beast of shackle realm strength. He felt that the harvest brought by this devouring tyrant should not be too small. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it, rewarding 500 points of evolution value. Sure enough, when Lu Chuan heard the system prompts coming out of his mind, a burst of joy flashed across his eyes, and he even lamented in his heart, worthy of being a shackle realm ferocious beast's body. The energy contained in it is just huge. Eating one head is worth dozens of heads before, since the rewards brought by the tyrant were really quite a lot. Lu Chuan opened the system with some impatience and checked the attribute panel. Name, Lu Chuan. Age, 2. 5 years old. Race, Silver Ring Serpent. Level, Shackle Realm 3, of 9, 5000/0. Skills, Communication, Primary, Earth Moving, Primary. Talent abilities, Corrosive Poison Mist, Intermediate. Pupil of Soul Regeneration, Intermediate. Ghost of the Night, Elementary. Snake Striding, Elementary. Vajra Transformation, Elementary. Stealth, Elementary. Metamorphosis, Elementary. Water Elf, Elementary. Gravity Mastery, Elementary. Swallowing Yuan Space, Elementary. Blood Hunting, Intermediate. Consumption of 100 evolution points upgrades the primary talent ability, and consumption of 500 evolution values upgrades the intermediate talent ability. Upgrade. Evolution points, 1400. Ha! 2 new skills have been added. Lu Chuan scanned through his natural abilities and basically nothing had changed. Only the top 2 items, skills and evolutionary value, fluctuated. Seeing that he had already accumulated 400 evolution points, he immediately, without hesitation, upgraded these two added skills into talents. With a flash of arcane light, he was able to see the changes after upgrading these two skills. The skill, communication, was upgraded to the talent, language proficiency. Linguistic proficiency allows unimpeded communication with other species, including plants. Another skill, digging, was also upgraded to the talent, earth escape. Earth escape, elementary, you can quickly walk through the earth and travel freely, with a speed comparable to that of normal movement. Not bad, not bad. With the talent, language proficiency, you can save yourself a lot of trouble in the future. And this talent, it's already at full level. What Chuan was most satisfied with was still the language proficiency that he had brought this time around, because there was no such thing as beginner, intermediate, or advanced in this skill, so it could be said that it was a one-time point of fullness that could be used for the rest of one's life. Another earth escape, but also inherited the tyrant's ability in general, so that Chuan in the future will be able to casually in the ground and underground shuttle. Coupled with the blood hunt, this talent, he can better conceal their own at the same time. To find the bystanders' traces, can be said to be the necessary ability to kill the beasts and eat meat. Ready? In the sky, General Ning had already had the fighters that had come to reinforce him set up a formation, and when he was about to make his move at the moment, he still didn't forget to make an inquiry out of his voice. He didn't have any tolerance for ferocious beasts like the Snake King, which were a huge threat and also caused panic among humans, and knew that he couldn't continue to let them stay, and that it was better to exterminate them earlier in order to feel at ease. So, despite the reinforcements coming against the tyrant, who had long since been eaten, he decided to strike. However, right at this moment, the Snake King's gaze turned to the group of fighters, his eyes filled with a strong warning. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Chuan opened his huge mouth and shouted, "Humans, are you guys going to be my enemies today?" This voice was incomparably loud, and there was also a questioning meaning in the words, leading everyone to reveal a dumbfounded expression, their eyes full of incredulity, all forgetting to open their mouths. However, the crowd was even more shocked that the ferocious beast could actually spit out human words. Mind you, this is the first time this has happened, and some people even wondered if they were experiencing symptoms of hallucinations. Spit in the mouth? In another place, Jiang Luoli was also not calm. At this time, her beautiful eyebrows were tightly frowning. Isn't this something that only a ferocious beast with the strength of the high stage of the Yoke Realm can do? How can he? It even occurred to her that if the Snake King really possessed that kind of strength, then all of the humans who came here today would be in danger. And in the end, including her, as long as she was discovered, she would basically be unable to escape. After all, Yoke Realm high-stage fierce beasts had terrifying strength and high body strength, so unless they were using an ultimate weapon, it would simply be a scrape against them. Not bad for a boss. Little Green and other ferocious beast minions, likewise, were caught in a deep shock, and when they came back to their senses, they were astonished beyond measure and opened their mouths, but their words were full of worshipful emotions. This is also too powerful. When did the boss learn that? All the ferocious beast minions did not expect that this boss of theirs could actually speak human language. As the voice slowly fell, the admiration of the crowd of ferocious beast minions for Chuan grew stronger and stronger, especially this time. It also put a mysterious label on Chuan in their hearts. I will not be offended if people don't offend me. Chuan did not pay attention to what the little brothers were thinking. At this time he still stared at the military personnel. Once again spit out human words. If we go to war today, in the future, I will make you pay the price. At those words, General Ning had a lump in his throat, and although he had raised his arm in order, he was slow to speak. He was also hesitant to take down a talking, wisdom-filled Snake King, and if he couldn't, it does seem that the Snake King has never actively attacked us humans. Just as General Ning pondered and hesitated, the other soldiers on the helicopter, too, were quietly murmuring. One of the soldiers' gaze fell on the huge giant snake, slightly opening his mouth. Come to think of it, it's always been us humans who have been constantly harassing the Snake King. Last time, the Everlasting Group, they entangled so many people to march into the Great Li Mountain Range, they almost turned that side upside down, and drove the Snake King away, and the Snake King didn't even come to the Jianhai to retaliate. In their eyes, the losses of the Everlasting Group and other worldly families and consortia at the time were normal, and didn't indicate the Snake King's hostility towards humans. After all, the other brotherly forces had lost some people during the siege of the four Beast Kings. Though he thought so, there were some soldiers who agreed, but there were others who were very determined. Is there any need for serious thinking about such things? As the saying goes, if it's not my kind, its heart will be different. What's there to reason with a snake? The soldier who spoke saw his comrade's gaze fall on him and continued. Am I wrong? Originally, different species have different positions. You can't think it's not a threat just because it can talk. Maybe the Snake King is just showing weakness this time. And as soon as we're gone it'll wreak havoc in a nearby city. At those words, the soldier from before frowned tightly, as if he was talking to himself. Since the beginning of time, we humans have been the existence at the top of the food chain. How can we feel threatened just because a snake can talk? Where this group of soldiers were discussing, General Ning had also reported the situation to the headquarters. As he thought about it, he still hadn't decided whether or not to make a move against the Snake King, so he simply threw the question to the decision-makers further up the chain. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from here, in the headquarters of the military region, a few old men had all gathered together and were talking because of this news. General Ning's concern is not without merit. One of the old men, his brow furrowed. That Snake King can even spit out human words. I think its intelligence is not low. Once we let it escape on the way to the siege, in the future, the Qinling and even bigger places don't have any peace. With its strength, it can definitely do the things it says. It is precisely for this reason that we must spare no effort to obliterate the Snake King. Another old man, with a determined look, his eyes filled with disgust when he said the word Snake King. Think about it, how long has passed since that reign of seven-colored light, and how much have those ferocious beasts grown? The way I see it, if we drag this out any longer, the Snake King will grow to the point where even an ultimate weapon can't cope with it, and at that time, once the Snake King makes a move against us humans, who will be able to stop it? The room fell silent at these words. Some of them didn't agree with erasing the Snake King. After all, this was the first ferocious beast they had encountered that hadn't become hostile to humans, so perhaps a breakthrough could be found in it. But more people. It was impossible to negotiate with a ferocious beast, much less spare a beast king. Therefore, after some heated discussions, the old man with the most power of speech finally clapped his hands. In that case, let's start dealing with the Snake King. Tell General Ning of this decision. Yes, ready. In the deep mountains of the Qinling Mountains, General Ning had received orders from his headquarters, and now his gaze towards the Snake King suddenly changed. He was silent for only a few seconds before his heart was broken and his gaze became resolute again. Destroy the Snake King for me. At one time, all the guns on all the airplanes were aimed at Chuan, and they started to fire out. Seeing this scene, Jiang Luoli wasn't surprised in the slightest, but instead nodded her head and muttered to herself, I knew it. There's no way that the military won't deal with the Snake King, so this way I still have a chance. She knew very well in her heart that the military at this stage, despite paying some price in dealing with the matter of ferocious beasts, had not yet suffered a setback, and thus the military would not compromise with any ferocious beast. In the eyes of those big brothers in the military, and even all the military personnel, there is no ferocious beast under the sky that can't be killed, and if there is, it must be that there is not enough firepower. Fight. The harder you fight the better. Jiang Luoli stared at the valley, a smile gradually surfaced on her face. When you guys are done fighting, I'll come out and clean up the mess. Asterisk. In the valley, Chuan thought that this group of humans had listened to his words, but after seeing those cannons aimed at him, he understood the other party's decision and could not help but be furious. He took advantage of the fact that those artillery fires hadn't yet attacked and killed, and even exerted spirit snake dash, sliding quickly in the valley, swallowing all the nearby minions and sending them into the swallowing yuan space to protect them. Of course, this was only some of the more important and strong juniors. As for the other weak juniors, he couldn't care about them at this time because they were too far away. Fire Leopard. After doing this, Chuan, without looking back, roared, greet these humans properly. Yes, the Fire Leopard, also at the Shackle Realm, coupled with its sensitive movements and extreme speed, was thus qualified to fight alongside him, adding a point of strength. Boom boom boom. Soon, endless artillery fires came from far and near, quickly covering the area, and the commotion caused by these artillery fires was earth-shattering and incomparably loud. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the Fire Leopard's body flickered and quickly avoided the center of the explosion, and actually did not receive any damage. As for Chuan, he was already the first to shrink his figure and open the new skill he had just gotten, Earth Escape, diving into the ground and using it to avoid the artillery attack. To be honest, this natural ability was able to allow him to walk among the earth with ease, as simple as swimming in water, and he was also able to automatically drain the soil as he walked. Only when sneaking through the earth, he still encountered resistance. and the deeper he went, the more resistance he suffered, directly affecting his speed of movement. Rumble. A few seconds after Lu Chuan and the fire leopard took cover, countless artillery fires exploded, instantly overturning the place they were in, and even causing a mountain fire. This mountain fire spread extremely fast because of the shock after effects of the artillery fire, and in a short time a thick cloud of smoke could be seen in a great eruption. Roar! Squeak! For a while, all the ferocious beasts in the vicinity fled, fearing that they would be roasted if they were one step behind. However, within the bombing go, there was no sign of the Snake King, and all the military personnel could only see a fire leopard running through the flames. Boo! At a certain moment, underneath one of the fighters, the ground suddenly cracked, and then a giant snake sprang out of it, shooting a spit at the fighter in a lightning-fast manner, and managed to pierce it. The fighter plane flew askew to one side and then crashed with a bang. This Snake King's ability to hide in the ground is actually so powerful as well? The military was so shocked at the sight that they nearly forgot what was going on right now. But after being given a low shout by General Ning, all of the fighters took aim once more. Only, Lu Chuan disappeared once again. By the time he next appeared, another fighter had been destroyed, still ending the same way. How is the Snake King so terrifying? My god, what kind of monster have we messed with? With the successive deaths of their comrades in battle and the crash of their fighter planes, the remaining members of the military were vaguely bruised and their eyes were filled with anger. But after seeing the giant snake's flickering silhouette, their eyes were filled with fear. This ambivalence caused the soldiers to stumble a bit, but inside each of them, adrenaline was soaring. Phew! At this time, the fire leopard had already killed close to these fighters, and after it aimed at a target, it fiercely sprayed a ball of fiery flames. In a flash, a fire instantly burst into flames outside one of the fighters, causing the soldiers in it to panic. Just now, Lu Chuan's divine appearance had already caused the military side to panic. Now that the fire leopard's close quarters attack was even more disturbing, they didn't know what to do for a while. Without missile reinforcements, it's probably useless to come with more troops. In the distance, Jiang Luoli silently watched all of this, but after seeing the Snake King and the fire leopard join forces and directly and heavily attack this military team, she immediately frowned. In the end, she was a Daxia person, and her heart was naturally biased in favor of Daxia, so naturally she was unwilling to see the military suffer under the attack of the ferocious beasts. Available at. What can I do but watch? I can't do anything. Seeing one airplane after another being destroyed by the Snake King and the fire leopard, Jiang Luoli unknowingly clenched her fists. If not for her reason telling her that with her current strength, I'm afraid that even the Snake King's little brother, the fire leopard, would have trouble dealing with it, let alone stopping that Snake King. I'm afraid that she would have already rushed up to the Snake King and the fire leopard and fought against them. Ugh! After staring for a while, Jiang Luoli lamented in her heart. If I hadn't been seriously injured by the Snake King in the One-Line Canyon last time, I'm afraid that I would have long since reached the Shackle Realm, and now I don't have to watch all of this, but I can't do anything about it. Nowadays, it's up to you, the military, to sort it out yourselves. At this time, Jiang Luoli's heart was filled with the feeling of having a heart, but he was also silently praying that the military would be able to pull through. But the hope was not great. Although she didn't intend to make a move, she knew very well in her heart that the Snake King should also have sensed her presence through the blood contract and was hovering around here, so the Snake King could attack at any time. With this in mind, Jiang Luoli couldn't help but raise her spirits in case something untoward happened. Ah! In the sky, miserable screams interspersed with roaring sounds continued to spread. As far as the eye can see, the airplane was destroyed by Lu Chuan and Fire Leopard, one by one, and those soldiers who were located inside the fighter planes didn't have time to escape, and crashed along with the plane, and some unlucky ones were even in the plane, and they were shot into meat cakes. Some of the planes even thought about attacking the Fire Leopard that was visible all the time, but when they turned around, the Fire Leopard leaped to other places and once again delivered a fatal blow to the planes. This damn! On the helicopter, General Ning's insides were dripping blood as he watched so many warriors die in front of him, and that gloomy face was filled with rage and hatred. Soon, he picked up his communicator and spoke in a deep voice, requesting reinforcements. Send reinforcements quickly, or we'll be too late. After all, General Ning couldn't watch the warriors fall in front of him one by one without doing anything. So cold-blooded, and at this moment he couldn't wait for the support from the headquarters to arrive immediately. The situation on General Ning's side is very critical. Inside the military region headquarters, those old men were stony-faced. A few of them were already furious and didn't intend to say anything, but it was the old man who supported the war against the Snake King who let out a long pout. On General Ning's side, there's not only a Snake King, but also a fire leopard that isn't weak. These two are both Beast King level ferocious beasts, with great killing power. General Ning and the others alone can't stop them. Looks like the only way to cover it is with missiles. Another old man, glancing at the crowd, said in a condensed voice, last time, the Golden Eagle King of the Northwest region was strangled in the same way. This Snake King looks more powerful than the Golden Eagle King, and has a not-so-weak helper, but there's no way they can escape the missile blasts. Didn't General Ning say that the Snake King can vanish off? The big deal is to dig up the ground and turn their place upside down, but also to blast the Snake King to death at any cost. After discussing for a while, these old men unified their opinions, and the chief even said in a gruff voice, no matter what, whether we use missiles or wash the ground, we must let General Ning and the others retreat first. We can't let these elites, along with the Snake King and the others, disappear. Roger that. In the deep mountains of the Qinling Mountains, General Ning had been keeping a close watch on his communications, and when he received a response, he immediately answered, and immediately gave orders toward the rest of the fighters. Quickly, all of you evacuate. Don't linger at all. Don't care if the Snake King shows up or not. All of you leave. At the word of command, the remaining fighters began to ascend rapidly until they were at what they considered a safe altitude, before moving as fast as they could, away from the area. Below, the Snake King and the Fire Leopard were still in non-stop pursuit, especially the Snake King, who also spewed out a cloud of pitch-black poisonous mist from time to time, instantly causing the warplane to lose control. Both sides chased and fled, but there were still quite a few fighters that managed to escape from the Qinling Mountains. General Ning looked back and saw that both the Snake King and the Fire Leopard were staying somewhere, looking away, and immediately sighed in relief, but his face remained ugly. He clenched his fists and secretly thought, the loss of more than two-thirds of the men and fighters who arrived this time is too much damage. Damn Snake King, damn Fire Leopard, killed so many soldiers. I'll take this account. Jiang Luoli. Soon after, Lu Chuan's gaze looked somewhere to the south and realized that there was a black spot there. Although the distance between the two sides was extremely far, and he couldn't even see that the black dot was a person with his eyesight alone, he could still clearly tell that the black dot was Jiang Luoli. After all, he knew that Jiang Luoli had that black flag that was capable of teleportation, and by the time he rushed over there, the other party might have already slipped away, so he didn't go to deal with her this time either. Boss, we won. Fire Leopard was excited and hated to cheer. After all, this battle, defeating the human army from the front, made him think that humans were nothing more than that. Only, there was still some doubt in his mind. Boss, no more chasing? The Fire Leopard had seen Lu Chuan stop and followed him, but it could have left a few more fighters behind if it had been chased again. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan shook his head and said, if we go further, we will have already left the Qinling Mountains, and there is no suitable terrain around for us to pursue, so let's go here. Yes, there was a smile in the eyes of the Fire Leopard, and after Lu Chuan saw it, he couldn't help but smile as well. After all, this battle was considered a win for him, and this time, he had also successfully defended his dignity. Fire. However, right at this moment, a dozen or so clearly unusual missiles flew out of the military region hundreds of miles away. These missiles were so fast that they flew out 100 miles in almost an instant, spiraling towards the Qinling. Go! On the border of the Qinling Mountains, Lu Chuan had just turned around when he suddenly sensed a great crisis, and as he violently turned back to watch, he saw more than a dozen black dots. Those black dots zoomed in an instant, extremely fast. Bang! In an instant, a dozen or so missiles, positioned with extreme precision, exploded all around it. That horrifying impact filled the air in the blink of an eye, and Lu Chuan subconsciously cast Vajra transformation to resist, but he was still flooded by the aftermath of the explosion. Boom! 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 In the Qinling Mountains, the sound of explosions was incessant, and an extremely powerful artillery shell fell as if it were a torrential rain. The many cannonballs almost all erupted at the same time, collectively setting off an energy shock that caused the surrounding ground to tremble viciously. At the center of the explosion, it had become a complete mess, and even the soil showed signs of melting amidst a large crater filled with smoke. Whoa! 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 As the flames triggered by the artillery shells impacted in all directions, the mountain instantly burst into flames and quickly spread in all directions along with the energy impact. Over there, what's going on? 100 miles away, there is a human town. It was only then that they felt a tremor in the earth and thought it was an earthquake. But by chance, he glanced at it and realized that it was in the middle of the Qinling Mountains, where an artillery shell had actually exploded. And all that terrifying power had spread to this place. Soon, dozens of hundreds of people gathered together, pointing to the mushroom cloud in the sky that had not yet dissipated, as well as the rolling smoke caused by the fire, discussing, "That's the Qinling Ah, there should be no one inside. Could it be that a new beast king has appeared in the middle of the Qinling Mountains, and it is the military that is eliminating them? Oh my god, we are not far from the place of the explosion Ah." In case the ferocious beasts inside rush out to wreak havoc. When people realized this, they looked uneasy and the news began to spread faster and faster. Some of the timid ones have even begun to rush home, packing their bags and preparing to leave. Boss, no way. At the edge of the explosion, the fire leopard was raising its head and shouting at Lu Chuan, but it still felt that its voice was still relatively small. The power of this explosion is too strong. If it comes again, it won't be able to carry it. Granted, it was able to resist the high temperatures from the shells because of its own flammability, but the destructive power inside was simply amazing. At this moment, there were large and small wounds all over the fire leopard's body, making it look wretched. We have to find a way to leave. In another place, Lu Chuan, at the moment of the explosion, opened the ability of Vajra transformation, coupled with his own powerful physical body of the third stage of the shackle realm, hard resisted this shell bombardment, and actually not even a single piece of scales fell off his body. At this moment, hearing Fire Leopard's worries, Lu Chuan nodded his head and spoke in a deep voice. Disengage from the other party's strike location first, then think of something else. Don't resist. I'll take you. It's faster and more stealthy. Yes. After communicating, Lu Chuan opened his mouth and swallowed the fire leopard, putting it into the swallowing yuan space, and waiting until he was in a safe place before releasing it. Because of this blow, the mountain was thick with smoke, and it lasted for a long time. Therefore, the military people are not clear about the situation, and even more unlikely to send people to go in to investigate, so they have to wait for the surrounding smoke to dissipate on its own. But after arriving here, the military personnel were surprised to find that both the Snake King and the Fire Leopard had disappeared, and there was only a mess all over the ground, indicating that a terrifying explosion had just occurred here. Dead. The Snake King is dead. After a moment of silence, the soldiers have cheered. Some soldiers even hugged their comrades, sobbing uncontrollably. The brothers' revenge is finally reported. This damned Snake King, has he had his day? Ha ha ha, good death, good death. While listening to the cheers of the soldiers, Officer Ning's face remained unchanged, and there was even a light of contemplation constantly flickering in his eyes. He stared intently in the direction of the explosion for a long time, but finally murmured, so low that no one heard his whisper, "Is it really dead?" This situation, which wasn't impossible to happen, made Officer Ning's heart bottomless at all. After all, he had previously watched the video of the Everlasting Group, Powerful Group, and other lineages and consortia besieging the Snake King in the Great Li Mountain Range. At that time, the Snake King was not as powerful as it is now, and the Power Group even fired a round of artillery to bombard the Snake King. At that time, the cannon fire disappeared and the Snake King was nowhere to be seen, so everyone assumed that the Snake King was dead and were excited. But then, the Snake King actually appeared in the Qinling properly again, and also became stronger. Now, Officer Ning thought, how similar was this scene in front of him to that time? No, it could almost be said to be exactly the same. It always made him uneasy inside. The Snake King is getting stronger and stronger. It's amazing that even the large tracking missile coverage bombardment couldn't kill it. In another place, Jiang Luoli looked grave, murmuring in a similarly low voice. In her heart, she knew even better than the military that the Snake King was not dead at all, but just like last time, he had used that weird ability to hide, and had even escaped from the center of the explosion a long time ago. After all, if the Snake King died, the blood contract mark on her palm would disappear, and at this point, Jiang Luoli looked down at her palm and realized that the blood mark was still fine. This meant that not only was the Snake King not dead, he was also within her sensory range and close to her. Jiang Luoli was very complicated inside. This heaviness of mind aggravated some of her musings. For a while, various feelings of regret, worry, and even guilt continued to rise up in her heart, making her mood irritable and complicated. The Snake King was created by me, but not subdued. Jiang Luoli stared at the blood mark and muttered in her heart, nowadays, the Snake King is already so powerful, and has completely flipped with humans, so it's not guaranteed that he'll retaliate against humans. At that time, I don't know how many humans will be killed because of the Snake King. Thinking about this, Jiang Luoli instantly bit her lips, already swearing secretly in her heart. No, I planted the cause myself, and I must go and fix it. She had already made up her mind that she had to break through the shackle realm as soon as possible and try to keep up with the Snake King's footsteps. Now that she was in charge of the mixed flag, her speed of catching up was unrivaled in today's world. So the many opportunities she had known in her previous life, she could be one step ahead of the others and get them back. Qinling, deep in the mountains. Lu Chuan revealed himself from here, cursing, thinking back to this battle. He and the human military is considered to be a complete feud, especially the other party relying on powerful weapons, can be described as no scruples, on him all kinds of oppression. Only, Lu Chuan was no wimp, although, Lu Chuan knows that humans still have an ultimate weapon that has not been used, but he also intends to give humans a little color, or else, 3 times to be beaten to the doorstep of the home. Their own in addition to the woeful escape but do nothing, is really too beautiful face. Next, he instructed the humans on their ultimate weapons through communication with Lin Shuer, the power of which was truly terrifying. However, a weapon of this magnitude, once unleashed would turn a large area into barren land, thus even the humans would not use it easily. Let's start with that military base. I'll make them understand the consequences of striking out at me at will. After thinking for a while, Lu Chuan released his little brothers and instructed them to be as quiet as possible during this period of time and not to make too much noise, and then quickly left the Qinling. The military's fire coverage stopped because of Lu Chuan's sudden disappearance. Still, the impact of this artillery coverage was tremendous. Nowadays, the edge of the Qinling mountain, and even a large area of the entire central part of the Qinling mountain, has been set on fire, rolling smoke straight into the sky. Wanting to keep people's attention cannot be. Hello, everyone. An hour later, a reporter was at the edge of the Qinling mountains, with his back to the fire, broadcasting live to everyone. I'm sure that you're still confused about what happened earlier in the Qinling mountains, especially the violent tremors and the fire burning here. I can explain all of this for my fellow viewers. This time, the reporter went out of his way to be on the spot and risked his life to report live. Naturally, in order to quell the suspicion within the public. As the camera turned, the area at the center of the explosion appeared in the sight of all the people, and the reporter also said at this moment, previously, our military found the Snake King traces in the Qinling mountains, and at that time, the military had dispatched a team that entered the Qinling mountains to investigate a certain incident, and it happened to meet with the Snake King that had arrived here. As soon as we met, the Snake King started a fierce battle with the military soldiers, and the Snake King even relied on a fire leopard, whose strength was also not bad, to launch a merciless attack on our military helicopters and soldiers. Below, video footage left over from the military battle. When the voice fell, the live feed immediately switched and was replaced by a single video. In the picture, it was a scene from the battle between the military and the Snake King, and it could be seen that the battle was very fierce, and the military had suffered even more heavy losses, as General Ning and a group of other soldiers, under the dual pressure of the Snake King and the fire leopard, were losing ground. These video images not only erased the images of the tyrant taking the lead in attacking the human soldiers, but also pinched out the scene of the Snake King spitting out human words and negotiating with the humans. All the images, it seems, are all leading the public to realize that this time it was the Snake King who took the initiative to provoke the military. That's when the military had to fight back, and the fire coverage with large tracking missiles, and the eventual blowing up of the Snake King to the point of corpses and bones pass through. The video is basically over by this point, and the camera switches back to the reporter, only to see her say very painfully, "Friends of the audience, the Snake King is extremely cruel and also has some ferocious beasts following him. So during this period of time, don't enter the Qinling and the related areas, or else you are likely to be retaliated against by the Snake King's followers." Now, the mountain fire caused by the strangling of the Snake King has also been put out by professionals who have come to fight the damage caused by this Snake King. Holy! In front of the TV, in front of the cell phone screen, in front of the computer. One by one, the people watching the report revealed a look of emotion, and some even couldn't help but comment, "The Snake King is actually this powerful. This is even more terrifying than the previous 4 great beast kings. No wonder the military used so much energy this time to eliminate it as well." Alas, there are also many viewers. Is for those soldiers who died in the war pain. Some people even complicated to watch the Great War. Hidden tears. These These are the great and good people guardian. Some are still half a child. So lost. Ugh. Fortunately, the country is already strong enough to destroy these ferocious beasts in time when faced with them, which allows more people to avoid being attacked by ferocious beasts and thus losing their lives. If you ask me, these ferocious beasts should be killed. Just as the populace was talking. South. A base. Finally, it's all set. In an office, there were dozens of people converging together, and on the large screen they were holding over, the same battle in the middle of the Qinling mountain range was playing, and everyone was wearing uniforms, and they looked like they were not in low positions, and they were not young either. At this moment, after watching the video footage, a senior officer sighed and spoke, his words filled with relief. Finally, it's been set right. It wasn't in vain that we used dozens of missiles. Tell me, what does everyone think about what happens next? Compared to what the people saw, these senior officers saw a more complete video, including the scene where Chuan was spitting out human words. Upon hearing this, a senior officer pondered for a moment and said, nowadays, the only one who has been honored as one of the 4 great beast kings in the first phase is the Northeast Black Bear King who still exists. As we all know, the Black Bear King is quite cunning. Not only can it disguise itself as us humans, but it's also very ferocious. As he spoke, he tapped the remote control, and a report appeared on the screen, which contained information related to the Black Bear King. So far, taking into account that thousands of people have already suffered from the persecution of the Black Bear King, it has just become the most destructive beast king. When the crowd heard this, they all burst with righteous indignation, but they couldn't personally deal with the Black Bear King, so they finally had to say, I wonder when the northeast side will be able to put the Black Bear King to death. At this moment, someone sighed and brought the topic back to Chuan. Compared to the Black Bear King, that River Sea Snake King, in the end, has never been rumored to have brutalized the people. You all have that information as well, so I won't go into it. I think that, in fact, since a beast king like this is inclined to negotiate with us humans, we should have considered it. This person who spoke was clearly the party that had previously disapproved of the use of force against the Snake King, and was now merely rehashing an old matter in the hope of gaining the attention of the rest of the people, or even learning a lesson. Only, some people waved their hands and uncovered this matter. It's useless to say anything now. After all, the Snake King is dead. Report. Just as the crowd was talking and thinking differently, a guard suddenly barged in with a very anxious look. There is an abnormality underground, but it has not been probed to find out what caused the abnormality. Sirs, take shelter outside for a while and come back when you've cleared the danger. What? Upon hearing this news, many of the officers present all revealed a look of surprise. When this military headquarters was first constructed, it was meticulously surveyed, and things like collapses and dark river impacts would never occur. So how did it suddenly become abnormal? Bang! Suddenly, a violent vibration came from outside, while a number of soldiers exclaimed, one after another, it's the Snake King, isn't it? It dead? Who on earth said that the Snake King had been killed? In an instant, the entire military region headquarters was thrown into panic, and these senior officers even glared angrily at those around them. Only the huge body of the Snake King was seen drilling out of the ground, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. It caused the tall building to collapse instantly with just a casual sweep in front of the dumbfounded and horrified gazes of the crowd, and the violent roar caused the crowd in the arena to become more and more panicked. Some even tried to use large weapons, only to be scolded severely by their companions. Aren't you asking for death by using such weapons in such a place? Indeed, many of the military district's weapons could not be utilized in such a place, unless they go out of their way to sacrifice one of their own to bombard the military zone and kill the Snake King. Only, it's clear that it hasn't been pushed to the last step yet, and it won't move to that option. Boo! Boom! Boom! Inside the huge base, because of the River Sea Snake King's sudden incursion, there was a constant sound of gunfire, and a large number of soldiers had picked up their weapons and swept towards the behemoth in front of them. Because there were still numerous of their own people here, they could only counterattack with simple handheld firearms, or throwing shells, a weapon that was not very lethal to the ferocious beasts. In this way, the damage received by the Jiangnan Snake King was minimal, and those bullets didn't even manage to leave a single mark on its body. What to do? When the soldiers saw this scene, they had a nervous look on their faces and kept backing away. The Jiangnan Snake King was able to dodge the bombardment of the large tracking missiles. I'm afraid that all of our vigor is not as good as going through the motions for it. How does that get rid of it? The rest of the soldiers nodded, but both military orders and a sense of duty made them stick to the front line. allowing the rest of their weaker comrades or others to retreat first. This group of soldiers who faced the Jiangnan Snake King directly were ready to die in battle. The Jiangnan Snake King is bold. Inside the office, an old man was enraged when he saw the battle outside. What kind of place is this? This is the headquarters of the military region, the place with the tightest armed forces, and it actually dares to break in. Kill it for me, sir. Beside him, a few of the remaining senior officers had a moment to look at each other. Among them, there are those who have always disapproved of making enemies with the Jiangnan Snake King, but now that things have come to such a pass, they can't say anything more, and can only open their mouths to persuade. Sir, this place is really too dangerous. You should leave first. Yes, if we don't leave, those generals will remain at the forefront, sacrificing needlessly. Let's go first and give the generals room and time to flow out of the retreat. With a burst of persuasion from the crowd, the senior officers in the room nodded their heads in agreement. When one of the officers saw that everyone was about to leave, he spoke up. Everyone, come with me and move to another safe place through the secret passage, or else you won't be able to leave at all. Go! Boom! 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 10 minutes or so later, an airplane full of high-ranking officers roared into the air and quickly departed. Because this place was on the other side and was covered by buildings and still surrounded by the sound of massive artillery fire, Lu Chuan didn't realize that they had left. What happened? Outside of this massive base, a dozen miles or so away, there was another town. On weekdays, the residents of the town could often see the soldiers here pass through the gate for a field weight run, and now that the guns were firing loudly in the base, the residents of the town naturally heard them. For a while, these people were amazed. Some of the populace braced themselves and searched for the source of the rattling, and when they found it they were more than surprised. That's the base. Geez, who's got the guts to fight their way inside the base? Are we leaving? Because of the distance, these ordinary people would have no idea what was going on, causing the immediate chaos. Just as time passed, the sound of gunfire was still ringing out one after another, which made their hearts grow more and more nervous. Rumble. Inside the base, the Jiangnan Snake King wreaked madness. Its massive body could destroy buildings in a matter of moments with just one sweep. In less than half an hour's time, the entire base had become a complete wreck, with most of the buildings here and the weapons and equipment that hadn't had time to be evacuated, all destroyed. The entire base was filled with panic among the soldiers, accompanied by rolling smoke. This is a warning to you. Lu Chuan seemed to vent his anger cleanly in his heart, and now although he saw some escaping people, he didn't go after them, but stared at the soldiers who didn't leave in front of him, and spat out. I hope you guys understand that there will be a next time, but it won't be this point of punishment. He knew in his heart that if he stayed in this place for a long time, it might be dangerous, because after making such a big commotion, not to mention whether the people in the vicinity could notice it, just the outside world with which he kept in contact would be able to learn about the changes in this place in the first place. By then, what that group of humans would do again in a state of anger and fear would not be something he could predict, so he also just vented and then directly vanished and left in an extremely spontaneous manner. The entire base, at once, fell into silence. Because of Lu Chuan's sudden attack, most of the personnel in the base had already been evacuated, and the rest had either left early, or took advantage of the openings where he wasn't paying attention, and ran out, so the outside world already didn't know what exactly was going on in here. Even the general public in the nearby town still hung on for dear life. The gunshots are gone? What the hell happened in there? Is anyone still alive? Maybe understand we'll see the culprits. Rumble. In the 10 seconds or so after Lu Chuan left, dozens of giant missiles suddenly flew in from a distance and landed in this base with extreme precision. In a violent explosion, this base was completely blown up. That is, some of the nearby places were also razed to the ground, and the rolling smoke accompanied by flames quickly rose into the air, turning into a large mushroom cloud. Jianghai. There was a mysterious aura flowing around Jiang Luoli, and her surrounding aura autonomously converged and crazily poured into her body, causing her aura to become stronger and stronger. Ka Chow. I don't know how long it has passed. She snapped her eyes open, and an arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Finally, the shackled realm. After murmuring these words, Jiang Luoli looked into her own body and found that there were indeed 9 chains everywhere in her body that only existed when she arrived at the shackle realm. At this time, she slightly raised her hand and after running her gong method, a spiritual power was immediately released. Rumble. In the next moment, Jiang Luoli threw her spiritual power out, instantly shattering a huge stone on the opposite side of the room, of which the powder was extremely fine, and all of it was still floating in midair today. This was extremely satisfying to her. Miss. At this moment, the butler walked over, bent slightly beside her, and said in a low voice, I just got the news that a base on the Qinling side was destroyed by the Snake King of the River Sea, and dozens of missiles landed behind it, successfully obliterating the base. At the moment, no one knows how much damage and casualties the Snake King has caused, and even some of the officers on the base are keeping their mouths shut. The Snake King's revenge has finally come. Jiang Luoli was not surprised to hear these news. After all, it was difficult to conceal a major event of this magnitude, so she continued, speak clearly about the circumstances of it. Yes. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Luoli stared at the scenery in front of her and sighed in her heart. Although the Snake King destroyed some buildings and weaponry, he didn't kill anyone. It seems that the Snake King doesn't want to make a complete enemy of us humans, and this time he is just venting. After wreaking havoc within that base, Chuan returned to the Qinling lair without looking back. He felt the great commotion in the base later, but didn't even go back to find out what was going on or pursue the humans for wanting him destroyed along with the base. After all, what had to be said and done had already been done, and if the humans were going to continue to target him and make an enemy of him, there was nothing he could do about it. Boss. As soon as Chuan returned, Little Green, King Kong, Fire Leopard, and the other ferocious beast minions all surrounded him. Grey Wolf was the first to brag to him, his eyes filled with admiration and envy. This time you made a big commotion by destroying the human military base. This is awesome. Humph. Humans should know this time that we're not to be messed with either. On the side, the Fire Leopard grunted in anger, but also admired Chuan's behavior. It was Jin Gang and Xiao Chine who were all chirping and expressing their admiration. Not bad for a boss. 1,000 words converge into this one meaning. Chuan frankly enjoyed some bragging, and then asked, how are things at home? As I recall, that mountain fire that rippled through the area earlier didn't affect us, did it, boss? Not at all. Xiao Qing reported seriously from the side. The previous mountain fire has been extinguished long ago, and the humans also made a gully in the direction of the fire's spread, not letting it burn. Upon hearing this, Chuan nodded his head slightly, indicating that he understood. Nowadays, with the world changing so much, many plants have mutated and are more resistant to fire, water, and a host of other threats than they were before, so they all don't burn as easily. Besides, the mountain beast's sense of avoiding danger was engraved in their instincts, and when the mountain fire erupted, there were quite a number of beasts that scattered and fled, and it didn't affect them too much at all. Boss, everyone is admiring you now. The Grey Wolf came to Chuan, his eyes full of cunning. You haven't come back yet. Everyone is talking about this matter, especially to the human military base strutting and wreaking havoc for a while, and then coming back safely. I don't know how many beasts to admire. There are already many beasts that are planning to come over and join you. Yes? Chuan didn't expect that his one warning to humans would cause such a big reaction, but he was relieved when he thought about it. The thoughts of the ferocious beasts were simple. Whoever was powerful, and there was definitely meat to be had by following the powerful. Everything, it's all about the fist. Thinking of this, Chuan instructed the minions. All of them dispersed. Tell the other beasts that I don't need too many minions. So, anyone before the middle stage of the awakening realm, don't come. Yes. After the crowd of juniors left in high spirits, Chuan was about to take a rest. After all, he was a bit tired from either the great battle or the running around in the past 2 days. But Fire Leopard came back to deliver a message not long afterward. Boss, there's a centipede outside with his clan to defect to you. Great King. People are stopping them out there. Would you like to see them? Go. Chuan followed the Fire Leopard, advancing all the way, and soon saw a scarlet centipede. This blood-colored centipede was huge, and the pair of sharp-mouthed pincers were powerful to look at. Especially the aura it emits makes Chuan very heartfelt. If I can devour it, my strength can be furthered. It's just a pity that it came to defect on its own accord. Returning to his senses, Chuan swam to the front of the scarlet centipede and raised his head to look condescendingly at the other party. Are you willing to become my little brother? Willingly. My little one is very willing. Look me in the eye. Just as the scarlet centipede stood up slightly, Chuan unleashed the soul-regenerating pupil and successfully enslaved the other party's soul, and then said, every little brother who defects to me has a name to make it easier to differentiate between them. So from now on, I'll call you Little Centipede. Thanks for the name, boss. At this time, Chuan was surprised to find that Little Centipede actually had the strength of the late awakening realm, just one step weaker than Fire Leopard. Yet it was the same realm as King Kong. It could be considered the third most powerful little brother under Lu Chuan's command. Boss, these clansmen of mine. What surprised Lu Chuan even more was that the little centipede opened its body sideways, revealing quite a number of blood-colored centipedes that were much smaller than it, and a cursory scan revealed that there were hundreds of them. The little centipede communicated with it with his soul. Boss, I can't leave them behind, but I don't know what they can do. At this moment, Lu Chuan stared at these smaller blood-colored centipedes, and a light gradually came into his eyes. What do these clansmen of yours know? I can't say anything else, but the digging is top-notch. Yes. In an instant Lu Chuan laughed out loud and had an idea in his heart. This time, although he had traveled alone and destroyed the human military base, giving the humans a shock, he could not guarantee that the humans would not make even crazier moves as a result. He had already treated Qinling as his home base, so he naturally wanted to make sure that it was foolproof. Fortunately, nowadays, the outskirts of the Qinling Mountains were guarded by numerous ferocious beasts, and none of them allowed human airplanes to enter, which allowed the location of his lair to avoid being known by humans. As soon as he thought of the little centipede's extreme ability to dig up the ground, he instructed it, I intend to create an underground shelter. That is, a large underground lair that is deep enough and large enough, and that can also breathe freely. Leave this matter to you and your people together, and finish it as soon as possible. Doing what you think has always been Lu Chuan's style of behavior. Therefore, when the order was given, the hut immediately represented itself and its people, promising to complete the task the first time and build an underground shelter that would satisfy Lu Chuan. Boss, I'll take care of this. Promise to finish the job. After the little centipede agreed, it immediately made a few strange cries, and the clansmen behind it drilled into the earth and quickly disappeared. It followed closely behind and searched the great underground for a while, finally finding a place that met Lu Chuan's conditions, and then immediately commanded the clan to dig. Master, just as Lu Chuan was presiding over the creation of the shelter, Lin Shui'er, through the power of her soul, sent a message. According to the news reports, a heaven and earth anomaly has appeared in the East Mountain region, and many people have already rushed to East Mountain now. They're all saying that there's a treasure general over at East Mountain, and some transcendents have already put out word that they want to participate in the fight. Master, if you want to participate, the Eastern Sierra? When Lu Chuan heard this location, he thought rapidly in his mind for a moment and realized that the Dongshan region didn't seem to be particularly far away from here, so he had the idea of going over to join in the fun. A vision of heaven and earth does symbolize the appearance of treasures, but it can also be a disaster. Only, in case there was really a chance and it was taken by someone else, wouldn't he fall behind by then? Fire Leopard. Have the brothers spread out a bit during this time? Don't concentrate too much. With this in mind, Lu Chuan called the Fire Leopard to his side and gave it an explanation. Especially the brothers stationed at the periphery should pay more attention, and not let human airplanes and drones enter the depths of the Qinling Mountains and probe into our situation. Don't worry, boss. Fire Leopard nodded heavily, saying that he would do these things he had explained to him seriously. Seeing this, Lu Chuan didn't order anything else and directly departed towards the eastern mountainous region. Before that, Lu Chuan had seen the map and memorized the information on it in his heart, so there was no effect in hurrying up now. He even learned through Lin Shui'er's description that the place where the vision appeared in the eastern mountainous region was Mount Tai. Mount Tai, in this world, was originally filled with mysterious color place, circulating many myth-related legends. This is many ancient emperors' Zen place. So in this place appeared visions, and even a heavenly treasure descended. There is nothing to be surprised. After 2 days of trekking, Lu Chuan had finally entered the territory of the eastern mountainous region. On this journey, he was stealthy throughout, and even if he saw some ferocious beasts, he would not take the initiative to provoke or devour the other party, so his own whereabouts were not exposed in the slightest. It was nighttime as we approached Tarzan. Lu Chuan raised his head, his eyes staring ahead, just in time to see that somewhere on the summit of Mount Tai, there was a haze of light overflowing. He was relieved. Fortunately, the vision did not end. No matter what the vision represents coming, it has not been shortchanged. I came at the right time. In the middle of his thoughts, Lu Chuan continued to head towards Mount Tai. When he arrived at the foot of Mount Tai, he suddenly realized that there was a human army on duty here, a blockade line that separated the various roads into Mount Tai, especially some of the roads up the mountain that had originally been opened up by humans, which were patrolled by soldiers day and night. They do this to stop ordinary people from going up the mountain, and only official people, with permission, can go to the high places of Mount Tai to find out what's going on. In fact, there were originally some people living in Taishan Mountain, but with the great changes in the world, these residents had also left long ago. After all, there were fierce beasts leaping out of the dense forest from time to time, greatly threatening their safety. At this moment, there were only ferocious beasts as well as human armies in Taishan Mountain. Master, it's been cleared up. At this moment, Lu Chuan found a position and communicated with Lin Shuer, who reported meticulously through her soul. In the middle of this Taishan Mountain, there is actually a beast king, determined to be a giant ape as big as a mountain. Ever since the outbreak of the vision, the human army has, at the first opportunity, blocked the way for ordinary people to enter the mountain, and they also intend to keep Taishan firmly in their hands, not allowing any ferocious beasts to approach the vision. Only, because of the existence of that ape king, the human army has been repeatedly thwarted within Mount Tai, and now it's each side controlling a portion of the area. But still, the area controlled by the ape king is closer to where the vision is. Good. After Lu Chuan was informed of these news, he kept the ape king in his heart, and then instructed, continue to poke around for news related to Taishan, especially on the human side. Anything that can have an impact on the situation should be reported. With those words, Lu Chuan quietly crossed the blockade line with great ease with the help of his stealth ability. Along the way, Lu Chuan also had to sigh with emotion. Taishan Mountain is indeed very large, especially after that rain of 7-colored light. Nowadays the plants in Taishan Mountain have mutated. One by one, they have become extraordinarily unfamiliar, and the huge trees are even blocking out the sky, so that Taishan Mountain seems to be always in the darkness of the grandeur of the world. Under such circumstances, the number of ferocious beasts in it was even more extraordinarily large, with various roars coming out almost every moment. Only, Lu Chuan this way, see most of the mortal realm, or awakening realm beasts. As for the yoke realm of powerful beasts, he has not encountered for the time being. He ignored these stupidly ferocious beasts and swam straight towards the summit of Mount Tai. Meanwhile, on the hillside of Mount Tai, there was a group of well-equipped humans that converged on this spot, and before long one of the well-equipped men returned to the group and said to the rest, the location has been clearly identified. They, all of them, were aliens, and were on the same mission at the moment. The team member who came back to report, said here could not help but show a touch of gravity. Only, there are quite a few ferocious beasts guarding there, and there is even an ape king eyeing them. You all know the strength of the ape king. We are afraid that this trip will be fierce. At that, there was a moment of silence, but soon there was another alien, who spoke with a firm expression. No matter what, this matter is of great importance. We must complete the mission. Everyone, get ready immediately, and when the opportunity arises we'll do it immediately. Yes, Jiang Luoli. Lu Chuan was originally rushing along nicely when he suddenly discovered Jiang Luoli's aura, and the other party also suddenly appeared within his blood pursuit, sensing range, which made him all surprised for a moment, and then he stared and whispered. Obviously, Jiang Luoli had used that black banner to teleport directly to this place. Even she's here. Looks like this trip wasn't in vain. Lu Chuan knew that wherever this woman Jiang Luoli appeared, there was a chance, or perhaps she had come after him. But this time it was clear that Jiang Luoli had come for that vision. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chuan accelerated his speed and, relying on the sense of blood pursuit, followed Jiang Luoli to the top of the mountain. When he looked up, he saw a certain area at the top of the mountain, where boulders stood in a row, and there was a circular altar in it, with some soil of different colors scattered beside the altar. Here, it is the place of the ceiling of Zen. Somewhat further out in the periphery, there were countless ferocious beasts entrenched. Lu Chuan's eyes are constantly moving. At this moment found that the altar in the sky is the place where that haze light erupted. At this moment under the close viewing, found that the haze light is even more extraordinary. It seems that all the colors in the sky and the earth, in front of this haze light will be eclipsed. Nowadays, although the ferocious beasts were anxious and roared out angrily from time to time, all of them were waiting for this vision to end and swoop over. The tripod of the 9 states is about to appear. Compared to the ferocious beasts, Jiang Luoli was more aware of this vision, and what it represented, so she waited as well. When I harvest the tripod of the 9 states, and add the Moonwatch Ancient Bow, my strength will increase drastically. The next time you encounter a Snake King, you'll be able to take it in. Buzz. At a certain point, the haze in the sky suddenly contracted and gathered inward, as if it were collapsing with great speed. This scene attracted the gazes of all the ferocious beasts, and they only saw a giant tripod that suddenly appeared at the center of the circular altar. Roar! With that giant tripod appearing in the world, the ferocious beasts that had long surrounded the surroundings had dashed forward with all their strength, and in an instant, a fierce fight erupted. In Lu Chuan's line of sight, a giant bear swatted a small deer away with its brute strength, but immediately after it was knocked over by another white wolf, whose sharp claws instantly cut through the giant bear's eyes. The rest of the ferocious beasts only had the giant tripod in their gaze, and any ferocious beast that stood in the way was their enemy. As such, this scene became incomparably chaotic, and there were even more mournful roars that continued to emanate. Strange. At this time, Lu Chuan's sight looked around and did not find Jiang Luoli's figure. His heart was filled with doubts. That woman has a teleportation exotic treasure. As long as she snatches the giant tripod, she can quickly leave. This time, she actually didn't make a move to snatch it? There must be something weird going on here. Although he also wanted to seize the treasure, the stronger reason within him suppressed his greed and remained hidden, observing from the same spot. He didn't believe that Jiang Luoli had rushed here just to watch these ferocious beasts fight over the exotic treasures while doing nothing herself. Bang! Suddenly, on the chaotic battlefield, a huge boulder that had originally stood over there suddenly exploded, and the splashing stones struck quite a few ferocious beasts, causing them to roar in pain. The boulder had existed for an unknown period of time, so when the crowd of ferocious beasts saw the boulder shatter and a black giant ape walk out from it, they subconsciously took a few steps back. This giant ape was tens of meters tall, with strong muscles showing all over its body. At this moment, the black giant ape was swinging a stone pillar in its hand, and every time it stirred, some ferocious beasts were smashed into mush. The damage it inflicted alone was more than what the rest of the ferocious beasts had just added up, thus shocking quite a few ferocious beasts. And the bloodstained stone pillars made the black giant ape look ferocious to the extreme. This giant ape, it actually has the strength of the second stage yoke realm. Not far away, Lu Chuan saw the black theater that was in great power, and there was a burst of emotion and speculation. Could it be that Jiang Luoli didn't make a move before because of this giant ape that was hiding? Looks like it's not that simple. The Ape King has indeed hidden around the altar as he did in his last life, waiting for an opportunity to move. In the distance, Jiang Luoli, who had also concealed her aura and used the trees and boulders for cover, saw this scene and her eyes flickered with a gleam of essence. Luckily, in this life, I was prepared and knew everything that happened here. Ape King, you can't get away. As the words fell, Jiang Luoli quietly took out the Moonwatch ancient bow, and then struck the bow and shot the power-filled energy arrow, aiming it at the Tarzan Ape King who was fighting. Shoo! Only a subtle whistling sound erupted as the energy arrow headed straight for the Ape King. This time, Jiang Luoli had made a sneak attack, not to mention that the energy arrows from the Moonwatch bow were surprisingly fast, so when the Ape King realized it, he was hit despite doing his best to avoid it. Rumble! The powerful force contained within the energy arrow exploded, directly lifting the Ape King over ruthlessly, and a wound with a huge area even appeared on his body. With just one strike, the Ape King was seriously injured. Roar! It didn't even look at the wound where the blood was frantically flowing out, and now with wide eyes, it furiously charged towards the surrounding ferocious beasts. After all, it didn't see the sneak attacker at the moment and could only vent its anger on the rest of the ferocious beasts. Under the state of serious injury, the Ape King struck out even more viciously, causing more and more ferocious beasts to die in its hands. The beasts saw the situation and retreated towards the back, no longer daring to fight with the Ape King. No one wanted to be the unlucky one under the Ape King's stone pillar. Roar! In a short moment, the Ape King managed to approach the giant cauldron. Without thinking, it stretched out its hand to grab the giant tripod and lifted it towards its head with a loud roar. But this time it actually didn't pick it up completely. The giant cauldron was only lifted halfway by it before it fell uncontrollably. Rumble! In an instant, the giant tripod caused a dull sound. And what made the crowd of ferocious beasts even more shocked was that the mountain seemed to be shaking because of the fall of the giant tripod. This thing is so heavy? Lu Chuan took it all in and instantly revealed a look of surprise. And at this moment there was a burst of realization. I finally understand why Jiang Luoli didn't make the first move to grab it before. It's hard to bring out such a heavy giant tripod amidst the heavy siege of ferocious beasts. In the line of sight, another energy arrow was shot towards the Ape King, and it was stuck at the time when the Ape King reared up the giant tripod. Under these circumstances, the Ape King had nowhere to hide, adding another wound to its body, causing it to stagger, and the roar of pain in its mouth erupted in a desperate manner. Whoosh! This time, Jiang Luoli finally stopped hiding her figure, only to see her wearing a nightclothes and quickly approaching the giant tripod. Roar! Seeing that it was such a small little thing that made it injured twice, the Ape King hissed in anger, looking at Jiang Luoli with a gaze full of killing intent and anger. It was so hateful that it could not wait to swallow the other party on the spot. Be honest. Without saying a word, Jiang Luoli put her finger on the ancient bow again, which caused the Ape King to close his mouth for a split second, and even his breathing became much lighter. In order to stay alive, treasures and whatnot can naturally be given up. The Ape King has long understood this point of reasoning, so it keeps retreating under Jiang Luoli's warning, but the direction in which it retreats happens to be where Chuan is. After repelling the Ape King, Jiang Luoli took a big step in front of the giant cauldron in front of the gazes of the many ferocious beasts around. She only slightly surveyed it, seeing that the giant tripod was 2 meters high, and it was a huge thing in front of her, not to mention its weight, which was thick and heavy. On top of this giant cauldron, there were countless other complicated and exquisite patterns, but Jiang Luoli couldn't be bothered to appreciate it at the moment. We have to seize the time to refine it, and hold it in our own hands in order to feel at ease. Besides, there are humans watching. Now, the Ape King was seriously injured and retreated, and the surrounding ferocious beasts were no match for her. So Jiang Luoli completely put her heart down and directly sat down on her knees in the same spot, intending to refine this Kyushu tripod on the spot. In fact, if she didn't refine it, with her strength, how could she possibly move this giant thing? Whoosh! While refining the giant cauldron, some ferocious beasts tried to sneak in, but it was just a pity that Jiang Luoli had been paying attention to the surrounding movements. At this moment, she was using two things at once. One hand pinched out a spell seal to continue refining the tripod of the 9 states, while the other hand was directed towards the direction of the ferocious beast's sneak attack, slapping out a palm and instantly killing it. For a while, the ferocious beasts frequently retreated, realizing that this tiny human wasn't to be messed with either. A moment later, Jiang Luoli suddenly felt a huge crisis as a huge black shadow loomed towards her head. After sensing the danger to her life, she had to stop refining and dashed away from the spot. In the next instant, Jiang Luoli turned around and fixed her eyes on the place where she had been sitting on a plate before. There was a black bear standing. Northeast Black Bear King? What's it doing here? Seeing the visitor, Jiang Luoli's complexion changed. Her heart filled with shock. She possessed the memories of her previous life, so it was clear that the Black Bear King had not appeared in this scramble in her previous life. But she did not expect that she had prepared everything in advance in this life, and resolved the somewhat obstructive Tarzan Ape King, and saw that she was going to return with a great victory. But there was yet another northeastern Black Bear King that had appeared to compete with herself for the opportunity. This made Jiang Luoli feel doubly helpless. At this moment, she stared at the Black Bear King and pondered for a while in her heart. The cultivation level of the Black Bear King should be about the same as that of the Tarzan Ape King, so it won't be too difficult for me to deal with it. Even if its strength is higher, it will at most reach the 3rd stage of the Shackle Realm, not higher. Jiang Luoli's inner thoughts quickly flew around, analyzing the impact of the situation at hand on himself. Although it was said that with her strength nowadays, she still had a great chance to inflict horrific damage on the Black Bear King, but the most famous thing about the Northeast Black Bear King was its intelligence. This huge bear with a strong body, like a small mountain, was not a reckless man. Jiang Luoli understood that when fighting with such a ferocious beast, one must not treat it as an ordinary ferocious beast, or else they would surely die a miserable death. It's definitely not a coincidence that it appeared here. When she thought of the Black Bear King's intelligence, Jiang Luoli had a headache. It has most likely been squatting here for a long time. The thoughts Jiang Luoli harbored were clear to her inwardly, and she certainly understood that the Northeast Black Bear King was almost as intent on coming here to pick up the pieces as she was thinking, and was showing more composure than she was. This Black Bear King is not simple. Roar! At this moment, the Northeastern Black Bear King let out a roar, instantly shocking the surrounding amount of ferocious beasts fiercely, causing them to clamp their tails and not dare to make a sound. After the ferocious beasts met his terrifying gaze, they showed their fear, and some of them even whimpered and trembled. This guy actually had such a great deterrent effect on the rest of the ferocious beasts. In a short period of time, in the vicinity of the giant cauldron, within a 2-mile radius, there was only Jiang Luoli. The Black Bear King was obviously aware of simmering her presence, and at this moment, he was even directly spitting out human words. Human, that bow of yours, it looks good. How about you take that and exchange it with me? The ancient bow goes to me, and the giant tripod goes to you. How about neither you nor I lose out? In fact, Chuan is not the first beast to be able to spit out human speech. Long before him, the Northeast Black Bear King has repeatedly transformed into a human appearance, so as to avoid spitting out human speech. Every time he pretended to be a human, the Northeast Black Bear King played a very real, basically never been seen to have broken. Jiang Luoli listened to the Northeast Black Bear King with an odd expression. Is that the Black Bear King? In the distance, the human alien squad, hearing that the Black Bear King had actually spoken, their hearts were overwhelmed with astonishment. And by the looks of it, it's actually making a deal with a human? Geez, is the Black Bear King a ferocious beast? Or am I a ferocious beast? Who is that human? The other shifter was curious about this, but because they were far away and it was nighttime, it was difficult for all the members of the shifter squad to get a good look at who the human really was. Quick, record it! After a brief moment of stunned silence, the shifters hid behind the rocks. Although they didn't dare to directly show themselves and fight these ferocious beasts, this kind of discovery was enough to surprise them. Humph! When Jiang Luoli heard these words from the Black Bear King, she immediately snorted coldly. After all, she knew the Black Bear King and understood this fellow's thoughts. I'm afraid you're calculating in your mind to keep both of these treasures for yourself, aren't you? The ancient bow is powerful. After you take it, your battle power will increase greatly. It will be hard for me to resist it even if I have a giant tripod. Black Bear King, you're thinking too much, aren't you? Hey! The Northeastern Black Bear King did not care that his mind was being torn apart, and at this moment, after smiling wryly for a few moments, he said, you humans have a saying called toast the wine, but not to eat the punishment wine. Girl doll, I've already given you a chance. It's you who don't cherish it. Whoosh! As the words fell, the Black Bear King's figure violently flashed out, and that speed that was so fast that it actually left a trail of residual shadows on the spot. Although Jiang Luoli couldn't see that Black Bear King's movements, she felt a strong wind coming. She then subconsciously dodged, and sure enough, she saw a black shadow that grazed and fell in front of her. Rumble! In an instant, a huge bear paw ruthlessly smashed into the side, directly smashing the ground out of a large pit. Jiang Luoli slightly compensated a glance. The heart cannot help but flinch, just now, and then slow down a little bit. I am afraid that I am going to be slapped into the flesh. The speed of this Black Bear King is just too fast. In fact, the Black Bear King was not only fantastically fast, but its strength was also very fierce, and it was wrapped in a strong sense of power when it raised its hands and threw its feet. Bang! At this moment, Jiang Luoli externalized her spiritual energy and condensed it into an attack that went straight towards the Black Bear King. Although the Black Bear King was very powerful, she didn't retreat at this time, but chose to face the Black Bear King head-on and fight it. But on the opposite side, the Black Bear King, whose physical strength was very strong, had just resisted one of her spiritual attacks and was actually fine. This made Jiang Luoli's heart gradually tense up. Nice! In the distance, Chuan was happy to see these two guys dog-eat-dog, but in the next moment, he realized that the Ape King, who had been defeated earlier, was actually stumbling and walking towards the boulder next to him. The Ape King's complexion was shriveled and his breath was disorganized, and at this moment, he was actually not paying attention to the surrounding situation at all. Rustling, Chuan directly appeared, grandly appearing in front of the Ape King, which caused the latter to instantly freeze in place. The Ape King's eyes were all glazed over, as if he had seen a ghost, and he didn't even know how to react. Soul sense. Seeing this, Chuan gave a low gulp in his heart and instantly executed this one ability, which was visible in the Ape King's eyes with a slightly dumbfounded expression. This situation lasted for a short period of time, and after the Ape King had respectfully submitted before him, both sides of that warring party had yet to notice the situation over here. My turn. Chuan instructed the Ape King to wait right here, so he became invisible again and swam towards the center of the battlefield. At this moment, Chuan also directly added the ability, Dark Ghost, to himself. Now that the night was thick, his strength on top of this enchantment was actually stronger than before, and the harvest was even better. As Chuan kept approaching, even Jiang Luoli noticed that the blood mark at her palm was getting hotter and hotter, and this obvious change even made her inwardly startled. The Snake King is coming? After all, Jiang Luoli was still fighting the Northeastern Black Bear King, and for the Snake King to come over at this time was never good for her. Boo! On the battlefield, the sudden distraction caused Jiang Luoli to be hit by the Black Bear King in an inadvertent manner, but at that instant, a blooming energy light shield appeared, which wrapped around Jiang Luoli's body surface, counteracting most of the power in the Black Bear King's strike for her. However, she was still sent flying hundreds of meters away and smashed to the ground in a rather sorry state. At this moment, Jiang Luoli couldn't be bothered to get up, and was squinting her eyes, staring at the palm of her hand, with a burst of inner tension. The blood contract on this It's getting brighter and brighter. Yes, just now, when she was fighting against the Black Bear King, her feelings were not so obvious. After all, her mind was not on it. But now that blood mark was clearly saying that the Snake King was close to him. This made Jiang Luoli tense up inside. She had dealt with Lu Chuan a few times before, and although the results weren't too good for her, she knew some of Lu Chuan's tactics as a result. For example, Jiang Luoli was clear that the Snake King might have been rapidly approaching towards himself at this time. This caused a huge sense of crisis to arise within her, and she even subconsciously looked towards her surroundings, its eyes filled with nervousness. What to do? The Snake King is getting closer and closer, and there's also a Black Bear King watching intently. If I'm not careful, I'm afraid I'm going to be doomed. This man is going to lose. In the distance, the human alien squad witnessed the entire battle. When they saw that Jiang Luoli was cornered, they whispered, "Should we go over and help? What to do?" The other person gave his teammate a blank look. You all saw the strength of the Black Bear King. Truth be told, even if another army were to turn on the Black Bear King, it wouldn't help. We'll just have to wait for base reinforcements. When the Black Bear King saw that Jiang Luoli stayed put after being sent flying, neither fleeing nor coming over to attack on its own accord, it slowly walked towards Jiang Luoli, still spitting out human words at the moment. Little dot. Fighting with me? You actually dare to be distracted? Behind you, is that something? It noticed that Jiang Luoli's gaze was strange, obviously empty behind her, but she kept looking back, which made the Black Bear King curious as to what Jiang Luoli had discovered that caused her to be distracted. After all, the Black Bear King had but he hadn't felt anything. At this moment, Jiang Luoli was surrounded by enemies on her back, only feeling that she was surrounded by extremely dangerous auras, causing her to take care of this side but not that side. Thus her complexion became more and more gloomy. What to do? Continue fighting the Black Bear King, or, seeing that the Black Bear King was getting closer and closer, Jiang Luoli pondered for a long time and finally made a decision, only to see her take out that black hybrid flag, to wait for the magic seal and spiritual power to fall on it at the same time. There was a flash of black light where she was, and that black light disappeared even more quickly. What is it? The Black Bear King was startled by the black light, but after seeing that along with the black light disappeared, there was also Jiang Luoli. It finally reacted. So it's a spatial exotic treasure. Nowadays, there are actually such treasures. The northeastern Black Bear King stared dead on at the location where Jiang Luoli had disappeared, and at this moment, he inhaled deeply, as if he was trying to feel the scent left behind by that exotic treasure. At this moment, in its eyes, there was a flash of humanized frontal greed, making it look more and more terrifying under this dark night. Disappeared? I didn't blink, did I? In the distance, when the people of the human alien team saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They even rubbed their eyes hard and couldn't believe that they really saw this scene. Jiang Luoli really disappeared. Holy crap, this guy knows fairy magic? Or what? I don't know. I just saw a flash of light and the man was gone. Did anyone get a good look? No. The crowd of exalts shook their heads for a while, not realizing that this kind of ability was, in fact, beyond the scope of their cognition. For them, it was basically impossible to figure out the cause in a short period of time. Meanwhile, somewhere in the eastern hills, several human officers had gathered and were studying the video in front of them over and over, paying particular dead attention to the human in the frame. At this moment, one of the officers lamented, "Nowadays, there are actually such powerful human beings, and we actually had no knowledge of them before this. It's a treasure. Do any of you know each other?" At those words, the rest of the officers narrowed their eyes, wanting to see the figure more clearly, but after they had looked at it for a while, they still couldn't be sure. So one of them said, "The image is really blurry. It's not very clear at all." "No, look at the ancient bow that man is carrying." One of the officers was sharp-eyed and saw all the items behind the man, and after some pondering, he even revealed a look of surprise. "That's right. I remember that when the Jianghai region besieged the Snake King in the Dili mountain range before, there was a woman who was carrying this ancient bow on her back. Who is she to come? I can't seem to remember. This damn memory. It's the eldest miss of the Everlasting Group, Jiang Luoli." Yeah, that's her. For a while, the officers figured out exactly who the person in the video screen was, and now when they look at the video again, they can't help but nod slightly and marvel. A woman like her actually has such strength. It's really women's strength. Yeah, who would have thought that a pharmaceutical eldritch group would give birth to strong men? The officers were talking, but in the end, it was a consensus. After this time, We'll have to pay a proper visit to the Eternal Life Group. Nice. If a power like hers can be used for the military. This giant cauldron. It's mine. At the top of Mount Tai, when the Black Bear King sensed that Jiang Luoli had completely moved away from this place, and that there were no other powerhouses that he could compete with, he turned around and walked towards the tripod of the 9 regions, his gaze filled with ecstasy. Hey! After a heavy low roar, the Black Bear King held the tripod of the 9 states with both arms, but it was very strained to lift it up. At this time, the Black Bear King went back and forth, holding up the tripod of the 9 states for a few steps. Then he felt that his arms were heavy, and he was afraid that he would be crushed if he continued like this. Although his power was even stronger than the Ape King, he just couldn't hold the tripod of the 9 states all the same. Damn! This is too heavy. While the Black Bear King was surprised, his heart couldn't help but be skeptical. Can those small ancestors move such an amount of objects? But what did they get it out for if they couldn't move it? He hadn't expected that a human like Jiang Luoli would have her own set of cultivation rules. Suddenly, the Black Bear King's sweaty hairs stood on end, especially in the area behind him, and there was a vague feeling of chilling. In his heart, he knew that this was a precursor to danger, so he subconsciously let go of the Kyushu tripod and quickly dodged away. However, his movements were still slow. With a sharp pain coming from his arm, a large snake's head seemed to appear out of thin air. The Black Bear King fiercely pinched the snake's head and violently yanked it, and large chunks of flesh and blood were instantly ripped off his arm, which caused him to grunt through and through. Snake King? The Black Bear King finally saw who exactly was coming, and at once inside the road's surprised look. In particular, there was a faintly strange sensation coming from the arm he had been bitten on. At this moment, the Black Bear King realized what was going on, and instantly used his other hand to rip off the arm where the abnormality occurred, using this to prevent the toxin from attacking his entire body. You're quite decisive. On the opposite side, seeing the Black Bear King's sharp movements and directly severing one of his own arms, Lu Chuan's eyes showed a glint of appreciation. When he was about to do something, he suddenly heard the Black Bear King buzzing. Today is considered to be a plant. We'll meet again. This Black Bear King was actually decisive in a somewhat uncharacteristic way. Lu Chuan had thought that this guy had broken his own arm in order to fight with his back to continue to fight for the giant tripod in front of him. But he didn't know that the Black Bear King had directly erupted into a horrifying speed that far exceeded his previous speed in front of everyone's eyes. In just a blink of an eye, it quickly disappeared from sight. This scene stunned many people, and the human alien squad hiding behind the boulder all had their mouths wide open, their eyes full of unbelief. It was the Ape King who was stunned by the scene in front of him. It followed Lu Chuan to the top of Mount Tai next to this altar, but it wasn't close enough and things happened really fast, so from afar, it saw a black shadow that disappeared in a gust of wind. This kind of swiftness and determination was something that even many humans could not do, let alone this group of ferocious beasts. However, the Black Bear King had now left, and the battle for the treasure on the top of this Taishan mountain was already declared to have come to an end, and the beneficiary of this was naturally Lu Chuan. After Lu Chuan's huge body swam towards the Kyushu tripod in front of him, the eastern mountainous region alien squad hiding at the back were all stunned. Snake King? Isn't this the Snake King among the Qinling Mountains? Even it has come. The crowd of exalts didn't know what to say, but someone soon threw out the topic. This Snake King of the Qinling Mountains, is it really that powerful? Soon after, another person took a deep breath, with a wisp of horror in his expression. Didn't you see that after the Black Bear King was bitten, he didn't think twice about directly breaking his arm to survive? Even it is so afraid of the Snake King. How powerful do you think the Snake King is? Hiss. This is also too scary. All of them still remembered one thing. The last time, the Snake King had destroyed a military base with his own power and left behind. This time, it even instantly defeated the Black Bear King, who had a fierce reputation in the northeast region, and even more so, caused a headache for the military. Hurry! Transmit the footage from here back. It's our mission. Not to mention it will help analyze the situation at hand and guide our next move. Yes, a group of human psychics, while carefully filming the screen, packaged and transmitted the earlier scene when the Black Bear King was still around back to the headquarters of the eastern mountainous region. So, it's that Snake King who has arrived. At this moment, among the headquarters of the eastern mountainous region, all the prefects were marveling inwardly when they saw a scene in this video. And at this moment, even more tantalizingly, in combination with the previous video, they guessed, you guys, that Jiang Luoli was distracted, and even fled directly behind. Could it be because he sensed the Snake King was coming here? That can't be said, right? Jiang Luoli is at least able to fight the Black Bear King. His strength is definitely not weak. Hearing the rest of the people retort, this officer hemmed and hawed. You're right. After all, Jiang Luoli didn't half flinch when she faced the Black Bear King in the beginning. But look at how the Black Bear King fled so decisively even after seeing the Snake King. Doesn't this show even more that Jiang Luoli is afraid of the Snake King? What now? Just as the officers at the military region headquarters were discussing, the human alien squad on Taishan Mountain was still cowering in place, very much at a loss for words. They spoke with special laughter because they were worried about making too much commotion to attract the attention of that Snake King, and all of them slowed down the rhythm of their breathing. Coming. At this moment, one of the exalts excitedly tugged on the corner of his teammate's coat. Look guys, the Snake King has already reached the side of that giant cauldron. He really does have an idea about this giant cauldron. How do you think it's going to take the giant tripod away when it doesn't have arms or legs? In case it really takes the giant cauldron away, wouldn't we have come for nothing? Facing his companion's doubt, another teammate hemmed and hawed. It's fine. That giant tripod doesn't look very big, but it's very heavy. Earlier, the Black Bear King was so strong that he only lifted up and walked a few steps before he couldn't. I think this Snake King, I guess he can't walk fast either. Tick-tock. Suddenly, the communicator in the arms of one alien flashed a few times, and after checking it, he said excitedly toward his companions, reinforcements will arrive soon. Everyone just needs to stay well hidden for a while longer, and then we can wait. And, this alien smiled slightly, and, maybe right now in the base, the officers are deliberating whether or not to cover the Snake King with firepower to put an end to it. The stronger the Snake King, the greater the threat to humans, but we just need to wait for orders. Hiss. Just as the crowd exchanged low voices, the alien who had been responsible for observing the Snake King, suddenly took a deep breath. His words filled with shock. The Snake King actually opened his mouth to devour the giant cauldron? Is it serious? For a moment, everyone's eyes shifted over. Just a moment ago, they were full of confidence, thinking that this giant tripod would definitely end up being a human's. But now they actually saw that the Snake King swallowed the tripod. Is this really something the Snake King could do? This? Another human, taking a deep breath, even pinching himself, murmured, what have I seen? This is a huge metal tripod. Even if the Snake King can eat it in, isn't he afraid that he won't be able to digest it and get hurt because of it? This Snake King's idea is really, boss, what are you? Near the altar, the Ape King saw that Chuan actually swallowed the giant tripod in one mouthful. It also showed a shocked look, but it was more clear that Chuan could not possibly get his stomach broken because of this giant tripod. It was just worried that he would not be able to walk later. Boss, you swallowed this thing. This stomach is afraid that you cannot stand it, right? No wonder the Ape King was surprised. After all, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. Only, he didn't realize that Chuan's stomach formed its own space, and as long as he could swallow it, it would have no effect on him at all. What a fuss! Chuan looked at the Ape King very calmly, and then spoke. Don't expose the relationship between you and me for the time being. I'll go first, and you break the back. Yes, boss. The reason why he had droned on so much before leaving the summit of Mount Tai quickly and not taking the Ape King with him was to avoid letting the humans notice that he was recruiting. A Snake King who could spit out human words was enough for humans to be scared. What if they find out that they can still recruit minions? Therefore, after Chuan quickly left, he reached no one before he began to stealth and instantly disappeared from his original spot. According to reason, it's impossible for the ferocious beasts to acquire news this fast. At the edge of the eastern mountainous region, Jiang Luoli's complexion was still a little unsettled despite having escaped from the midst of Mount Tai, but both the Snake King and the Black Bear King were able to understand the situation within the eastern mountainous region so quickly, and showed up in time for the appearance of the Kyushu tripods. Could it be that they have learned to use our technological products? But this isn't right either. Jiang Luoli had to think like this to explain some of the changes she had encountered this time, otherwise some of these things were a bit implausible. Although she had already experienced a life and was usually very calm when dealing with people, the situation that had arisen nowadays still shocked Jiang Luoli. As a hallowed generation of Gu Immortal, she was reborn and returned with the memories and experiences of her previous life, and she could have had some action with this undiscovered ability, but after experiencing it, she realized that her plans had been thwarted time and time again. This caused Jiang Luoli to have a very complicated emotion within her heart, and even wondered if it was because of her rebirth that many things had become a little different. Only, in the end, the reason she's in the situation she's in today is actually of her own making. Can't be discouraged. A few moments later, Jiang Luoli's gaze became firm again, and at this moment, looking towards the summit of Mount Tai, she was murmuring in a low voice, "Since I have the ability to create him, I will definitely be able to subdue him. Snake King, you can't get away." Thinking of this, she even thought of an extremely important thing. What's more, there is still some time left before heaven and earth will really usher in a great change, and at that time, the world will become more and more treacherous, and even if I have the experience of my last life, I may not be able to deal with it calmly. That's why, have to prepare early. The Snake King is gone. At the top of Mount Tai, the humans lurking behind the huge boulders, at this moment each one of them could not speak. They could only stare at the direction Lu Chuan left dumbfounded. The Snake King swallowed the huge tripod, and actually his speed is not decreasing. Is that belly of it's a treasure bag? It actually takes things away so easily. Yeah, I don't even see its stomach bulging noticeably after swallowing the giant tripod. The shifters could not help but smack their lips as they recalled some of the things they had seen earlier. They had seen with their own eyes that even ferocious beasts such as the Ape King and the Black Bear King, which were known for their strength, were struggling to lift the huge tripod, and after lifting it up, they couldn't take a few steps. This was enough to show that the giant tripod was heavy. However, he did not expect that the Snake King would actually send the giant tripod away in this way. This made the crowd of exalts, all of them, have the feeling of brightening up before their eyes, and their hearts were filled with amazement as a result. Meanwhile, the Eastern Sierra Base, a group of not-so-young senior officers were originally still discussing whether or not to bombard the summit of Mount Tai because of the situation reported back by the alien squad. "I think so." At this moment, an officer said, "There are no more humans on Mount Tai, so as long as we remove the soldiers at the foot of the mountain in advance, even if we destroy the entire mountain, it's still possible. As long as we can kill the Snake King, this price is well worth it." "But, that's Tarzan." The other officer looked unkind. "There is no need for you or I to say what this place, Taishan, represents. There are some things that don't have no effect just because you don't believe in them, so you guys might want to tighten up a bit. Not to mention, that when the Snake King was in the Qinling, the Snake King spit out human words to negotiate, but you guys insisted on bombing, and then you provoked the Snake King to retaliate, and escaped in a mess on your own. How long has this been going on and you guys have forgotten?" Facing the accusations of their peers, some senior officers gradually turned ugly, but there were others, whose faces did not change. "The Snake King is a ferocious beast. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. For that alone, the Snake King deserves to die." At those words, the two sides almost split into two groups and started a heated debate. But just then, an officer exclaimed out in alarm, "You guys should stop arguing. The Snake King has disappeared from our surveillance range. Does it make sense now?" Hearing this, the officer who advocated bombardment grunted coldly and sat back heavily. "Forget it. There's no need for further discussion unless we just bomb Tarzan." "But is that possible? The Snake King is godly. We should pay more attention to the Snake King, which allows to avoid some trouble." For a while, the senior officers, again, were in the midst of a heated debate. In Tarzan, after Lu Chuan left that area on top of the mountain, he didn't think much about it and hunted directly in the mountains. This time, coming to East Mountain to search for the foreign treasure had taken quite a bit of time, but since the treasure was now in his hands, Lu Chuan felt that he couldn't come for nothing, so he naturally had to have a good hunt. Rumble. On this day, in the middle of Mount Tai, a giant elk, below the abdomen, had been swallowed into a large mouth, and at this time it was still struggling and hissing, but that one giant snake behind him, without a trace of emotion in his eyes, devoured him little by little. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring it and gaining 38 points of evolutionary value. As this prompt sounded, Lu Chuan also spoke the last bit of food to be digested, and then his eyes looked to another place. This mountain is really good. There are still quite a lot of prey, but after being out for so long, it's time to go back, right? For the next period of time, Lu Chuan continued to devour in the middle of Mount Tai, waiting until the speed of digestion couldn't keep up with the speed of devouring, and had a feeling of being full before he returned to the Qinling lair. "Boss, you're back." Little Green, King Kong and a bunch of other ferocious beasts' little brothers, have greeted them, and Little Wicket is even drilling out from the ground, seriously reporting, "Boss, according to your request, the underground palace has already taken shape, and it's just a few hundred meters below the ground. You can get in through the excavated path." Aha! Lu Chuan learned about this dungeon, and after learning that it was several hundred meters underground, he was already satisfied. After all, This depth was enough to offset the threat posed by human weapons. Boss, there are also spirit fruits to be sent immediately. And the prey we hunt, Grey Wolf and the other little brothers, had offered the spirit fruits and prey that had been accumulated during this period of time, which allowed Chuan to once again have a full meal while accumulating quite a few evolution points. Seeing that there was quite a bit of evolution value, he directly consumed 5,000 points and instantly broke through to the 4th stage of the Shackle Realm. At this moment, Chuan glanced at the information panel, slightly depressed. Breaking through to the 5th stage still requires 6,000 evolution points. Ha! Look at that! It's been building up for a while again. Boom boom boom. Just then, an airplane came over the outskirts of the Qinling. After this plane slowed down nearby, there was a young man who jumped directly from 100 meters in the air, and his figure quickly disappeared into thin air. The youth who jumped down from the airplane was named by Xijing, and this ability of his to disappear out of thin air was precisely stealth, which was rather the same as one of Chuan's abilities. In the early stage of aura recovery, ferocious beasts evolved much faster than humans. Generally, ferocious beasts raised their strength faster than humans, and there were more strong people among them than humans. But nowadays, this person's cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the awakening realm. He's quite a character amongst the humans. What's more, what Bai Shijing had also awakened was the ability of stealth, an ability that might seem like a chicken rib, but would play an unexpected and wonderful role in certain situations. For example, this time, the purpose of Bai Shijing's visit was for Daxia to explore the specific situation in the Qinling Mountains. Hey, now you know the importance of this ability of mine, don't you? In the middle of the big mountain, Bai Shijing was weaving in and out of all kinds of trees and flowers, and at the moment, when he thought that his mission this time was to make Daxia better at making the next decision, he couldn't help but feel a little self-satisfied. Thinking about it, when I awakened this kind of supernormal ability that can't enhance my battle power, I don't know how many people have seen it, and now it's not like they have to rely on me to get the information, even though there are more powerful aliens than me. Can they do it? At this moment, Bai Shijing muttered darkly and walked under the eyes of a ferocious beast in a dignified manner, and even made a face at the beast, but the other party didn't notice his presence in the slightest. This made him more and more pleased in his heart. With this stealth ability, even if the world is huge, where can't I go? Gradually, Bai Shijing put away his playfulness and began to seriously travel through the Qinling Mountains, and kept the situation of the places he passed through in his mind. This place has the most ferocious beasts, and their strength also seems to be more powerful than the ones in the periphery. According to the news, the Snake King is not fighting alone. It seems that the Snake King's lair is here. A few hours later, Bai Shijing actually touched the outside of Chuan's lair, and at this moment saw a huge tiger, lying on a boulder, napping. The other party only occasionally raised his head, focusing on the surrounding situation. This giant tiger is Tiger Dolly. Bai Shijing observed the surroundings for a moment, still strutting past Tiger Dolly and heading deeper. However, this journey made Bai Shijing quite alarmed. So many ferocious beast powerhouses. It's a good thing I've been staying invisible, or else wouldn't have been able to get anywhere near this place. After all, of the backbone subordinates that Chuan had taken in, the ones with the worst strength had now reached the middle awakening realm, comparable to Bai Shijing's realm, while most of the other subordinates were in the late awakening realm. As for Vajra, this guy is already on the verge of reaching the yoke realm. After Bai Shijing understood the strength of this head of ferocious beasts, he could not help but smack his lips. If only we human beings could also evolve so fast. In the next few moments, he continued to explore amongst Chuan's lair, and not long afterward he actually discovered the entrance to the underground palace that the little centipede and its clan had dug out together. At this moment, there were a large number of ferocious beasts coming in and out of the entrance location of this underground palace, appearing to be very lively. There must be a secret in there. Seeing all of this, Bai Shijing, adhering to the reasoning that he couldn't back down after coming here, decided to continue to go deeper and lurk towards the entrance of this underground palace. In sight, the passage was extremely wide, and the soil underfoot had been trampled solid. After all, it was the path that ferocious beasts traveled, too narrow for their massive size to travel through, and soon after, Bai Shijing revealed a look of surprise and muttered even more in his heart. There's actually glow-in-the-dark stone lighting in here? What a luxury! As he went deeper, he gradually realized that the entire passageway was slanting downwards, and by the looks of it, this passageway was obviously not naturally formed and directly used by the ferocious beasts to make use of it, but rather, some kind of ferocious beasts had directly dug it out. The more Bai Shijing looked at it, the more surprised he became in his heart. and an incredible thought arose within him shortly afterward. Could these ferocious beasts be trying to respond to our humans' hot weapon strikes by digging underground shelters? This is too. Boss, you've obtained 2 treasures, can't you even use them? Meanwhile, in a large red hall deep inside the underground palace, Fire Leopard looked at Lu Chuan in front of him and inquired curiously, and the latter was naturally distressed for a while. He spat out the golden mace and the tripod of the 9 states and placed them in front of him, at which time his gaze fell on top of these 2 treasures, secretly thinking, if this thing works, its power will definitely be extremely great. Lu Chuan had seen Jiang Luoli using the ancient bow as well as that black flag and knew that they were powerful in their effects, while the golden mace and the tripod of the 9 states in front of him were at least treasures of the same level as them, so they must not be bad. At first, he had great expectations for these 2 treasures, but after he had studied them for half a day, he just couldn't find out how to use them. At this moment, Lu Chuan stared at the golden mace and the tripod of the 9 states, and a peculiar idea came up. Could it be that these 2 things are thrown as if they were stones, and by doing so, they hurt people? No, they obviously don't work that way. Suddenly, Lu Chuan's complexion condensed, sensing that there was something wrong within this hall, as if something was approaching this way, but he looked around and saw nothing. He made an instant decision and directly ordered toward Fire Leopard. Immediately block the entrance to the Great Hall. Don't let a single fly out. Yes, boss. With a gentle leap, the Fire Leopard turned around and arrived at the entrance of the Great Hall, a series of flames rising out of its body at the same time. Roar! It opened its large mouth and spat out a mass of flames, and in just a few moments it had the entrance to the Great Hall shrouded in layers of flames, blocking the various passages. Subsequently, the Fire Leopard was even more entrenched and was not prepared to let anyone get close. What's the situation? Bai Shijing had an unimpeded journey, sneaking into the hall very smoothly, and after seeing that Snake King, he was still gloating, thinking that his stealthy ability was really not bad, and actually even the Snake King couldn't discover it. But before he could rejoice too long, he was bewildered by the sight of the doorway, and at the moment exclaimed in his mind, have I been discovered? Come out. In the next second, Lu Chuan spat out human words and his gaze landed in the direction of the entrance of the Grand Hall. That was what his senses told him, making him realize that whoever had infiltrated in this time was most likely human. And hearing this, Bai Shijing thought that he had been seen through, and after some hesitation he helplessly manifested his figure. Now he is in a dilemma. If he wants to take the opportunity to leave, he must pass through the flames of the gate, and he will definitely show his body when he crosses over, and if he does not go, he is worried that the Snake King will directly bombard all parts of the hall. Just as soon as he appeared, Bai Shijing stood shivering in front of Lu Chuan and opened his mouth trembling. Snake King, I came this time, to negotiate with you. The sudden appearance of the human, especially the fearful voice, made the Fire Leopard guarding the doorway froze for a moment, then it snapped into a frenzy. Great King, this human, what a nerve! As the words fell, the Fire Leopard was about to rush over and take a bite out of the mole cricket in its eyes, but was stopped by Lu Chuan. Don't get excited. You remain at the gate in case anyone sees you, but he should be the only one coming in. After saying that, Lu Chuan dropped his gaze on Bai Shijing. He was actually curious about this human. After all, in order to prevent humans from probing the situation in his lair, Lu Chuan basically arranged all his minions to guard the inside and outside. Even near the entrance of the underground palace there were ferocious beast minions entrenched at all times, so it could be said that it was all very strict. I just didn't expect that this tiny human would actually be able to feel his way into his lair so silently. This was doubly surprising to him. At this moment, Lu Chuan actually had some celebration within his heart. Fortunately, his cultivation is too much higher than him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to sense the abnormality within the hall, not to mention discovering him and extorting him out. Just, once he thought of the other party said that he was here to negotiate. Lu Chuan's mouth could not help but emerge a sneer. After all, who would be so sneaky when negotiating? If there is no ghost in his heart, what is he hiding? Lu Chuan thought that just now. Despite Bai Shijing's shivering speech, his words still had the condescension of belonging to human beings, so he stared at the other party's eyes tightly and spoke in a deep voice. Since you've come, don't go. It's just as well. I haven't eaten today, so I'll take you first. As the words fell, Lu Chuan's huge snake tail swept in with a terrifying speed, instantly coiling Bai Shijing's body, making him unable to move. He also grasped the strength just right, binding the man without breaking his bones. Otherwise, With this hand alone, this person would be in for a treat. Snake King, I'm really here to negotiate. Don't kill me. Let's talk. For a moment, Bai Shijing no longer had the arrogance that he had at that time just now, and at this moment, he desperately tried to explain. Wanting to survive from under Lu Chuan's hand, I came here with full sincerity, and I entered here only by chance encounter, not because I wanted to pry into the secrets of the Snake King. You, Snake King, I really didn't come to make trouble. You, collect your strength. Don't really kill me. Oh, I was wrong, Snake King. Just be magnanimous and let me off the hook for now and listen to what I want to talk to you about. As time passes, Bai Shijing's performance is also more and more unbearable. After all, like him, the elite of the human race do not want to be buried in the snake's belly so early. He would do anything to survive at the moment. Since you want to live, then submit to this king. In the next second, a strange light erupted from Lu Chuan's eyes as the soul-regenerating pupil was unleashed, directly causing Bai Shiji's complexion to become confused. But a moment later, Bai Shiji regained his vigor. At this moment, he hung his head toward Lu Chuan and said respectfully, Master. Only then did the fire leopard stop spewing flames in order to block the entrance to the great hall. It walked to Lu Chuan's side and quietly stared at Bai Shijing, its eyes in full of anger. This kid is so evil that he was actually able to come here silently. However, fortunately for you, boss, you are so wise and brilliant that you saw his disguise at a glance. Say, who are you and what are you doing here? Lu Chuan stared at Bai Shijing in front of him and calmly inquired. The latter was now his slave, so at this moment, he directly explained his identity. Back to my master. My name is Bai Shijing. I received orders from the chief of the Jiangnan side headquarters of the Grand Xia, and came to your place to probe the situation. Why you? Hearing this, Bai Shijing was busy speaking. Master, I was originally nothing more than an ordinary person, but because the Qinling Mountains were tightly guarded by the ferocious beasts, I was able to rise several levels in a row because of my stealth ability, and I'm already a not-so-small official amongst the humans. I was just springing up because of this matter, but I was suddenly sent to the Qinling Mountains, ordered to check the situation, and finally, ended up in your hands. Go, find him some powerful spirit fruits. After Lu Chuan heard these words, he gave an order towards Fire Leopard. Let his cultivation be able to break through to the late awakening realm. The latter's heart was suddenly depressed, but he still honestly carried it out and went. Under Lu Chuan's arrangement, Bai Shijing enjoyed the spirit fruits that he had never gotten before, and he was convinced that with these, his strength would progress greatly. After all, he is now able to ascend to the middle stage of the awakening realm, originally because his own talent is good. Thank you, my lord. After eating the spirit fruit, Bai Shijing said gratefully to Lu Chuan, it won't be long before I should be able to break through to the late awakening realm. In response, Lu Chuan said nothing. Nowadays, he was already in the fourth stage of the yoke realm. Casually taking out this amount of resources was equivalent to wasting them, and he wasn't too concerned about it. And the reason why he treated Bai Shijing like that, Lu Chuan's purpose was simple. He wanted to cultivate a human, and only if it was the kind that was in a high position. In this way, he would be able to use this human to get more information that he wanted. If Bai Shijing had the strength of a late awakening realm when he returned, this would allow him to be taken more seriously and thus be exposed to more information. Of course, the biggest reason why Lu Chuan did this was actually to deal with Jiang Luoli. After Lin Shuer's report, he had learned that Jiang Luoli came from a consortium and had a certain influence in Jianghai City. Unusual people would not be easily offended, but if there were official people to make trouble, she was still quite scrupulous. Jiang Luoli, you're not alone after all. Looking at Bai Shijing in front of him, Lu Chuan felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Even if you don't fear official targeting, then your family is always afraid. And this place, Jianghai, happens to be located in the Jiangnan district, and is under the jurisdiction of the high officials of the Jiangnan district. With this in mind, Lu Chuan looked back at Bai Shijing and commanded, Bai Shijing, go back. I hope you can climb a little higher in the future and bring me more useful news, my lord. Then on the superior side, upon hearing this question, Lu Chuan said to him after a little thought, just report the news that the ferocious beasts have opened up the underground palace, and you can also exaggerate the situation of the underground palace a bit more, as big as you can say. You will be able to say how big the underground palace is, and even more so, you can indicate that this underground palace has already gathered quite a few ferocious beasts. The reason he ordered this was because the news that Bai Shijing had brought to him was able to do him credit, and the exaggerated talk about the underground palace was enough to make the humans fearful and not act rashly. After receiving Lu Chuan's order, Bai Shijing moved quickly and directly left the Qinling mountain range. He had just arrived outside the mountains when he was met by an airplane that was waiting at all times. Seeing Bai Shijing, a group of soldiers exclaimed out, "Officer Bai is back." It seems that Officer Bai's trip went well, which is shorter than the time we expected to use. Officer Bai, what exactly is the situation in the depths of the Qinling mountains? Facing the curious and admiring looks of the soldiers, Bai Shijing was expressionless. If you have anything to say, go back and talk. And it's not your place to pry for information. Yes. Boom boom boom. A few minutes later, Baekse Kyung took an airplane and successfully returned to the Jiangnan district's main base. He received a personal opening from dozens of officers and was escorted by a large group into the office filled with dozens of senior officers. Bai Shijing, what news have you scoped out this time? Yeah, tell us what's going on in there, and it'll make it easier for us to make the next decision. Upon hearing this, Bai Shijing told the situation that had been explored within the Qinling mountains. Of course, according to Lu Chuan's instructions, with some deletions and changes. A few moments later, after the crowd learned that the Snake King of Qinling Mountain had actually opened up such a huge underground palace, they frowned, and some senior officers even spoke in a low voice. I didn't think that the intelligence of the ferocious beasts had been so high. That's a dungeon hundreds of meters deep. Another senior officer nodded slightly, his expression equally grave. With a dungeon this deep, I'm afraid that not even an extreme weapon could threaten them. It seems that this matter of establishing a specialized alien agency is already urgent. Surrounded by senior officers, the Supreme Officer looked at Baekse Kyung and asked, "Other than that, what else have you gained?" Report. This time when I went to the Qinling, I got some chances and became a bit stronger again. As the words fell, Bai Shijing immediately displayed his aura, especially his late awakening realm aura, causing the senior officers to rejoice. Ha ha ha, good, good. Shortly after, a guard walked in and reported in a gruff voice, "Fellow chiefs, we have just been notified that the imperial capital side has ordered that all districts are ordered to form an alliance of Xenos and stowaway Xenos. In the future, these aliens will be centralized for dispatch." Hearing this, the senior officers revealed a thoughtful look. For the imperial capital side to think of this point faster than them, the people are not surprised. After all, the world of the future is likely to be the world of the supernaturals, and many consortiums are recruiting supernaturals in a big way has already made the imperial capital side dissatisfied. Therefore, it was really normal for the imperial capital to have this order. "Gentlemen, let's all talk this over." One of the senior officers looked at the crowd. "Our Jiangnan district, we do want to set up an alien alliance. But, who do you think should be the ally of this alliance?" At these words, all eyes fell on Bai Shijing, and the highest officer here, even more so, directly clapped his hands. Let Bai Shijing serve as the alliance leader. After all, the strength of the rest of the alien, it's really too weak. You all should have no opinion? No. This decision was considered quite normal by the crowd. That rain of 7-colored light in the beginning, although grand, not many people got caught in the rain. And even if they discovered the abnormality in the rain of 7-colored light, not many people were willing to take the risk. In this way, even fewer benefit from it. Jianghai, Ginkgo Manor. Jiang Luoli reappeared inside this private manor. At this time, she had already reached the second stage of the shackle realm. Obviously during the period of time she was out, she had gotten some more chances, thus raising her strength. Shortly after she returned, the butler came quietly and said, "Miss, a gentleman named Bai Shijing asks you to go over, saying that he has something important to discuss." After hearing the reason for this, Jiang Luoli immediately frowned. "The alien alliance of Jiangnan district invited me over?" Yes. For a while, Jiang Luoli's complexion was in a bit of a trance. After all, she possessed the memories of her previous life, and in comparison, she realized that in this life, the formation of the alien alliance was significantly faster than in her previous life. But she didn't take it too seriously. Nowadays, with Jiang Luoli's strength, there was no place in this world that could trap her. After a few moments of silence, she nodded slightly toward the butler and said, "Go." The headquarters of the alien alliance in Jiangnan district, although it was not like a military base that was filled with modernized high-tech weapons and other equipment, its scale was so large that a glance at it would make people involuntarily rise up in a sense of awe. The style of this Jiangnan district alien alliance headquarters was different from ordinary buildings. In only a few short days, a thick, high wall had already been built outside the headquarters. a wall that was 30 meters high and 6 meters thick. Of course, this is only the initial planning of the headquarters, and at a later stage, this high wall will continue to be higher and thicker. Jiang Luoli's expression was very calm after seeing this, and she wasn't surprised by this at all. In order to cope with the effects after the great change in heaven and earth, many military bases today, including punishment, have begun to build high walls in this manner. The purpose of this is to stop the ferocious beasts outside. Inside the Alien Alliance, most of the buildings have only just begun construction, and are not highly modernized skyscrapers. All of its buildings are in the same style as ancient fortresses. Ms. Jiang, go inside. At the entrance of a fortress, a few Xenos smiled faintly at Jiang Luoli and said, "The Alliance Master has been waiting for a long time." Jiang Luoli did not respond to this. She took a big step forward, and after entering the fortress, she realized that there were at least hundreds of Xenos here, and the gazes of each and every one of them were all directed towards her. If it was an ordinary person who was asked to meet, and also met this situation as soon as he came, I'm afraid that inwardly, he would have been terrified. But who is Jiang Luoli? In her previous life, she was a Compass Immortal, and now perhaps the first strong person to reach the Shackle realm amongst the current human race. Would she be afraid of this kind of scene? Ms. Jiang, I've heard a lot about you. Inside one of the fortress's great halls, Bai Shijing sat high above the main seat. At this moment, his gaze landed on Jiang Luoli, and he greeted him with a smile. "Come on, the other exalts have all arrived. Just waiting for you. I can't believe it's really him who became the ally." Seeing Bai Shijing, Jiang Luoli's heart ton have some surprise, but thinking about most of the things in this life, the pace is a bit faster, so it is normal to feel that there are some changes. She returned to her senses, nodded slightly towards Bai Shijing, and opened her mouth to say, "Allied Lord Bai is courteous. Ms. Jiang, some days ago, I already passed the gas with your father." Bai Shijing was still smiling, and said something that made Jiang Luoli's face look a bit ugly. "Your father has promised that he is willing to let the Eternal Life Group's aliens register their identities with the Alien Alliance, so as to facilitate the Alliance's unified management. Ms. Jiang, you won't have any opinion on this matter, right?" This sudden change surprised Jiang Luoli. She had never even imagined that the first idea the Evolutionary Alliance hit upon after its establishment was actually the Eternal Life Group's exalted. One must know that those aliens were carefully trained by her, and most of them were also taught the cultivation method, so how could they be handed over so easily? Ms. Jiang, this is a decision from the top. Seeing that Jiang Luoli didn't speak, Bai Shijing opened his mouth again, his words carrying a meaningful smile. "Your Jiang family, you should support it, right?" When he said this, he especially aggravated the tone of the words Jiang family, and it was obvious that he meant it. In the face of this person's aggressiveness, Jiang Luoli's eyes actually flashed with a murderous intent. In her eyes, these words from Bai Shijing were a threat to her, telling her that she still had a soft spot. Nowadays, Jiang Luoli was no longer a soft woman who could be held at the mercy of others, but Bai Shijing actually threatened his own family and spoke out of turn, which caused Jiang Luoli to categorize him in the must-kill list. It's just not a good time to flip out just yet. Jiang Luoli was clear that Bai Shijing was, after all, the ally of the Jiangnan District Alien Alliance, and the fact that this person had entangled hundreds of aliens as soon as he came up, and the way these aliens still looked up to him, was enough to show that he was in a high position of power. This likewise shows that the official government takes the matter of disciplining the aberrant extremely seriously. Now with her strength, if she were to make a move, she would indeed be able to get away. But what about the rest of the Jiang family? In her previous life, Jiang Luoli had lost a loved one and knew what it was like to be in pain. So in this life, she especially cherished the affection and didn't want anything to happen to the Jiang family's loved ones. After some pondering, Jiang Luoli finally chose to compromise. In this matter, our Jiang family will go to the general, to ensure that all of those alien energy users will be included in the register, and handed over to the same management and deployment of the alliance. She had made the decision, but she was not panicked. The most important influence on the aliens converging around herself is the cultivation method she has taught. Only, those cultivation methods are all the versions she personally altered later. What's more, any alien who practiced this cultivation method would be throttled by her. In that case, even if they had registered among the alliance would never want to get rid of the person for her. She had always been the true leader and control of this group of shifters. That was close. Just now, I felt her killing intent, really worried that she flipped on the spot above the high seat. Bai Shijing's heartstrings, which had been tightly tensed, instantly relaxed after Jiang Luoli said those words. Just now he had sensed Jiang Luoli's instantaneous outburst of a wisp of killing intent. This kind of killing intent that had an extremely strong target, all of it rushing towards Bai Shijing alone. This caused Baek Se-kyung to panic inside, fearing that he would lose his little life in the next second. At this moment, Bai Shijing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but think, this woman, who even the boss attaches immense importance to, doesn't seem to be without reason. You should still be more careful when dealing with her in the future. However, he also understands in his heart, now that he is in a high position, but also the official launch of the Jiangnan district, Jiang Luoli is not so bold as to the point of the official opposition. At this moment, Bai Shijing took a deep breath, and that iconic smile resurfaced. Miss Jiang really does have a deep sense of righteousness, which makes this alliance master admire her a million times over. How about this? This alliance master will personally make the decision to organize a banner for the Jiang family. After he said this, without waiting for Jiang Luoli to refuse, he said with great emotion, if only everyone had Miss Jiang's awareness. Ms. Jiang, do you have any other requests? For example, to give your Changsheng group a good publicity, so that Changsheng group's business will be better? It's not necessary. Jiang Luoli looked calm, and seeing that Bai Shijing still had the intention to continue, she immediately arched her hand and said, if there's nothing else for the alliance master, I'll leave first. That said, she did turn right around and leave, not waiting for any response at all. After sending Jiang Luoli away, Bai Shijing contacted Lu Chuan at the first opportunity through his soul. Master, Jiang Luoli has agreed. However, this woman seems to have become quite powerful again, and just now almost tried to really kill me. Don't worry, she wouldn't dare at the moment. Lu Chuan was far away in Qinling, and was very happy to learn about this, so he gave a few words of relief to his nervous subordinate. You do things properly according to my instructions. As long as you are careful, you won't reveal any cracks. Well, keep poking around the humans and report any major findings at the first opportunity. Yes. After ending the soul communication, Lu Chuan looked out at the scenery in front of him and could not help but be in a happy mood, and at this moment was secretly murmuring. It seems that the move he made was still very successful. At the very least, using the top human Xenos to deal with Jiang Luoli is a very good plan. Baek Se-kyung, surprise me more in this area in the future. Everlasting Group, Zhang, Early Awakening Realm. Not long afterward, the Eternal Life Group's adepts came to the Alliance one after another to register. At that moment there was an alien who stood in front of the two staff members and gave his basic information. Bai Shijing was not far away. Looking at the queue of the Alien Alliance, he couldn't help but marvel. The number of Eternal Life Group's aliens has already reached 1/20th of the number of aliens amongst the Alien Alliance in Jiangnan District. This data is very considerable. Yeah, the Eldritch Group's middle-aged exalts are significantly more powerful, too. Beside him, another shifter nodded in approval. Just then, another Eternal Life Group alien walked up to the staff. Eternal Life Group, Xiao Hu, Middle Awakening Realm, ability is Flame. When Bai Shijing heard these words, he was overwhelmed with emotion. This Xiao Hu is considered a tough general. You know, before I went to the Qinling, I was only in this realm. With the Everlasting Group's supernaturals registering one after another, Bai Shijing received the news summarized by his subordinates, and suddenly discovered that most of them were practicing the same techniques. And after inquiring about them, he also found that they were all taught by Jiang Luoli. After learning of this, he didn't think twice about reporting directly. Really? There's such a thing as a good thing? Lu Chuan received this news and gave a startled cry, then immediately ordered, this kind of technique, you find a way to get it. Yes, as the saying goes, there is no impermeable wall in the world. Not to mention that there are quite a number of Eternal Life Group's aliens, so it would be too easy to find a disloyal one within it. Therefore, Bai Shijing quickly accomplished this matter and handed it over to Lu Chuan in the first place. Qinling Mountains, in the middle of the underground palace. Lu Chuan looked excited after accepting this cultivation method. No wonder she can improve so fast, so it's thanks to the cultivation method. It's just a pity that this is a human cultivation method that I can't cultivate for the time being, but a little research is necessary. Lu Chuan spent some time drilling this cultivation method carefully. The moment this was accomplished, the system's prompt sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, mastering a new skill. New skills? Hearing the prompt in his head, Lu Chuan froze for a moment, then hurriedly opened the attribute panel to check. Name, Lu Chuan. Age, 2. 5 years old. Race, Silver Ring Serpent. Level, Shackle Realm 4, 9 total, 6000 over 0. Skills, somewhat specialized breathing technique, elementary. Natural abilities, Corrosive Poison Mist, intermediate. Pupil of Soul Regeneration, intermediate. Ghost of the Night, elementary. Spirit Snake Hurdy-Gate, elementary. Vajra Transformation, intermediate. Stealth, elementary. Transformation, elementary. Water Elf, elementary. Gravity Mastery, elementary. Swallowing Yuan Space, elementary. Blood Pursuit, intermediate. Language Proficiency, elementary. Earth Escape, elementary. Consumption of 100 evolutionary points upgrades the primary natural abilities, and consumption of 500 evolutionary value upgrades the intermediate natural abilities. 500 evolution points to upgrade the intermediate talent ability. Evolution points, 2,400. Looking at the description about the new skill inside the attribute panel, Chuan looked a bit odd, but soon revealed a look of surprise. Special breathing method? The system's description of this new skill was really sketchy, but it also revealed a very important message to Chuan. At this moment, he stared at the skill introduction above. His heart burst with excitement. Could it be that I am able to create my own natural talent cultivation method by virtue of this kind of breathing method? It was important to realize that the difference between having a cultivation method and not having a cultivation method was extremely great, especially the further back you went, the more obvious this gap became. Jiang Luoli is precisely because of the mastery of the cultivation method, not only to let their own strength to improve rapidly, but also to help his men, progressing at a rapid pace, its comprehensive strength far beyond the rest of the alien. It was impossible for Chuan not to see this obvious benefit. However, he also knew very well in his heart that the cultivation method that Jiang Luoli had announced to his subordinates was only suitable for human cultivation, and would not be of much help to him. Also, that poisonous woman should know that the cultivation method will be leaked out, so maybe she'll add ingredients to it. Chuan pondered this and thought that such a thing was highly likely to happen. After he pondered for a while, his expression gradually became firm. It's still safest to create your own cultivation method. System, upgrade me. In the next second, Chuan did not hesitate to use some of his evolution points to upgrade the skill, somewhat special breathing method, elementary. Ding! Congratulations host. Your skill, somewhat special breathing technique, elementary, has been upgraded to a natural ability, Spirit Snake Exhalation. Spirit Snake Exhalation, change the way you breathe, and plunder the aura from heaven and earth to nourish your body. Note, serpentine creatures have the best results from practicing this method. Looking at the introduction of this brand new natural ability, Chuan's inner surprise was a bit beyond words. After all, this cultivation method of absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth just by breathing was really not bad. Once he started, he practiced almost 20 hours a day with absolutely no interruptions. At this moment, before Chuan could come back to his senses from the euphoria, he was surprised to find that his evolution value actually started to grow directly, and the system's prompt sounded. Once again, ding! The host absorbs the aura of heaven and earth. The evolution value increases by 0.1 points. Chuan, in the midst of curiosity and delight, waited patiently and found that relying on this cultivation method, the growth of the evolution value was relatively slow. Probably every half a minute or so there was a system prompt that the evolution value had increased by 0.1. But it was better than nothing. Not bad, not bad. This ability is simply earned. Chuan did a little calculation. If he continued to utilize the spirit snake vomiting to cultivate, even if he didn't do anything during the day, he would still gain more than 200 points of evolutionary value. With that in mind, he directly invested the evolution value into spirit snake exhalation, and the latter was immediately upgraded to intermediate level. For the rest of the time, Chuan was continuously investing evolutionary values into spirit snake spitting to help it upgrade. After all, this is the cultivation method, an important means of relating strength in future. He certainly will not be stingy. Not to mention that it was in his previous life when he was playing Plants vs. Zombies. No matter what the opening or what the battle situation was, the sunflower had to be planted. Ding! Congratulations host. Your natural ability, Spirit Snake Spitting, Intermediate, has been upgraded to Spirit Snake Spitting, Advanced. Once Chuan had invested another 500 evolution points, the Spirit Snake Exhalation had become an advanced talent ability. At this moment, he once again experienced this cultivation method's enchantment on himself, and found that about every 10 seconds or so, it would give him an increase of 0.1 evolutionary value, which was 3 times faster than before. At this rate, every day that passes, I'll be able to have more than 500 points of evolutionary value even if I do nothing. What you put into it up front, you'll make back in a day. Lu Chuan was in a happy mood, inwardly contemplating things related to this natural ability. As time passes, the benefits to be gained from this are immeasurable. He roughly calculated that according to the 6,000 evolution points needed to break through from the 4th stage of the shackle realm to the 5th stage, even if he didn't go hunting and didn't devour the spirit fruits, he would be able to make up the full amount in 11 days with the cultivation method alone. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan immediately laughed out loud. Jiang Luoli, you can be considered to have given me a big gift this time. I don't even know how to thank you. With the help of the cultivation method, Lu Chuan was now also broad-minded and extraordinarily generous. After glancing at his attribute panel a little, he upgraded one of them, adamantine transformation, to advanced level, as well as corrosive poison and blood pursuit, 2 very useful skills, to advanced level as well. In an instant, his evolution points were emptied once again, but Lu Chuan didn't panic at all inside. An advanced natural ability that can still be upgraded. At this moment, Lu Chuan suddenly noticed this, but after taking a closer look, he realized that the cost of it was also quite a lot. If you want to upgrade a high-level talent ability, you actually need 3,000 evolution points. It's a bit much, but based on previous experiences, once these natural abilities are upgraded, the changes must be tremendous. He couldn't help but look forward to it. Speaking of which, the natural ability is complete when it reaches advanced level, and this next step of upgrading it, will it mutate the ability? Blessed together. I can't ignore my little brothers even after my own strength has increased, or I'll be out of touch. Green, King Kong. With this in mind, Lu Chuan summoned a few of his subordinates over and personally taught them spirit snake spitting. This cultivation method, although it was most suitable for serpentine creatures to cultivate, it was also able to be cultivated for beasts and humans, just not as fast. Therefore, after the fire leopard was the first to feel the increase brought about by the cultivation method, he was immediately excited. Boss, that's a great way to do it. Boss is so good to us. Thanks boss. Boss is mighty. For a while, all the ferocious beast minions were all excited and expressed their gratitude and reverence to Lu Chuan. In the next period of time, in the Qinling Mountains, everything was calm and nothing much happened. The human side, perhaps because they knew that the ferocious beasts had all begun digging the underground palace, never sent anyone to disturb them again in these few days. Lu Chuan's backbone subordinate, King Kong, had finally managed to break through and become a ferocious beast of the shackle realm. Its strength, placed in Lu Chuan as well as a cadre of ferocious beasts, was not very eye-catching, but if it was placed in an ordinary mountain, it was also a party of beast kings. Jianghai, Ginkgo Manor. During the time she had been back, especially after the establishment of the Jiangnan District Alien Alliance, Jiang Luoli's mood had been quite irritable. She could clearly feel that the Jiangnan District Alien Alliance was utilizing various means to deliberately suppress the Everlasting Group. Prior to this, Jiang Luoli had spent her heart and soul to gather quite a few Xenos, but many of them had now entered the establishment of the Xenos Alliance, and had ignored her words, basically treating her as a stranger. However, there were still some exalted, who had always been loyal to her, and were now in the middle of the Ginkgo Manor, standing in front of her. Miss, those people can't stand the temptation. It's them who don't have that luck. Anyway, Xiao Hu, will never betray Miss. At this moment, Zhao Hu buzzed and opened his mouth, and was expressing his loyalty to Jiang Luoli, and the 40 or so Xenos behind him all expressed the same. The reason why these people of theirs remained unmoved in the face of the generous conditions offered by the Jiangnan District Alien Alliance was actually because of the blood poison pill. With such a pincer movement, even if the Alliance offered dazzling, heartwarming conditions or imposed all sorts of threats on them, Zhao Hu and the others naturally didn't dare to betray Jiang Luoli. Hearing these words, Jiang Luoli's face only slightly improved, but at the moment it was still gloomy. Don't worry, as long as you follow me, in the future, I will certainly not treat you poorly. Do a good job. Don't be afraid because of the targeting of the Jiangnan District Alien Alliance. There are things I'll fix. Not good. It's not good. Just then, the butler hurriedly ran in, looking extraordinarily flustered. But seeing that Zhao Hu and the others were present, the butler wanted to say something. On the contrary, it was Jiang Luoli who inquired in a condensed voice, "What's going on?" On the side, Zhao Hu and the others also stretched out their necks with curious looks on their faces as they kept looking around. The housekeeper glanced at them, and seeing that Jiang Luoli had no intention of avoiding them, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Miss, the Alliance side has come up with a volume of cultivation techniques, saying that it can allow the alliance's aberrants to grow at a higher rate. It didn't need to be said in too much detail. Everyone in the room understood what was going on. Nowadays, the only ones who possessed the cultivation method were Jiang Luoli and the Exalted under her hand. The cultivation method? Who provided it? For a while, Jiang Luoli's face was exceptionally ugly. The butler took a few deep breaths, as if the news was just too impactful, so he hesitated in his mind for a while before speaking. By Shijing, Alliance Master by Miss, there are already cultivation laws going down up and down the country now. Is he? How could he? Halfway through his words, Jiang Luoli shut his mouth, his gaze extraordinarily gloomy at the moment. Bai Shijing's move was clearly making an enemy of her, and those cultivation methods were also naturally gotten over from her own men's side. He provided the cultivation method right now, so naturally he would be more valued by the officials, and the power in his hands would be even greater, and the power against the everlasting group would be even more terrifying at that time. But what Jiang Luoli didn't know was that this cultivation method was actually Lu Chuan's way of getting Bai Shijing to spread the word, not to mention the fact that it was Lu Chuan's self-created, spiritual serpent vomiting. It could be said that this was already different from the cultivation method she had mastered. After all, the efficiency of humans cultivating this gong method is not as good as that of beasts, and even less than that of serpentine creatures. Lu Chuan also did so because he had learned from Bai Shijing that Jiang Luoli had the purpose of promoting the kung fu and recruiting the Exalted. Now it seemed that Jiang Luoli's plan had fizzled out before it had even really begun. Originally, I wanted to spread my gongfu so that more people could cultivate it, regardless of whether or not those who have practiced it will be of use to me in the future. They will have an unbreakable bond with me. Now it looks like. At this moment, Jiang Luoli sighed deeply, her heart extraordinarily complicated. In her original plan, her own cultivation method would be spread out for all the aberrants to practice, and by then, as long as they practiced the cultivation method she provided, those aberrants would be honestly fine. But in the future, if they were to be her enemy, their strength would be suppressed by a lot. This would always put Jiang Luoli in an active position. Pak Se Kyung, Jiang Luoli murmured out, reciting this person's name. In this life, this person, Bai Shijing, is indeed a bit unusual. In her memories of her previous life, there was naturally Bai Shijing, but in her last life, Bai Shijing was no different from the other aliens, and his performance was all rather mediocre, unlike now where he was so renowned. And even more so, he had great power. Jiang Luoli, because she wasn't clear about all the reasons for this, naturally took these things as the butterfly effect caused by her rebirth after she came back. Miss, there's another message. Beside her, when the butler saw that her complexion had slightly improved, he slowly spoke. Latest news. Something big has happened over in the Kunlun Mountains. Don't stammer, just say what you have to say. Yes. Having been rebuked by Jiang Luoli, the housekeeper spoke all the news he knew in one breath. There is a black bull in the Kunlun Mountains that is as huge as a mountain. And this black bull is directly spitting out human words and has declared war on our human race. According to the information received, this black bull claims to be the king of the 10,000 demon kingdom, and there are tens of thousands of ferocious beasts under his command. On that day, the black bull spoke out in front of some of the human race, saying that it would make the human race cede land, or else, otherwise it would lead the many ferocious beasts within the 10,000 demon country down the mountain and launch a massacre against the human race. Miss, this matter has already attracted a great deal of official attention. You see us. The bull demon king finally couldn't resist making a move. Hearing these words from the housekeeper, a flash of color flashed through Jiang Luoli's gaze. She knew what kind of existence this black bull was just through the butler's description. After all, in her previous life, she was very familiar with this black bull of the 10,000 demon kingdom and had dealt with it many times. It can be said that the bull demon king in the past life and present life should be a party of loud and strong. After all, before the great change of heaven and earth, the bull demon king are belonging to the mighty party of the most powerful. Pity. At this moment, Jiang Luoli thought of something and could not help but feel a bit lost inside inwardly. She was sighing, not realizing to herself exactly which cow it was before it became a bull. The distance between the Kunlun Mountains and the Jianghai is really too far. This mountain is huge and boundless. The search is extremely time-consuming and laborious. Otherwise, she would have been in the aura recovery before. She personally traveled to the Kunlun Mountains, and would have not yet grown up to deal with the king of the ox demons. After some long contemplation, Jiang Luoli's gaze drifted somewhere and she murmured softly under her breath. It seems that it's time to make a trip to the north. Daxia, Central Plains District. Here is where the imperial capital of the Great Xia is located. which gathers all the elites of the Great Xia, from which a message is released that determines the development of all major events. At this moment, in the fortress in the center of the imperial capital, more than a dozen people were sitting around, and the atmosphere in the scene also looked rather serious. The man above the head frowned and opened his mouth. Regarding the Kunlun Demon King's declaration of war, do you all have any good solutions? Let's speak freely. What's in our hearts? All of it, to be or not to be an idea. At those words, the rest of them fell into deep thought. After all, such important matters have to be well thought out before you speak, and you can't just pop up with a thought-out approach. A moment later, a middle-aged man looked around and then said, I don't think there's any need to discuss anything at all. What's in the Kunlun Mountains is a bunch of savage, ferocious beasts. They think they're superior because they think they have a bit of brute strength and can spit out human words, but essentially they're still beasts. Therefore, just send troops directly to sweep away that whatever Kunlun Demon King. At this statement, several people in the room expressed their approval, but a new problem ensued. It's not impossible to sweep it up. It's just that I'm afraid it won't work if I just use ordinary weapons. After all no, Kunlun is really too big. Want to use ordinary weapons to cover, not to mention pay a great price, alone the consumption of which is an astronomical figure. I think so. The other nodded slightly, his demeanor subdued. We have the ultimate weapons in our hands. Why don't we use them? You should know that the killing power of an ultimate weapon is so much more powerful than a normal weapon that it can completely solve this problem. Use the ultimate weapon to destroy this so-called land of 10,000 demons in one fell swoop. For a while, the crowd was in deep thought. All present agreed that the idea was feasible. Besides, there really weren't many human races on the Kunlun mountainside, so if they were evacuated in advance before making their move, there would be no damage to the human races. But just as the crowd was about to agree, someone said quietly, what if even the ultimate weapons can't kill those? Have you thought about this possibility? If we can't even deal with an ultimate weapon, then why are we all sitting here discussing it? There has to be a solution to things. Because the opinions of the crowd could not be harmonized, the entire hall gradually began to quarrel incessantly, and the voices became more and more disorganized. In the meantime, Xinling, Lu Chuan had actually heard the news that the Bull Demon King had declared war on the humans as well. He instantly smiled and murmured in his mind, Demon Kingdom? Oh, interesting. I don't know. That Kunlun Demon King has a few pounds or two, and actually dares to put out such harsh words. As a traveler, Lu Chuan was very clear about the strength of the human race, not to mention that there was Lin Shuer to pass on the news from it, and he hadn't even risen up the thought of going against the human race. Therefore, after hearing the news of the Demon Kingdom, Lu Chuan was surprised at the other party's rigidity, actually daring to face the humans head-on at this very moment. I think that we can go and meet this Demon King and probe it. After some thought, Lu Chuan made this decision, but before that, he still needed to make some preparations. During this period of time, he had accumulated some more evolution points, and together with the daily growth through spirit snake vomiting, he already had more than 3,000 evolution points. Thus, Lu Chuan directly added 3,000 of those evolution points to spirit snake exhalation to upgrade this ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading his skill, the innate ability, spirit snake spitting, and advancing to the bloodline aptitude, power of swallowing the sky, primary. As the system's prompt came in his mind, Lu Chuan opened the attribute panel and carefully checked the information of this bloodline aptitude in AMP. Power to swallow the heavens, primary consume 1W evolution points to upgrade the primary bloodline avatar to intermediate. This bloodline aptitude can greatly enhance the absorption of heaven and earth energies, speeding up the rate of devouring. For a moment, Lu Chuan was so ecstatic that he couldn't help but shout out in his heart. Good. So, above the advanced ability, it's actually a bloodline aptitude. These 3,000 evolution points are so worth spending. At this moment, Lu Chuan was able to receive the feedback from the heaven-swallowing power, as he was now receiving prompts from the system with every breath he took. If before, he was drawing chi into his body and cultivating with the help of the energy between the heavens and earth, then now he was plundering hard from the heavens and earth, which was more than a little bit faster in terms of efficiency. Lu Chuan listened to the system's prompts one after another and made a slight estimation in his mind. From now on, you'll basically get more than 1,000 evolution points in a day. With such speed, who else in this world is one's opponent? He couldn't wait to raise his voice to the sky a few times to vent his heart's elation. A moment later, Lu Chuan directly used his soul power to gather all the fierce beast minions such as Shao Qing, Fire Leopard as well as King Kong. Boss, are we going out? The fire leopard was slightly excited and was looking at Lu Chuan expectantly. The latter nodded slightly, but said something that made him lose his head slightly. Indeed, but it's not you guys who are out there. It's me. In the meantime, I'm going to go out. So you guys guard the home well and don't let the humans probe the specifics of the place. Fire leopard. If you encounter a strong enemy, you lead the resistance. After giving an explanation, he hurriedly descended down the mountain directly from the other edge of the Qinling Mountains and hurried towards the north. This time, it was 2 days before Lu Chuan also arrived at the Central Plains district. He felt this in an area where the imperial capital of Daxia was located, and slightly sighed in his heart. Daxia is really a big land. Soon, Lu Chuan continued to rush north. After all, the north of the Central Plains region was the Kunlun Mountains. This time he wing hunted for half a day, and then he came straight to the edge of the Kunlun Mountains. Boom! Just then, a series of booms rang out in the distance. Lu Chuan raised his head and looked out slightly. Then he saw that wherever his eyes looked, there were flames in the sky. What has led to this situation are countless missiles. These missiles were launched and smashed down towards the deep mountains and dense forests, instantly causing the beasts in the mountains to roar continuously, and even more so, triggering a huge commotion. He stared at the flames and inwardly realized that it was the humans striking out against the Kunlun Mountains. Moo! But Lu Chuan did not wait for more thought. There is a cow moo sound, rang in the mountains, and then there are a number of dull sound, from far and near to pass over, as if one by one, step on the heart. Lu Chuan's gaze merely stared into that Kunlun mountain, and soon he saw a huge bull like a mountain, walking in the midst of that blazing mountain fire, looking as if he was very angry. Moreover, this giant bull was not affected by the flames around it in the slightest. Moo! On the mountain, the giant cow mooed, then actually spat out human words. Bold two-legged beast, this king gave you a few days to think about it, but I didn't think you wouldn't treasure it. That's enough. You still dare to attack this king. As it spoke, its eyes were filled with fury. The waves of flames appeared to be 2 giant lanterns hanging on its face. After today, this king will crush everything you two-legged beasts have. This king will lead 10,000 demons and slaughter you two-legged beasts to death. You wait. Giant Ox's heavy voice, shaking the sky and the earth, scared a lot of ferocious beasts in the vicinity. R2 war, lying on the ground motionless. It was that there were humans who were far away, and after hearing these words, their hearts began to tense up, and a fear arose within them. The bull demon has shown up. Shortly after this giant bull appeared, the human side immediately detected it. Some people sent the images they had captured back to the base in the Central Plains, allowing the news to pass back quickly. In the middle of the base, several senior officers are closely watching the images in the video screen, and one face is more difficult to see. After all, this is the first time that there is a ferocious beast that has formally declared war on humans. Moreover, what makes their heart sink more and more is that ordinary weapons are really useless to the bull demon. It was important to realize that the amount of ammunition they had thrown into the Kunlun Mountains was enough to destroy a city, but the bull demon seemed to be alive and kicking as if nothing had happened. The entire conference room was plunged into extreme silence. A few moments later, there was a middle-aged general who landed his gaze on the white-haired old man in the first position. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a condensed voice. Elder Gu, is the inquisitive weapon activated? Upon hearing this, a flash of hesitation was evident in that over's eyes, but after looking at the crowd's expression and then at the video, he said in a condensed voice, the ferocious beasts are ravaging the area, and have already caused a great impact, and are even more of a great threat to the nearby residents. This time, don't blame us for destroying the ecology. Put an end to this. After saying this, Guo Lao took out a remote control. He gently pressed one of the buttons after a few seconds of solemn gazing. At that very moment, inside one of the silos in the Central Plains district, an ultimate weapon dragged a long, brilliant tail flame and headed straight toward the dome of the sky. It flew at breakneck speed shortly thereafter, maintaining a direction almost level with the ground. As this one ultimate weapon swept past his head and headed straight for the Kunlun Mountains, Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat. He was still outside the Kunlun Mountains today, but at this moment there was still an unprecedented sense of crisis that arose in his heart, and even his blood flowed faster as a result, causing a series of natural reactions to occur in his body. In the mountains, that giant bull seemed to have sensed something as well, and was currently raising its head and driving somewhere in the sky in a daze. Buzz. In the next instant, the black light around the giant bull was so great that it directly drowned it all in. When this black light quickly disappeared, the giant bull was actually covered with a layer of black armor, making it look extraordinarily extraordinary. with the meaning of a divine bull descending into the world. But the next second, the giant bull began to run wildly. The speed of this giant bull was extremely fast, and at this moment, it was transformed into a dark cloud, speeding through the mountains, and within a few moments, it had run out of a few miles. Despite this giant bull still did not slow down, and even had a hidden tendency to speed up. Boom! After a loud bang, the earth on this side of the Kunlun Mountains almost shook fiercely, and the huge mushroom cloud wrapped in a reddish-colored radiance rose up into the sky, blossoming into an astonishingly huge flower on the firmament. Immediately afterward, the trees in the mountain were forcefully pressed to one side, their leaves crackling in the gale, and then they were instantly churned by the shockwave that followed them, causing them to turn into dust in the sky, and together they rushed high up in the air and farther away. In a radius of several dozen miles, all of them were affected by the shockwave, and the closer they got to the mushroom cloud, almost everything in the vicinity was shattered, and a huge crater appeared in the center, in which everything was melted. The large number of ferocious beasts in the Kunlun Mountains, from the time they sensed the extreme danger to the sound of that boom, it was only a matter of tens of seconds. As a result, none of them had time to escape before they were directly hit or swept away by the shockwave. For a time, the ferocious beasts were killed and injured in countless ways, and the overturned remains of the ferocious beasts were everywhere. This bull demon fellow, he's still too rampant. At some point, Jiang Luoli also appeared outside of Kunlun Mountain. She looked at the mushroom cloud in the distance, and silently marveled in her heart. At this stage now, in terms of individual strength, the ferocious beasts are indeed stronger than most humans. But, there are still no ferocious beasts that are capable of resisting this kind of inquisitive weapon. It's simply looking for death. In Jiang Luoli's memories of her previous life, although the bull demon was powerful, it was not so early that it took the initiative to declare war on humans. She did not know that it was because she created the existence of Lu Chuan herself that led to a series of changes in the latter, such as Lu Chuan's destruction of a human base, which had long since erupted, especially attracting the excitement of other ferocious beasts. It was under this influence that the bull demon chose to take such a high profile against the humans, thus solidifying his authority. But it didn't have Lu Chuan's intelligence, nor did it have the strength to fight hard against an ultimate weapon. That kind of terrifying power is just too terrifying. Lu Chuan quietly watched all this, especially staring earnestly at the large mushroom cloud, with a few points of gravity in his gaze. If you are at the center of the explosion, even I won't be able to survive. Bull demon, it should be ferocious. At this moment, Lu Chuan was incredibly fortunate that he had dug the underground palace in advance and thought of a retreat for himself. After all, when humans realized that he was just as much of a threat, it would be impossible to devastate his lair, even if the humans used this extremely powerful and ultimate weapon. Lu Chuan, in order to cope with this situation, but let the little centipede, as well as its clansmen, reinforce the underground palace over and over again, letting them do so to the extent that they could no longer be reinforced before they could give up. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the residual power from the explosion of the extreme weapon was still affecting the explosion point, and the terrifying heat and energy was spreading out in all directions, seemingly engulfing the entire Kunlun Mountain. But suddenly, Lu Chuan once again felt a tremor similar to an earthquake. And this tremor was not made by an ultimate weapon. What's the situation? For a moment, Lu Chuan's gaze snapped to the Kunlun Mountains, his pupils tightening as he was desperately searching for the reason. In the next instant, he suddenly realized that the mountains and rivers in his sight were changing drastically, especially at the center of that explosion. A mountain peak that was thousands of meters high actually sprung up. The sight was too bizarre. The heavens and the earth have changed. As this change began in the Kunlun Mountains, all kinds of mountains and rivers appeared out of thin air in all directions, and the terrain changed dramatically as a result, causing countless people to marvel for a time. In fact, it's not just Daxia. This change has happened globally. Countless mountains rose up violently. Some appeared in no man's land, which was not so amazing, but some appeared right next to the city, or even right in the middle of the city, and thus caused considerable casualties in some places. Second, this kind of heaven and earth big change, as if, before the original space was folded up, and now all spread out, so that the huge changes caused by all incredible. Humans were shocked as they watched this great change in the heavens and earth. And those armies of Daxia that were dealing with the bull demon were even diverted from their attention as a result. Almost everyone was marveling at the change this time, and no one was thinking about whether the bull demon was dead or alive. This world, how did it suddenly change so much? My God, I saw a huge mountain appear out of nowhere with my own eyes, and right in front of my house, and it almost scared me to death. On the internet, one netizen spoke quickly, seemingly trying to utilize this method to ease his inner tension. It was then that the mountain appeared out of thin air, getting higher and higher until it became a huge barrier. This kind of sight can only occur if the technique of dry land is utilized during filming. I didn't think I'd ever see the real thing with my own eyes. Immediately after these words came out, the rest of the netizens chimed in. Yeah, I feel the same way. And I've heard that the next city was unlucky enough to have a mountain actually drill out of the ground of their city, destroying half of the city almost instantly, and I don't know how many people died because of it. Ugh, what the hell happened? Numerous people have been agitated by this and have been active on the internet, whether to hide their inner nervousness or to gain attention. This is just bizarre. There are also people who are exceptionally alarmed by this. At first, it was humans and beasts. Because of a rain of 7-colored light, a great change has occurred, especially the beasts. Now they have all turned into ferocious beasts one by one. Their size is incomparably large, and their destructive power is also extraordinarily amazing. Now that this change has happened again, is the end of the world coming? Perhaps it is the beginning of another era, after all, and as a result strong men have been born among the human race. In the midst of humanity's violent panic and chatter, the great changes in heaven and earth gradually began to subside, and fewer places changed, but they had long since changed the world drastically. Fortunately, most of the areas where the mutations occurred were those off the beaten path with famous mountains and rivers. Coupled with the fact that the humans in the vicinity had also long since moved away from the chaotic areas infested with ferocious beasts due to the revival of the spiritual chi, the impact brought about by this great change was continuously decreasing. What is this? At the edge of the Kunlun Mountains, Chuan was also staring wide-eyed at this moment, his heart raging. Will this release of the human race's ultimate weapon actually bring about such a great impact? He was the group closest to the missile wash, and thus was able to clearly feel that an earthquake of this level was feared to have far exceeded a magnitude of 10, and thus the destructive power it would bring about would be extremely astonishing. At this time, Chuan didn't know that this mutation was happening all over the globe, and the news was spreading fast because the network was still there. Those folded spaces actually unfolded early. Unlike Chuan, Jiang Luoli understands that this great change in heaven and earth will come sooner or later because of the memories of her last life. But she is also showing a surprised look because she suddenly feels that in this life, it is as if a lot of things are advancing, and there are great changes in it. Thinking of this, Jiang Luoli murmured, "It seems that the changes in this life are more than a little too unexpected. I can't, it seems, go on with what comes next entirely on the basis of my memories of my last life." Boom! Suddenly seeing that, Jiang Luoli felt a strong burst of spatial power. She didn't hesitate, and after casting her stance, her body began to flicker, using this light and agile stance to dodge the effects brought about by that spatial force. Whoa! Shortly after she left, the plain beneath her feet suddenly had a mountain peak rapidly bulging out of it, and almost in the blink of an eye, it grew to a height that one would have to look up to with great effort. At the same time, Chuan, who was on the other side, had encountered almost the exact same thing. Snort! Only to see him quickly swim his body and run for more than 10 miles without looking back, and where he originally stayed, a deep, bottomless canyon directly appeared. At this moment, Chuan felt that the blood mark on his forehead was even brighter and hotter, which made him unable to stop himself from yelling out in a low voice, "Jiang Luoli!" It was because of this time of dodging the effects brought about by the great change that the distance between him and Jiang Luoli had been brought much closer. Although it was said that both of them were still separated by dozens of miles, Chuan directly sensed the other party with his upgraded blood pursuit. "Since you're there too, let's go meet you. After all, you should be able to answer today's questions." In the next moment, Chuan directly followed the information coming from the blood seal and quickly pursued towards Jiang Luoli's location. In his opinion, this kind of great change in heaven and earth, others might not know what it was because of, but Jiang Luoli was sure to understand the reason for it. At least, she knows exactly whether this big change is good or bad. And only by catching Jiang Luoli, Chuan would be able to know what kind of changes would happen to the world situation in the future. Only to see the edge of the Kunlun Mountains, a giant snake swimming rapidly on the earth, frightening the ferocious beasts that passed by. Cowering, they did not dare to go to explore the outside exactly which strong person was passing by. They just keep praying inside, praying that they won't be targeted by the other side. Only a few more miles. In a short while, Chuan came to a position a few miles away from Jiang Luoli, and slowly stopped and did not proceed any further. He borrowed the sensation of the blood seal in further determining Jiang Luoli's exact location. This woman, with that black flag that can teleport, can leave anytime she wants to, and it's extremely difficult to interrupt her from doing so. If we get too close, by then the woman will move away instantly again due to the sensing between the blood pact. Where could I find her at that time? At this moment, Chuan was thinking about the teleportation of that black flag. Whether there was a limit to the number of times or time. If that flag can teleport wirelessly, wouldn't the person who owns this item be directly invincible? And judging by Jiang Luoli's previous performance, it's impossible for flag to do that either. Obviously, there is no such heavenly magic treasure under the sky. It should have limitations. Right now, this woman's attention is all in that Kunlun mountain. Chuan observed for a while and realized that although Jiang Luoli, the woman, kept moving, she also always surrounded Kunlun mountain. So he decided not to continue walking in, but to directly attack her from a distance. After all, with his current strength of the 4th stage of the Yoke realm, even if he was miles away, trying to kill someone could still be easily accomplished. Buzz. In the next moment, the spiritual energy on Chuan's body surged crazily, and huge breaths continued to converge around him, making his aura even more powerful. His huge snake mouth, at a certain moment, violently opened, from which a dazzling white pillar of light burst out. The speed of this white pillar of light was extremely fast, and almost in the blink of an eye, it rushed to the vicinity of Jiang Luoli. Is that? Jiang Luoli instinctively perceived the danger, looked up and gazed at the time that the white column of light has been extreme, almost the next second to hit themselves. It seems that at this moment it is too late to avoid. Buzz. In an instant, a golden wall of light was selected with outside her body. This golden wall of light looked tough enough, but Jiang Luoli still waved the black flag at the same time, deciding to avoid this attack. Rumble. In an instant, the white light pillar ferociously attacked, shattering the golden light wall the moment it erupted with a loud sound before its might continued to charge towards Jiang Luoli. The latter was also enveloped by a black light around his body at this time. Jiang Luoli once again utilized instantaneous transmission and managed to escape, but her complexion was unsightly. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, another loud sound came out. It was the mountain peak behind Jiang Luoli, which was hit by the white light pillar and made a crater. A large amount of rubble and dirt collapsed, and a piece of it rolled down. Because of the strangulation of the giant bulls, the human army has not left until now, and an airplane hovers in the air. They originally wanted to check how the bull demon's life and death really was, but the white light pillar was so huge that it was impossible to not be conspicuous. So there were soon quite a number of human soldiers, who noticed it in the sky. Snake King. It's the Snake King who has appeared here. The human soldiers followed the opposite direction of the impact of the white pillar of light, their sight traced all the way over, and finally discovered the figure of the giant snake, and then let out a gush of shocked voices as a result. Moreover, these human soldiers, one by one, were staring at Chuan very vigilantly, as if they were on guard against something. Latest news. The Snake King has also appeared in the Kunlun Mountains, imperial capital. In the base, the group of bigwigs in the conference room had not left for the time being because they were dealing with the bull demon, and now that they had gotten the news, they discussed it. The Snake King is always a scourge if he is not eliminated. We must take advantage of him showing his face right now and take him down in one fell swoop. Why don't we still fire an inquisitive weapon? No. This was immediately countered by a senior officer. The Serpent King is very strong and has a long body, so if it doesn't get a direct hit, it likely won't suffer a devastating blow. What's more, we've already used the ultimate weapon once in the Kunlun Mountains. Using it again at this time will have even more serious consequences. Just as the crowd class executives were discussing how to solve the Snake King, Chuan's figure had already disappeared from its original spot once again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The woman's reflexes are too sharp. On the way forward, Chuan was annoyed because he didn't get his hands on her. Does she have any other instincts hidden or not? If I had, I should have dealt with it more carefully, lest I fail again. One strike failed, and the target left with the help of an instantaneous transfer. Chuan was all set to give up, but just at this time, he suddenly realized that blood pursuit sensed Jiang Luoli sent once again, which gave him a burst of surprise. This time, Jiang Luoli actually just teleported over 40 miles? Could it be that? Just as I thought. This flag has great limitations, and Jiang Luoli can only run so far? At this moment, Chuan was a bit thankful inside. After all, after Jiang Luoli escaped, she happened to still be within the range of his blood pursuit senses, so she wouldn't lose him all at once. As he swam, he continued to ponder inwardly. This woman actually didn't flee as far away as she could after being sneak attacked by me. Instead, she continued to linger in this neighborhood. In that case, is the teleportation range of that black flag only this far? Or is this woman not planning to leave the Kunlun Mountains at this time? If it's the latter possibility, then what the hell does she want? In Lu Chuan's mind, he kept surfacing one thing related to Jiang Luoli in the past days, especially the woman's character and other information, and finally came to this conclusion. Jiang Luoli's possibility of wanting to stay in the periphery of the Kunlun Mountain is a bit bigger. We can't miss this opportunity. Thus, he accelerated his speed and directly approached towards Jiang Luoli's location. Not long after, Lu Chuan found Jiang Luoli again, now only 5 miles away from the other party. At this time, Jiang Luoli was also murmuring in her mind, pondering over the memories of her previous life regarding this great change. This time, the opening of the folding space will cause a Thunder Yuan fruit to be born within the space somewhere on the outskirts of the Kunlun Mountains. That kind of innate spirit fruit will not only allow me to raise my cultivation level, but I will also be able to use it to control the power of lightning. At the thought of this, Jiang Luoli's heart was on fire. This time, I must get it. Even with that Poison King behind me, I can't give up. On the other side, Lu Chuan didn't continue to choose to attack directly, but hunkered down, intending to wait for an opportunity to move. 4 or 5 hours had passed since then. With the passage of such a long period of time, the rhythm of this great change in heaven and earth had finally stabilized, and the area of the second Kunlun Mountain was more than 20 times larger than before. Such a dramatic change naturally drew a wave of amazement from the humans, who rushed to carry out exploratory work. As for Lu Chuan, he had also learned about the situation on the Qinling side after communicating with his minions through his soul power. The fire leopard was very anxious to send out the message. Boss, here the mountains and rivers have changed greatly. Many places have completely changed to look, especially the boss your underground palace. All have collapsed. And I can't find my other partners. I don't know where they are. With the narration of the fire leopard, Lu Chuan also understood that the same thing of peaks rising up out of the ground and deep streams appearing out of nowhere in the Qinling Mountains, and through the communication with all the juniors, he was even more clear that some of these juniors were obviously only a mile or two away from each other, but they were just lost and couldn't find each other's location. In response, Lu Chuan comforted them a little so that they didn't have to worry, and then pulled his attention back. In the Kunlun Mountains, there seemed to be some black cracks appearing. Lu Chuan had already seen it once, so it wasn't unfamiliar, and now he was even more secretly thinking, so it's a spatial rift. It seems that Jiang Luoli is waiting for this. It was clear in his mind that Jiang Luoli was a bit of a reborn person, so this time when he came to the Kunlun Mountains, he must have waited for this change to appear and collect the treasures himself, which was why he had been taking the risk of continuing to stay here.